Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. Master of the Hollow World. 1HW. Chapter 1 Master of Hueco Mundo. One Piece World. East Blue, Northwest Frontier. This is an inaccessible small island. There are stretches of forests, a few small hills and a small village with hundreds of people. The villagers make a living by fishing. Although the village is not rich, everyone there are satisfied smiles on their faces. In the forest that covered the sky, a giant Madara leopard more than 2 meters high was running away in panic, and on the big tree behind it, a young man jumped like a flea among the trees and chased after it. Although it was much slower than Madara leopard's speed, the boy still had a relaxed expression on his face. Snapped. The boy suddenly snapped his fingers, jumped and smiled lightly into the air. This flower Madara leopard is really big enough, take it back and let the villagers have a try, please, get rid of him. Yes, your majesty. A respectful voice came from nowhere, and then, a dark crack suddenly opened in the space in front of the fleeing Madara leopard, and a huge foot covered with brown hair stepped out of it, followed by an orangutan like a huge body and a strange head covered with a white bone mask. Finally, a 4-meter-high orangutan-shaped monster with a bucket-sized hole in its chest and a bone mask appeared in front of the Madara leopard, and the space behind the monster slowly moved after it came out. Close up, roar. Seeing the masked monster that suddenly appeared, Madara leopard instinctively felt a burst of fear, growled and stopped and dared not go forward. However, the masked monster didn't have so many worries. As soon as it appeared, it rushed towards the Madara leopard at a speed that was completely inconsistent with its huge body, and smashed its huge hands into fists mercilessly. Boom! The huge fist directly hit the Madara leopard, who didn't react in time. The Madara leopard let out a wail, and its huge body flew out, rolled and struggled on the ground for a while, then became silent. At this time, the boy just jumped off the branch. His Majesty. Seeing the young man, the masked monster crawled respectfully under the young man's feet. The mouth of the bone mask opened, and a voice came out. Get up, Horus. The young man looked at this powerful bird with great satisfaction, then walked up to the dead Madara leopard and opened his mouth. A strange suction came out, the soul of the still dead Madara leopard was directly sucked out and swallowed by the boy. The taste is really unpalatable, and the spiritual power has hardly increased. Baba smacked his mouth, and the boy said with some dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, if you want delicious souls, just ask, and Hueco Mundo's army will bring you the most delicious souls. The young man called Ola said in a humble voice. Do not. The young man quickly waved his hand, shook his head and said, although I'm also imaginary now, I was also a human being after all. I can't accept being asked to eat human souls. I won't be allowed to mention such things in the future. Yes, Olis bowed his head respectfully. Well, I'm going back to the village. You should also go back to Hueco Mundo. Say hello to Aizen and the others for me, and let them speed up the research on the stability of the black cavity. I'm looking forward to their appearance in this world. The boy said with some expectation. Yes, your Majesty, I will convey your will to Lord Aizen. Olis said respectfully, and then a dark crack opened in the space behind him again. After Orlis retreated into it, the crack closed again, and the space returned to normal. Looking at this scene, he didn't know what to think of. The boy suddenly chuckled, and then dragged the completely silent flower Madara leopard to the village in the east of the forest. Bailuo Village, this is the name of the village. The village is built in the center of the island, and houses of different heights are connected together. In the village, the old people sit together drinking tea and chatting in the sun, and the children on the street run around and fight constantly. In the field, the middle-aged peasant women in the village are harvesting crops, and everything looks so harmonious. It's GUU Big Brother. GUU Big Brother is back. Wow, what a big cat. Stupid. That's a leopard. GUU returned to the village with the flower Madara leopard, and the children who were playing on the street suddenly surrounded them one by one curiously, as if they wanted to go and have a look but dared not. Others in the village were also attracted by the exclamation of the children, and when they saw the huge flower Madara leopard dragged by GUU, all of them exclaimed. Hiss. This seems to be the big guy in the woods to the west. Boy GUU, you are amazing. This big guy has been giving us headaches for several years. I didn't expect you to be able to catch it. Yes, GUU is really amazing. The villagers were all full of praise. GUU, that is, the boy scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, it's really nothing, it's just luck. Everyone, take this flower Madara leopard and share it for a change. This is impossible. You got this by relying on your own ability, how can we want it? The village head of Bailuo Village, an old man with a cane, shook his head. Village chief, just take it. If it wasn't for everyone's help these 3 months, maybe I, GUU, would have starved to death. If you don't even accept such a small thing, then I'm really going to be angry. GUU said with a sincere face. The village chief shook his head helplessly, and could only wave his hands and said, since it's GUU's kindness, then everyone accept it. Wooly, later you bring someone to make a big pot, and we'll taste it together tonight. The taste of the flower Madara leopard. Good village chief. A middle-aged man grinned and nodded, and then led a few people to lift up the flower Madara leopard and left. A group of children who heard that they could eat flowers Madara leopard immediately followed happily. Village chief, everyone, then I'll go back and rest first, GUU said. Well, okay, I'll send someone to call you when the beast is finished. The village head nodded. Well, then trouble the village chief. Guu nodded with a smile, then passed through the middle of the village, and came to the end of the village, where a small house was standing quietly. It was built by the villagers who helped Guu 3 months ago made. Pushing open the door, Guu went to the kitchen to wash her face first, then went to the bedroom, lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling blankly, for a while, couldn't help but sighed. There is a secret in his heart that no one knows. In fact, he is not from this world. He comes from the Earth, a relatively peaceful planet. There, he is a rich second generation who doesn't have to worry about life, and is also a complete RMB game player. More than 3 months ago, he was playing a second-rate online game that was not very conspicuous on the internet at that time. This game allows players to set the template of the initial base independently, and then develop their own base forces to fight against other players. An innovative strategy-building online game. Guu, who has always had a special liking for the vanity in Shinigami, chose to use Hueco Mundo as a template to build a base without hesitation, and then relied on a lot of money to buy privileges, equipment, skills, and explosive troops. Within days, he led his Void Legion to sweep the entire server, becoming the overlord of the entire server. Then, because she didn't have a good rest for several days, Guu fell asleep for an unknown amount of time. When she woke up, she found herself lying on an unfamiliar beach. It was not until later that she was adopted by the people of Bailuo village, and through their chatting, Guu knew that she had come to the world of One Piece. Not only that, after an accident, Guu discovered that there was a void hole in his chest, and deep in his soul, there was a huge world, where there were endless armies of voids and magnificent voids. Night Palace, Espada exuding a powerful Ryutsu, and the commander. Isn't this my territory in the game? Guu was shocked immediately, but then something happened that shocked him even more. As if sensing Guu's gaze, the entire Hueco Mundo, whether it's the lowest level miscellaneous virtual, or Manos Grande such as Jillian, Ejukas, or the terrifying Espada or even the commander of Hueco Mundo, all bow down respectfully to him kneeling. Fanatical shouts resounded through Hueco Mundo in the depths of Guu's soul. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Celebrate the 7-day-long Chapter 2 Creek Pirates. How big is the whole Hueco Mundo? Almost boundless. How much is the whole Hueco Mundo empty? Back in the game, in order to obtain crushing upgrades, Guu only knew how to explode and explode again. To be honest, Guu didn't know how much Hueco Mundo has now. All he knew was that Hueco Mundo, the endless desert, has been covered with the figure of the Void Legion. How shocking is the voice of so many Shu shouting together. Guu was shocked, completely unimaginable that Hueco Mundo, his territory in the game, traveled with him. His eyes swept across the familiar figures in the various palaces of Zai Palace. Hueco Mundo Commander, Aizen Kuyusuke. Vice President of Hueco Mundo, Ichimaru Jin. Leader of the Battle Maids, Neliel Tu Odelschwenk. First Espada, Coyote Stark. Second Espada, Ulquiorra Cypher. Third Espada, Baragan Luzenbairn. Fourth Espada, Tia Hurley Bell. Fifth Espada, Neutra Gilga. Sixth Espada, Grimjow Jagerjackez. Seventh Espada, Zamari Ruro. Eighth Espada, Al Apollo Grants. Ninth Espada, Araniero Ururueri. 10th Espada, Yami Yargo. How is this possible? Seeing this scene that was countless times more spectacular than in the game, Guu opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Guu came back to her senses, and then said tentatively, Nailu. Aizen, is it really you, Your Majesty? It's Nailu. Nailu raised her head and said, her beautiful eyes seemed to see the void and see Guu. Aizen Kuyusuke sees His Majesty. Aizen raised his head and smiled. Guu took a deep breath, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. The territory in the game actually crossed with him, and he was their king. Get up, Guu said, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Yes, in an instant, the entire Hueco Mundo billions of Void Legions stood up together, and their movements were inconceivably neat. Except for Zai Palace, all other legions should retreat. Guu said, yes, all the imaginary actions stopped together, and then densely packed ordinary imaginary, powerful imaginary, giant imaginary and even Jillian and Ejukas dispersed to the farther edge of Hueco Mundo like a tide, raising dust all over the sky. Looking down at all the emptiness through the perspective of God, Guu thought for a while and said, Espada gentlemen, the 2 commanders, and the head of the battle maid group, go to the main hall to gather immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The voice of Guu resounded over the entire Hueco Mundo. Commander Aizen and Deputy Commander Ichimaru Jin disappeared in place in an instant, while Espada and the head of the battle maid group tore through the space together and walked in. The next moment, the figures of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin first appeared in the main hall in the center of Zai Palace, and then the space was continuously torn apart, and Espada and the head of the battle maid group also appeared in the main hall. Seeing this scene, Guu couldn't help being shocked by their strength. Just as he was about to say something, his heart suddenly moved, and the next moment his whole body appeared on the throne of the main hall of Zai Palace. It actually came in. Looking at the huge and empty hall and the high-level Hueco Mundo below, Guu raised his hand and glanced, and couldn't help being stunned. See Your Majesty. Below, seeing Guu appearing, all Hueco Mundo executives including Aizen knelt on one knee and said in unison. Guu came back to his senses, looked at the respectful Hueco Mundo executives below, suppressed the excitement in his heart and sat on the throne, raised his hands and shouted, get up. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up and looked at Guu. Guu calmed down his excitement, and then looked at Aizen. Aizen, can you go to my world? When Guu asked this sentence, she could feel her tone trembling slightly. If everything about Hueco Mundo could be brought to one piece, then. Is Your Majesty talking about the world you are in now? Aizen asked Guu with a smile. That's right. Guu stared at Aizen and nodded. Facing Guu's burning eyes, Aizen shook his head and said, Sorry Your Majesty, not for now. That means, it's still possible. Guu keenly caught the word, temporarily. Yes, Aizen smiled and nodded and said, For unknown reasons, the black cavity leading to the outside world of Hueco Mundo has been completely blocked. Although I have used the power of Hogyoku to open it, the current black cavity is extremely unstable and cannot accommodate us. This level of Ryutsu has passed, and only after the black chamber stabilizes can we go to the world where His Majesty is. How long will it take for the black cavity to stabilize? Guu asked quickly. Zael Aporo, may I trouble you to explain to His Majesty? Aizen looked at the 8th Espada Zael Aporo Grants with a smile on his face. Of course, Master Aizen. Zael Aporo pushed his glasses and came out, bent slightly to Guu and smiled. Your Majesty, judging from the current progress, it will take about 2 years to stabilize the black cavity enough to pass the Espada level, the specific time depending on the strength. The time required is also different. As for Aizen-sama to pass, it will take at least 10 years. 10 years. Guu shivered, and couldn't help but look at Aizen, who had a gentle and refined face. Should he really be the commander of Hueco Mundo? But then Guu became a little uneasy. In the world of pirates, the strong are respected. Pirates are rampant, and they are extremely dangerous. With my current strength, unless I stay in Bailuo village forever, I am destined to face danger to my life. But as a time traveler, and possessing virtual abilities, how can he stay peacefully in Bailuo village for a lifetime? Is Your Majesty worried about your own safety? Aizen seemed to see through Guu's troubles, tapped the hilt of Kyoka Suigetsu's knife at his waist with his fingers, and smiled. Guu didn't mean to hide anything, rubbed his forehead in distress and said, The world over there is very dangerous. With my current strength, if there is any emergency, it will really be over. Your Majesty, don't worry, Nailu will wipe out all enemies for you. Nailu said quickly, but you can't go out now, can you? Guu said helplessly. Nailu gritted her teeth lightly, she didn't know what to say, she could only lower her head and say in a low voice, I'm sorry Your Majesty. Nothing. Guu waved his hand. Your Majesty, if it's a safety issue, I don't think you should worry too much. At this time, Aizen said with a smile, although the black cavity cannot pass the too powerful Ryutsu for the time being, it is still no problem to pass the virtual of Jillian level. Hearing this, Guu was all over for a while, staring at Aizen with shortness of breath, and said, You mean? That's right. Aizen smiled and nodded and said, although Ryutsu above Jillian cannot pass for the time being, there are no restrictions on Ijukas below the level. As long as Your Majesty is careful before letting Espada go out, protect Your Majesty with Hueco Mundo's steady stream of virtual legions. It should still be fine. No problem. Of course no problem. Hearing Aizen's words, Guu couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's been 3 months, and in another 2 months, the Shu of Ijuka's level can almost pass through the black cavity. Lying on the bed, Guu recalled everything back then, and couldn't help but a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. As long as he has Ijukas with strong combat power, although he is not fearless in the world of pirates, as long as he does not go to death, at least there will be no threat to his life. And when the time comes, he can also take his own army of emptiness to see the wonders of this world. The Great Waterway, New World, Shichibukai, 4 Emperors, Marine, World Government, Revolutionary Army, etc., he has to see them one by one. Boom boom boom. Guu was looking forward to everything in the future, when a sudden knock on the door interrupted his imagination of the future. Guu quickly got up from the bed and went to the living room to open the door. Uncle Sam, an old smoker in the village, was standing at the door in panic. When he saw Guu open the door, he dragged Guu into the village without saying a word. Uncle Sam, what's the matter? Has something happened in the village? Guu noticed the anxiety on Uncle Sam's face, and asked nervously while following Uncle Sam to the village. 3 months of getting along has already made him fall in love with this kind and simple village. If anyone dares to do something to this kind and simple village, he will definitely let him try what is called real despair. Pirate, a pirate is coming, Uncle Sam said in panic. Pirates? Why are there pirates here? Is it a mistake? Guu was stunned. The location of Bailuo village can be said to be extremely remote, let alone pirates. It would be nice to see 1 or 2 ships in a radius of tens of nautical miles all year round. How could there be pirates targeting such a ship? A remote small village. Wooly, the son of the village chief, found out. They went to the beach to clean the Madara leopard just now, and saw many pirate ships sailing towards us. Uncle Sam explained urgently. Did you see what pirate group it is? Guu frowned and asked. The Creek Pirates. It's the pirate fleet led by the leader of East Blue Overlord Creek. Chapter 3 The Legion of Void arrives. Creek Pirates. Guu thought for a while, and the information about the Creek Pirates suddenly emerged in his mind. It seems to be the largest pirate group in East Blue, with 50 large pirate ships and tens of thousands of crew members. It is a notorious pirate fleet famous for its numbers and military strength. The leader, Creek, offers a bounty of 17 million Bailey, the self-proclaimed East Blue Overlord. While thinking about it, Uncle Sam had already pulled GUU to the square in the center of the village. At this time, more than 100 people from Bailuo village had gathered in the square, watching the old village chief speak nervously. Seeing Sam running over with GUU, the old village chief breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a serious face, "Everyone should know the matter. The notorious Creek pirates are approaching our village. We don't know did they approach here unintentionally or the goal is here, but for everyone's safety, I have asked Wooly to prepare the fishing boat on the south coast. Don't waste time packing things, let's run away together." "But the village chief, this is our village." The villagers were a little bit unwilling to say this, with deep reluctance in their eyes. The children seemed to understand that they were about to leave the place where they were born and raised, and their eyes were filled with tears. I understand everyone's feelings." The old village chief's tone was also a little choked up, his hand holding the cane trembled slightly, but he suppressed his sadness and shouted, "But those are all pirates who kill people without blinking an eye. The village can be rebuilt if it is gone, but if you die, it's all over." Village head. Looking at the village head with tears in his eyes, GUU felt his nose ache. He could feel the old man's affection for the village and the pain and reluctance of leaving. "Village chief, everyone, you don't need to leave the village." GUU spoke suddenly, and the clear voice was heard by everyone in the sad atmosphere, and everyone turned their heads in astonishment to look at the serious GUU. "GUU, what are you talking about? That's Creek pirates." Uncle Sam quickly pulled GUU. GUU didn't answer Uncle Sam, but looked at the village chief with a serious face and said, "Village chief, when I was most at a loss 3 months ago, everyone took me in. If it weren't for you, maybe I would be hungry now. You may not know where you died. I know that what I say now is hard for you to believe, but if you are willing to believe me, let me deal with the Creek pirates. I promise not to let any of them approaching the village alone." Hearing this, all the villagers immediately turned pale with fright. Although they were only ignorant villagers, they had already heard about the name of the Creek pirates. Such a huge pirate group, in their eyes it is irresistible at all, it is a natural disaster. And for such a natural disaster, GUU actually managed to deal with it alone. "GUU boy, don't do anything stupid. Those are not beasts. They are real pirates. That's right, Xiao Yu, I know you want to repay us, but you can't joke about this kind of thing, just run away with us obediently." Exactly, the village chief is right. If the village is gone, it can be rebuilt. If the people are gone, there will be nothing left. One by one, the villagers tried to dissuade GUU from giving up this unpractical idea. Looking at the familiar faces with concern and anxiety, GUU was moved, but also a little helpless, and could only look at the old village chief who had been silent all this time. "Everyone be quiet first." The old village head stopped the villagers from continuing, stared at the ancient city for a while, and then sighed a little dignifiedly. "I have felt it since I first saw you. Your temperament is definitely not what ordinary villagers can possess, yes, but this incident cannot be solved by catching wild beasts. Do you really understand Creek pirates?" "Of course." GUU nodded seriously. The old village head stared at GUU's eyes, and GUU looked at him without flinching. After a while, the old village head looked away, looked at the villagers with a smile on his face and said, "Since GUU said so, are you willing to believe him?" "I believe. GUU big brother will never lie." The little pistachio Mi stretched his head in the village and said softly, "Yes, GUU big brother won't lie to us. GUU big brother is very powerful, he will definitely beat those pirates away." The other children also blushed and shouted softly. The other villagers looked at each other one by one, the nervousness on their faces slowly disappeared, and finally all looked at GUU with a smile on their faces. "In this case, GUU, then my life is in your hands. GUU, come on, Madam believes in you, and must beat those nasty pirates away. Boy GUU, I entrust you to protect the village." Looking at the smiling faces of the villagers, it was impossible not to be moved. GUU touched his nose and said firmly, "Don't worry, everyone, as long as I, GUU, will never be destroyed by anyone in Bailuo village. Anyone hurt, anyone. Village chief, where is the Creek pirates?" GUU looked at the village chief. Wooly was seen from afar on the northern coast. The old village chief pointed to the north, then paused, stared at GUU and said in a deep voice, "GUU, no matter what, you must come back safely." "I see." GUU nodded with a smile, then turned around and walked directly to the north. And the moment he turned around, GUU's face turned cold in an instant. "Aizen, call me an army of 100,000 void. Hueco Mundo." As far as the line of sight can see is a desert. In the gray sky, the gray-white full moon hangs high, not only does not bring light to this place, but brings a dead silence that cannot be dissipated. Rumble. Suddenly, Hueco Mundo, which has always been silent, vibrated violently, accompanied by a large amount of smoke and dust in the distance, and countless voids came like tides. Ordinary void, powerful void, and giant void rushed forward, and behind them, the usually slow-moving inferior Manos Grande Jillian was also struggling to move his huge body, and the huge Ryutsu filled the area. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying Ryutsu slanted down from the sky, and the huge Shu's army stopped immediately. Both Changlitsu and Jillian trembled under the violent Ryutsu. Tear. A huge crack was torn open in the gray sky, and then, a figure exuding a terrifying aura stepped out, standing out of nowhere in the air. Espada's unique white gown, light blue insolent short hair and eyeshadow, a small bone mask on the mouth, and a powerful ryutsu that radiates wantonly from the whole body. He is the sixth Espada Grimjow Jagerjackes. Cut. I'm really upset. Grimjow looked down unhappily at the densely packed Void Legion below, spat lightly, and then popped a black ball out of his pocket and threw it down. Tear. A huge space crack instantly tore open. Roar. Seeing the huge space rift, all the ghosts howled excitedly, and even overcame the terrifying coercion brought by Grimjow, rushing towards the space rift crazily one by one. Zael Aporo. This useless guy, if the black cavity can be more stable, I can go directly to tear the enemy to pieces for his majesty. Watching the Void Legion enter the black cavity one by one, Grimjow cursed unhappily, and casually touched the air. The space was instantly torn apart. Grimjow walked in with a low curse. Chapter 4 Crush them. The sky was clear and blue, and the sun hung high. On the north coast of Bailuo village, a huge pirate fleet is slowly approaching, with sails rattling in the sea wind, and the unique pirate flag belonging to the Creek Pirates is fluttering in the wind. On the third deck of the huge main ship, Dreadnought Saber, the leader of Creek, was dressed in gorgeous golden armor, and his majestic body looked like a little giant in the sun. Edaman. Creek folded his arms and looked at the small island in the distance. Chief Creek, what's the matter? The fleet staff officer of the Creek Pirates hurried over from the side. What's ahead? Creek pointed to the approaching small island ahead. Edaman glanced at the island, then took out the map from his pocket, opened it, looked at it, and said to the Creek leader, "Boss, there is a small village there." Little village. Hey. A bloodthirsty smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Creek's mouth. He turned around and raised his hand and shouted, "My subordinates. A village appeared on the sailing route of our Creek Pirates. Tell me, what should we do?" Of course it was destroyed, Chief Creek. That's right. Haha. Kill everyone. Destroy this monk's village. No, no, no. Since this small island blocks the route of our Creek Pirates, Creek leader, we should use cannons to sink it. Haha. Idiot. We don't have so many shells to waste on such a small village. Nearly 1,000 crew members on the deck suddenly grinned and shouted, no one would take such a remote village seriously. In that case, Ah Jin, order the 3rd Combat Unit to destroy this village. Crick sneered with a wave of his hand. Yes, Kim, the captain of the Creek Pirates combat team, nodded expressionlessly and then walked down to convey the order. Soon, the 3 pirate ships of the 3rd Combat Force received the order, and the pirates exclaimed excitedly on the deck, and the 3 pirate ships slowly left the fleet and headed towards the island. Seeing this, the leader of Creek took a look and didn't care. For him, exterminating a small village can only be regarded as a sideshow. On the other hand, the other ordinary pirates on the fleet deck watched the 3rd Combat Unit heading towards the island with great interest, and some even beat their feet and chests in disappointment, as if wishing they could go with them. Hey, why is it the 3rd Combat Unit? Our 5th Combat Unit is obviously stronger than the 3rd Combat Unit. I also want to remove obstacles on the route for the Creek leader. Haha, you boy, I'm afraid you miss a woman. That's right, the women in that village were spoiled by you last time. Haha, okay, don't say these things are there. Do you want to start a gamble? Let's bet how long it will take for the 3rd Combat Force to solve that village. Okay, I bet 50,000 Baileys, 1 hour. I bet 100,000 Baileys, half an hour. I'm coming too. Amidst the wild laughter of the pirates, the 3rd Combat Unit was getting closer and closer to the island under countless eyes. Suddenly, tear, a huge crack suddenly tore open in the blue sky of the island. Roar, a soul-shaking terrifying roar instantly resounded through the sea area. What sound? Including Creek, all the pirates trembled in their hearts, and quickly looked up. When they saw the huge crack in the sky, all the pirates were terrified. Heaven, the sky is cracked. Did you hear that voice just now? I always feel a little hairy in my heart. Stupid, idiot, don't talk nonsense. Looking at the huge black crack in the sky, a feeling of panic began to spread in the hearts of almost all pirates. The 3rd Combat Unit, which had already gathered on the small island and was less than half a mile away, also stopped watching. The observers on the observation deck looked at the huge crack in the sky above their heads in horror, and shouted to Creek on the main ship with a trembling voice. Boss. What the hell is going on? Are we going to continue to attack? On the deck of the main ship, Crick looked at the crack in the sky with a gloomy expression, and said to Edaman beside him, what's going on? Sorry boss, I don't know either. Boss, why don't we just leave? This village is a bit weird. Edaman looked at the space crack and said a little uneasy. Strange. HMPH. It's just pretending to be a ghost. Creek snorted coldly and said, I haven't seen anything in Creek for so many years in East Blue. This is definitely a trick played by those villagers. Send the order to let the 3rd Combat Unit continue to attack. I see, Chief. Edaman could only nod helplessly, and was just about to get someone to inform the 3rd Combat Unit to move on, when suddenly, a burst of exclamation came from around. Quick, look at the sky. There are people there. Someone. Crick, Edaman and the others hurriedly looked towards the sky ahead, and their expressions changed slightly, because under the huge space crack, a young man in old clothes stood in the sky without any leverage, staring at them with a cold expression. All the people in the Creek Pirates watched this scene with dumbfounded eyes, and the scene was extremely quiet for a while. In such an atmosphere, in the sky, Guu, who was standing in the air relying on the spiritual sun to pave the way, spoke. The pirate fleet in front. Change your sailing route immediately, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Looking at the huge fleet of Creek pirates, Guu said coldly without any fear. The sound, which was not too loud, actually reached everyone's ears in this quiet atmosphere. Immediately, all the pirates looked at the main ship. Faced with this strange situation, they all felt a little uneasy. Change course. Seeing that his subordinates were all looking at him, Creek's face suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. Change course. This is simply impossible. In front of this route, a merchant ship carrying expensive cargo is about to pass by, and his goal this time is this merchant ship worth nearly 100 million Baileys. Only with this money can his pirate group become more powerful. Once the course is changed, he may miss the merchant ship. How could he accept this? Guu looked at the sky with some cold eyes. From Crick's point of view, whether it was the huge space crack in the sky, or the terrifying roar just now, talking about Guu floating in the air, they were all just these villagers. It's just a blindfold to scare him away. How stupid. Guu, who was staring at the sky in Crick, sneered, who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is the leader of the Creek Pirates, the overlord of the East Blue. A big pirate with a bounty of 17 million Baileys. Are we Creek Pirates? As he said that, Creek waved his hand and shouted, Edaman, Akin, let all the fleets bombard together, I will let this group of stupid villagers sink into the sea with this island. Yes, although Edaman and Agent felt that something was wrong, they still obeyed Crick's order. And the other ordinary pirates also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a blindfold. I was scared to death. I thought there were some monsters on this island. This group of villagers is really stupid. They have completely angered the Creek leader. That's right, who do they think we are? We are the overlords of East Blue, the Creek Pirates. The pirates glared at Guu in the sky one by one. At the same time, all the fleets of the Creek Pirates adjusted their angles and headed towards the island. Watching this scene, Guu shook his head. Originally, I didn't intend to kill you, since that's the case. Guu's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand. Crush them. Next moment, in the huge crack in the sky, a huge bony palm suddenly protruded from the inside and pinched on the edge of the crack in space, and bits of space debris fell down. P.S. The release of the new book needs everyone's support. If you feel that you can write it, please help bookmark it. Every flower, every review ticket, every reward, and every comment is the motivation for the author to update. In addition, 3 chapters are guaranteed to be updated every day before it goes on the shelves, and updates will be added depending on the performance. Chapter 5 Jillian is here. Kaka, huge bony palms pinched on the edge of the crack in space, and the cracks spread again in the sky. A piercing creaking sound resounded in the sky. Tens of thousands of pirates including Creek hurriedly looked up, and their excited expressions froze immediately. All of them had terrified expressions on their faces. Roar, roar, roar. A violent roar of terror resounded in the pitch-black space. In the shocked and terrified expressions of the Creek pirates, ordinary, powerful and even giant monsters of different shapes came out like locusts, covering the entire sky like covering the sun. At a glance, there are nearly 100,000. The huge Ryutsu of the 100,000 illusionary legion gathered together, and waves began to appear continuously on the entire sea. On the surface of the sea, all the members of the Creek pirates watched this scene in horror, only feeling a chill all over their bodies. What the hell is going on? Is this also a trick? Crick looked at the army of monsters covering the sky in disbelief and Guu standing in front of the army of monsters out of nowhere. Although he wanted to think that this was just a trick, he had to accept the terrible oppression. Fact. In the sky, Guu looked down at the Creek pirates who had been frightened down, without any compassion in his heart, raised his hand and waved down, and said lightly, "Go." Roar. In an instant, terrifying roars resounded through the sky, and the huge Void Legion moved at the same time, like locusts, pounced on the Creek pirates below. Here they come. Here they come. The pirates of the Creek pirates suddenly panicked. Leader Creek, retreat. We must retreat. There are too many monsters, we can't be his opponent. Staff Officer Eddyman shouted at Creek in panic. No, escaping now will only wipe out our entire army. We will retreat while counter-attacking. Jin, who was on the side, could still analyze calmly. Hearing this, Crick looked up at the densely packed Void army. His face was a little ugly, he could only wave his hand and said, "Send the order, let everyone start to fight back, and prepare to retreat at the same time." Yes, Eddyman and Agent hurried down to convey the order. It's just obvious that the Creek pirates don't have such strict discipline. Before Creek's order was fully conveyed, the pirates who saw the Void Legion were in a panic and aimed their cannons at the sky, while adjusting the direction of the pirate ship to prepare to escape here. Fire the cannon. The captain of the 3rd combat unit closest to the Void Legion looked at the Void Legion that was already close at hand, and hurriedly shouted in panic. Immediately, the cannons roared, and more than a dozen shells rushed into the sky and flew into the empty group. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant flames exploded continuously in the air, and dozens of voids were immediately blasted to pieces. However, this had almost no effect on the huge Void Legion. After the pirates fired this round of shells, they rushed directly aboard the pirates of the 3rd combat unit. Ah, go to hell, monster. A pirate screamed in horror, brandished a long knife and slashed at the head of an ordinary shoe. With a click, The blade directly chopped off the mask of an ordinary Shu, revealing the pale face under the mask. The pirate was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect this monster to have a human face, and just when the pirate was stunned, the ordinary Shu who had half of his mask cut into pieces let out an angry howl, and slapped the monster on the seat. On the thief. Boom. The pirate immediately spurted out a big mouthful of blood, the whole person flew out, and then happened to bump into a giant Shu who was nearly 10 meters high, and the giant Shu directly stretched out his hand to pinch the pirate. In its terrified expression, throw it hard on the deck. Boom. A big hole was smashed out of the deck, and the pirate was lying in the middle of the big hole without a sound. Similar scenes kept happening on the 3 pirate ships of the entire 3rd Combat Force. Facing a large number of Void Legion, it is not so much a battle as a unilateral massacre. In the face of ordinary Voids who are powerful but lack intelligence and slow speed, the pirates can occasionally work together to kill one. Totally unable to resist. Seen from GUU's perspective in the sky, the decks of the 3 ships of the 3rd Combat Unit were already covered with Voids, and only less than 200 pirates were left struggling in the Void group. Don't blame me. If you want to blame you for not targeting this village. In the sky, looking at the unilateral slaughter below, Gucheng's eyes flashed with unbearable, and then he murmured firmly. On the decks of the other pirate ships of the Creek Pirates, seeing that the 3rd Combat Unit had been completely submerged by the virtual group, everyone felt cold hands and feet. But they don't have time to feel fear, because the Void Legion is already close in front of their eyes. Fire! Fire all! Boom! 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 Countless cannonballs shot towards the group of Voids rushing towards the sky, and then exploded. The violent shock wave instantly tore ordinary Voids into pieces, even powerful Voids and giant Voids were accidentally blown to pieces. It was still very spectacular for more than 40 ships to fire their guns together. In an instant, nearly 1,000 ghosts were blasted into pieces. However, that's all. You know, the legion sent by Hueco Mundo this time is a total of 100,000. There were only 10,000 virtual groups who attacked the 3rd Combat Force just now. And now, but a full 90,000. Even with 47 pirate ships and nearly 30,000 pirates, it is still too small in front of such a huge Void Legion. Boom. A frog-shaped monster more than 10 meters high took the lead through the gunfire and fell on the deck of a ship from the sky. The 3 pirates were crushed into meatloaf before they could even scream. With a roar of false excitement, the tongue in his mouth shot out at the surrounding pirates like lightning. Puff puff. 5 or 6 pirates were pierced through their bodies in an instant, and they didn't understand what happened until they died. Blame. Monster. Kill it. Kill it quickly. The pirates immediately backed away in horror, and kept shooting at the giant ghost with their guns. Blood sprayed continuously on the giant ghost, making it scream. Puff puff. Another 5 or 6 pirates were directly pierced to death by the giant Shu, and the giant Shu also fell to the ground and died because his head was smashed by the gunfire. Dead. Finally dead. Seeing the giant fell to the ground, the pirates immediately showed the smiles of the survivors, but soon, their smiles froze on their faces. Boom, 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 boom. Countless ghosts fell on the deck like raindrops. Among them, there were hundreds of giant ghosts similar to just now, and more ghosts were still swarming in the sky. This scene continued to happen on all the pirate ships of the Creek Pirates. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire Creek Pirates were overwhelmed by the huge Void Legion, and the screams and void roars resounded through the sky. On the deck of the main ship of the Creek Pirates, the armor of Creek's wrists was opened, and countless bullets shot towards the surrounding virtual like a storm. Except for the powerful virtual and giant virtual, the ordinary virtual was torn into pieces by the barrage in an instant. Ha ha, humans, go to hell. A powerful ghost grinned grimly, and its huge body rushed directly towards Creek through the hail of bullets at an extremely fast speed. Can talk. Crick was startled, the armor on his shoulders opened, and a missile sprayed out flames and instantly hit the mighty vulture. Boom. A terrifying explosion occurred instantly, and this powerful ghost was instantly torn into pieces. However, Crick was not happy at all, because around him, at some point, nearly 1,000 pirates had all fallen into a pool of blood, with ordinary, powerful and giant pirates, densely packed like ants. Living around him, pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at him. Crick immediately shivered, glanced at the other ships in the fleet, and his heart sank, because he was shocked to find that in such a short period of time, almost all of his tens of thousands of men were killed or injured. Everything that catches the eye, except for these masked monsters, are masked monsters. Including the powerful captain of the combat force, they all died at the hands of the endless monsters. For the first time, Crick felt an emotion called regret. Looking up at GUU who looked like a god high in the sky, Crick's expression changed, and he suddenly knelt down and begged, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't attack your village, please spare my life." In the sky, the ancient city walked down from the sky step by step like walking an invisible staircase, and all the voids it passed respectfully retreated to both sides. I said something, if you don't change the route, you will bear the consequences. GUU looked at Crick and said coldly. However, at this moment, Crick suddenly turned grim, took the gas mask belt from his waist with one hand, raised it with the other hand, the armor in the palm exposed a muzzle, and laughed wildly. Haha. If this is the case, then you go to hell. MH5 launches. Boom. A small cannonball painted with a skull shot towards GUU. GUU's complexion changed, and she was shocked, knowing that she had been fooled by Crick. Your Majesty, be careful. A powerful head quickly grabbed Gu's body and threw it into the sky. At the same time, the gas bomb also hit the head's body. Next moment, the lavender gas exploded and spread in all directions instantly. The shoe who was in the poisonous gas suddenly let out a painful roar, and fell down one by one, while the other shoe quickly flew into the sky one by one. In the sky, Gu, who stood firm, had an ugly expression on his face. Looking at the main ship of the Creek pirates covered by the poisonous gas below, he suppressed his anger and shouted, "You Sero, blast him!" Roar. Amidst the terrifying roar, the huge bony palm that had been motionless in the sky moved, and Jillian's iconic huge body and pointed nose mask slowly protruded. Chapter 6 The Creek pirates are destroyed. Wearing a white mask with a sharp nose, and a huge body covered under a black robe, more than a dozen Jillian's huge upper bodies rushed out from the huge space crack in the sky, almost filling the entire space crack, and the powerful Ryutsu was crazy around, raging. Everyone retreats. Guu waved his hand at the dense crowd below, which had covered all the pirate ships of the Creek pirates except for the poisonous main ship. Roar. All the ghosts raised their heads neatly at once, then stepped on their feet and flew into the air, leaving behind pirate ships full of bloodline and corpses. What kind of monster is that? On the deck of the main ship covered by poison, Crick saw Jillian filled with space cracks in the sky through special eyes through the poison, and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. What exactly is this huge monster? Especially when I saw Guu ordering all the voids to fly into the air, I couldn't help but feel a strong sense of unease. What the hell is going on in this village? Such a terrifying monster. Why haven't I heard of such an exaggerated number before? Crick couldn't help but yelled hysterically, the sound even reached Guu's ears. However, Guu didn't pay any attention to him. He had already decided when Creek pirates planned to attack this village, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to attack this village, he would make him pay in blood. What's more, Crick deliberately lured him over to kill him with gas bombs just now, which completely made Guu angry. At the same time, it also made him deeply aware of his own weakness. No matter how powerful the Void Legion is, it is too weak, and it is still a big weakness. After going back this time, I must ask Aizen to see how they can make me stronger. Guu thought to himself, then looked down at the 50 ships of Creek pirates, including the main ship, and said with a cold expression, "Let's not leave one, blow them all to pieces." Roar. The dozen or so Jillians huddled in the cracks in the space roared in unison, the terrifying mouth on the mask opened, and the terrifying red spiritual power quickly gathered into a spherical shape, and then turned into a dozen huge beams of light towards the Creek pirates below. The group shot away. Before the attack arrived, the strong energy fluctuations had caused waves to appear on the sea surface. No, I can't die yet. I'm Creek, the pirate overlord. Crick stared wide-eyed at a dozen torrents of spiritual power slanting down in the sky, and roared with his eyes wide open. Subsequently, the entire Creek pirates fleet was overwhelmed by a dozen Seros. Boom! A huge roar sounded, accompanied by a huge explosion on the sea surface. The terrifying spiritual storm directly tore all the fleets into pieces. A huge tsunami tens of meters high was set off on the sea surface, and the violent shock wave rushed in all directions. Ripples formed on the sea surface and spread out. When everything calmed down, within a whole nautical mile in front of them, countless ship debris were floating on the sea surface, and the Creek pirates had long since disappeared. The Creek pirates in the center of the group. Looking at the wreckage of Creek pirates, Guu frowned, thought for a while and said, "Go and clean up these wreckages." "Yes, Your Majesty." A few powerful and giant ghosts hurriedly said respectfully, and then flew to the sea with a large group of ghosts, picked up the debris, and the sea returned to calm again. If it weren't for the voids all over the sky and the faint smell of blood in the air, no one would believe that the Creek pirates who were famous in East Blue were destroyed here just now. Seeing this, Guu nodded in satisfaction and told everyone in the virtual group to return to Hueco Mundo. Immediately, Jillian, who was crowded by space cracks, retreated first, and then, the huge Void Legion returned to Hueco Mundo through the black cavity one by one. After a while, the sky calmed down, leaving Guu alone stand in the air. Guu stood in the air for a while watching the magnificent sea, and suddenly took a deep breath. It's time to go out and see. With a heaven-defying cheat like Hueco Mundo, how can you not make a name for yourself in this wonderful world? Guu muttered a few words expectantly, then turned around and flew to the beach on the coast, and then walked towards the village. At the same time, in Bailuo village, everyone looked at the north of the village with an uneasy look, their eyes full of worry. Because just now, the roar of some kind of creature and the sound of artillery fire continued to be heard from there, especially when the dazzling red light and huge explosion sound appeared in the north. The powerful momentum and shock wave even spread to Bailuo in the village. Where have these villagers seen such a terrifying formation? For a moment, almost everyone was filled with panic, and the children even hid in their parents' arms in fear. The old village head looked at this scene, although he was also very worried about Guu's safety. As the village head, he temporarily let go of his worries and comforted the villagers and said, "Don't worry too much, you guys don't know about Guu. He can catch the wild beasts that 5 or 6 villagers can't solve by himself, and this kid will never do anything unsure. Since he said that the Creek pirates will be left to him to solve, he will definitely it can be solved." Father, of course everyone understands how the ancient city is, but, the Creek pirates are not ordinary pirates. Their boats are 10 times larger than our fishing boats, and there are many cannons on them, and there are tens of thousands of people and 50 warships. Marine doesn't dare to confront them head-on. No matter how powerful Guu is, he can't be their opponent. How can you let him deal with this terrifying pirate group alone? Woolen Cloth, Wooly, who came back from South Bank not long ago, couldn't help but said anxiously to his father. The other villagers also woke up suddenly when they heard the words. Yes, the Creek pirates have a huge fleet of tens of thousands of people. No matter how powerful Guu is, it is impossible for him to deal with so many pirates alone. Thinking that there is no news coming from the North Shore, Lena, the son of Uncle Sam who has a good relationship with Guu, clenched his fists and said angrily, "Village chief, I can't let Guu face those vicious men alone. Pirates, I'm going to rescue brother Guu. Yes, I'm going to." That's right, Guu, as a child, knows to fight for the village. How can we as villagers only know to be afraid here? I will go too. The other villagers also shouted excitedly. Well said, son. Even if I die, I will let those pirates know that the people in our Bailuo village are not easy to mess with. Uncle Sam patted Lena's shoulder with an angry and excited face. The village chief said, "Village chief, let's go. We can't let that kid Guu face this kind of danger alone. If he dies, everyone must die together." Hearing this, the old village chief's eyes were moist. This is his own villager. It is good. The old village chief opened his mouth and was about to say something, but a helpless voice came from the right side of the crowd. "Uncle Sam, what can I do? I really look so weak." Guu. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone quickly turned their heads to look, only to see Guu walking towards them helplessly, scratching his head. It was still the old clothes, the same dress as when he left, and there was no trace of fighting on his body. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They had made up their minds to fight the Creek pirates to the death, but they didn't expect Guu to come back. Guu big brother. Guu big brother is back. Guu big brother, have you beaten the bad guy pirates away? Yes, yes, there were so many scary voices just now. Is that the voice of pirates? The villagers didn't come to their senses, but the children didn't think so much. When they saw Guu came back, they all surrounded him with happy faces. Yes, yes, the pirates have been beaten away by the big brother, and there will be no more pirates to bully everyone. Seeing the innocent smiles on the children's faces, Guu also smiled. Hearing Guu's answer, the children immediately cheered and ran to announce the good news to their parents. And the villagers came back to their senses. Under the leadership of the village chief, the villagers walked towards Guu together. Their faces were full of excitement and disbelief. Uncle Sam couldn't help but pinch Guu's shoulder and said with wide eyes, "Guu, are you alright, kid?" "Don't pinch Uncle Sam, I'm really fine," Guu said helplessly. At this time, the old village chief came over and looked at Guu with some excitement and shock. "Guu, did you really drive the Creek pirates away?" As soon as the old village chief said this, the villagers immediately fell silent and looked at Guu nervously. Guu nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, village chief, the Creek pirates have been driven away by me, and I promise that no pirate will harm you in the future." "Really drive away? Haha, great, now the village is safe. Guu, you are really good." Quote, "It's amazing. That's Creek pirates. They were chased away by Guu. This is a terrifying pirate group that even Marine can't do anything about." Hearing Guu's answer, the villagers cheered excitedly one by one, and the village chief also heaved a sigh of relief, and murmured with tears of joy, "That's good, that's good." However, Guu said that no pirates will harm them in the future, but not many people take it to heart. In this world where pirates are rampant, no village can keep peace forever, and one day it will face destruction. It's just a matter of time. Now they have no idea that what Guu said today will bring much change to the village in the future. Just because, this is the promise made by the Supreme Lord of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 7 Let me stand on top. Seeing the joyful smiles on the faces of the villagers, Guu also showed a smile on his face. The reason why he didn't say that the Creek pirates had been wiped out by him was because he didn't want to make the villagers feel uneasy. After all, for these simple villagers who have little contact with the outside world, killing people is still very easy to make them feel uneasy. Guu didn't want to make the villagers feel uneasy because of himself. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's because I have become void. Just now under my command, the Void Legion slaughtered tens of thousands of people. It is not an exaggeration to say that these tens of thousands of people died in his hands, but it is not true. Knowing why, he didn't feel anything. It seemed that he just accidentally stepped on a few ants. Shaking her head, Guu stopped thinking about this strange feeling, hesitated for a moment, walked to the side of the old village chief and said, "Village chief, there is something I want to tell you and everyone." Hearing this, the old village chief wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and after letting the villagers disperse, he said gratefully to Guu, "If you have anything to say, go to my house and talk about it. How much the village can be protected from pirates this time? It's up to you, otherwise a small village like ours with no fighting power." "Village chief, don't say that. Speaking of which, I am also a member of the village, and this is what I should do." Guu quickly waved his hands. "Oh, you child." The old village chief shook his head and said, "Let's go, we can talk about anything at my house." "It is good." Guu nodded, and followed the old village chief to a two-story hut at the back of the village. Pushing open the door, he helped the old village head make tea. The old village head looked at Guu with a gratified smile and said, "Just say what you want." Guu pondered for a while, looked at the village chief seriously and said, "Village chief, I want to leave the village for a while." "Leave?" The village chief was stunned, but then he thought of something and sighed. "Indeed, with your ability, it's really a pity to stay in a small village like ours." "Village chief, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike the village." Guu quickly explained. Of course I know that you don't dislike the village." The old village chief shook his head funny, and said with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, "The outside world is very big, and there are many strange things that we have never seen before. With your ability, you really should go out and see it. I think everyone will be very happy with your decision, but there is only one thing." Speaking of this, the old village chief looked at Guu kindly and said, "The outside world is different from the village. No matter what, you must come back safely. Everyone in the village will always be waiting for you." Guu touched her sore nose, nodded heavily and said, "I will come back safely." "That's good." The old village head smiled and nodded, then asked after a pause, "Then when do you plan to leave?" Guu thought for a while and said, "Tomorrow, I need to prepare. You go back and rest first, I will help you inform everyone about this." The old village chief said, "Okay, then I will go to the village chief first." Guu nodded, then left the old village chief's house and walked towards his own. Along the way, all the villagers gave Guu their thumbs up, full of praise for Guu's ability to drive away the creek pirates, and Guu could only say a few words modestly. After a while, returning to her home, sitting on the bed, Guu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and sank into the depths of her soul. An indescribable feeling struck instantly, and Guu's figure disappeared instantly in the room. At the same time, Guu's figure instantly appeared on the throne in the main hall of Zai Palace. Looking at the empty hall, Guu softly called out, "Aizen." Swish. As soon as the words fell, Aizen's figure appeared in the hall instantly, knelt down on one knee and smiled, "Your Majesty. You should have seen the battle outside just now, right?" Guu looked at Aizen and rubbed his forehead in distress, and said, "The combat power of the Void Legion is indeed very powerful. As long as you don't meet those extremely powerful characters, the Void Legion is absolutely invincible, and even if it is a powerful person, in the future, Ryutsu of the Espada level can pass the Black Cavity. That is not a worry, but now there is a very serious problem. My strength is too weak. Do you have any way to make me stronger quickly?" Hearing this, Aizen still had a gentle smile, and said, "Your Majesty, your current body is a mixture of Shu and human, but strictly speaking, it is more inclined to Shu in essence. Powerful soul, you will become stronger soon. Not only that, as long as you become stronger, the speed of Heikyong stabilization can also be accelerated, so that we can also appear by your side faster to fight for Yugon. Can my stronger strength speed up the process of stabilizing the Black Cavity?" Guu stood up and asked in surprise. "Yes, Your Majesty. Then, do you need me to help you mobilize an army to plunder a large number of souls in this world to make you stronger?" Aizen smiled, and what he said really made Guu feel a little creepy. No need, and you underestimate the strong in this world too." Guu quickly shook his head. He didn't want to slaughter lives just because he wanted to become stronger, not to mention, the strong in this world are not so easy to mess with. 4 emperors, Shichibukai, Marine, and the unknown world government and revolutionary army, not to mention some unknown hidden powerhouses. Before there is no Espada level powerhouse, Guu doesn't think he can ignore the power of this world strong. The Void Legion is powerful, but against Admiral or even 4 emperors level powerhouses, the Void Sea tactics are obviously useless. In this case, you may consider devouring Hueco Mundo's virtual evolution. Aizen said with a smile. Swallowing Void. Guu was a little moved, thought for a while, waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's put this matter aside for now. East Blue is known as the weakest sea in the 4 seas, be careful, and with the protection of the Void Legion, temporarily there shouldn't be any danger." 4 seas, East Blue. There was a strange look in Aizen's eyes, and he suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I think you should consider sending a group of powerful people with special abilities to go around the world to collect information about this world. What we know about this world now, it's just too little." Hearing this, Guu suddenly pondered. Yes, although he has read the comics of One Piece, but not everything is mentioned in the comics. And although he has been in the world of One Piece for more than 3 months, he has almost stayed in Bailuo village and never went out. He doesn't know what time period it is now, and whether the outside world is the same as in the comics. What's more, after Guu obtained the Void Legion, he still had an ambition buried in his heart, that is, to conquer the world and stand on top of it. Yes, let Aronilo take charge of this matter, he is best at this kind of work. Guu nodded and said, "I'll let him know." Aizen nodded. "Aizen, I remember you said something like this before." Guu stood up, and said with burning eyes, "No one stood in the sky at the beginning, and then what happened?" Aizen smiled slightly and said, "Whether it's you or me, even God. The window period for the throne of the sky will end, and from now on, I will stand at the top." "That's right." Guu raised his mouth, looked at Aizen and said, "Then Aizen, I need your help next, I will stand on top of this world." Swish. Tear. The figure of Ichimaru-jin appeared next to Aizen, and then, a series of black chambers opened in the hall, and Espada and Nailu, the leader of the battle maids, came out together. Everyone knelt down on one knee, looked at Guu with reverence and said loudly, I am willing to serve you, your majesty. Chapter 8 Goa Kingdom. It is night, and the dark night sky is sporadically dotted. Bailuo village is located in the square in the center of the village. The whole village gathered here. In the blazing bonfire, you can see a large pot set up in the middle of the square. The food that Guu caught during the day is cooking. Flower mother a leopard, the villagers happily sang and danced, the laughter and singing mixed together, it looked very warm. This is Guu's farewell party. Informed by the village chief, the villagers already knew that Guu would leave the village tomorrow, so the villagers in the village spontaneously organized a farewell party to see Guu off. That night, Guu also sang and danced with the villagers, laughing heartily, and even for a moment, he forgot his identity as a time traveler. What a nice village. Seeing the happy smiles of the villagers, Guu muttered with a smile on his face. The next morning, on the south bank of the village, a small fishing boat prepared by the villagers moored at the coast. Guu boarded the boat while the villagers saw him off. Goodbye, big brother in the ancient city. Come back early. Gucheng boy, you must pay attention to safety, the village welcomes you back anytime. Brother Gucheng, take care. The villagers headed by the village chief waved and shouted to Guu on the boat. Goodbye everyone, I will definitely be back. Guu also waved his arms to the villagers on the coast and shouted until the small island where Bailuo village was located had turned into a small black dot in his sight. Suddenly he said, Oris. Tear. The space in front of Guu suddenly tore open a black cavity, and a huge gorilla-shaped Changlitsu came out, knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to Guu, Your Majesty. Guu looked at the first Shu that he had summoned to this world in front of him, and said seriously, There are 100,000 Shu troops in the interlayer of space around Bailuo village, and now I entrust their command to you. Before I come back, I don't want to see even one tree missing from Bailuo village. Yes, Your Majesty. Olus promises to protect the humans in Bailuo village. Olus hurriedly said respectfully, Very well, protect the village. If you can evolve to Manos Grande in the future, I will ask Aizen to give you a Rancor. Guu said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Orston shuddered all over, his scarlet eyes flashed with excitement. Go. Guu waved his hand, and Orston retreated into the black cavity respectfully. Watching the black cavity close, Guu also breathed a sigh of relief. With 60,000 ordinary ghosts, nearly 40,000 strong and giant ghosts, and 100 low-level Manos Grande Jillian, in East Blue, absolutely no one can hurt Bailuo village. Everything that needs to be arranged has been arranged, so now, it's time to experience this wonderful world. Looking at the magnificent sea, Guu murmured expectantly, then took out a map of East Blue from the luggage and stopped at 2 of the small islands. Kokosia Village, Windmill Town, a very familiar name. Guu murmured, but then looked away. Although he also wanted to meet the protagonists of the original novel, his goal this time was not here. Sweeping across the map, Guu's eyes stopped on an extremely conspicuous sign on the map. Kingdom of Goa, let's start here. Guu murmured, then packed up the map and snapped his fingers. Tear. The black cavity opened in front of him again, and then, a lizard-like but winged Changlitsu came out, prostrated himself on the boat and respectfully said, Your Majesty. Guu nodded, climbed onto the lizard's back, pointed in a direction and said, Go there. Yes, Your Majesty. With one wing empty, the lizard took Guu into the air with its huge body and flew towards the Goa Kingdom. At the same time, in the black cavity that the lizard Shu had just appeared, a giant Shu walked out, its huge palm directly grabbed Guu's fishing boat and walked into the black cavity, and the black cavity closed. Everything is back to normal again. And just as Guu was heading towards the Kingdom of Goa, a huge black cavity suddenly opened in the sky about 10 nautical miles away from Bailuo village. In the powerful fluctuation of spiritual power, countless powerful ghosts flew out of it like locusts out, and flew in all directions. Their mission is to collect information about this world. For the first time, the terrifying Void Legion revealed its minions to the world. Kingdom of Goa, known as the most beautiful country in East Blue, one of the member countries of the world government, the whole country consists of a large island and several small islands, located in the north of East Blue. See Circle Calendar on January 8, 1520, over Mount Gold, the territory of the Kingdom of Goa, a huge lizard whizzed over with its wings flapping. Is this the Kingdom of Goa? It looks quite big. Standing on the lizard's back, Guu's short black hair and skirt were constantly swaying in the strong wind. Below, a city surrounded by a huge wall is clearly visible, but on the right outside the wall, there is a large pile of rubbish with scorched black marks. Is it the terminal of the non-deterministic object? Guu took out the map and looked at it, then ordered the lizard to go down to the forest below. Roar. In the woods, a huge tiger watched the lizard fall from the sky, and immediately raised its head and roared vigilantly at the lizard. To be presumptuous in front of His Majesty, I really want to die. The ferocious giant mouth on the lizard's mask opened, and directly spit out a dark green liquid and hit the giant tiger. The giant tiger roared in pain, and in the white smoke of Zizi, the giant tiger directly turned into a puddle of pus. Guu clutched her nose and jumped off the lizard's back, waved her hands and said, Go back first. Yes, Your Majesty. The lizard lowered its head respectfully, then a black cavity opened behind it, and it retreated in. With the black cavity closed, Guu casually threw the map away, and then walked outside Mount Gold. Since the landing location was just outside Mount Gold, Guu walked out of Mount Gold without taking a few steps, and came to the terminal of uncertain objects full of stinky smells. It smells so bad. Guu frowned and continued walking while pinching her nose. Hey, look at that guy. On the garbage dump, men in shabby clothes who were rummaging for something in the garbage dump saw Guu, and immediately looked at each other one by one, showing malicious smiles and surrounded him. Hey, boy, stop. A big man with messy hair stood in front of Guu and sneered, do you know where this is? I'm not sure where it ends. I really wish I hadn't seen you. Guu stopped in his tracks, looked at the 6 homeless people surrounding him, frowned, and muttered, what the hell country, the outside of the country is still in such a mess. Hey, boy, what are you talking to yourself? We won't make it difficult for you, just hand over all the money and let you leave. The homeless man on the right of Guu grinned, looking at Guu with greed in his eyes. Guu sighed, as if talking to himself. This country is the first step of our action, and they will barely be my subordinates in the future, let them live. After finishing speaking, Guu directly passed one of the homeless men and continued walking forward. The 6 homeless men were taken aback for a moment, and then they came to their senses immediately. Boy, are you looking for death? One of the tall and strong homeless men suddenly became furious, turned around and wanted to grab Guu. However, before he could make a move, a black cavity suddenly opened behind the 6 homeless men, and a huge palm protruded from it. Ah, a monster, help, don't. Hearing the terrified screams coming from behind, Guu shook his head helplessly, squeezed his fists and said helplessly, we can only increase our strength by devouring Shu first, as Aizen said, although it can be solved without doing anything. Trouble is good, but occasionally I still want to do it myself. While speaking, Guu passed through the terminal of uncertain objects and came to the tall city wall. He paused and walked in. Chapter 9 Shock the World. The entire capital of the Kingdom of Goa is surrounded by a huge wall. The only entrance and exit is the gate at the terminal of the uncertain object. Entering the gate is Duonjin, where hooligans and tramps gather. There is no place for chaos and violence. No, further inside is a relatively clean and tidy street, the central street where the common people live, and behind the central street, there is a huge wall. Inside the wall is the high town where the nobles live and the royal family live palace. Walking into Duonjin through the gate of the terminal station of uncertain objects, Guu thought for a while, and the whole picture of Goya Kingdom was imprinted in his eyes. Nice. For Guu, who has only seen the small village of Bailuo village for more than 3 months, the capital of the Goa Kingdom still surprised him. It is unimaginable that a mere East Blue country can be so prosperous, the Grand Line or even the New World. What is the attitude of the country? There were a few guards at the entrance of Duan town, but they didn't respond after glancing at Guu. Guu took a few glances at the towering palace in the distance, smiled slightly, and continued walking into Duan town. In Duan town, sewage and rubbish can be seen on the streets from time to time. Homeless men and hooligans in ordinary clothes shuttle among them, their eyes rolling around, and occasionally when they see a carriage loaded with goods driving out of the city, they suddenly panic. His eyes lit up. It's a garbage truck. Quick, we must not let those people outside take away all the good things this time. That's right. Follow up. The tramps and hooligans discussed in low voices one by one, and then followed one by one. Seeing the oncoming garbage truck and a group of hooligans and homeless people following behind, Guu frowned. He didn't know much about the Kingdom of Goa. After all, the comics didn't describe the country too much, but in Guu's opinion, it's a bit inconceivable that such a messy place should exist in the capital of a country. It seems that there is something wrong with this country. Guu muttered to himself, walked straight through Duonjin without stopping, and came to the very tidy and clean central street compared to Duonjin. Houses of different heights, clean streets and shops and stalls lined up on both sides. The streets are full of civilians who are not gorgeous but very clean, compared with the dirty and messy Duonjin. Don't. His Majesty. At this time, the voice of Nailu, the leader of the Battle Maids group, suddenly sounded in the depths of Guu's soul. Guu, who was walking on the central street, paused, found a deserted alley and walked in, closed his eyes, and disappeared into the alley in an instant. Hueco Mundo, the palace where Nailu lived, and Guu appeared instantly. His Majesty. On the side, Nailu, who was dressed as a maid, immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Guu, looking at Guu with reverence in her eyes. Get up. Guu waved her hands, her eyes swept over Nailu's straight legs wrapped in black silk, her face couldn't help but feel a little hot. Speaking of which, in order to satisfy his own bad taste in the game, Guu specially added a group of combat maids in the Void Knight Palace. It seemed nothing in the game, but now that Nailu appeared in front of him alive, he couldn't help but he felt a little embarrassed. Who is Nailu? Her strength is definitely at the Espada level. How could Guu's eyes not be noticed by her? Her face flushed slightly. Nailu whispered, Your Majesty, if you need, Nailu can. Guu was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment, looked aside and changed the subject. What can you do with me? Come out. A trace of disappointment flashed in Nailu's eyes. She turned around and said to the dark place behind her. Tread. Footsteps sounded, and in the shadows, 2 girlish Arankars came out. Like Nailu, they were also wearing maid outfits made from white robes from the Void Knight Palace. Battle Maid Core Low Maid Chris. July's, the lowly maid of the Battle Maid group. I have seen His Majesty. The two girls Arankar knelt down on one knee to Guu and said softly. Nilu came over and said to Guu, Your Majesty, this is the man-made Arankar made by Master Aizen and Zael Aporo. It is now under the command of the battle maids. They will follow you to your world to serve you in the future. Foe Arankar. Guu looked at the two girls, Arankar, in surprise, and then reacted, and said pleasantly, Didn't it say that Arankar level has to wait at least a year to pass the black cavity? Why can it be done now? Could it be that Aizen and the others have a way? Accelerate the stabilization speed of the black cavity. Your Majesty, that is not the case. Nilu shook her head and explained. Although Chris and Julius are Arankar, their spiritual power is only at the Jillian level, so they can go to the world where His Majesty is through the black cavity. That's it. Hearing this, Guu was a little disappointed. If he could summon Arankar now, even if it was a two-digit Arankar, it would be much more convenient for him to act in the future. Okay, I'll accept them. Is there anything else? Guu asked. It's okay, Your Majesty. Nilu shook her head and said. Then I'll go first. Guu nodded, and with a thought, he disappeared into the palace in an instant. Seeing Guu disappear, Nilu turned around and said seriously to Chris and Julius, Remember, you must serve Your Majesty well. Yes, Lady Neliel. Chris and Juris nodded seriously. Go to His Majesty's side through the black cavity. Yes. In the alley, Guu's figure appeared instantly. Man-made Arankar can be made, this is really. Guu shook her head in amazement, marveling at the unimaginable wisdom of Aizen and Zael Aporo. Tear. A dark voice opened up behind Guu, and two young girls, Arankar, came out, kneeling on their knees and softly saying, Your Majesty. Get up. Guu nodded, and took a few glances at Chris and Julius. Chris is a girl with short black hair and a small mask with sharp horns on her white forehead, while Julius has long straight black hair and a mask like a hairpin on her head. From the perspective of normal people's aesthetics, they can definitely be regarded as first-class beauties. Your Majesty, please allow us to change your clothes. At this time, Chris said respectfully. It was only then that Guu realized that Chris was holding a set of white long gown unique to Zai Palace in her arms. Looking at the old clothes on her body, Guu nodded. Bring it on. Guu opened his arms. Chris and Julius immediately stepped forward respectfully, carefully helped Guu take off his clothes with their white hands, and then changed into the white gown of Zai Palace. Immediately, Guu's image changed drastically. With a slender white gown, short black hair, and a handsome smile on his face, coupled with the faint pressure that Ryutsu brings to ordinary people, he really looks quite imposing. Satisfied with his new image, Guu laughed out loud, opened his arms and said, Then. Let's start. My Void Legion. Start from this kingdom. Shock the world. Tear. In the sky of Goa Kingdom, a dark crack suddenly opened. Chapter 10 The invasion begins. Blue sky, white clouds, today is another fine weather. On the city wall of Gaojun, Baker, who was dressed in the uniform of the king's army, hiccuped, feeling a little drowsy. Hey, Baker, want to play too? The companion on the side, Bu near, winked with the dice and bumped Baker with his shoulder. Baker raised his eyelids and glanced at Bunye, then shook his head and said, I don't want it anymore. If you are caught by the cold-faced man, your military expenses for this month will be wasted. What are you afraid of? That guy can only. Bunye smiled indifferently, but before he finished speaking, he saw the cold-faced man in Baker's mouth, that is, their Captain Eugene, walking over from a distance. It's really unlucky. Bunye cursed in a low voice, and quickly put away the dice, but it was obvious that his movements were a bit slow, and Eugene walked straight towards him. Captain. Bunye hurriedly greeted him. What was in your hand just now? Eugene looked at Bunye expressionlessly and asked. Something. What? Bunye's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said with a puzzled look on his face. I was just discussing with Beck to change the guard position. The air is better on his side, isn't it Beck? As he spoke, Bunye quickly winked at Baker. It's just that Baker didn't make any movements, and looked at the sky blankly. Eugene also looked at Baker, frowned and said, is what he said true? However, Baker still didn't answer. The stunned expression on his face gradually turned into shock, and he said in a trembling voice, Hey, the sky, look at the sky. Sky. Eugene and Bunye were taken aback for a moment, and when they looked up, their pupils shrank at the same time. I saw a huge crack slowly opening in the originally blue sky, and in the dark space behind the crack, countless scarlet eyes could be faintly seen. What is that? The three of Baker were suddenly horrified. At this time, roar. A terrifying roar instantly enveloped the entire kingdom of Goya with a soul-shaking breath. Crash. Countless birds were startled at Mount Golb outside the capital of the kingdom of Goa. In the forest, beasts that used to be ferocious in the past crawled to the ground one after another under the huge roar, as if feeling some terrible existence, shivering. All the people in Uncertainty Terminal, Duonjin, Central Street, and Gaojun Palace heard the huge roar. Chunin couldn't help trembling in his heart. They raised their heads one by one, and their faces turned pale with fright at the scene in the sky. Tear. The crack in the sky is getting bigger and bigger. A huge white bony palm first appeared to grab the edge of the crack in the space. Then, a huge figure shrouded in a black robe also slowly protruded from the space. Boom. A huge foot protruded from the space and stepped heavily on the streets of Duonjin. The ground was crushed instantly, and the surrounding houses were also shaken. It's a monster. Run. Help. Help. Wait for me. The vagrants who used to be arrogant in Duonjin saw the huge figures that covered the sky and the sun coming out of the space crack, and they all turned pale with fright, and countless people ran out of Duonjin in panic. Boom. At this time, another huge foot also stepped out from the space crack, and Jillian's huge body, more than 60 meters high, completely appeared in this world for the first time. Roar. Jillian opened the ferocious giant mouth on the mask, and the huge roar resounded throughout the Goa kingdom again. Roar, roar, roar. As if in response to Jillian's roar, a series of roars sounded from behind Jillian. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified eyes of the entire Goa kingdom, countless ordinary, powerful, and giant monsters emerged from Jillian's chrysalis like locusts, covering the entire sky. Then, haha, for your majesty, kill all the humans who resist. A wild laughter sounded from a powerful mouth, and the next moment, countless ghosts screamed and rushed towards the kingdom of Goya below. Quick, run away. In the high town, a second-class nobleman of the Goa kingdom stared blankly at the countless Shu who fell from the sky. His face became paler and paler, and finally he couldn't help but screamed in horror and ran towards the palace. And following the terrified scream of this nobleman, the entire Goa kingdom rioted in an instant. In Gaojun, slums, and even Duonjin, countless people ran around in panic. Panic, confusion, instantly flooded the entire Goa kingdom, and Jillian also started to raise his huge feet. Amidst the ground shaking, he slowly walked towards the palace step by step. Along the way, houses were directly crushed to pieces. On the city wall of Duan town, looking at the countless empty groups that rushed down, Eugene showed a shocked expression for the first time on his usually expressionless face, and quickly shouted at the stunned king's army around him, "Idiots! You are still stupid. What are you doing standing there? Attack! Quickly attack!" The king's soldiers who were frightened into a fool suddenly came back to their senses one by one, looked at the countless empty groups that were rushing straight down from the sky, and immediately took their guns from their backs in a hurry, and fired at the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Intensive gunshots rang out, and countless bullets shot towards the void group in the sky. However, compared with the exaggerated number of virtual groups in the sky, the firepower of only a few hundred people is really too small. Except for dozens of Shu whose masks were accidentally shattered to death, the other Shu directly rushed to the city wall against the hail of bullets. One of the king's soldiers had just loaded the bullet, raised his head, and a powerful ghost had appeared in front of him. He punched it flying, and the powerful force made it spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, and fell directly from the city wall, down. Haha, too weak. Humans are too weak. This powerful tiger laughed crazily, flicked its tail, and directly sent away a king army behind him who had just raised his gun. The battle was one-sided, one by one fell on the city wall like raindrops. Except for the casualties of ordinary virtuals, the powerful virtuals and giant virtuals were almost unscathed. This is the strength of the Void Legion. Go to hell, monster. Boom, boom, boom. At the foot of the city wall, Baker kept pulling the trigger frantically, and the bullets exploded bloody flowers one after another on the body of a general, but the general still roared and approached Baker with the bullets. Let me. Eugene, the captain of the 13th Squadron of the King's Army, rushed over holding a big knife. His body flew into the air and spun at high speed. Pooh! Amidst the splash of blood, this ordinary head soared into the sky, and the huge body fell directly to the ground. However, neither Eugene nor Baker could see a trace of joy on their faces. Because in their line of sight, the entire Goa kingdom is densely packed with such monsters. And in the huge space crack in the sky, more monsters are still gushing out continuously, as if there is no end. Hey, this is Gaojun's security line, we can't stand it anymore. Please let the king's army come to support you as soon as possible. Please let the king's army come to support you as soon as possible. Behind Eugene and Baker, Bunye shouted anxiously while holding a phone bug. Zizi. There was a harsh voice from the phone bug, and then it returned to normal. A man's voice came out. I am Eric, the commander of the king's army. By the king's order, the king's army and the artillery team have been dispatched. Please persevere, hold on. Please hold on. Hearing this, Baker and Eugene immediately looked at each other with a hint of joy in their eyes. P.S. Don't worry about the protagonist's strength. The protagonist's strength will be solved in a few more chapters. In addition, regarding the update, it is tentatively scheduled to be guaranteed 3 times before it goes on the shelves, and it will be updated depending on the performance of daily collections and rewards. Finally, writing a book is not easy. I hope that friends who like this book will give more support, and the author will work hard to write a better plot. Chapter 11 Demon Fruit Power. Boom, boom. Jillian's huge body slowly moved towards the palace in the capital of the Goa kingdom. Every time his huge feet hit the ground would tremble, and countless dust would fall from the houses. And on the ground under Jillian's feet, countless virtual groups kept advancing like a torrent. Whether they were homeless, hooligans, commoners or nobles, they could only hide in their room and listen to the roar of the virtual groups outside. Fortunately for them, the monsters outside didn't seem to want to rush into the room to hurt them, but swarmed towards the palace. Shoot, shoot, the palace is behind us. We must not let these monsters hurt the king. Boom, 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 boom. I can't do it, Captain. There are too many monsters. We can't stand it anymore. If you can't stand it, you have to stand it. We must not let these monsters destroy our country. Boom, boom, boom. In the high town, on the bustling streets in the past, there have long been no nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes. Some of them fled into the palace, and some hid in their own mansions. The remaining guards kept retreating while shooting, and in front of them, countless virtual groups are madly rushing towards them. A huge body more than 10 meters high rushed directly into these guards with countless bullets. Under their terrified eyes, the huge arm flicked. Boom! The flat concrete floor was directly shattered by the giant shoe's punch. At the same time, the bones of the two guards were also directly smashed, and they flew out spitting blood. Damn! Go to hell, monster! Seeing the tragic death of his companion, a guard on the side rushed towards the giant shoe angrily with a spear in his hand, but before he could rush forward, a powerful shoe had already rushed in front of him, laughing wildly and punching him. Smash it into the air. This seemed to be a signal, and then, one after another rushed into the guarding army under the hail of bullets. Looking from the sky, one could see the torrent-like void group paused slightly under the resistance of the guards, then directly submerged them, and continued to rush towards the palace. In the torrent-like crowd, Guu led two maids, or Ankar, to slowly move towards the palace, one after another rushing past beside her, causing Guu's robes to sway constantly due to the airflow. Why does it feel like this country is weaker than the Creek pirates? Seeing that the Void Legion was about to rush to the palace so easily, Guu couldn't help muttering. Your Majesty, human beings are inherently weak. Apart from the attack power of their guns, they are not even as good as ordinary humans in terms of combat ability alone. In addition, we have an absolute advantage in numbers, and it is easy to conquer a small country. Chris, who was following behind Guu on the left, had a look of disdain on her delicate face and called out. This is not necessarily. Guu shook his head and said, this world is not as simple as you think. East Blue is just the weakest sea among the four seas. Goa Kingdom is nothing in the whole world. The Void Legion is powerful, but in this world the real strong are not necessarily enough to look at, and even the top few people in the world are not necessarily inferior to Espada. Your Majesty, Chris has been taught. Chris quickly lowered her head and said, there is nothing to teach or not to teach, and you just don't know much about this world. Guu smiled, then looked at the palace in front of him and said with a light smile, now, let's get rid of the king of this country and take complete control of this country. Yes, Your Majesty, Chris and Julius said respectfully. Tread, 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 tread. At this time, a burst of orderly footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the palace, and then, a burst of artillery shells fired, and dense shells shot from the direction of the palace, and then fell into the empty group. Boom, boom, boom. One after another shells exploded in the virtual group. The terrible explosion and shockwave immediately tore the surrounding ordinary virtual into pieces. Even the powerful virtual was blown to pieces, only the huge giant virtual did not suffer much damage. Guu looked up and saw the gate of the palace, and a pair of soldiers came out neatly and disciplinedly. The guns in their hands kept firing bullets. After the bullets ran out, they retreated immediately, and another group of soldiers continued to shoot again. Even if there was a false rush forward, behind these soldiers there was a row of hundreds of cannons roaring and firing shells, blasting them to pieces. For a moment, nearly 1,000 Shu who were close to the palace died instantly. Although this was not worth mentioning to the almost endless Void Legion, it was enough to surprise Guu. On the wall of Gaojun, the three of Baker were overjoyed when they heard the sound of the artillery. It's the Royal Army and the artillery team. We're saved. We're saved. Looking at the artillery fire near the palace from a distance, Baker and Boonel suddenly said in surprise. Don't be too happy. These monsters are coming. Eugene gasped and held his sword. Baker and Boonier were startled, and quickly looked forward. They were horrified to find that there were only 3 kingdom troops left on the entire city wall, and those terrifying monsters were approaching them one by one. Hey, originally, according to His Majesty's order, if you don't resist very strongly, you will be spared. Now it seems that there is no need for this. A Changlixu glanced at the fierce artillery fire at the palace, and sneered, walking slowly towards the 3 of Baker. Can talk. The 3 of Baker suddenly turned pale with shock. But before they had time to be shocked, the virtual group around them rushed up and completely submerged them. Baker was directly pierced through the chest by the palm of a powerful ghost. Before losing consciousness, Baker stared at the powerful ghost with wide eyes and said, what kind of monsters are you guys? Ha, we are false. This powerful animal laughed wildly, threw Baker's body aside, and then rushed towards the palace with the other animals. I'll just say it. No matter how you say it, it's one of the franchise countries of the world government, so it should have such strength. In the virtual group, Guu nodded with a smile on his face as he watched the newly appeared army resist the attack of the virtual army for a while. Your Majesty, do we need to deal with those humans? Chris asked Guu. No, to deal with this situation, how can we not use a mobile fort like Jillian? Guu smiled and waved his hands, looking at the nearly 20,000 troops gathered in front of the palace. He snapped his fingers. The next moment, behind Guu and the others, the huge Jillian stopped in his footsteps, opened his mouth on the huge mask, and the dazzling red spiritual power began to gather rapidly. What's that? Among the 20,000 kingdom army in front of the palace, a robust man in armor raised his head. When he saw a huge energy ball gathered in front of the mouth of the huge Jillian not far away, his expression changed suddenly, and he shouted, all people go away. Go away. A roar sounded, and the huge Sero shot out from Jillian's mouth, and the air along the way was directly torn apart. Under the horrified gazes of all the kingdom soldiers, the huge Sero shot directly into the middle of them. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Sero exploded directly in the Kingdom Army, and the Kingdom Army in the center of Sero was directly annihilated, and the powerful shock wave spread out, directly blowing thousands of Kingdom Army away. When everything calmed down, a large crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground among the nearly 20,000 royal army. Among them, the royal army was either bombarded to scum in Sero or blown away by the shock wave. Do not. In the Kingdom Army, a robust man in armor, Sergeant Eric of the Kingdom Army saw this, his canthus burst open, and he stared directly at GUU who was in the exception group through the void group. Huh, you found me. GUU looked at Eric in surprise. Are you, the person behind the scenes controlling these monsters? Turning his head to scan the already full Goa kingdom, and then looking at his subordinates who had been bombarded by Sero without even a corpse, the Sergeant Major Eric suddenly roared, and his whole body underwent a huge change. The whole body suddenly began to become huge, the armor was directly propped off, a lot of feathers grew all over the body, and the hands turned into wings, until finally, the whole person turned into a giant vulture. Devil fruit. Seeing this scene, GUU couldn't help exclaiming. Chapter 12 Instant Kill. The mighty man made Arankar. You keep attacking. You must not let these monsters invade the palace and hurt the king. I will deal with the guy who controls these monsters. Sergeant Eric, who transformed into a giant vulture, said in a low voice to several heralds around him, and then he flapped his wings and set off a strong wind that soared into the sky, and stared directly at GUU in the empty group with murderous eyes. And hearing the Sergeant Major's words, the heralds immediately noticed the three of GUU who were extremely conspicuous in the virtual group, and they turned pale with fright. Originally, they didn't know what happened, why so many monsters suddenly appeared to attack their country. But now everything is clear, it turns out that all of this is controlled by someone behind the scenes. Wanting to understand the seriousness of the matter, several heralds hurriedly passed the order down through the phone bug. I swear to defend the palace to the death, and we must never let a monster step into the palace. Yes, all the royal army shouted loudly, and then continued to attack the empty group, but all the royal army couldn't help but look at Jillian who continued to walk not far away from time to time, and their eyes were full of horror. They can still defeat these ordinary monsters with the guns in their hands, but how to defeat such a terrifying giant monster? Eric in the sky naturally noticed the eyes of the soldiers. In fact, he understood the importance of the matter better than anyone else. There are a large number of these monsters that came suddenly, and their individual combat power is much stronger than that of soldiers. If there were no guns and cannons, I am afraid that they would have been submerged in this terrifying army of monsters. But even so, shells and bullets are still effective. Once they are used up, the country will be completely finished. Not to mention, there is that huge monster that releases a terrifying beam of light. In this hopeless situation, in Eric's view, there is only one way to solve this situation, and that is to kill the man who seems to be the controller of these monster army. For the kingdom, I must kill you. Eric's eyes were fixed, he flapped his wings, and shot towards GUU in the empty group like lightning without hesitation. Roar. However, Eric's movement suddenly seemed to poke a hornet's nest. The entire Goa kingdom, whether it was the virtuals on the ground, or the virtuals flying in the sky, or even the virtual group that was charging towards the kingdom's army, all gathered at the same time. With a roar, a pair of scarlet eyes looked at Eric who was flying towards GUU, and the terrifying Ryutsu gathered together and pressed directly on Eric. Eric's flapping wings froze immediately, and he almost fell straight down. He felt that all the monsters in the whole kingdom were staring at him. The terrible pressure made his heart beat wildly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. How is this possible? The movements of these monsters are so consistent, and this sense of oppression, what is the beginning of these monsters? Eric murmured in shock, flapped his wings and stopped in the air, not daring to move forward. He could feel that as long as he dared to move forward, all the monsters in the whole kingdom would rush towards him. Facing such an exaggerated number of monsters that can cover the entire kingdom, even he can only face one fate, that is, to be torn to pieces in an instant. Let him come here. At this time, a clear voice came from the empty group. The next moment, Eric felt that all the ghosts looked away from him, and continued to attack all the resisting royal troops in the kingdom. Eric looked solemnly at GUU who was looking at him curiously in the virtual group, his eyes were full of shock. In a word, let all the monsters act more disciplined than the army. Who is this man? How on earth did he do it? Who are you BD? What is the purpose of coming to our country? Eric stared at GUU and shouted. Me. Seeing Eric flying in the air, GUU smiled slightly. I am the master of Hueco Mundo, GUU, as for the purpose of coming to your country. GUU stroked her chin and thought for a while, then looked at Eric seriously and said, I think this place is good, from now on, this place will be my place. What did you say? Eric was shocked all over, stared at GUU in shock and anger and said angrily, you actually want to occupy our country. Goya Kingdom is a member country of world government, do you want to be an enemy of world government? Quote, world government. It's true, I'm not the opponent of world government now. GUU nodded in agreement, then looked up at the angry Eric and smiled. So, it seems that we have to speed up well, as long as you take down East Blue as quickly as possible, the world government can't control me. East Blue. Eric's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted in horror, crazy. You crazy. You are trying to rule East Blue. You are a dangerous guy, I will never hand over this country to you. Whoosh. Shouting in shock, Eric flapped his wings, and shot towards Guu at an extremely fast speed, and pointed at Guu with a pair of sharp claws shining with cold light. Danger. Guu shook his head, looked at Eric who was rushing forward and said with a smile, "In this world where pirates are rampant, there has never been any danger or no danger. The strong survive. This world has been in chaos for long enough. Well, I just conform to the needs of the times to integrate this unmanaged world. Besides." Guu showed a deep smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "Is this beautiful and harmonious country ruled by nobles really worth your life to protect? Think about it, have I had any respect for this country from the beginning to the end? Ordinary people have done anything. My goal is only the royal family. For a group of selfish royal families, are you really willing to watch all your subordinates die here?" Hearing this, Eric shuddered all over, and a struggle flashed in his eyes, no matter what he drew away afterwards. "To shut up," Eric yelled angrily, and with a movement of his body, a huge claw that could crush steel cut through the air and grabbed Guu directly. However, before Eric's sharp claws were within 2 meters of Guu's body, Chris' figure appeared in front of Guu with a bang. Looking at the giant claw that was grabbed by lightning, a white palm was raised directly, and grabbed a finger of the giant claw. Boom! The ground under Chrissy's feet suddenly cracked, and a powerful air wave blew her maid outfit, and Eric's huge body was directly blocked by Chrissy's small palm. "Impossible," Eric shouted in shock. With the power of his claws, even an ordinary boat can be snapped in half with one blow. If a person is hit by this blow, his body will definitely be torn apart. But now, his attack was actually blocked by a girl, and she still used one hand. "Impossible." There was no expression on Chris's cold face, and she said lightly, "Yes, with your humble wisdom, you must not be able to understand this kind of power, but you don't need to understand it." Speaking of this, a trace of anger appeared on Chrissy's cold face. She stared at Eric coldly and said, "You are a mere human trash. You dare to speak insultingly to His Majesty over and over again. You, damn it." With that said, Chris put one hand directly on the Zanpakuto at her waist. "Damn, who are you guys?" Feeling the huge pressure on Chris, Eric flapped his wings frantically and wanted to fly into the sky, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break away from Chris' seemingly weak little hand. "Chris, don't kill him." Guu, who was watching behind Chris, thought for a while and said, "It's enough to make him incapacitated, just use him to make those kingdom troops surrender." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Zanpakuto that Chris was about to pull out stopped, then looked up at Eric who was struggling and said coldly, "Thank you human beings, because of His Majesty's mercy, your humble life can survive." After finishing speaking, Chris flicked the arm holding Eric's paw. Boom! Eric's huge body was directly pulled by Chris's terrifying arm strength and slammed onto the ground. Eric let out a pained snort, and his huge body immediately smashed a big hole in the ground, causing gravel to splash everywhere. Immediately afterwards, Chris's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and the red spiritual power formed a ball on it, directly hitting Eric's abdomen. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the terrible force of Chris's fist directly smashed Eric into the ground again. With Eric as the center, the ground suddenly collapsed like ripples, and countless cracks spread. Ahem! Eric raised his head high, spit out a mouthful of blood with his eyes wide open, looked at the expressionless Chris and wanted to say something, but finally opened his mouth, lost consciousness and passed out without saying anything. At the same time, the huge body slowly turned back into a human being, lying in the center of the pit. Chris, on the other hand, withdrew her fist and walked back behind Guu as if she had done an insignificant thing. "How does it feel to fight people in this world for the first time?" Guu glanced at Chris enviously. Now his spiritual power is only at the level of a giant ghost, and he doesn't know any skills or combat skills. His real combat power is worse than that of a powerful ghost. "I am really envious of the powerful power. Very weak, almost vulnerable." Chris thought for a while and said, "You don't even need to use returning blade and Sero. Except for the power of those cannons, these humans are not worth mentioning." "I see." Chapter 13 The End of the Hero. Boom, 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 boom. Fire, fire. Don't let those monsters get close. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the gate of the palace, there was already chaos at this time, with the sound of artillery fire and gunshots. More than 10,000 soldiers are staring at their blood-red eyes and shooting bullets into the surrounding voids like a wave of bee chrysalis. The densely packed bullets form a barrage, and all the ordinary voids approaching will be torn apart by the bullets in an instant. Shattered, and even the powerful virtual and giant virtual that tried to rush forward with the bullets, would be blasted to pieces under the bombardment of the cannons behind these soldiers. For a moment, the ground trembled, artillery fire raged, and Shu Qun's roar resounded through the sky. However, as time passed, the faces of these Royal Army soldiers couldn't help but show panic expressions. Because in their line of sight, on the houses, streets, alleys and other places in the entire Gaojun, countless voids poured out as if there was no end. If it can be seen from the sky, except for the palace, the entire Goa kingdom has turned black, and it is spreading towards the palace. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the royal army who were gritting their teeth to resist the attack of Zuchun felt their heads go dark, and when they looked up, almost everyone's faces turned pale. Because at some point, Jillian's huge body was only about 100 meters away from them. Monster! It's that huge monster! Damn! Where did this terrifying monster come from? Fire! Fire! Don't let that monster attack! Be sure to kill it before it starts attacking. After being stunned for a moment, all the royal army panicked. Almost half of the cannons were aimed at Jillian's huge body. Amidst the violent roar, countless shells shot towards Jillian. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of shells exploded on Jillian's huge body. Amidst the series of explosions, the huge Jillian body was blasted back a step by the powerful impact. Boom. Jillian's backward foot directly smashed 2 houses into pieces, and several nobles hiding in the mansion were directly trampled into meat sauce. Great, it works. All the members of the king's army were overjoyed, but their smiles froze the next moment. Roar. Jillian let out an angry roar. The huge sound shook away the smoke from the explosion like a real sound wave. His scarlet eyes stared directly at the king's army on the ground, the huge mouth on the bone mask opened, and the violent red spiritual power gathering quickly. Not good. That's the trick. Dodge. Dodge quickly. Seeing this familiar scene, all the kingdom's soldiers screamed in horror, trying to spread out and hide. However, their surroundings have long been covered by endless void groups, so where can they escape? It's over. It's over. All the royal army suddenly despaired. Under their desperate gaze, Jillian's sorrow slowly began to take shape. However, just when all the royal army thought that death had come, Jillian's huge body suddenly trembled, and Sero, which was about to launch, also stopped. No, not only that. Not only Jillian, but under the shocking gazes of all the royal army, the void group, who were attacking them frantically, stopped attacking as if they had received some order, and spread out on both sides to reveal a passage, and then respectfully crawled on the ground. On the ground. Immediately afterwards, something even more shocking to the royal army happened. Seeing these monsters like a king welcoming them, a young man in a white robe walked over with a smile on his face, leading 2 teenagers in maid outfits in the path that Shukyun made. And behind the 3 of them, a huge monster followed closely behind, carrying a man covered in blood. Master Chief. When everyone in the kingdom army saw the sergeant major covered in blood, they immediately shouted in grief and indignation. Let go of the sergeant major. A king's soldier stared at Guu angrily, raised his hand, and pointed the gun directly at Guu. Click, click, click. There was the sound of a bullet being loaded, and almost all the royal army pointed at Guu, angrily saying, let go of the sergeant major. Humans, you were looking for death. Chris and Julius behind Guu turned cold instantly, and they both took a step forward, holding the Zanpakuto around their waists and were about to pull it out. And many more. Guu stretched out his hand to stop the movement of the 2, then looked at the densely packed Wangguojun in front of him and smiled and said, everyone in the Wangguojun, this is the first time we meet. I am the master of this virtual army. You can rest assured, your sergeant major is just a bit affected skin trauma, nothing serious. Stop talking nonsense. Give us back the sergeant major. A man with the appearance of a military officer stared at Guu and said angrily. Of course this is possible, but the premise is that you agree to my conditions. Guu touched his nose and smiled lightly. I don't like killing people very much, so can I ask you to put down your weapons and surrender? Surrender. As soon as Guu said this, except for a small number of people who showed a hint of emotion in their eyes, the rest of the king's army suddenly became angry one by one. No. You can't surrender. At this time, a weak voice came from behind Guu. Master Chief. The king's army immediately looked happy, looking at the sergeant major who woke up on the huge empty back behind Guu. Can you tell me why you didn't surrender? Guu turned around and looked at Eric, who didn't know when he woke up, and said, I also know a little about the situation in this country. The nobles are drunk and dreamy, and the common people are struggling to survive. Is this kind of country worth your life to protect? This, of course I know. Eric raised his head and looked in the direction of the palace with difficulty. His eyes were full of disappointment and reluctance, and said, but no matter how bad this country is, it is still my country. Hearing this, Guu fell silent. I overstepped. Guu said something to Eric apologetically, then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, opened his eyes, turned around and looked at the same passionate and indignant king's army in front of him, and said helplessly, since this is the case, there is no other way, although I really don't want to kill so many people, but if I waste any more time, my plan will be affected. Then, I can only hope that you will be born in a good country in your next life. Guu whispered helplessly, then snapped his fingers. Boom. Jillian's long-prepared Sero instantly shot towards the king's army below. Boom. A huge explosion instantly occurred in the king's army, and the terrifying power instantly blasted thousands of king's troops into pieces. Flesh and blood flew, and lives fell one after another. Roar. At the same time, all the ghosts around let out a roar, and before the king's army could react, the bee chrysalis left. Here they come. They are here. Fight back. Fight back. The expressions of the remaining king's army changed drastically, and they raised their guns one by one to attack the rushing empty group. However, the king's army soon found out in horror. These ghost groups seemed to have all become stronger. Even though a large number of ordinary ghosts were torn to pieces by bullets and shells, more powerful ghosts and giant ghosts rushed into the king's army against the hail of bullets. A soldier had just shot an ordinary ghost, and a powerful ghost rushed towards him with super fast flashes of bullets, and a human-like laugh came out of its mouth. Don't come here. The soldier's face turned pale immediately, and the gun in his hand frantically attacked the powerful dog. It's too slow. It's too slow. Changli Zukuong laughed and dodged all the bullets and rushed to the soldier in an instant. With a wave of his sharp claws, several soldiers including the soldier were instantly amputated by the waist, blood splattered wantonly. Similar scenes kept happening throughout the entire king's army. For a while, the sound of artillery fire and gunfire continued to decrease, and the screams belonging to the king's army resounded through the sky. No. Don't. Why is this? Why is this? Eric, who watched this scene, suddenly struggled with his wounded body and howled in grief and anger. He didn't understand why he was able to resist the king's army of Zuchun before, and why he would suddenly be defeated so quickly. Humans, do you really think that you are really the opponents of the Void Legion just with those guns and cannons? How naive. Julius on the side sneered and said, it was just His Majesty who was kind before and didn't want to kill you all. I didn't expect that you didn't know what to do and refused His Majesty's kindness. It's really stupid. Kindness. Eric roared with his eyes wide open. This is what you call kindness? Just because they refused to surrender, you are going to kill them all. They are all living lives. You bastards, are you still human after all? People. The zipper in front of Guu was unzipped, revealing a fist-sized hole in his chest. Hearing the screams of Wang Guojun, he couldn't bear it. He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. You're right, perhaps, I am no longer a human being at all. Strange. Monster. Eric looked at the empty hole in Guu's chest, his eyes were shocked, and he couldn't help muttering. A monster. Guu smiled helplessly, then opened his mouth. Soul suck. Woo. Eric's eyes widened in pain and he trembled all over. A huge suction force came out of Guu's mouth, sucking his soul out of his body like a stream of water and swallowing it in. Gudong. Guu's throat moved and he closed his eyes. Boom. A powerful Ryutsu gushed out from Guu's body, forming a wave of air and spreading out. After a while, Guu opened his eyes, looked at the Wang Guojun who was struggling in the empty group, and then looked away at the towering palace in front of him. Let's go. It's time to end this boring war. Chapter 14 Occupy the Goa Kingdom. Roar. Boom. Boom. No. Don't come here. Ah. Go to hell. Go to hell, monster. Boom. Boom. In the kingdom of Goya, in the palace hall, listening to the violent artillery fire outside, the roar of monsters, and the screams belonging to the kingdom army, the old King Jonan sitting on the throne of the hall couldn't help shaking his old face, his whole body trembled, his expression full of joy. A look of panic and anxiety. Below the king, a group of royal families and some of the nobles who fled to the palace at the earliest opportunity also looked uneasy, talking about the situation outside in a low voice. At the entrance of the main hall, a group of royal army soldiers with the same uneasy expressions were holding their weapons and staring at the closed door, as if a monster would rush in the next moment. The armor and the strong man holding a huge sword are extremely conspicuous, exuding a powerful aura all over his body. He is the most powerful warrior in the kingdom, the commander of the entire kingdom army, General Alfred Ray. He just listened to the screams of his subordinates outside, glanced at the panicked royals and nobles, tightened the giant sword in his hand, gritted his teeth, turned around and said in a deep voice to the sitting king, Your Majesty, you can no longer just sit and wait for death, please order me to fight. No, this is absolutely not possible. General Ray, your mission is to protect us. That's right, those monsters outside are blocked by the royal army. If you leave, what if those monsters break in? As soon as Ray finished speaking, the faces of the royal family and nobles suddenly changed, and they immediately shouted with righteous words. However, there are too many of those monsters. And they are very strong. Don't you all hear the screams of the soldiers of the royal army? I have to help them. Ray couldn't help but said angrily and anxiously. Because of this, you want to stay here even more, don't you? A mustachioed nobleman in a suit and leather shoes said as a matter of course, His Majesty the King has contacted the nearby 77th Marine Branch. Marine reinforcements will arrive in a few hours at most. Before that, you must stay and keep us safe here. General Ray, Mr. Audrey is right. At this time, the old king also agreed. As for the kingdom army, you have to trust the kingdom's elite fighters, they cannot be defeated by these monsters, and you can rest assured that after this battle, all the soldiers who died they will all get the honor they deserve. His Majesty is so merciful. That's right, don't worry, General Ray, as long as Marine arrives, these disgusting monsters are nothing to worry about. The nobles and royal families below immediately complimented the king one by one, and the old king immediately smiled with satisfaction. Thinking that Marine was on his way, the uneasiness in his heart dissipated a lot. Looking at the ugly faces of these so-called royal families and nobles, Ray was filled with grief and indignation. Although he really wanted to ignore the order and rush out, he could only grit his teeth and retreat, standing in front of the main hall, in pain. I closed my eyes. However, at this moment, a burst of crisp footsteps suddenly came in from outside the hall, and they were getting closer and closer to the hall. The royal family and nobles backed away in fright, and the old king almost fell off the throne and said in panic, General Ray, you must protect us. Ray opened his eyes abruptly, the pain and grief in his eyes were quickly drawn away, and he clenched the giant sword in his hand. No matter how much he hated these nobles and royal families, his identity was here and he had to protect the safety of these people. Everyone, prepare to fight. Yes, with a wave of Ray's hand, all the king's army immediately formed an array behind him, protecting the nobles and royal families behind him. In this tense atmosphere, the footsteps became closer and closer, and finally stopped suddenly as if they had reached the gate of the temple. This feeling, Ray stared at the closed palace door, his eyes were extremely solemn, and there was an aura that made him feel extremely dangerous from the opposite side of the palace gate. How's it going? A group of nobles, royal families, and the old king looked nervously at the quiet palace gate, holding their breath involuntarily. The scene fell into an eerie silence for an instant. A soldier pointed a gun at the closed temple door. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead due to being too nervous. He hesitated for a while, just when he was about to ask Lei if he should open the door to take a look, but found Lei Yi's expression changed drastically. Not good. Get down. Ray yelled with a sudden change in expression, and at the same time pulled several bewildered soldiers around him to lie down beside him. Next moment, boom, the huge hall door carved with flower carvings exploded violently, and a huge red beam of light shot out amidst the splash of gravel and smoke, directly drowning the soldiers who hadn't realized what happened, and continued to move forward without any pause. The nobles, royal families, and old kings behind the soldiers shot away. Get out. Seeing the scene where all the soldiers were drowned by the red beam of light except a few who were lucky enough to be right in front of the palace gate, Ray suddenly let out a furious roar, holding a big sword and moving like lightning at an incredible speed. In an instant, he came to the huge red beam of light, and slashed fiercely with the giant sword in his hand. Boom! The ground under Ray's feet suddenly collapsed and formed a large crater. The violent air wave directly lifted the terrified royals and nobles behind him, and the huge red beam of light was split by the giant sword and blasted to both sides. Boom! Boom! With two loud bangs, two large holes were directly blasted out on both sides of the hall, exposing the capital city that had been submerged by the virtual crowd. Monster. A lot of monsters. Seeing the scene outside the palace with my own eyes, no matter whether it is the nobles, the royal family, or the old king, they all looked terrified. Especially the huge monster that was as tall as the palace made them look as pale as paper and almost collapsed to the ground. Click. The giant sword in Ray's hand cracked countless cracks, and then broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. He was panting violently. Although the scene outside the palace also shocked him, he didn't have time to worry about it. Because at the broken palace gate, three figures slowly came out. The black-haired young man in a white robe and the two girls in maid outfits were such a strange combination, but Ray couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. Especially those two girls dressed as maids gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The young man in white robe, that is, Guu, glanced at the terrified people in the hall, nodded slightly. It seems that the rulers of this country are here, but... As he said that, Guu looked at the dignified Ray and said with interest, "But I didn't expect, Chris, there are people here who can block you, Sero." Chris glanced at Ray lightly with her eyes and said, "It's just a human being with a little strength. Your Majesty, do you need to deal with him? You can figure it out. If he will block our footsteps, then kill him." Guu waved his hand indifferently. On the side, Lei Yi, who was listening to the conversation between Guu and Chris, suddenly changed his expression. Could it be that those monsters outside were not accidental, but it was controlled by the man in front of me behind the scenes? Are you the ones who control these monsters to attack this country? Ray suddenly shouted at Guu with a very solemn expression. Guu glanced at Lei Yi, nodded without any concealment, and said, "That's right." "Then, can you please stand aside first? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can stand here and follow. Shall I talk?" Swish. As soon as Guu finished speaking, Lei Yi felt his whole body stiffen. A voice told him in his heart, "Do what this man said, and don't disobey this man's words, otherwise we'll die." "Who the hell are you guys?" Ray's hand holding the broken sword trembled a little, and murmured as if talking to himself. However, Guu didn't answer his question, nodded in satisfaction, and walked directly to the old king, while behind him, Chris and Julius followed closely. Seeing the three of Guu stepping forward, the nobles and the royal family quickly backed away with horror on their faces, allowing Guu to walk in front of the old king. "Are you the king of this country?" Guu knelt down, looked at the old king who was slumped on the throne, and asked. I am. Please don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. Wealth, power, even this country, I can give you everything. Please don't kill me." The old king trembled all over, looked at Guu with a look of horror and trembled. "Very well, it seems that I don't need to say anything more." Guu nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Then what should I do next? Don't I need to teach you?" "When, of course, I know what to do." The old king nodded desperately, and hurriedly said to a woman in a princess dress in the royal family below, "Sally, go and get the phone bug that connects to the national radio." I know." The woman who looked like a princess turned pale immediately, and ran out quickly. After a while, the princess ran over in a panic with the phone bug, and handed it to Guu anxiously. "Excuse me, your royal highness." Guu took the phone bug and smiled, then handed the phone bug to the old king. The old king took the phone bug tremblingly, struggled a bit, picked up the phone bug, and the sound of panic spread throughout the Goa kingdom through the broadcasts everywhere. "Citizens of the kingdom of Goa, I am your king. For some reason, this country will no longer belong to me. But please rest assured, stay in your own home quietly, the new king will arrange everything for you." Chapter 15 Thousands of Zanpakuto. Unlock the treasure chest. "Okay, give it to me." Listening to what the old king said in the phone bug, Guu nodded in satisfaction, then took the king's phone bug, cleared his throat, and the clear voice sounded through the radio throughout the kingdom of Goya. "Hello citizens, it's the first time I meet you. I'm Guu, the master of Hueco Mundo. Maybe you haven't heard of my name, but it doesn't matter, because from now on, this country will officially become my territory. Then now, for the safety of everyone, I hope everyone can stay at home quietly, don't run around, and don't act irrationally, especially those of the royal army who are still struggling to resist. I hope you immediately put down your weapons and hug yourselves. Squad down, otherwise, my Void Legion will directly locate everyone as a dangerous person and launch an attack on them. Please rest assured, as long as you follow my words, I can guarantee that your lives will not be harmed. Yes, it is like that. Over the Goa Kingdom, Guu's clear voice kept ringing, and the voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the radio. All the people in Duanjin, Zhongshan Street, and Gaojun who were hiding in the house raised their heads and looked outside. When they found that the monsters really had no intention of attacking them, the frightened expressions on their faces disappeared a lot. I breathed a sigh of relief. Other people who were hiding in the streets of the kingdom also hurriedly hid in nearby houses one by one. In front of the palace and other areas, the king's army who were struggling to resist under the attack of Zuchun shouted in shock. No. Impossible. How could His Majesty give the country to other people? What the FK? Lord Hueco Mundo, I don't want to listen to his orders. Kill. I want to kill these monsters. I want to avenge the Sergeant Major. In front of the palace, a soldier yelled wildly, and the gun in his hand kept shooting at the surrounding virtual. Suddenly, a giant ghost suddenly rushed out from the side, charged directly in front of him with the bullet on it, and punched him hard from the top of his head. Boom. In the splash of blood, the soldier was directly smashed to pieces, and even a huge pothole was smashed into the ground, and countless cracks spread out. You actually insulted His Majesty. You really want to die. Ju Juxu cursed disdainfully, and then looked directly at the surrounding soldiers with bloodthirsty eyes. The faces of these soldiers suddenly turned pale, and they threw away the weapons in their hands, knelt down and shouted in horror, I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. Cut. The giant puppet let out an uneasy spit, and then its huge body rushed towards another soldier who was still shooting at him. When other people saw this scene, they threw away their weapons and surrendered one by one. Soon, all the royal troops in the entire kingdom of Goa dropped their weapons, and the sound of guns became less and less, until they disappeared. Only the hollow roar remained. In the palace hall, Guu put down the phone bug, glanced at the panic-stricken royals and nobles below, and then at Lei Yi, who was devastated, and exhaled. The first step is considered complete, and the next step is to take the entire East Blue into your hands with this place as the center. Guu muttered to himself, and suddenly the faces of other people around, including the old king, looked horrified. You actually tried to rule East Blue. Ray looked at Guu in disbelief and said, Rule the East Blue. Guu shook his head amusedly. His goal was not just this little East Blue. Just when she was about to say something, Guu suddenly looked stunned, her face full of dullness and disbelief. Your Majesty, what's the matter with you? Seeing this, Chris and Julius at the side hurried forward and looked at Guu nervously. Hearing this, Guu came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and waved her hand. I'm fine, but just now, a strange look appeared on Guu's face, because just now, a metallic sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for conquering the Kingdom of Goya, and owning the first territory. The player's exclusive treasure chest is officially unlocked. Could it be? Guu felt her heartbeat start to speed up. In the previous life in the game, Hueco Mundo served as his base to produce endless soldiers for him to fight, and as the master of Guu Hueco Mundo, Guu is naturally the most powerful existence in the entire Hueco Mundo in the game. In addition to the terrifying Ryutsu of all living beings in Hueco Mundo, there is also a treasure chest. In the treasure chest, there are all Zanpakuto that have appeared in Shinigami. Hirinmaru with the strongest ice type, the mysterious Huashin Kwangu, the almighty Hongji, even the Ryujin Jaka who burns the sky and destroys the world. All exist in the noble phantasm Curry. Guu thought that bringing the whole Hueco Mundo to the world of One Piece was enough to shock the world, but he didn't expect that after conquering the kingdom of Goa, the treasure chest was opened. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Guu said to Chris and Julius, I'll leave for a while. After finishing speaking, with a thought, Guu disappeared into the palace in an instant. Disappeared. Ray's pupils shrank suddenly, and the others also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Hueco Mundo. In the main hall of Zai Palace, Guu's figure appeared instantly. Closing his eyes quickly swept across the entire Zai Palace like a god's perspective. All the movements of Espada, Aizen and others in their respective palaces were printed in Guu's eyes. At the same time, a palace that did not exist in Zai Palace also appeared in Guu's eyes. Sure enough, it's a treasure chest, exactly the same as the one in the game. Guu's expression brightened, and his thoughts moved, and he appeared in front of the gate of the treasure chest in an instant. In Hueco Mundo, although his strength has not changed much, he seems to be able to do anything. The ability to instantly move to any position in Hueco Mundo is just one of them. Squeak. The huge door of the treasure chest opened slowly and automatically. Guu calmed down his excitement, and walked in. I saw that this was an extremely large and empty hall, and in the center of the hall, Zanpakuto exuding strong spiritual fluctuations were densely floating in the air. At a glance, there were thousands of them. Hineka, Hozukimaru, Senbon Sakura, Ryujin Jaka. Sweeping his gaze over a handful of Zanpakuto, Guu softly read the name of a handful of Zanpakuto, and as each Zanpakuto's name was read, the corresponding Zanpakuto would be shaken accordingly, making a saber cry like joy. Eventually, with the last handful of Zanpakuto's name read. Boom. The terrifying Ryutsu suddenly spewed out from a handful of Zanpakuto, and the entire Void Knight Palace, no, the entire Hueco Mundo's spirits boiled instantly. At the same time, figures emerged from Zanpakuto one by one, and then they all walked up to Gyuyu and knelt on one knee. Their reverent voices resounded throughout the treasure chest. His Majesty. Chapter 16 Build Another Soul Society. Thousands of Zanpakuto fearsome Ryutsu fill the entire Hueco Mundo. In the official palace, feeling the exaggerated Ryutsu, Ichimaru Jin smiled like a fox. Oh, Captain Aizen, His Majesty seems to have unlocked the seal of the treasure chest. What a terrifying Ryutsu. Aizen, who was thinking about something while holding Hogyoku, didn't change his face, and said with a smile, Silver, don't be surprised, this level of Ryutsu is not worth mentioning to His Majesty, but... Speaking of this, Aizen suddenly put away Hogyoku, raised his head and looked in the direction of the treasure chest and said with a smile, the shoe sent out by Aronilo a few days ago has collected a lot of interesting information, since His Majesty has unsealed the treasure. Gyuyu, it's time to talk to His Majesty. Oh, does Captain Aizen have any interesting ideas? Silver said with a smile. It's not interesting, it's just to prepare for our next action. Aizen smiled, and then walked towards the treasure chest. At the same time, the other Espadas in the battle-made group all looked up at the direction of the treasure chest, with expressions of fanaticism and reverence, because they knew that their powerful king had begun to wake up gradually. In the treasure chest, Ryutsu, who has already surpassed the level of Espada, did not have any influence on Gyuyu, because he is the master of Hueco Mundo, the master of all Zanpakuto. But even so, Gyuyu couldn't help showing an excited smile on his face when he saw the sword spirits half kneeling in front of him. From the beginning of the attack on Goa Kingdom, he felt more and more that he was too weak, so weak that he couldn't even participate in a formal battle. Although he had a heaven-defying thing like Hueco Mundo, given time, he didn't need to make a move at all. This world can easily become his possession, but who doesn't want to have powerful strength? Own these thousands of Zanpakuto now. Not to mention others, just take Ryujin Jaka's Bankai as an example. Who can resist the blade in this world that is comparable to the high temperature inside the sun? The only thing limiting Gyuyu's strength is spiritual power now. And spiritual power, for Gyuyu who is a virtual person, as long as he devours a powerful soul, he can become stronger at any time. It seems that the conscience that belongs to human beings will be completely discarded. Gyuyu took a deep breath, the confusion in the depths of his eyes finally completely subsided, and he became completely calm. Some time ago, Gyuyu has been unwilling to devour human souls because he has not adapted to his identity as a virtual person. No, maybe he wants to keep some traces of his being a human being. But this time in the first battle in Goa Kingdom, Gyuyu found that it was time for him to abandon the boring human heart. Same as when he wiped out the Creek Pirates, he didn't feel any pity or other feelings in his heart when he saw the royal army being massacred by the Void Group. What he had was just calm to a terrifying death silence, as if it wasn't people who died, but a bunch of ant. Especially when Eric, the sergeant major who vowed not to surrender, called him a monster, he was completely awakened. This is no longer a society ruled by law like the earth, where the weak eat the strong. He is Shu, no longer a human being. If he wants to go further on his own path, he has to completely turn into Shu. It was precisely because of this that he devoured Eric's soul without hesitation. And now the unlocking of the treasure chest completely made him make up his mind. I'm not a saint. Apart from everyone in Bailuo village, what does the life and death of other people have to do with me? Gyuyu murmured, and then looked at the Zanpakuto sword spirits in front of him, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Bring it back to normal. Take Ryutsu back. Gyuyu waved his hand, and all the sword spirits disappeared and returned to Zanpakuto again. Gyuyu swept across the countless floating Zanpakuto, pondered for a while, and stretched out his hand. A handful of Zanpakuto floating in the air automatically flew into his hand. Let the water and sky reverse. Nejibana. Pulling out the Zanpakuto in his hand, Gyuyu let out a low drink, and powerful Ryutsu spewed out from Gyuyu's body in an instant, and then, countless streams of water appeared out of thin air to wrap Gyuyu in constant rotation. When the water dissipated, the Zanpakuto in Gyuyu's hand had turned into a water-blue tasseled trident. Nice power. Feeling the more than tripled spiritual power, Gyuyu nodded in satisfaction, retracted Zanpakuto into the scabbard, and pinned it to her waist. Gyuyu did not choose Zangetsu who was countless times stronger than Nejibana, nor did he choose Ryujin Jaka who was enough to burn the entire One Piece world. After all, those Zanpakuto are powerful, but with his current Ryutsu, Shikai are very reluctant, and it is just a daydream to fight. Although Nejibana is not a particularly strong Zanpakuto, in Gyuyu's opinion, for him at this stage, Nejibana is the most practical. In a world that is almost all seawater, Nejibana's combat power will be greatly increased. Don't worry, it won't be long before I will let you all follow me out to fight. Gyuyu looked at the Zanpakuto who were floating quietly and said, and then walked out of the treasure chest without hesitation. And as Gyuyu left, the door of the treasure chest closed automatically again, and no one could open it except Gyuyu. Then, it's time to go out. Presumably, the world government should react a bit by now, right? Gyuyu looked up at the still blue sky and white clouds in Zai Palace. The expression in his eyes was calm and peaceful. His Majesty. At this time, Aizen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Gyuyu. Gyuyu, who was about to return to the present world, froze for a moment, looked at Aizen with some strangeness and said, "Aizen, what's the matter?" "Your Majesty, the Shu sent by Aronilo to collect information 5 days ago found a lot of interesting things. I wonder if you are interested in taking a look," Aizen said with a smile. "So fast, your Onilo's speed is quite fast." Guu was a little surprised, but after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "Not for now, let's talk about it later. The world government and marine should have known about the news that the Goa kingdom was attacked by us. We have to take advantage of it before they fully pay attention to it. We took down East Blue as quickly as possible before, otherwise it would be troublesome to wait for the strong players from marine or world government to come. Actually, I was just about to talk to His Majesty about it." Aizen still smiled. Oh, it was only then that Guu paid more attention to Aizen's words, thought for a while and said, "Let's go, let's talk in the central hall." After finishing speaking, Guu's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared on the throne of the main hall. And the next moment, Aizen's slender figure also appeared below. "Aizen, if you have anything to say, just say it." Sitting down on the throne, Guu looked down at Aizen Road. "Yes, Your Majesty." Aizen smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know if you have thought about one thing. Hueco Mundo's imaginary army appeared in your human world and occupied a country when it first appeared. Humans in your world, the world, what would those in power think? Does this still need to be said?" Thinking of the reaction of the people of the Goa kingdom to Shu, Guu smiled helplessly. Shu's appearance is indeed easy to cause panic for ordinary people, but... Speaking of this, Guu's expression also became a little serious. "You are right, Aizen, the appearance of the Void Army will indeed bring great panic to the world. The unknown is always the most frightening. Wait for the future. The legion of the army is completely exposed to the eyes of the public. I am afraid that the world government, marine and even other forces will oppose us. Maybe they will unite once they feel that our threat is too great. Before there is no Espada level combat power, it would be a bit bad if this situation arises." Guu rubbed her forehead with some headaches, feeling a little helpless in her heart. "It seems that I was too anxious. I made such a big move at the beginning, and I didn't think about Shu's impact on the human beings in this world." But Guu wasn't too worried, because since Aizen would suddenly ask this kind of question, it means, "Aizen, you must have found a way to solve this situation, right?" Guu raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Aizen and said, "Of course." Aizen smiled slightly, and then said something that stunned Guu. "Your Majesty, since Hueco Mundo has appeared, are you interested in building another Soul Society?" Chapter 17. No One Left. Corpse. Soul Society. Guu looked at Aizen as if looking at a monster, and said with a dry smile, "Aizen, are you kidding me? Let's not mention how to build a Soul Society, but judging from the current situation, the appearance of Hueco Mundo has already enough to shock the world, if you come to the Soul Society again. Aizen, are you trying to trigger a world war?" "Not so, Your Majesty." Aizen smiled and shook his head and said, "There is no doubt about the strength of the Void Army, but for human beings, the Void appearance is too easy to arouse their inner fear. As time goes on, as long as the Void Army continues to be exposed to human beings in sight, as you said, Hueco Mundo will end up on the opposite side of everyone. Although I don't think this is a problem, but for the current Hueco Mundo, this situation is really not very good." Speaking of this, the smile on Aizen's face deepened. "However, Your Majesty, an unstoppable monster army will indeed cause everyone's hostility, but what if there is another powerful force that is hostile to this monster army?" Guu's eyes lit up. He is no fool, he knows what Aizen means. The Void Army is very powerful, but it is too easy to scare people, attracting the pinnacle of the world. But what if at this time, there is a powerful force that is hostile to the Void Army? The forces in this world will definitely think, "Ah, so these monsters also have natural enemies." Although they will still pay attention to every move of the Void Army, they will no longer have a strong sense of crisis, and give up the idea of trying their best to destroy the Void Army. And when they finally found out that both the Void Army and the so-called hostile forces were all in one group, would Guu still care about the thoughts of other forces? By then, maybe Aizen has already been summoned by him. Interesting, really interesting, Shinigami in virtual weight appearing in this world, it must be a very interesting scene. Guu smiled expectantly, but then thought of something, looked at Aizen helplessly and said, "The plan is a good plan, but how can we create a Soul Society?" "Your Majesty, have you forgotten those Zanpakuto of the curry?" Aizen smiled and said, "If you believe me, I hope you can give me access to the vault. It won't be long. I think people from the Soul Society will appear in front of you." "Of course it's okay." With a thought, Guu gave Aizen permission to enter the treasure chest. "Then Aizen, I'll be waiting for your good news." Guu smiled expectantly. "I can't wait to see how the world is played around by us." "Your Majesty, this day won't be long," Aizen said with a smile. Tear. At this time, a black cavity was suddenly torn open beside Aizen, and the long figure of Sal Apoluo Shu came out from it, holding a test tube exuding a powerful Ryutsu wave in his hand. "Then, Your Majesty, in order for you to better lead us to conquer this world, please accept this." Zael Aporo said respectfully as he half-kneeled and looked at Guu. "This is..." Guu looked suspiciously at the test tube in Shielaporo's hand that exuded powerful spiritual fluctuations. "This is the soul of the 30,000 human beings killed by His Majesty in Bailuo village and the 20,000 kingdom troops killed by Shu in Goa kingdom before. After my purification, Only pure spiritual power is left, which can greatly enhance your Majesty's spiritual power. Spiritual power. Zael Aporo pushed his glasses. Hearing this, Guu was silent for a while, and then with a wave of his hand, the test tube in Shayelaporo's hand flew directly into his hand. After opening the bottle cap, Guu drank it without hesitation. Gudong. The sound of swallowing in the throat sounded. Guu put down the empty test tube, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment. Boom. Substantial and powerful Ryutsu spewed out from Guu's body, forming a gust of air that swept across the entire hall fiercely, but neither Aizen nor Zael Aporo showed any special expressions on their faces. After a while, the mighty Ryutsu restrained himself. Guu opened his eyes, took a deep look at Zael Aporo and Aizen, and sighed. It tastes good, Zael Aporo, thank you. Serving your Majesty, this is the meaning of our Espada existence. Zael Aporo looked at Guu with burning eyes and said excitedly. Guu didn't say anything, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he disappeared into the hall in an instant. In the kingdom of Goya, in the palace hall, there was an eerie silence at this moment. The old king fell down on the throne with a dazed expression on his face, while below, a group of nobles and royal families stood with terrified faces, neither talking nor daring to move. As for the less than 10 surviving soldiers of the kingdom and General Ray of the kingdom army, they also dared not speak. Because in the main hall, Chris and Julius stood there expressionless, while on the ground beside them, a nobleman of the kingdom had already fallen into a pool of blood. The reason was simply because the nobleman wanted to escape secretly just now. What an idiot. Ray held the broken sword and cursed in his heart. The outside is already full of those terrifying monster army. Escape, where can he escape? And, glancing at Chris and Julius who were expressionless, Ray's heart was full of dignity. Swish. Just when Ray glanced at Chris and Julius's figure appeared in front of him instantly, and immediately after, he felt the cold blade sticking to his neck. So fast. Ray's pupils contracted violently, and he was shocked when he saw Julius, who came to him in an instant and put the knife on his neck. Do you want to die too? Before His Majesty returns, everyone is not allowed to move, otherwise, die. There was no expression on Julius's cold face. She stared at Li Dao coldly. Understood, I understand. Ray nodded quickly, and Juris took back Zanpakuto, and walked back to Chris with a cold face. Ray suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Too strong, the strength of these two girls is really too strong. A huge army of monsters, a powerful maid. Where did this guy who claims to be the Lord of Hueco Mundo come from? Ray thought in his heart, full of shock and doubt. So, the scene became quiet again. Blue, blue, blue. At this time, the sound of a phone bug rang suddenly, and the royal family and nobles were stunned for a moment, and then surprise flashed in their eyes. Marine. It must be the call from Marine. Marine is coming. Ha ha, you bloody monsters, you are all dead. A middle-aged man from the royal family suddenly laughed ecstatically and ran towards the phone bug. Don't want. Ray's expression changed immediately, but before he could say anything, he saw Julius's figure disappear instantly, and the next moment. Coo. A cold light flashed, and the head of the royal man with a joyful smile soared into the sky, and the headless corpse fell to the ground amidst the blood gushing. What? Seeing this scene, all the nobles and royals immediately turned pale, and the nobles and royals who had just smiled happily were trembling with fright. On the throne, the old king, who hadn't had time to show surprise on his face, trembled all over, and didn't dare to make any movements. Humans, don't make me repeat the original words. Before His Majesty returns, whoever dares to mess around will die. Boom. With a wave of Zanpakuto in Julius' hand, the surging spiritual power instantly formed a sword and shot towards Ray. Ray's face changed, and he subconsciously blocked the broken sword in his hand in front of him. Boom. The broken sword was directly crushed by the sword, and the powerful force directly sent Ray flying. Boom. Ray slammed into the wall hard, and the wall was knocked out of the cracks. Julius gave Ray a cold look, put away Zanpakuto, and walked back to Chris. Ray endured the severe pain all over his body and stood up, not daring to say anything more. The circuit bug was still ringing, but no one dared to answer it anymore. After a while, the voice of the phone bug stopped, and then Guu's figure appeared in front of Chris and Julius in an instant. His Majesty. Chris and Julius bowed to Guu respectfully. Guu waved his hand casually, then swept across the two corpses on the ground, without asking any further questions. On the other hand, Lei Yi's hair stood on end the moment he saw Guu. What's going on with this guy? Why did he leave for a while? But it gave me a creepy feeling, and that knife. Ray stared at Guu, feeling extremely shocked in his heart, feeling more and more that this army of monsters was extremely strange. As if sensing Ray's gaze, Guu glanced at him lightly, then turned away his eyes and walked to the old king, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, can you answer me a question? What's the problem? The old king suddenly trembled and said with some fear, Did you inform Marine of what happened here? Or, world government? Guu narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. I notified the 77th branch of the nearby Marine. The old king yelled in horror, Please don't kill me. I will notify those Marines to let them go back now. Please don't kill me. Quote, Don't worry, I'm just asking. His Majesty the king doesn't need to be so nervous. Guu smiled and said, So, have you notified the world government? No, absolutely not. The old king shook his head quickly. Very good. Guu's smile suddenly deepened, and she said with satisfaction, "It seems that the time is much more than I imagined." "Chris!" Guu shouted without looking back. "His Majesty." Chris immediately stepped forward and knelt on the ground facing Guu's back. "Go and get rid of the Marines coming here. Remember, no one will be left behind," Guu said softly with a gleam of coldness in his eyes. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chris stood up, her figure moved, and instantly disappeared into the hall. Chapter 18 Let's Hunt. Void Praying Mantis. Watching Chris disappear into the hall, although the nobles and royal family still looked scared and uneasy, they almost laughed out loud in their hearts, and there was a hint of sarcasm in their eyes looking at Guu. What is Marine? That is a direct administered organization of the world government, a huge organization with influence all over the world. There are countless strong people in it, and its military strength is countless times stronger than that of a small country like them. In their view, those monsters outside, including Guu and his party, had absolutely no chance of surviving in front of Marine. And Guu actually let that girl deal with Marine's fleet by herself, without shame. It's just asking for death. The nobles and royals sneered in their hearts, as if they had seen the scene where Guu and others died at the hands of Marine. However, is this really the case? On the magnificent sea, 3 Marine warships were sailing at an extremely fast speed. In the howling sea breeze, the flag belonging to Marine was fluttering in the wind. And on these 3 warships, a well-equipped Marine soldier was standing neatly on the deck with determination in his eyes. On the warship in the middle, a Marine general wearing a Marine justice cloak was looking at the island where Fang Yin appeared in the distance with a telescope, and said majestically without looking back, "How is it? I still haven't contacted Goya Kingdom." Report Pudding Commodore, there is still no one answering the phone bug in Goa Kingdom. The soldier holding the phone bug replied immediately with a salute. Really, it seems that something extraordinary has happened in the Kingdom of Goa. Pudding Commodore put down the binoculars, turned around with a serious face, looked at the neatly lined up sailors and shouted, "Everyone cheer up, we will be in Goa Kingdom in 1 hour. We don't know what happened there, what's going on, what's the danger, but as Marines, what do we do? For justice, fear nothing." The sailors immediately shouted in unison. Very good. Pudding Commodore nodded in satisfaction, then thought for a while, waved his hand and said to the soldier holding the phone bug, "Contact Naval Headquarters, just to be cautious, send the news that Goa Kingdom may be invaded by pirates." Quote, "Yes." The sailor nodded, just about to pick up the phone bug. However, at this moment, over the sky directly in front of the 3 warships, a slender black line suddenly appeared, followed by a dark crack, and the graceful figure of Chris walked out of it, the next moment. The surging Ryutsu descended from the sky, and all the Marines, including Pudding Commodore, changed their complexions. A sense of depression that penetrated into the soul filled everyone's hearts. What happened? Pudding Commodore trembled all over, and when he looked up, Chris's figure standing out of nowhere suddenly appeared in his sight. A woman flying in the air. Pudding Commodore's pupils shrank suddenly, and he let out an exclamation in disbelief. The other sailors also saw Chris standing out of thin air one by one, feeling the pressure that made their souls tremble, and a trace of shock and anxiety flashed in everyone's eyes. After all, when had they ever seen someone who could stand in the air? Is it demon fruit power? Is it a pirate? Pudding Vice Admiral quickly recovered from the shock, with various thoughts flashing through his mind, and immediately shouted to the stunned sailors around him, "What are you doing in a daze? Get ready to fight." Yes, the sailors immediately reacted one by one took their knives and guns from their backs and held them in their hands. At the same time, all the cannons also began to move their muzzles, aiming at Chris in the sky. What a boring move. In the sky, Chris looked at the Marines below as if they were facing an enemy, with no expression on her cold face. Under the vigilant eyes of the Marines, she pulled out the Zanpakuto from her waist and stood it upright in front of her. Her lips moved slightly, a cold voice resounded in the sky. "Let's hunt." Void Mantis. Boom. Like a substantive light blue Ryutsu gushing out from Chris, a powerful hurricane formed and spread out around Chris as the center, also began to shake in the hurricane and waves. What's going on? What is this? The sudden change eclipsed all the Marines including Pudding Commodore. Looking up at Chris who was covered in light blue Ryutsu in the air, his eyes were filled with shock. Slowly, the light blue Ryutsu began to spin and spread out around, revealing Chrissy whose appearance had changed drastically. The head is covered by a white mask that looks like an insect head, and the hands have turned into 2 huge scythe hands. The white bone scales on the back also extend out small mantis feet. At first glance, it looks like a humanoid praying mantis. What it is it Zone's demon fruit power? Pudding Commodore, please order, what the hell are we going to do? Seeing this scene, the ordinary sailors shouted in panic. Pudding Commodore stared solemnly at the distorted Chris in the air, turned his head, and was about to give orders to the sailors, when he suddenly saw a white cold light flashing past from the corner of his eyes. Boom. A loud noise came from the side. Pudding Commodore's complexion changed drastically, and he turned his head to look, and his pupils contracted violently. I saw the warship next to him, as if cut by a huge blade. It was directly split from the bow to the stern, and the incision in the middle was extremely smooth, and Chris, who was in the sky above the fleet before, did not know when, has come to the rear sky of that warship. Boom. The huge warship that was cut in half was shocked suddenly, and slowly split to both sides. In the violently surging sea water, it slowly sank to the bottom of the water, and the sailors on the deck were panicked one by one. The sound rolled and slid down the cracked warship deck like a dumpling, and fell into the sea. This is impossible, Pudding Commodore suddenly yelled in disbelief, staring at Chris in the sky with wide eyes and shouting, "Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking us? This is His Majesty's order." Chris's face was covered by a bone mask that looked like an insect head, and a cold voice came out from under the mask. "As for me." Chris raised both arms of the sickle, and with a movement of her figure, it instantly turned into a white light and shot towards the main ship where Pudding Commodore was located. Boom! White light shot from the tail to the bow of the warship. The next moment, the whole warship was shocked, and then split into two halves. At this moment, Chris' cold voice came to Pudding Vice Admiral's voice, in the ear. The lower mate of the Battle Maid Corps, Chris Philly. Damn it! The waves surged violently, and the warship that had been cut in half suddenly sank slowly into the sea. Pudding Commodore let out an unwilling roar, and fell into the water together with other sailors. And Chris, under the terrified eyes of the sailors, shot at the last warship again. Boom! Ah! Help! Help me quickly! What? Amidst the panicked shouts of the sailors, the last warship began to slowly sink into the sea. On the surface of the sea, there were only countless shipwrecks and sailors struggling desperately to climb up the wreckage. Watching this scene, Chris's scarlet eyes under the mask lit up, and she pointed down with her right hand with the sickle, and the red Sarrow began to gather rapidly in an instant. Sarrow, hum! The huge red beam of light shrank violently and hit the sea from the tip of Chris's sickle. Under the horrified eyes of the sailors, all the shipwrecks and sailors were instantly submerged. Boom! A huge explosion occurred on the surface of the sea, the waves surged crazily, and the violent shock wave blew the sea water to spread in all directions. When everything was calm, there were no more marines and warships on the sea. Mission completed. The bony mask all over Chris turned into a light blue Ryutsu spinning away, and then gathered in his hands to form a Zanpakuto. Retracting the Zanpakuto into the scabbard, a black hole opened in front of her, and Chris walked in directly. Hum. In the main hall of King Goya's palace, a dark cavity opened, and under the shocked eyes of everyone except Guu and Julius, Chris walked out of it with a cold face. "Your Majesty, all marines have been wiped out." Chris walked up to Guu and said respectfully. "What? This is impossible. What did she just say? The marines were all wiped out. It's a lie. It must be a lie. How can a barbarian who just ran out of nowhere be Marine's opponent?" Hearing what Chris said, all the nobles and royals suddenly shouted in disbelief. Only Ray, although his expression was equally shocked, was not shocked by the fact that Chris could defeat Marine, but that Chris dared to kill all Marines. The Allied powers occupying the world government, destroy all Marines. Do these people want to start a war with the world government? Ray was shocked, but Guu frowned when he heard the noisy voices of those nobles and royal families. "Shut up all of them." Guu let out a low cry, and the huge Ryutsu spewed out immediately, and a violent wave of air swept across the entire hall. "Your Majesty, do we need to kill these humans?" Juris asked indifferently. "No. You can't kill us. That's right, don't think that it's great for you to defeat a marine branch. When the real marine fleet comes, you will all die. That's right, let us go soon." Upon hearing Julius's words, all the nobles and royals turned pale in shock, and hurriedly threatened them self-righteously. Very good. A cold light flashed in Guu's eyes, and he stared at these so-called nobles and royal families with some disgust and said coldly, "Congratulations, you have made me hate humans for the first time. As a reward, I will give you eternal death. Soul suck." Guu opened his mouth fiercely and sucked in. A suction force aimed at the soul instantly swept across the entire hall. Chapter 19. Full attack. The legion of millions of illusions is dispatched. What? Everyone's eyes widened in pain, and they opened their mouths to scream, but in the end they couldn't make any sound, and everyone's souls were stripped from their bodies in front of this terrible suction, like the water flow twisted and entered Guu's mouth. Thump, thump. The sound of corpses falling to the ground sounded one after another, and Guu swallowed all the souls with a gudong sound, and Ryutsu in his body was shocked immediately, but his spiritual power did not increase. As the soul of ordinary people useless, Guu murmured to himself, glanced at the corpses of the nobles, the royal family, and a few soldiers in the hall, just about to look away, but his expression was slightly taken aback, and he looked at the people who were struggling to think. Ray got up from the ground. "I didn't expect that there are people here who can withstand my soul absorption." Guu chuckled slightly in surprise, walked up to Lei who was kneeling on the ground gasping for breath. Guu knelt down in front of him and smiled. "Can you tell me, what is your identity in the kingdom of Goa?" Lei didn't answer. He stared at Guu blankly, with only confusion in his eyes. "Oh, is the soul close to collapse in the soul absorption just now?" Guu shook her head with some pity, then stood up, and put her hands lightly on Zanpakuto at her waist. Pooh! A cold light flashed, and blood spattered. Thump! Ray's body fell forward. Guu removed his hand from the handle of the knife and looked at the corpses in the hall, but felt nothing in his heart. False. Touching the shoe hole in her chest through her clothes, Guu's eyes were calm. She turned around and walked to the big hole broken by Sarrow before. Looking at the city occupied by Shu outside the palace, Guu took a deep breath. Then, it's time to start the next step. Guu closed her eyes slightly, and sank into the Hueco Mundo deep in her soul. Espada gentlemen, The plan begins. Hueco Mundo, Empty Night Palace, 8th Espada Zale Aporo Palace. In the research room full of various display screens, groups of data flashed extremely quickly on the screen. Zale Aporo had a faint smile on his face, and his slender fingers were typing on the keyboard quickly. Sudden, Espada gentlemen, the plan begins. The majestic voice belonging to Guu resounded over the entire Zai Palace. Yes, your majesty. Zale Aporo stopped the movement of his hands suddenly, raised his head and pushed his glasses and said respectfully. Tear. At the same time, a huge crack suddenly opened in the space behind Zale Aporo, and the 9th Espada Araniero Ururuari stepped out of it. Zale Aporo, are you all ready? Aronilo walked over to Zale Aporo and looked at the monitor, the voice coming from under the mask covering his face. Of course, inform the other Espadas to prepare to open the black cavity. Zale Aporo continued to tap on the keyboard rapidly, smiling without looking back. Aronilo did not speak, and his ability to synchronize cognition allowed him to instantly connect to the will of other Espadas. I am Aronilo, please get ready, the action is about to begin. Aronilo's voice rang in the minds of all Espadas. At the same time, over the desert, which is hundreds of kilometers away from the northern part of Zai Palace, the figures of Ryutsu exuding terror in the 8 paths stand out of thin air with a distance of nearly 10 kilometers from each other. Is it finally going to start? I'm getting impatient, the 10th Espada Yami Yargo said with dissatisfaction with his ears. You can start anytime, the 7th Espada Zamari Ruro said softly, opening and closing his eyes. Stop talking about Aronilo, let's get started. By the way, tell that guy Zale Aporo to find a way to get me out. I can't wait to go out and fight for his majesty. No, 6th Espada Grimjow he laughed wildly. I'm ready too, but I really want to go out and fight against the strong in that world. 5th Espada Neutra Gilda licked his forehead and said with a grinning grin. I'm ready. No. 4 Espada Tia Hurley Bell said coldly. This old man can start at any time. The 3rd Espada Baragan Ruzan said in an old voice. Let's get started. The 2nd Espada Ulquiora Cipher said lightly. Let's get started, I really want to sleep. The 1st Espada Coyote Stark yawned, but was kicked hard by Lilinai beside him. In Chiyelaporo's palace, Aronilo said to Zale Aporo, it's time to start. Hearing this, Zale Aporo pushed his eyes, a smile appeared on his face, and the movements of his hands accelerated suddenly. A map was opened on the screen, and it was constantly zooming in and analyzing, and a series of prompt messages popped up. Analyzing the spatial structure, successful analysis, starting to locate space nodes. The positioning is successful, analyzing the stability of the black cavity. Analysis complete. Reminder. The maximum stability of the black cavity can only allow Jillian-level Ryutsu to pass. The black cavity node is locked. Please open the black cavity. Okay, let them open the black cavity immediately. Zale Aporo tapped on the keyboard fiercely, without looking back. Aronilo's mind moved, and he notified the other Espadas in an instant. Next moment, all Espada drew a black ball from his bosom and threw it. 8 huge space black chambers instantly opened. Rumble. At the same time, violent roars suddenly sounded in the desert where the 8 Espadas were located, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose from the distant horizon. Amidst the terrifying fluctuations in spiritual power, a huge virtual swarm of bee chrysalis came. At a glance, it is almost endless. Terrible roar, resounding through Hueco Mundo. Roar. Endless Hueco Mundo sprinted under the Espadas like a wave of bee chrysalis, normal, powerful, giant, and even Jillian, the number is countless. They all have only one goal, go to the world where the Lord of Hueco Mundo is through the black cavity, and destroy all the marine forces in East Blue. In Zai Palace, the official palace is in charge. Feeling the millions of Ryutsus nearly 100 kilometers away, Aizen looked at the Hogyoku in his hand, and said with a smile, with the arrival of the Legion of Millions, the powerful in this world will definitely take action. It seems that you need to hurry up too, right, Hogyoku? The bright luster in Hogyoku flickered like life. The kingdom of Goa, the palace hall. East Blue, it's already mine. Seeing the army of millions of ghosts in Hueco Mundo continuously pass through the black cavity, the corner of Guyu's mouth raised, his heart was full of anticipation and a touch of excitement. It's time for him to end this chaotic world. The largest kingdom in East Blue has been occupied by me. Now as long as all the marine forces in East Blue are defeated, other small countries and pirate forces are not to be feared. The only thing to deal with now is the attack from naval headquarters and world conquest. But, even if it's marine and world conquest, you can only enter East Blue through Com Belt. As long as I deploy a large number of void legions on Com Belt, what about world conquest? What about marine? East Blue, destined to fall into my hands only. Even in the near future, the whole world will be mine. Guyu's eyes were full of heat, and the surging Ryutsu formed a hurricane blowing his skirt and hair. After a while, Guyu calmed down and walked directly outside the palace hall. Let's go. The other marine branches can be handed over to the Void Legion to solve it. But Rog Town, the place where the former king of the world, One Piece, fell, let's go and see it. Yes, your majesty. Chris and Julius responded respectfully and followed. Chapter 20 Attack Rog Town. As the sun sets, gorgeous fire clouds shroud the sea. The sky is getting darker, and the streets of Rog Town are already dimly lit. The residents passing by have smiles on their faces. There are enthusiastic shouts from the shops on both sides of the street, and children are chasing and laughing with ice cream. There is a harmonious atmosphere seen. Draymond was wrapped in a hooded black gown. Ignoring the strange eyes of the passers-by around him, he dodged cautiously and hid in an alley, then poked his head out carefully and looked around to make sure no one noticed him outside. After identifying himself, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn Marine. Lousy's dreams are all ruined by them. Draymond cursed and pulled down his hat. His scarred face was full of anger, wishing he could rush into the Marine base and kill all the Marines now, but when he thought of that terrible man who could turn into disgust, he suddenly felt there was a cold war. It was that man who easily defeated his pirate group by himself. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been imprisoned long ago. There are Logia's monsters in this kind of place, what the hell? Draymond felt extremely angry. The pirate group that took 6 full years to form was defeated here before entering the Grand Line. If I had known it, it would be better to stay quietly in East Blue and become a local emperor. Thinking of this, Draymond was taken aback. Yes, why do you have to go to the Grand Line? The existence of One Piece is simply a luxury for a small person like him. In this case, why not just stay in East Blue honestly and live a life where you can get what you want? That's right, with my ability, it only takes a few more years to form a pirate group again. At that time, what about Marine? What about One Piece? Lousy will live 1,000 times better life than before. Draymond laughed, and the anger in his heart dissipated a lot immediately, as if he had seen the beautiful days in East Blue. He looked up at the sky above the alley, with an expectant smile on his face. Huh, what's that? Suddenly, Draymond was slightly taken aback, staring at the sky strangely. In the dim night sky, a large, dark cloud slowly enveloped the entire town of Rog, and seemed to be slowly approaching the ground. Dark clouds. How can there be dark clouds in this kind of weather? Draymond instinctively felt a little strange, took out the binoculars on his waist and looked into the sky, and suddenly. This is. Draymond trembled all over, and the telescope in his hand fell to the ground with a clack. He staggered back a few steps and fell to sit on the ground, looking at the dark clouds, gradually descending in the sky with a face as pale as paper. At this time, other residents of Rog Town also noticed the dark clouds in the sky, and all of them looked at the sky strangely and began to discuss. North of Rog Town Square, Marine Branch 37. This feeling, with his feet on the desk and 2 cigars in his mouth, Smoker could not help but frown as he felt the pressure in the air. Boom boom boom. Colonel Smoker, there are strange dark clouds over the town of Rog. At this time, there was a knock on the door accompanied by a pleasant female voice with some anxiety. Dark clouds. Smoker threw the newspaper away, stood up and walked to the door to open it. Outside the door, a short-haired girl in tight jeans and a floral shirt, holding a long knife in her hand, was standing there anxiously. Tashigi, how many times have I told you that Marine should look like Marine? Don't panic about everything. Smoker said to Tashigi dissatisfied. Yes, Colonel Smoker. The girl blushed slightly and saluted. Smoker glanced at the girl, and asked as he walked out of the building, what's the matter with the dark clouds you just mentioned? It was a strange phenomenon that started happening a few minutes ago, and we didn't notice it at first. Tashigi quickly replied, we only knew about it when some residents reported to us. The town of Rog has gone down, and there are already quite a few residents who are feeling uneasy. Did someone take a look through the binoculars? Smoker asked, frowning. Forehead. Tashigi froze for a moment, stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly and said, sorry Colonel Smoker, I forgot. The corner of Smoker's mouth twitched immediately, but he didn't say anything. Not long after, the two came to the training ground outside the base building. On the large training ground, thousands of sailors were looking at the dark clouds in the sky and discussing something, but when they saw Smoker he and Tashigi walked over, and immediately saluted one by one. Colonel Smoker. Sergeant Tashigi. Smoker ignored the salutes of the sailors, and looked up at the sky directly. When he saw that the dark clouds that covered the entire sky were indeed descending at a slow speed, his brows were furrowed. Tashigi, go get the binoculars. Smoker said without looking back. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi quickly trotted into the base building. But Smoker couldn't help feeling a sense of uneasiness in his heart. What the hell happened? Smoker murmured, looking gravely at the sky. However, just when the town of Rog fell into an atmosphere of suspicion and anxiety because of this strange, dark cloud, in the sky. Tech A powerful void flew in the air, feeling the Ryutsu gathered by the marine base below, and suddenly showed a mocking smile. And behind it, a dark cloud, composed of the Void Legion also let out a mocking low laugh and roar. Since those humans have gathered together, let's start attacking. At this time, another giant humming sound grinned. Next moment, a huge black cavity suddenly opened above the town of Rog. Under the terrified eyes of the residents below, Jillian's huge head poked out from it, with a ferocious mouth. The terrifying Sero quickly condensed, and then, boom, the dazzling red light illuminates half of Rog Town. Under the terrified and horrified eyes of countless people, the huge Sero directly shoots down from the sky and falls into the marine base. Get out of the way. It happened so suddenly, from Jillian's appearance to Sero's appearance, in about 5 seconds, all the sailors were terrified by Jillian's shocking appearance. Only Smoker was the first to react. his pupils shrank suddenly, and he yelled in horror. His hands turned into smoke and rolled directly towards the surrounding sailors, trying to take them away from here. It's just that Jillian's Sero isn't the fastest, but it's not slow either. Under everyone's staring eyes, the huge Sero directly covered the entire training ground, flooding everyone. Boom! Everyone in Rog Town felt a violent explosion on the ground. A huge explosion shot up towards the sky in the direction of Marine Base. The violent shock wave directly shattered all the glass of the surrounding buildings, and the residents living near Marine Base suddenly screamed in horror, sound, and fled around in panic. What kind of monster is that? What happened? Dryman rushed out of the alley, looking in shock at the huge monster with its head protruding from the crack in space. Roar, roar, roar. Just when everyone was shocked by this sudden scene, there was a deafening roar in the sky. Draymond and others hurriedly looked up one by one, and everyone turned pale immediately. In the sky, that piece of dark cloud suddenly turned into countless white masks with a huge creepy monster on its chest rushing down. Boom! A giant void slammed down in front of Draymond, and the hard concrete ground suddenly cracked and collapsed, forming a pothole. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of boom, boom, and boom continued to sound, and one by one was like rain, continuously falling on the streets and houses in Rog Town. The entire town of Rog, whether it was pirates, residents, travelers or merchants, watched this scene in horror and stupefied, and then the scene suddenly became chaotic. It's a monster! Help! Run away! Wait for me! Don't leave me behind! Screams and cries immediately filled the entire town of Rog, and countless figures fled in panic. Wow! Mom! Mom! I'm afraid! A cute little girl was walking around in the chaotic crowd. Next to her, a powerful shoe grabbed a muscular man and said with a grinning grin, "Evil human souls. This is our favorite food. No. Don't kill me. Someone save me. I can give you treasures. Anything is fine. Come and save me." The strong man suddenly struggled in Chang Lixu's hands and screamed in horror. Chang Lixu grinned, opened the huge mouth on the mask and bit it directly. The blood splashed and directly crushed the strong man's shoulder. The strong man's soul was immediately drawn out, and then swallowed by this Chang Lixu. It's delicious. The strong man threw away the dead body of the strong man with satisfaction, then glanced at the crying little girl not far away, but did not make any movement, but the huge body jumped up and fled to the distance. Several pirates rushed forward. Shao Ai, a tear-stained woman, ran over from not far away and hugged the little girl tightly, and quickly fled into a nearby house with the little girl in her arms. Strange. Monster. Dryman looked at the huge monster in front of him tremblingly. His face was pale, and he wanted to escape, but found that his body was completely out of control with fear. Hey, Your Majesty said that all human beings with evil souls are still at our disposal, so human beings, let me have a taste. The giant shoe walked up to Draymond with a grinning grin, and in Draymond's horrified eyes, he grabbed it. What? A shrill scream sounded immediately. Chapter 21. The town of Rog has fallen. The streets, houses, and all places were occupied by the Void Group. The screams of horror, the roar and laughter of the Void Group, and the occasional screams instantly became the main theme of the entire town of Rog. To the north of the Rog Town Square, at the training ground of the 37th branch of Marine, the aftermath of Sero has dissipated, revealing a messy Marine base. The large training ground became a big pit, and all the facilities were reduced to ruins in the Sero just now. In the ruins, you can still see the corpses of Marines that have not been wiped out in the Sero. The glass of the base building next to it is completely shattered, countless cracks covered the building, and a pungent smell filled the air. Colonel Smoker, are you all right? A sound of panic came from the base building, and then, Tashigi ran out limping in panic, and on her right calf, a piece of glass was stuck on it, and scarlet blood kept flowing out. However, when he saw the corpses of Marines on the messy training ground, Tashigi trembled all over, and the long knife in his hand fell to the ground with a click. How so? Tashigi fell to the ground, tears streaming out of his eyes, and murmured in pain, "Everyone. Colonel Smoker, how could it be like this? Is it you? It's you, let everyone." Tashigi suddenly raised his head, looked at Jillian whose head was protruding from the black cavity in the sky, picked up the long knife that had fallen and endured the pain in his leg, stood up, drew out the blade, pointed at Jillian and shouted angrily, "Colonel Smoker, was it you that they all killed?" Roar. Hearing Tashigi's voice, Jillian yelled at Tashigi who was as big as a bug on the ground. The next moment, a large number of virtual groups appeared on the roofs around Marine Base, and all of them stared at Tashigi with scarlet eyes. Roar. All the virtual swarms let out an excited roar, and rushed towards Tashigi's chrysalis. Damn monsters, I'm going to kill you all to avenge Colonel Smoker. Tashigi clenched his lips, let out a cry of grief and indignation, clenched the long knife in his hands with both hands, and limped forward. Idiot, who do you think you want to avenge? At this time, a voice that was very familiar to Tashigi suddenly came from the side, and then, a large amount of white smoke suddenly appeared, sweeping towards the surrounding void. White gale, boom. The white smoke rolled up Tashigi's hundreds of heads in all directions like a tornado, and rushed to the sky, and then smashed his head down to the ground. Boom. The ground shook violently, and hundreds of virtual heads slammed down on the ground fiercely. As the ground cracked, all the virtual masks suddenly collapsed, and they fell to the ground without moving. And those large amounts of white smoke gathered in front of Tashigi to form a human shape. Short silver gray hair, a coat with the word, "Justice," written on it, holding a cross-like weapon, and the cigar in his mouth is constantly puffing out wisps of light smoke. Colonel Naval Headquarters. Smoker. Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Looking at the familiar figure from behind, Tashigi exclaimed in surprise. Tashigi. Smoker didn't look back, and said with a deep drink, "You have seen what the situation is now. There is no time to cry and cry. Leave this to me to deal with. Immediately contact Naval Headquarters. We must let the people in the headquarters know the situation here." "But Colonel Smoker, there are too many monsters." Tashigi said anxiously. "Shut up." Smoker interrupted Tashigi, and still did not look back. "It is because there are too many of these monsters that I have to deal with them. Don't forget, I am the Logia Demon Fruit Power. These monsters can't hurt me. I now order you, contact the headquarters immediately, and then escape through the back door." "Then, what about you, Colonel Smoker?" Tashigi asked a little uneasy. "I'll follow, hurry up. Although I'm Logia, my physical strength is limited after all. There are too many monsters, and I can't last long," Smoker said in a condensed voice. Hearing this, Tashigi breathed a sigh of relief, nodded quickly and said, "I understand, Colonel Smoker, but..." Speaking of this, Tashigi said with a trembling tone, "You must follow, Colonel Smoker. Don't worry, I'll catch up to you soon." Smoker nodded without looking back. Tashigi glanced closely at Smoker, took a deep breath, turned and ran into the base building. And hearing Tashigi's leaving footsteps behind him, Smoker turned his head, his face was pale, and his chest was bloody. "Tashigi, goodbye." With a slight uplift of Bloodline's face, Smoker closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them suddenly, looking at the virtual crowd gradually surrounding him. His eyes were firm. "What the hell are you guys?" Smoker stared at more and more monsters around him solemnly. "Thing." A powerful ghost came out with a grinning grin and said, "Human, it's really impolite for you to call us, but before you come, let me satisfy your wish and tell you, we are fallen souls, virtual." Quote, "Soul, void." Smoker shuddered all over, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. "Then human beings, we have fulfilled your wish, now it's your turn." The powerful ghost moved its body, and rushed towards Smoker while laughing wildly. "Let me taste your soul." Quote, roar. All the ghosts around let out a roar of excitement at the same time, rushing towards Smoker like a wave. Smoker's expression froze. He endured the severe pain in his body, stepped on his feet, and also greeted him. White shock. ... Colonel Smoker, please be safe. In the base building, Tashigi limped towards the communication room while leaning on the wall. Hearing the roar of monsters outside, he couldn't help but murmured worriedly. But thinking that Smoker promised her that she would follow in a while, Tashigi was relieved again. Colonel Smoker is so strong. Nothing will happen. The most important thing now is to contact Naval Headquarters and tell the headquarters what happened here. Tashigi's delicate face was full of serious thoughts. After a while, Tashigi came to the liaison room. Because basically all the sailors ran out to see the strange, dark cloud, was completely wiped out, there is no one in the building now. Opening the door of the communication room, Tashigi hurried to the row of telephone bugs, found the circuit bug that was in contact with Naval Headquarters, and dialed the number to call. A few seconds later, the phone bug connected. "Hi, this is Naval Headquarters, Branch 37, do you have anything to report?" A serious voice rang through the phone. Tashigi's face brightened immediately, and he hurriedly said, "I am Naval Headquarters Sergeant Tashigi. Rog Town has been attacked by a large number of unknown monsters, and now..." Swish. A cold light suddenly flashed from the side, and the next moment, the phone bug suddenly let out a painful hiss, and in the transparent blood spatter unique to the phone bug, the whole phone bug suddenly split in two. At the same time, a chuckle came from Tashigi's side. "Miss Tashigi, this is not acceptable. If first inform Marine now, I will have a headache." "Who?" Tashigi's pretty face suddenly changed, and his body flicked to the side. He drew out his long knife and looked forward, and his expression froze. At some point, a man in a white robe and two girls in maid outfits appeared beside him. "Don't be nervous, we're just..." With a faint smile on Gyu's face, Tashigi's suddenly constricted pupils disappeared instantly, and then appeared in front of her. At this time, the second half of Gyu's words reached her ears, "just to take over the town of Rog." So fast, Tashigi's pupils shrank suddenly, and the long knife in his hand subconsciously slashed forward. Snapped. Gyu's slender right palm directly grabbed Tashigi's blade and pulled hard. "What?" Tashigi screamed, and the long knife was pulled out by Gyu's powerful force. "How is this possible? Who are you?" Tashigi said in shock. Boom. At this time, there was a loud noise outside. Tashigi shouted in shock, "Colonel Smoker. Why, are you very concerned about the situation outside?" Gyu smiled and nodded. "Okay, Chris, take her to the window to see what's going on outside." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chris nodded respectfully, then moved her body and appeared in front of Tashigi in an instant. At a speed that Tashigi couldn't react at all, she directly held the lower part of Tashigi's face and lifted it up. Woo! Tashigi struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free from Chris's palm no matter what. Let's go and see. I'm just curious too, whether my Void Legion can attack Logia-capable users." Gyu glanced at Tashigi, and walked directly to the window next to the training ground, and after that, Chris and Julius who were carrying Tashigi also followed. Soon, several people came to the window, and the images on the training ground were also printed in the eyes of the four. I saw that the large training ground has been covered by a large number of virtual groups, and in the center of the virtual group, Smoker is filled with smoke, and is flying out the virtual groups that are rushing over one after another. Oh, as expected of a man who can chase Luffy everywhere in the future, he's not bad. Looking at this scene, Gyuu said with great interest. And Tashigi's eyes suddenly relaxed a little. Boom. However, at this time, Smoker in the virtual group had just turned his arm into smoke and sprayed it out to blow away a powerful virtual. A giant virtual beside him hugged Smoker's smoke arm fiercely, and then shook it hard. Damn it, these monsters can also touch Logia. Smoker was startled suddenly, his body was pulled and staggered. However, with just such a stagger, a powerful and sharp claw behind him suddenly extended, piercing Smoker's waist and abdomen instantly. Well, Smoker let out a muffled snort, his whole body turned into smoke and spun like a tornado. White gale, rumble, all the hundreds of ghosts around were immediately swept up by the white smoke and flew away. However, Smoker himself half-kneeled violently. Haha, human beings are indeed human beings. Is it too late? Then let me give you a ride. Seeing this, a powerful ghost laughed wildly, and shot towards Smoker as fast as lightning. It's no longer possible. Smoker was panting violently, and his eyes were beginning to blur. He looked at the black shadow shooting towards him in a daze, and he could only raise his hand subconsciously. Ku, Chang Lixu's ferocious giant mouth directly bit Smoker's shoulder and neck, and Smoker trembled all over in the splash of blood. Is my justice limited to this? Smoker stared blankly at the pitch-black sky, then slowly fell down as Chang Lixu let go, his eyes gradually lost their luster. No. Tashigi, whose mouth and chin were grabbed by Chris with one hand, stared at this scene and struggled desperately, with tears streaming down his eyes. Chapter 22 The Marine Branch is completely wiped out. Roar. Smoker fell to the ground, and the surrounding virtual groups roared excitedly, scrambling to jump up, blood spurting. Smoker's body was instantly submerged by the virtual group. Looking at this scene from the window on the third floor of the base building, Tashigi, who was being carried by Chris, had teary eyes suddenly widened, and his violently struggling body stiffened abruptly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. I couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Colonel Smoker, who had always been extremely powerful in her mind, died like this among these monsters. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat became faster and faster, and finally. Well, with his mouth and chin pinched, Tashigi suddenly closed his tear-filled eyes, and let out a moan of despair and sadness trembling all over his body. On the other hand, Gyuu's expression didn't change much as he watched Smoker being submerged by the virtual group below. For him who has abandoned the remaining human heart, except for the villagers of Bailuo village, others, even the plot characters he had a crush on before, as long as it is for his plan, everything can be killed. This is the fragility of human beings. Knowing that you are invincible, but you still have to go on beyond your capacity. Muttering as if to herself, Gyuu looked at Tashigi who seemed to be on the verge of collapse, waved her hand calmly and said, "Get rid of her." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chris nodded, and then let go of Tashigi's hand, and Tashigi fell to the ground in a daze. Immediately afterwards, Chris put her hand on the Zanpakuto at her waist, and was about to pull it out. However, at this moment, Tashigi's eyes that were as dead suddenly trembled, and he looked at Gyuu full of anger and sadness. "Demon, you demon, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you to avenge Colonel Smoker." Tashigi yelled angrily and stood up abruptly. A powerful aura surged all over his body and rushed towards Gyuu. This is. Gyuu looked at Tashigi's powerful aura in surprise. Is this feeling spiritual power? No, although it is similar to spiritual power, but her Ryutsu has not increased. Could it be human? You are courting death. It seemed that they did not expect that Tashigi would suddenly burst out with such power. Both Chris and Julius were stunned for a moment, and then their faces turned cold, with Ryutsu surging all over their bodies, and they planned to kill Tashigi. Wait, you don't need to shoot. Gyuu waved his hands to stop Chris and Juris, bodies who were about to move, and then Gyuu stretched his palm forward, and with a snap sound, it happened to block Tashigi's punch. Nice power. Gyuu looked at the surging Tashigi with great interest and said, "Is this the power of hockey?" It really is a magical power, but, as he said that, Gyuu suddenly clenched his palm, pinched Tashigi's fist directly, swung his arm violently, and said with a funny face, "Is it because the death of your friend made you lose your ability to think?" As a swordsman fight with their fists. Boom. Tashigi was thrown directly by the powerful force and hit the wall fiercely. The wall suddenly collapsed into a circular concave surface, with numerous cracks all over the wall. Ahem. Falling from the wall to the ground again, Tashigi lay limp on the ground, coughing out a trace of bloodline from the corner of his mouth, tears streaming down his eyes again. Looking pale and looking at Gyuu who was walking slowly, he murmured in despair, "I'm sorry Colonel Smoker, it's really too weak." "Yeah, you are really too weak, so weak that I can't even arouse my interest in killing you." Gyuu walked up to Tashigi who was lying on the ground, looked down at Tashigi with a condescending smile and said, "So, I'm going to let you go. How about it, are you happy?" Tashigi's eyes froze suddenly, he stared at Gyuu's smiling face, bit his teeth and said angrily, "Do you think that I will be grateful to you? You devil, even if you die, I will forget everything that happened today. If you let me go, one day, I will definitely kill you." Absolutely. Good realization. Gu turned around and walked directly to the stairs. Without looking back, she chuckled and said, hate it. Pain it. Then work hard to become stronger. I hope you can come to me for revenge one day. Chris and Julius also followed Gu. And behind him, seeing that the three of Gu actually left like this, Tashigi was stunned for a moment. That demon really didn't want to kill her. After being stunned for a while, Tashigi came back to his senses, endured the severe pain all over his body, stood up, and staggered downstairs to the training ground. At this time, the empty group on the training ground seemed to have left with Gu's departure, leaving only the corpses of the soldiers in the square, Smoker's torn clothes and broken cross weapon in a pool of bloodline. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi walked over to Bloodline and sat down on his knees in a daze, tears welled up in his eyes, and the pained cries resounded through the sky. What? Boom. Along with Tashigi's painful voice, a powerful haki reappeared in her body, and it became stronger and stronger. In the dark night sky, Gu, Chris, and Julius were standing quietly at high altitude watching this scene. Aizen, why did you ask me to save her life just now? Gu asked in his heart, and the voice came directly to the ear of Aizen, who was located in Hueco Mundo in the depths of his soul. Your Majesty, the existence in this world called haki is very interesting. Aizen's voice sounded in Gu's heart. It is similar to Ryutsu, but it is different. This woman is a good material. Through her, we can better understand the power and fighting methods of this world. What about Smoker's soul? Gu continued to ask. His soul is very interesting. Aizen's gentle voice continued. I see. Gu didn't ask any more questions, but looked towards the town of Rog below. At this time, just like the scene in the Kingdom of Goa, all the streets and houses in Rog Town are covered with Hueco Mundo, bloodline Madara on the street. Ordinary residents are hiding in their houses and shivering, and the noisy and bustling streets are no longer as warm as before. Lively. My lord, why do you keep these ordinary humans? At this moment, Julius couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Gu glanced at Julius and said with a smile, although I don't care about the life and death of ordinary humans, if I get this world but have no pets for entertainment, wouldn't it be boring? Yes, Your Majesty, Julius understands. Julius nodded. Open the black hole. The other marine branches should have been breached as well. It's time to go back and start the next step. Gu said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Chris and Julius nodded respectfully. Then Chris stepped forward and tapped her finger, and a black hole was torn apart instantly. Gu was in front, and Chris and Julius followed closely behind. And when Rog Town was attacked by the Void Group, almost at the same time, the entire East Blue and all the marine branch bases were all attacked by a large number of Void Legion. Due to the dark sky and Marine's strong position, almost no one would have thought that Marine's base would be attacked. Coupled with the desperate numbers and terrible combat power of the Void Legion, almost all battles were fought with Void. The army's victory was one-sided. Marine Branch 16. Boom, 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 roar. No. Don't kill me. Help. What? Boom, boom, boom. Fierce gunfire and artillery fire were extremely loud at night. In the large square of Marine Base, Marines kept shooting their guns in horror, and artillerymen kept loading and firing shells. Even if there is a trace of peace of mind in their hearts. Boundless. Wherever you can see, whether it is the sky or the ground, countless terrifying monsters are rushing towards them crazily. Although many monsters have been bombarded and killed by them with guns and cannons, more and stronger monsters dodge directly and even stand tough one by one. A hail of bullets rushed towards them, tearing a sea soldier to pieces. Under the protection of the sailors, Colonel Mouse, the base commander of Marine Division 16, shouted in horror, "Who will tell me? Where did these monsters come from?" Report to Colonel Mouse. These monsters came very suddenly, without any warning. A sailor beside him replied while frantically firing. Damn it! Colonel Mouse immediately cursed and shouted, "Protect me. First I'm Colonel Marine, your boss. You must protect me. I will contact other bases and ask them to come and support me." Yes, although the sailors really wanted to escape, their bounden duty as a soldier still made them grit their teeth and stick to their positions. And Colonel Mouse, looking up at the boundless monsters in all directions, trembling with fright, ran into the base building, returned to his office, closed the door tightly, and came to the desk in panic. He picked up the phone bug and dialed the number of the nearest Marine 21 branch base. However, after waiting for a long time, the phone bug still didn't dial. Obviously, for some reason, there was no one answering there. A-hole, why didn't you answer the phone? Colonel Mouse cursed angrily, and quickly dialed the number of the 28th Marine branch, but no one answered. Immediately after, Marine branch 42, no answer. Marine branch 49, no answer. Marine branch 53, no answer. Marine branch 57, no answer. Marine branch 69, no answer. Marine branch 77, no answer. No one heard. All are unanswered. How did this happen? What happened? Colonel Mouse had a dull expression on his face, then his whole body trembled violently, and an extremely terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that other marine branches were also attacked by these monsters? Even, has been completely wiped out. Chapter 23 Marine Shock. No matter how many monsters there are, how could they attack all the marine bases in East Blue at the same time? Absolutely impossible. Colonel Mouse hurriedly shook his head to get rid of this terrible thought, but his face couldn't help turning slightly pale. His whole body was cold and his hands were trembling. Colonel Mouse dialed the last Marine branch number again. Amidst the accelerated heartbeat of Colonel Mouse, the phone bug is connected. Colonel Mouse's face suddenly became happy. Haha, let me just say, how could the mighty Marine be defeated by monsters who came from nowhere? Those branch bases must have been answered because those guys were sleeping and didn't hear it of. While thinking this way, Colonel Mouse felt relieved and opened his mouth to say something, when the phone bug, accompanied by the roar of monsters, the sound of gunfire and the screams of human beings that Colonel Mouse was very familiar with, came a burst of panic. Cry. Hey, is it the 16th branch? I am Lieutenant Colonel Scar, the base chief of the 81st Marine Branch. We have been attacked by a large number of monsters. We are almost overwhelmed. Please send people to support immediately. Send come help. Haha, human, can you tell me what you are doing? At this moment, a burst of terrifying laughter sounded from the phone bug. It's a monster. Don't come here. Don't come here. Lieutenant Colonel Scar's voice suddenly became frightened. Roar. What? Gotcha. The sound of the phone bug disconnecting sounded, and Colonel Mouse looked at the phone bug in his hand in horror. His back was completely wet with cold sweat. Boom. At this time, with a dazzling red light flashing outside the building and a slight vibration of the building, there was a violent roar outside. Colonel Mouse hurriedly looked out the window. His hands and feet were suddenly cold. I saw a huge crack in the night sky in the square outside, and a huge monster's head poked out and emitted a huge red beam of light. Almost half of the soldiers in the square were directly submerged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the endless army of monsters all rushed towards the remaining sailors, and there were violent screams. And that huge monster's head looked at the base building where Colonel Mouse was located. It opened its ferocious mouth, and the terrifying red spiritual power gathered rapidly. What? Colonel Mouse suddenly took a few steps back in horror, rushed to the phone bug and quickly dialed the number of naval headquarters. Die. I don't want to die. Hum. A blinding red light lit up outside the window behind Colonel Mouse, and the next moment. Boom. The whole building suddenly exploded. Nearly 10 nautical miles away from the Marine 16 branch, a pirate ship was sailing slowly in the night. In the captain's office, Captain Crow was reading a book under the flickering lights, and occasionally pushed his glasses with the bottom of his palm, looking extraordinarily elegant under the lights. Boom. Captain Crow. At this time, there was a knock on the door and shouts outside. A cold light flashed in Captain Crow's eyes, and then disappeared. He put down the book in his hand and stood up to open the door. Looking at the hands outside, he said in a cold expressionless voice, "What's the matter?" The subordinates immediately shivered, pointing to the faintly visible flames on the distant sea in a panic and said, "Captain Crow, there is a situation about 10 nautical miles ahead. There was an explosion sound just now, and it seems that a battle has taken place." Captain Crow looked up, his brows twitched, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. It seems to be a branch of Marine, right? Could it be that Marine's base has been attacked? A strange gleam flashed in Captain Crow's eyes, and he said to his opponent, "Change the course, let's go and have a look." "Yes, Captain Crow." The men hurried to the control room. As for Captain Crow, looking at the faintly visible bright spots on the sea in the distance, a smile of interest appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really interesting that Marine base will be attacked. It seems that East Blue is about to become uneasy. Soon, the pirate ship began to turn around and head towards Marine Branch 16. 30 minutes later, the pirate ship docked at the small island where the 16th branch of the Marine was located. Under the leadership of Captain Crow, a group of pirates landed on the island with some anxiety and came to the 16th branch of the Marine. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed drastically, just because the formerly magnificent Marine branch had completely turned into ruins. On the ground, countless Marine corpses and corpses of some monsters were lying in a pool of blood, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. What's going on here? The Marine branch has become like this. What are these monsters? Is that hole in their chest a wound? It looks so creepy. Could it be that these monsters attacked Marine? The pirates looked at this extremely terrifying scene one by one, and couldn't help discussing in shock one by one. As for Captain Crow, there was shock in his eyes, especially when he felt the faint pressure emanating from the corpses of those monsters. His brows furrowed fiercely. What the hell happened here? And just when Captain Crow was shocked by the tragic situation at the base of the 16th branch of Marine, another place also fell into an unprecedented shock. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Even at night, the entire naval headquarters is brightly lit. On the crescent-shaped bay, the cannons shone with a daunting metallic luster under the lights, and around them, Marine soldiers stood upright with serious expressions. They were on the headquarters building in the center of the headquarters, which belonged to the Marine Corps. The logo and the word, "Justice," are even more majestic. It's past 8 o'clock in the evening. Naval Headquarters Intelligence Department, a group of boring liaison officers guarding a neatly arranged pile of phone bugs are chatting. Suddenly, one of the phone bugs rang. A liaison officer who was chatting quickly stopped chatting and stood up quickly to pick up the phone bug. As soon as the phone bug was connected, before the contact person could say anything, there was a burst of violent gunfire from the phone bug, which was also mixed with the roar of some kind of monster and the screams of human beings. Immediately afterwards, a terrified voice rang out from the phone bug. "Hey! Is this Naval Headquarters? This is Marine Branch 42, please help me. I beg you, please help me. Marine Branch 42, The liaison officer was startled, and hurriedly said, "What happened there?" Roar. Suddenly a terrible cry rang out from the phone bug. "No, don't come here, help, someone help me." "What?" Roar. Gotcha. The phone bug was disconnected, and the liaison officer held the silent phone bug in his hand, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and looked at the others with a dry throat. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and anxiety. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Next moment, "Quick, tell Marshal Sengoku," a liaison officer shouted in shock. Oh, I'm going." The liaison officer with the phone bug reacted immediately, rushed out the door, and ran towards the headquarters building. However, just as the liaison officer left, the rows of phone bugs suddenly rang one after another. Blue blue blue, blue blue blue, blue blue blue. The phone bugs rang crazily one by one, and all the liaison officers were shocked and looked at each other in horror. Could it be? ... Wow, whoa. 10 minutes later, a shrill sound of Marine launching an emergency meeting resounded over the entire naval headquarters. Residential areas, the Marine College, and the sailors on guard, whether they were asleep or not, all heard the sudden sound of a loud whistle, and everyone was guessing what happened. An emergency meeting will be held during the time period. At the same time, in the headquarters building, no matter they were sleeping or not, all the strong people at the vice admiral level and above all changed their expressions, put on their clothes and rushed to the conference room. Under Marine's efficient action, in less than 10 minutes, all the people rushed to the conference room and sat in their respective positions with serious faces. But everyone's heart is full of doubts, that is, what happened? Tread. There was a sound of steady footsteps. All the Marine executives turned their heads and saw Marine Admiral Sengoku walking in with the Marine's highest combat strength 3 Admiral, Marine Hero Garp, and Marine's think tank staff officer Crane, including Garp who has always been careless in the past. Dignified expression. In the eyes of everyone, Sengoku sat on the high seat, while the 3 Admiral, Garp and Suru sat on the sides below. Sengoku glanced solemnly at all the Marine executives below, and said in a deep voice, "Now there is an important event to tell you." Just now, a message came from the Intelligence Bureau. All the Marine branches of East Blue were all attacked by unknown forces at the same time. Chapter 24 Admiral Akainu. Garp the Fist, out, assaulted. How is this possible? East Blue has a total of 23 Marine branches, and attacked 23 Marine branches at the same time. Does East Blue have such a huge force? Which faction did it? Do they want to start a complete war with Marine? Sengoku's words immediately changed the faces of all the vice admirals below who didn't know what happened. Some of the vice admirals were shocked, puzzled, and angry. Everyone be quiet. Sengoku waved his hand to silence everyone, and said after a pause, "We have tried to contact all the Marine branches of East Blue just now, but without exception, they have all lost contact with us. If things go wrong, think about it in the direction, maybe." Speaking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but look a little ugly and said, "Perhaps the 23 Marine branches of East Blue have been completely wiped out." What? All destroyed? Except for the 3 admirals, Garp and Crane who already knew the situation, the others suddenly became shocked. Among them, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral couldn't help but stood up and said in shock, "Marshal Sengoku, you are not joking with us, are you? 23 Marine branches were completely wiped out at the same time, and there was no sign before that, even the forces of the 4 emperors couldn't do it." The others also looked shocked and surprised. This is not a small island, but an entire sea area. The 23 Marine branches are located in various regions of East Blue, and the distance between the 2 furthest Marine branches has even reached nearly 10,000 nautical miles. Speaking of this distance, it is absolutely impossible for forces at the 4 emperors level to wipe out the entire East Blue Marine at the same time. But the fact is that this matter actually happened in front of them. Even these Marine executives, who have seen many storms and waves, couldn't help being shocked beyond measure. If it was a joke, we wouldn't be sitting here. At this moment, the Crane beside him said, "This." The Ghost Spider fell silent for a moment. "Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral, sit down first." Sengoku let the Ghost Spider sit down, looked at the disbelieving or shocked faces below, and said solemnly, "Everyone knows the situation. Now we have completely lost contact with East Blue. We don't know what happened there, and I don't know the strength of this mysterious force. The situation is very unfavorable to us. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Marshal." As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Marine Admiral Akainu stood up and said with a cold expression on his face, "Let me go to East Blue. No matter who did this, I will let them know that Marine's justice is inviolable." Fan. "No, the old man also wants to go together." Garp on the opposite side of Akainu also stood up abruptly and stared at Sengoku, saying, "Sengoku, no matter what, you have to let me participate in this operation." Sengoku looked at Garp with a serious face, and smiled bitterly in his heart. East Blue is the hometown of this old guy, and his grandson seems to be in East Blue too. Now that this kind of thing happened suddenly in East Blue, it's no wonder he wasn't in a hurry. Neither Aokiji nor Kizaru spoke, nor did the other vice admirals. Because they understand that only when it is determined who is in charge of the operation will it be their turn. "All right." Sengoku pondered for a while, then looked at Akainu and Garp with a serious face and said, "This incident is not a trivial one, and I feel relieved to leave it to you too, but remember." Saying that, Sengoku's face became extremely serious and he said, "We don't know what kind of enemies are waiting for you in East Blue. Judging by their ability to wipe out 23 Marine branches at the same time, this force is very powerful. Dangerous, even you must be careful, and once you encounter any unstoppable situation, you must withdraw from East Blue in time. Sengoku's tone was extremely serious. Garp and Akainu nodded with serious faces. After all, they also understand that this incident is not an ordinary incident, and they must prepare themselves to fight against 4 Emperor's-level forces. Marshal Sengoku, I would like to join Akainu Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp in this operation. Me too, Marshal Sengoku, I would too. I'll go as well. At this time, other Vice Admirals also stood up one by one, expressing their willingness to go. Sengoku nodded, and then said, although this incident is very serious, the headquarters also needs to reserve enough combat power to prevent emergencies, so Bastille Vice Admiral, Mole Vice Admiral, Dogman Vice Admiral, Minative Vice Admiral and Cancer Vice Admiral, this mission is for you to go together and everyone else stays at the headquarters. Yes, Bastille waited for the 5 selected Vice Admirals and the other unselected Vice Admirals to straighten their faces and sat down. This meeting is over. Immediately notify the training camp to arrange manpower to form a fleet. As soon as it dawns, set off for East Blue immediately. Be sure to investigate what happened to East Blue, Sengoku said solemnly. So Marshal Sengoku, do you need to block the news? At this time, the adjutant who had been taking minutes of the meeting asked. No, Marine's big move can't be hidden. Sengoku waved his hand, then stood up and walked out of the conference room. After that, the others also left the conference room with serious faces. Not long after, the entire naval headquarters suddenly became noisy. Teams of Marine soldiers ran out of the training camp and gathered in the square. 10 warships also sailed to the crescent-shaped coast. A logistics staff loaded various strategic materials onto the warships, and the sound of chaotic footsteps and shouts continued it sounded, and an atmosphere of war rushed over. 10 hours later, the sky had begun to brighten, and the rising sun shone on the sea surface. On the crescent-shaped bay of naval headquarters, 10 warships are ready to go. On the warships, all the cannons are fully loaded with shells. On the deck, there are densely packed sailors with serious faces, ready to fight at any time. Set off. On the main ship in the center, Sakazuki waved his hand blankly, and the herald beside him immediately conveyed the order to all warships through the phone bug. Immediately, under the operation of the sailors, all 10 warships set sail and sailed slowly to the distance. They will pass through the gates of justice and then directly through the comm belt, making their way to East Blue at top speed. On the headquarters building, Sengoku watched the 10 warships leave slowly. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. East Blue, what is hidden there? Sengoku muttered to himself. However, neither the 10 warships that had left nor the naval headquarters noticed that a powerful ghost was watching their every move in the sky nearly 1,000 meters above their heads. Hee. Sure enough, as Master Aizen said, the strong human beings are about to be dispatched. It seems that we have to go back and inform His Majesty. Chapter 25 Rule the East Blue. Surrender or perish. Your Majesty, just as Aizen-sama expected, the powerful human marines have already dispatched. East Blue, King's Palace of Goa. Guu was sitting high on the throne that should have belonged to the king. On both sides of the throne, Julius and Chris were standing there quietly, occasionally looking at Guu with eyes full of reverence and passion. And in the hall under the throne, the corpses of nobles, royal families, kingdom generals, and some soldiers were lying there in disorder. In the center of the corpses, a powerful monster crawled on the ground respectfully and reported to Guu what he had learned from the naval headquarters. Coming intelligence. Marine Admiral Akainu, Hero Vice Admiral Garp, and 10 warships plus 10,000 marines. Naval headquarters is really generous this time. After listening to the Chenglitsu who was in charge of monitoring naval headquarters, Guu supported his head with one hand, and exclaimed with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, but there was no nervous look on his face. Your Majesty, they are just a bunch of garbage humans. Do you need me to help you deal with them? Chris, who was beside Guu, immediately invited him to fight. No, Chris, this time the opponent is not something you can handle. Guu shook his head, and said with a faint smile, a Logia fruit lava fruit capable user, plus the legendary marine, Iron Fist, Garp who has driven the Pirate King to a desperate situation several times, such a combination, let alone you, even Ijuka's level Arankar I'm afraid it's not an opponent either. Note, the Ijuka's level Arankar here refers to the Arankar that has the Ijuka's level Ryutsu, not the Arankar that comes directly from the Ijuka's level Manos Grande. The same is true for Chris and Julius. Chris and Julius were shocked, and Julius said in shock, these humans are so strong. Devil fruit, what is that? So, don't underestimate the human beings in this world. Guu smiled lightly, then waved his hand, and said to Chang Lixu below, you continue to monitor naval headquarters. People in this world also have many strange abilities. Be careful not to be discovered. Yes, Your Majesty, this powerful dog said respectfully, then stood up and opened the black cavity and walked in. Guu looked at the closed black cavity, and a sigh flashed in his eyes. Should I say that Aronio is worthy of being an intelligence professional? How long has it been? Not only have we collected a lot of information about this world, but we have even left some ghosts with special abilities in many places to monitor certain forces. This kind of terrible execution is simply appalling. I'm afraid, only Hueco Mundo can do this kind of thing. Since Marine has also started to move, then we have to speed up. Guu murmured to himself with a low smile, then raised his head and said to Chris who was beside him, are all the video and phone bugs ready? Your Majesty, it was ready 6 hours ago. Chris said respectfully. Very good, bring the video phone bug over here, it's about to start. Guu said with a faint smile as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty, Chris nodded, and then the figure disappeared beside Guu in an instant. About 2 minutes later, Chris's figure reappeared, holding a bigger video phone bug in her hand, walked to Guu and put it on the ground, then returned to Guu's side. Julius. Guu called softly. Yes, Your Majesty. Julius nodded, took out a small phone bug from her bosom, and said in a cold voice, Your Majesty's order, start to act. Immediately, a black hole opened up in the sky above the 23 marine branches that were destroyed, and 23 powerful ghosts came out each holding a video phone bug. In the palace hall, Guu also closed his eyes, and his mind sank into Hueco Mundo Xielaporo's palace. Xielaporo, forcibly switch on all communication screens in East Blue. Guu's voice rang in Xielaporo's ear. Xielaporo smiled slightly. Follow your will, Your Majesty. While speaking, Sal Apoluoshu's long fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, and then lightly pressed the button. All of a sudden, the entire East Blue, whether it is the family TV or the big screen on the square, all the screens that can play the screen through the video phone bug all froze, and then switched to the screen in the palace of King Goa, and the screen facing the screen, it was Guu, Chris and Julius. This sudden change immediately made the entire East Blue people stunned, completely unaware of what was going on. What's going on? How come all the pictures have become like this? Who are those three? Those two girls look so beautiful. This seems to be the palace of a certain country, right? Why is it like this? Everyone was discussing strangely, but among these crowd, some reporters, eyes lit up one by one, smelling the breath of big news. At this time, Guu in the palace hall also started to move. He sat up slightly, smiled at the video phone bug, and his clear voice spread throughout the sea through the video phone bug. Everyone from East Blue. Good morning everyone. First time meeting. I am the owner of Hueco Mundo. You can call me, the owner of Hueco Mundo. Now, I would like to inform everyone that, starting today, East Blue will be ruled by me, the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Wow. As soon as Guu's words came out, the entire East Blue was in an uproar, some were shocked, and some were dismissive. However, these Guu had expected. I guess, now someone is saying something like, what the master of Hueco Mundo, I have never heard of it, but he is so brazen that he wants to notify East Blue, it's a life and death, or something like that. With a smile on the corner of Guu's mouth, he said with a smile, in that case, shall I show you something interesting? The screens of all the screens in East Blue flickered for a while, and then pieces of ruins appeared on the screen. Looking at these screens, everyone was taken aback for a moment, but then, some people's expressions changed drastically. Here, seems to be the 43rd branch of Marine. Look, there is a sign there. How is it possible? How could the Marine branch become like this? Could it be that it was destroyed by the guy who claimed to be the master of Hueco Mundo just now? How can that be? Everyone was deeply shocked by this, and those reporters, after being shocked for a moment, hurriedly took out their phone bugs and dialed the phone excitedly, shouting excitedly, big news. Big news. That's right, just as you think. At this time, the screen switched back to Guu's appearance again, and Guu smiled slightly. Just last night, in order to better inform East Blue, under the unrivaled strength of Hueco Mundo's army, all East Blue the Marine branches in the East Blue have all been annihilated, that is to say, there is no more Marine in East Blue. After finishing speaking, Guu didn't care how shocked the whole East Blue was, but continued to smile and said, from now on, East Blue will be completely taken over by my Void Legion. Here, I hope everyone can cooperate actively, otherwise, I can't guarantee everyone's safety. Quote. Everyone in East Blue stared blankly at the smiling Guu on the screen, and a chill couldn't help rising from the bottom of their hearts. Oh, right. At this time, Guu thought of something, leaned on the throne with one hand propped on his chin and smiled. In order to better manage East Blue, I hope that the leaders of all East Blue forces will come to Goya in a week. A visit to the palace of the kingdom, whether it is the country, the pirate group or other organizations, must be present, otherwise. Guu narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers. Chris nodded immediately, walked to the screen under the gaze of all East Blue people, picked up the phone bug, and placed the phone bug on the window of the main hall. On the next day, the boundless Void Legion in the capital city and the gigantic Jillian suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes in shock. Perhaps, you are the next Goa kingdom. So, surrender or destruction, which one do you choose? In the picture of Shuji's army, Guu's chuckling voice also came over. Beep. All the TV screens in East Blue returned to normal. However, everyone was staring at the screen in a daze, with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. After a strange silence for a moment, the whole East Blue boiled instantly. Master of Hueco Mundo, what the hell is going on? Is East Blue really going to be ruled by this inexplicable guy in the future? Hush, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The Marine branch has been completely wiped out. Didn't you see the monster army just now? If the Hueco Mundo master hears it, you will die. Damn, this Hueco Mundo master is not a villain like a pirate. The entire East Blue was immersed in the shock brought by Guu, and everyone was discussing and worried about the future of East Blue. At the same time, the other kingdoms, pirate groups and other forces in East Blue also fell silent one by one. After all, the scene of the Goa kingdom being overwhelmed by the monster army just now is really shocking. Most of the forces contacted each other urgently to discuss for a long time, and finally made a decision feebly. Get ready, go to Goa kingdom in a week. Chapter 26 Human, you have crossed the line. The whole East Blue was shaking by Guu's words. The name of the master of Hueco Mundo was immediately known to all East Blue people, and the major newspapers started to operate like crazy. They wanted to completely the news was reported. It can be expected that once this incident is reported on the sea, it will definitely cause a great sensation. The Kingdom of Goa, the Palace Hall. Turning off the video phone bug, Guu lightly tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingers. A smile appeared on his face. East Blue, finally here, Guu said to herself, but there was indeed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. The last time he conquered the Kingdom of Goa and opened the treasure chest, he thought that conquering the entire East Blue would definitely unlock something, but now it seems that things are not as good as he imagined. It seems that I am really greedy. Laughing self-deprecatingly, Guu closed her eyes, and with a thought, her figure disappeared instantly and then appeared in the main hall of Zai Palace. Sitting back on the throne, Guu's huge ryutsu that was already very close to Jillian spewed out. The spiritual power in the air vibrated slightly, and Guu's ryutsu spread out without reservation. Next moment, swish, swish, the figures of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin were first in the main hall, and then the 11 black chambers were suddenly torn open, and Espada and Nailu also came out. His Majesty, the 13 Dao Exude Sphere Ryutsu knelt down on one knee in front of Guu, his eyes were burning hot. Feeling the terrifying ryutsu that couldn't affect her in any way, Guu felt a fire in her heart. Get up, Guu said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up immediately. Glancing at everyone, he finally stopped on Aizen. Guu chuckled and said, Aizen, you should know the situation outside, right? A Marine Admiral plus a legendary Marine who might be stronger than Marine Admiral, for now first who can only summon Jillian level Manos Grande at most, this is not good. Yeah, it's not good. Aizen also said with a smile. So, are you all ready? Guu tilted his neck and supported his head with his hands, and smiled lightly. Of course, everything is ready. Aizen said with a smile. Very good. Guu stood up slowly, looked at the Hueco Mundo executives below and said with a smile. In this case, everyone, let the human beings in this world see and see. What is Shu, what is Shinigami, and then, let this world be manipulated by us. Yes, Your Majesty, everyone respectfully said. Then, let's all go get ready. Meet our upcoming guests. Guu waved her hand and smiled lightly. Yes. The next moment, Ichimaru Jin's figure disappeared in an instant, and Espada and Nailu also opened their black chambers and walked in. Only Aizen, still smiling, did not move at the same place. Aizen, is there anything else? Guu looked at Aizen and asked curiously. Aizen smiled slightly, took Kyoka Suigetsu from his waist and said, Your Majesty, I think you should be able to use Kyoka Suigetsu's power for this operation. Guu was taken aback for a moment, and then came to his senses, took a deep look at Aizen and smiled lightly. As expected of Aizen, he is really thoughtful. As soon as Guu stretched out his hand, the Kyoka Suigetsu in Aizen's hand flew into his hand automatically. In the game, whether it's Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu or Ichimaru Jin's Shinso, they were originally Zanpakuto in the treasure chest, but they were later taken out by Guu for their use. Strictly speaking, Guu is the Kyoka the true master of Suigetsu. So, he can use Kyoka Suigetsu as well. Replace the Nejibana on the waist with Kyoka Suigetsu. Holding the Nejibana, Guu sent it back to the treasure chest with a thought. The show has begun. The corner of Guu's mouth raised, and he disappeared into the hull in an instant. Calm belt. This is a strange place on both sides of the Grand Line. Here, there is no sea breeze that can sail the ship, and there are only a terrifying number of huge sea kings. But today, Calm Belt, which has always been extremely peaceful, was broken by the arrival of a fleet. 10 marine warships were sailing in an inverted V-shaped formation, all sails were stowed, and the turboprops on both sides of the warships were constantly turning. Amid the sound of crashing, clattering, the 10 warships continued to move forward. And in the deep sea below the warship, one after another huge black shadows slowly swam by without any reaction to the warship on the surface. However, even so, the sailors on the deck still couldn't help being a little frightened, for fear that a big mouth would suddenly burst out of the water and swallow them and the boat together. They are the marine fleet heading to East Blue from naval headquarters. On the main ship in the center, Sakazuki was wearing a red suit, and the admiral's coat of justice on his body was swaying violently in the sea breeze, with a stern look on his face. Behind him, Garp was scratching his head frantically and muttering, I don't know what's going on with the little BD Luffy. Call. At this time, a breeze suddenly blew across the fleet, and everyone was shocked. Report Akainu Admiral, the fleet has passed Calm Belt. A sailor ran over and saluted Akainu loudly. Hearing this, Akainu nodded expressionlessly and said, sail and set off at full speed. Advance to the nearest marine branch. Yes, Akainu Admiral, said the sea soldier loudly, and then planned to go down to convey Akainu's order. However, at this moment, Garp walked over with his eyes wide open and said, Boy Akainu, I'll talk about the marine branch later, let's go to Windmill Town first. Akainu frowned suddenly, looked at Garp with a blank face and said, Vice Admiral Garp, Marshal Sengoku's order is first to investigate the situation of the East Blue Marine branch. Stop using Sengoku to overwhelm me, boy. Garp stared at Haibing aside and said, listen to me, go to Windmill Town immediately. Vice Admiral Garp. Akainu suddenly let out a deep drink, just about to say something. Roar. A huge terrifying roar resounded through the sky, and then, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the entire marine fleet. What sound? Akainu, Garp, and other officers above the rear admiral rank on the warship were shocked. No, Akainu Admiral, the sky is cracked. At this time, the panicked scouts of the scouts suddenly came from the watchtower of the main ship's mast. The sky is cracked, including Akainu and Garp. Everyone hurriedly looked up to the sky, and suddenly, everyone couldn't help shrinking their pupils. In the blue sky, a huge pitch-black crack was being opened. In the pitch-black space, pairs of densely packed scarlet eyes were staring at them, and behind these countless scarlet eyes, there was one ship 10 times bigger than them. Huge eyes that were bigger than all the warships were staring at them motionlessly. What is this thing? The sailors on the deck suddenly panicked. Calm down, prepare to fight. Akainu yelled, and immediately all the sailors came back from the panic. One by one, they picked up their weapons, and the cannons began to aim at the sky. It's just that Akainu frowned fiercely. Are these things hidden in East Blue? Garp also looked at this creepy scene with a serious face. Roar. At this time, a deafening roar sounded from the space crack in the sky, and then, under the shocked gazes of all Marines, including Akainu and Garp, there were holes in their chests and white bone masks. Monsters emerged from the chrysalis. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The number is still increasing. At a glance, one can see that the blue sky is being continuously covered by black voids. Overwhelming, even the sun is blocked. The oppressive feeling brought by the terrible Ryutsu made all Marines unable to bear the fear in their hearts. Humans, you have crossed the line. At this time, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Chapter 27 Shatter. Kyoko Suigetsu, accompanied by an indifferent voice resounding in the sky. Suddenly, the dense void group in the sky was shocked, and then separated to the two sides to reveal the huge space crack in the sky. Under the shocked and unbelievable eyes of many Marines on the warship, 3 figures slowly emerged from the dark space crack. Walked out and stood on the sky out of thin air. It was a man, 2 women and 3 figures. The 2 women were dressed in white maid outfits, with a long knife pinned to their waists. Their hair was long and the other short, and they all had cold faces. The man standing at the front was wearing a slender white robe and a long white robe hanging around his waist. He has a long knife with a green handle, and a devilish bone mask on his face under short black hair. Through the mask, he looks indifferently at the 10 marine warships below. People, they can actually stand on the sky. Is it some kind of demon fruit power? On the warship below, the Marines watching this scene were shocked one by one, and couldn't help screaming. Even the group of rear admirals and the 5 vice admirals couldn't help but change their expressions. They looked in disbelief at the 3 of them surrounded by those monsters in the sky like stars holding the moon. Their eyes were solemn. This exaggerated number, it seems that the culprits who attacked the marine branch are these monsters. Looking at the army of monsters that covered the sky so darkly, even Garp, who has always been well informed, couldn't help but hold his breath. A flash of shock flashed in his eyes, and he said solemnly, "Do not." Akainu on the side stared coldly at the masked man in the monster army, and said in a dignified tone, "Those 3 people should be the ones controlling these monsters, and they are the culprits." Devil Fruit's ability. Garp looked at the endless army of monsters, but felt inexplicably uneasy in his heart. This number is almost 70 or 80, no, it is almost 1,000,000. With such an exaggerated amount, is there really a devil fruit that can do this kind of thing? At this time, the masked man in the sky spoke again. The indifferent voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone strangely. "Humans, the front is the domain of the Lord of Hueco Mundo whom we serve. Stop your steps immediately, otherwise, Hueco Mundo's army will attack you without mercy." The masked man looked indifferently at the Marines below and said, "Master of Hueco Mundo, what is that?" The Marines below immediately looked at each other, and they all saw doubts in each other's eyes. "Master of Hueco Mundo, is that your leader?" Garp yelled at the masked man, "Is it you who attacked East Blue's marine branch? What is your purpose? How is East Blue now?" Hearing this, the masked man glanced at Garp indifferently, and said indifferently, "Human, I have no obligation to answer your question, and withdraw from this sea area immediately. Remember, this is not a request. This is a notice, otherwise, you will be at your own risk." Roar. As if to cater to the masked man's words, the endless void in the entire sky let out a huge roar. The sound resounded throughout the sky, and even the sea surface was shaken with ripples. The expressions of the Marines below changed drastically, and they quickly clenched their guns and pointed at the monster army in the sky, with cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. And many more. Vice Admiral Garp, stop talking nonsense with him. Garp was about to say something more, but Akainu interrupted Garp without hesitation, looked at the masked man in the sky and snorted coldly, "HMPH. Master of Hueco Mundo, just a guy who jumped out of nowhere. How dare you attack Marine's branch? Today I will let you know that Marine's justice is beyond the reach of a small person like you." "Sakazuki, what are you talking about?" Garp on the side suddenly shouted angrily, "Kid, didn't you see that kind of monster army? Get started, even if you can win in the end. But the sailors here will all be buried in the sea. Besides, there are those 3 unknown existences who don't know the depth." Yes, the masked man's voice didn't change at all. He just put his hand on the green handle on his waist, pulled out the long knife slowly, and said indifferently, "If that's the case, then, let's all be buried here." Human beings, shatter, Kyoko Suigetsu, hum. Amidst the vigilance and uneasiness of countless Marines below, the long knife in the masked man's hand flashed a bright and strange luster, and then everything returned to normal. What's going on? What did he do just now? Garp stared at the masked man who hadn't happened, and was stunned. In fact, the other Marines also looked puzzled. When they saw the masked man take out a long knife, they thought that the other party would suddenly launch a terrible attack on them. It's just that no one present knew what the luster just now represented. Pretending to be a ghost. Seeing that nothing really happened, Akainu frowned and snorted coldly. Amidst the large amount of gunpowder smoke, his right arm turned into magma and swung it towards the sky. Great eruption. Boom. A large amount of magma spewed out, forming a huge magma fist with a diameter of 50 to 60 meters, and shot it out towards the masked man and the densely packed monsters in the sky. The terrifying heat made the air on the entire sea become hot. The densely packed Hueco Mundo in the sky also let out a restless roar, but none of them made any movement to avoid it. However, facing this extremely terrifying scene, the masked man's eyes did not change in any way, and the long knife in his hand waved lightly at the huge magma fist that shot from below. Pooh! The huge magma fist was directly divided into two, the speed of rising into the sky suddenly stopped, and then fell towards the two warships below. Not good. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The sailors on the two warships suddenly panicked and wanted to control the warships to get out of the way, but unfortunately, it was obviously too late, except for the rear admirals and Bastille Vice Admiral who hurriedly used moonwalk to escape to other ships. Under the horrified eyes of other Marines, the two warships were directly hit by two huge magma. Boom, boom, two huge explosions sounded, and amidst the violent screams and screams, the two warships were directly smashed and sunk, ignited a raging fire and sank into the sea, and a large amount of steam permeated the air. This is impossible. Akainu was shocked in disbelief, and suddenly raised his head to look at the masked man, but he found that there were only two women in maid outfits left in the sky, and the masked man had disappeared. Human, where are you looking? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from Akainu's ear. Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned his head suddenly, only to find that at some point, the masked man had appeared behind him, waving the long knife in his hand at him indifferently. Chapter 28 Enter Garp and Akainu in Hueco Mundo. What the hell is going on? Why doesn't my observation hockey feel anything? Seeing the masked man behind him slashing at him indifferently with a long knife, Akainu was shocked and didn't dare to hesitate. Armament hockey instantly covered his feet and kicked towards the blade. Boy, you won't forget the old man, will you? At this time, Garp on the side also rushed towards the side of the masked man suddenly, carrying the terrifying hockey in his huge fist, and blasted hard at the masked man's waist. However, in the face of the attack from Marine Admiral and the Marine Hero, the expression of the masked man remained unchanged. The long knife in his hand was still swung at Akainu, while his left hand hanging by his side was raised, and his left wrist blocked Garp's fist. Boom! The three of them collided, and a violent roar sounded. The main ship suddenly began to shake violently, the deck cracked, and the terrible shock wave spread violently around the three of them, causing violent waves on the sea. Under the shocked gazes of the sailors, Garp's terrifying punch was directly blocked by the masked man's wrist, and Akainu, even with hockey's blessing, still felt a terrifying force all over his body. It was directly blasted, smashed through the baffle on the side of the ship and flew out to the sea. Damn it! Such power! Such strong hockey! Akainu stared at the masked man on the deck. The figure twisted in the air, and the soles of his feet stepped in the air. The white air mass exploded, and the upside-down figure stopped directly, and then shot towards the deck. Tread. Landing on the deck, Akainu was covered in gunpowder smoke, and a large amount of magma began to emerge on his body. He stared coldly at the masked man, and the surrounding air suddenly became hot. Akainu, the situation is not right, retreat first. Garp took a few steps back to distance himself from the masked man, and looked at the masked man solemnly. It was the first time in history that his fist was blocked so easily in the sea for decades. Even the four emperors who call the wind and rain on the sea, it is impossible to block his fist so lightly and casually. This guy is very strong. Hearing this, Sakazuki was shocked all over, and a trace of struggle and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In fact, from the short confrontation just now, he knew the unfathomable strength of the masked man in front of him. It's just that, as a marine, and with such a powerful fleet this time, he couldn't even enter the gate of East Blue. If it gets out, where will Marine's face be put? Vice Admiral Garp, this guy is extremely dangerous. And we know too little about the so-called Lord of Hueco Mundo. We must catch this guy this time. Otherwise, we won't have such a good opportunity in the future. Akainu condensed soundtrack. Garp was startled. That's right, only one member of this mysterious force has such terrifying strength. This kind of force is really terrifying. There is definitely a strong threat to Marine. If you don't grab the opponent to get more information when there is only one person, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Taking a deep breath, Garp's eyes became extremely sharp. He unbuttoned his suit and took off his suit, revealing a strong body wrapped under a white shirt. Garp twisted his neck and looked at the man in the mask and said, "In that case, Akainu boy, this time the enemy is extraordinary, we must go all out." Ah, isn't it natural? Akainu's body was full of magma, and the terrible heat seemed to burn the surrounding air, and he looked at the masked man with no expression on his face. Akainu Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, we're here to help you. At this time, there was a blast of air. Bastille and 5 Vice Admirals stepped on the moonwalk and shot from the air, then stopped around the masked man, and surrounded the masked man with Akainu and Garp. On the other 8 warships, the rear admirals also led the sailors to stand by, staring solemnly at the countless monsters in the sky. The dignified breath instantly covered the world. Facing the attack from the 5 elite Vice Admirals plus Marine Admiral and the hero Vice Admiral Garp, the masked man's eyes remained indifferent, scanning the 7 and asking, is this what you rely on? Reliance. You can think so. Garp grinned, and the terrifying hockey began to condense on his body. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the terrifying power made the waves surging on the sea stagnate. You can be so proud of having so many of us together. Akainu stared at the masked man coldly and said. The masked man's eyes still didn't change, he just said indifferently, ants are ants, no matter how many or how few there are, they are just ants, but. Having said that, under the startled eyes of the 7 people, the figure of the masked man disappeared instantly. In the sky, let's go together, we must not let him escape. Akainu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. When he saw the masked man standing in the sky, he immediately shouted, stepped on the moonwalk, and rushed towards the sky. Once you can't resist the attack of these monsters, withdraw from East Blue immediately. Garp yelled at the Marines on the other warships, and then shot into the sky with 5 Vice Admirals. In the sky, looking at the 7 people shooting from below, the masked man said indifferently, you are the strongest human beings I have ever seen. As human beings, you are proud enough. Maybe our king will be very grateful to you. Interest. So, be honored, human beings, you will have the honor to go to the void. Hueco Mundo, the masked man said indifferently, and suddenly swung the long knife in his hand towards the 7 Akainu. Moment. Tear. A huge black space crack opened suddenly in front of Garp and the others. Not good. Garp was startled, but because their speed was too fast, and this huge space crack appeared too suddenly, before they could react, they went straight in. Wow. Several people only felt that the vision in front of them was blurred for a while, and suddenly, the feeling of being down to earth brought them back to their senses. They looked around one by one, and couldn't help but change their expressions. The gloomy sky, the gloomy full moon, and the endless desert. Where is this place? The 7 members of Garp looked at the completely unfamiliar scene around them, with vigilance and solemnity in their hearts. Chapter 29 Chapter 6 Espada. Grimjow Jack Jack, East Blue, waters off the calm belt. Very well, everything is going according to plan. Up to a height of nearly 100 meters in the air, watching the wonderful performance of myself, below, Guu took off the devil-style bone mask on his face and showed a smile. But the spiritual power is almost used up. Click. The area below where the marine fleet was located suddenly shattered like shattered glass, revealing the original appearance of the fleet on the sea. The 2 warships destroyed by Akainu's magma were intact, and the huge space crack that sucked Garp and the other 7 people into it also disappeared, turning into a cylindrical golden light film shining from the black cavity that emerged from the void group, and the masked man with indifferent eyes in the sky, Chris and Julius also exploded into fragments and disappeared. The Marines below looked at the black cavity in the sky with a golden film of light in shock and disbelief. Because in their eyes, something unbelievable happened after the long knife in the masked man's hand flashed with a strange brilliance. The masked man suddenly flew up to a height of 100 meters with the 2 maids, and Akainu Admiral unexpectedly fought with Vice Admiral Garp out of nowhere. Not only that, but after a while, the 5 Marine Vice Admirals also rushed over. Seems to be joining the fray too. This made the other Marines turn pale one by one, and they didn't understand what happened at all. They yelled to stop them, but Garp and the others seemed to be unable to hear them at all, and they still went their own way. And in the end, as a golden film of light radiated from the crack in the space from the monsters in the sky, the 7 members of Vice Admiral Garp rushed forward without hesitation, just in time to be covered by the light film, and sucked into the huge in the cracks of the pitch-black space. This weird scene couldn't help but make the Marines shudder. Most of the Marines looked at the masked man who had not moved in the sky, and there was a flash of fear in their eyes. This is the power of Kyoko Suigetsu. Complete hypnosis. As long as you see Kyoko Suigetsu Shikai's opponent, you will be forever controlled by Kyoko Suigetsu's 5 senses. It's a terrible ability. It's just a pity. For my Ryutsu now, it cannot be used for a long time. Seeing the chaotic and bewildered Marine below, Guu sighed, put the Kyoko Suigetsu back into the scabbard at his waist, snapped his fingers and smiled and said, let's not leave any of them, let's get rid of them. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky, the legion of millions of illusions let out a loud roar of excitement, and rushed towards the Marine fleet below like locusts. Here they come. They are coming. Attack. Attack immediately. No, can't attack. We can't win. Retreat. Retreat. The Legion of Void rushed towards Marine, including Rear Admiral. All Marines couldn't help but turn pale, and then suddenly became confused. Some Marines frantically attacked the Void group, while others panicked and wanted to turn the direction of the warships to escape, and the formation of the fleet suddenly broke down. Seeing this scene, Guu stared at those Rear Admirals for a while, licked his lips and smiled lightly. The fragrance emitted by the souls of the strong is really different. Chris, Julius, Guu said softly. Your Majesty. Chris and Julius stepped forward respectfully. Go and bring back the souls of those Rear Admirals. Guu smiled. Yes, Your Majesty. Chris and Julius nodded, and then shot directly from the air to the Marine fleet below. Then, Aizen, I'm just waiting to see what you'll do for me. Seeing Chris and Julius rushing towards those rear admirals, Guu raised the corner of his mouth, closed his eyes, and disappeared in an instant, entering the Hueco Mundo in the depths of his soul. Hueco Mundo. A palm-sized lizard-shaped Xiaoshu emerged from the gray sand, greedily breathing the free spirit particles in the air. Suddenly, a palm stretched out from the side, and before the lizard could react, it was caught by this palm. Same as those monsters just now, with a white bone mask and a hollow hole running through the body. What a creepy creature. Garp in a white shirt looked at the struggling little lizard in his hands, with doubts and surprises in his eyes. Vice Admiral Garp, I've never heard of such weird creatures in East Blue. Where did those monsters come from? Vice Admiral, a mole beside him, frowned. We know too little about this force. Dugman Vice Admiral next to Mole Vice Admiral also said solemnly, I didn't have anything to do with them before. Let alone the news, as soon as they appeared, they made a big event that wiped out all 23 marine branches, and the masked man just now its strength is also unfathomable, this force is even more terrifying than the 4 emperors. The other Vice Admiral is also dignified. Stop talking such useless nonsense. At this time, Akainu said with a blank face, the most urgent thing is to find out where this place is, and then join other marines and report the situation here to the headquarters. Hearing this, everyone didn't speak, but looked at the endless desert around them, and they were all full of doubts. East Blue, is there such a place? Puzzled, the 7 moved forward again. Sudden, boom, an extremely terrifying coercion descended from the sky, and the faces of the 7 people suddenly changed. Except for Garp and Akainu, the 5 Vice Admirals staggered suddenly, and almost fell to their knees directly under this terrible coercion, but even so, under this terrible coercion, it seemed that the air had become viscous, and they felt that their every move became difficult. Conqueror's Haki. The 7 of them turned pale with shock, but then Garp shook his head in shock and said, no. Although it looks similar, this is not Conqueror's Haki. This power is more oppressive than Conqueror's. Are you the strong human beings that His Majesty said? You look very weak. Amidst this terrifying coercion covering a radius of nearly 10 kilometers, an insolent voice suddenly came from the sky. Garp and the 7 people suddenly shrank their pupils and raised their heads quickly. A white long gown, an exposed chest with a creepy hollow, a long knife hanging from his waist, short blue short hair, hands in his pockets, and a face with half a bone mask on his jaw staring at him with excitement. Them. With that masked man. Seeing the clothes on the blue-haired man, the 7 of them stared at each other, but then, when they saw the hollowness in his chest, they were all startled. Same as those monsters. Isn't this guy a human? The masked man outside seemed to call us human beings just now. Could it be that he is the same as this guy? What the hell are these guys? The 5 Vice Admirals couldn't help but say in shock. Even Garp couldn't help being shocked, and the blue-haired man looked at the sky in horror and muttered, East Blue, what kind of monster has appeared? Only Akainu, although shocked in his heart, still snorted coldly, are you also the one who was the master of Hueco Mundo? Since, boom, a white air mass suddenly exploded in the sky. In the center of the air mass, the figure of the blue-haired man shot out suddenly, and he came to Akainu in an instant, and slammed his fist hard on Akainu's face. Boom, there was a huge blast of air, like a shell being fired. Before Akainu could react, the sight in front of him spun, and he was blown away. He hit the beach and bounced again, flying 500 to 600 meters away. The distance fell on the sand. But at this time, due to the high speed and the hurricane generated during the attack, it suddenly appeared, blowing the surrounding sand and dust to spread out. In the shock wave, everyone including Garp turned their heads in shock to look at the blue-haired man who appeared in their Vice Admiral in an instant, and their pupils shrank suddenly. So fast. I am the 6th Espada, Grimjow Jagerjackez. Watch your words, human. The master of Hueco Mundo is not something a mere human can talk about. Grimjow withdrew his fist and looked at Akainu who was half buried by dust in the distance and said unhappily. Chapter 30 Wang Shu's Flash. What? Shock. Unspeakable shock. Except for Garp, none of the 5 Vice Admirals saw how Grimjow moved among them. They only felt a gust of wind hit them, turned their heads, and saw Grimjow punch Akainu directly. Feeling the extremely dangerous signal fed back from observation Haki, including Garp, they all backed away at the first time, and opened their eyes with Grimjow. Is this guy also a subordinate of the Lord of Hueco Mundo? What a frightening speed. The mole Vice Admiral drew out the long knife at his waist, staring at Grimjow with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The previous masked man, now there is another one. In this force, are there all such monster-like guys? Maynard Vice Admiral bit the cigarette in his mouth, feeling the danger emanating from Grimjow breath murmured in disbelief. The other 3 Vice Admirals also looked at Grimjow solemnly and in shock. However, Garp's expression was more serious than the 5 Vice Admirals. Boy, you just said you were the 6th Espada, right? What does that mean? Garp stared at Grimjow with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. The 5 Vice Admirals came back to their senses in shock, and looked at Grimjow in horror. No, 6 Espada, could it be? Grimjow turned to look at Garp, nodded with interest and said, human, your Ryutsu is not bad. Although it is still very weak, it is already very impressive compared to ordinary humans. After finishing speaking, Grimjow remembered to answer Garp's question, put his hands in his pockets and grinned. Espada refers to the 10 most powerful Arankars under His Majesty. They are ranked from the 1st to the 10th Espada according to their strength, and I am the first 6 Espada Grimjow Jack, so you understand. Human. 10. The pupils of Garp and the 5 Vice Admirals shrank suddenly. How is this possible? There are 10 powerhouses of this level. The 5 Vice Admirals said in shock. Besides, is it already so strong after being number 6? Garp stared at Grimjow solemnly. Just number 6. Grimjow grinned and stomped hard. Boom. The dust under his feet exploded immediately, and Grimjow shot towards Garp at an extremely fast speed, and laughed grinningly. Human. I can't pretend I didn't hear your words. Hum. A cold light flashed. Zanpakuto was instantly pulled out by Grimjow and held in his hand. He laughed and slashed at Garp fiercely. Vice Admiral Garp. The faces of the 5 Vice Admirals changed immediately, and before they had time to react, a strong wind blew in, and Grimjow appeared beside them, slashing at Garp with a dreadful whistling sound. Boom. A huge fist armed by armament hockey blocked Grimjow's Zanpakuto, and the pitch-black fist collided with Zanpakuto. A violent roar sounded, and the terrifying shock wave spread in all directions instantly. Is this the hockey that Aronio mentioned? Grimjow watched Garp's metal black fist block his own Zanpakuto, and said with interest, it feels like spiritual power. Human, is this the power you use? You know a lot, but boy, don't always be human. Although you are indeed not human, this kind of name. Garp blocked Grimjow's Zanpakuto with a fist with his right hand, grinned, and shouted, I'm so upset. Boom. Accompanied by Garp's loud shout, an extremely terrifying hockey spewed out from his body, and the hockey, which turned into air waves-like substance, spread out round and round, and the terrible shock wave blew all 5 Vice Admirals away. Go out. Is this the strength of Vice Admiral Garp? The 5 Vice Admirals were directly forced back 500 or 600 meters by Garp's hockey, and they looked at Garp who was erupting with hockey in shock. However, Grimjow, who was in front of Garp, was even more excited. Hey, that fellow Aronilo didn't mention in his report that hockey can be this strong. Human. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Garp, Grimjow laughed and said, at the same time, stretched out his spare left hand on Zanpakuto. The terrifying red spiritual power quickly gathered, and then suddenly erupted. Hum. The gigantic Sero that suddenly shrank shot out from Grimjow's palm, submerged Garp directly, and then shot away into the distance. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and Sero blasted thousands of meters away and exploded suddenly. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from the violently fluctuating spiritual power. Vice Admiral Garp. The expressions of the 5 Vice Admirals suddenly changed, they shouted angrily, and shot towards Grimjow in unison. Ha ha ha. Grimjow laughed and grinned grinningly at the 5 Vice Admirals coming from the spurt. Humans. Hurry up and use your full strength. Don't let me down. Boy, don't be too happy. At this moment, Garp's thick voice suddenly sounded over Grimjow. Grimjow suddenly raised his head, and saw that Garp, who was supposed to be hit by Sero, had appeared above his head at some point. His foot kicked in the air, and amidst the violent explosion of air, a white wave of air the soles of Garp's feet exploded, and Garp himself shot down from the sky like a cannonball, and he came to Grimjow in an instant. Fist bone style meteor. Garp let out a yelp, and hockey slammed into Grimjow's face with a ghastly condensation on his right fist. Boom. A white air mass exploded between the two of them. In the center of the air mass, Grimjow's body rolled and flew out like a rag doll. The air flow brought along the way directly blew the white sand on the ground to both sides. Boom. In the direction of Grimjow flying upside down, with the sudden rise in the temperature of the air, a large amount of magma suddenly shot up into the sky. In the magma, Akainu, who was covered in magma, walked out expressionlessly. Looking at Grimjow flying upside down, his right arm turned into a magma spurted out. Dark Hound. Boom. Grimjow's upside down body was directly hit on the back by the magma fist. The upside down figure suddenly paused and flew out in another direction. It hit the beach more than 600 meters away, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the air. Akainu Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp. Seeing this scene, the 5 Vice Admirals rushed forward and stopped. Don't come here, you are no longer suitable to participate in this level of battle. Akainu said blankly as he walked to Garp. Hearing this, the expressions of the 5 Vice Admirals were shocked, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in their eyes, but they could only nod their heads and retreated. Akainu boy, we will go all out next. We must get rid of that guy as soon as possible. Garp stared at Grimjow who was covered by smoke in the distance. Ah, the situation here must be reported back to Naval Headquarters. Akainu's expression remained expressionless, but his eyes also became extremely serious. Ha ha ha. At this time, Grimjow's crazy laughter suddenly came from the smoke in the distance, and the terrifying Ryutsu spewed out from Grimjow's body, and all the surrounding smoke and dust were blown away instantly. Interesting. It's so interesting. Humans, let me see more interesting things. Grimjow laughed maniacally. The gushing Ryutsu blew his clothes. Zanpakuto in his hand slipped on his left hand, and then stuck Zanpakuto on the ground beside him, aiming his wounded palm directly at Akainu and others people. A terrible blue spiritual power that makes both Garp and Akainu shudder gathers rapidly in the palm of Grimjow. Wong Shoes. Flash. Chapter 31 Creek It. Leopard King. Boom. In the horrified eyes of the 5 Vice Admirals and Garp and Akainu's dignified eyes, the dark blue spiritual power turned into a terrifying torrent of spiritual power like lightning and spewed towards them. As if being pushed by a bulldozer, the gray-white sand opened to both sides. Before the attack arrived, a terrible hurricane had already hit Garp and others. Ha ha ha, this is the exclusive Sero that can only be used by Espada level or Ankar, Wangshu's flash. Humans, try to block it and see. The flash of Wangshu spewed out in his hand, and the strong reaction force pushed Grimjow's feet into the sand. Looking at Garp and others who were completely unable to avoid it, Grimjow laughed wildly. Humph, boy, although I don't know what you are. But, don't underestimate humans. Single quote. Garp yelled, and the terrifying hockey turned into a substantial column of air and soared up from him. With a boom, the surrounding 100-meter sand suddenly collapsed. The fist met Wangshu's flash without hesitation. Boom. As soon as the two came into contact, a terrifying shock wave swept across the sand in a radius of 1 kilometer, and the 5 vice admirals were blown away far away. Only Akainu could maintain balance in the shock wave. Drink. Garp roared loudly, and the veins on his fist bulged. Wangshu's flash was startled suddenly, and then, as if cut open, he shot past Garp's two sides, and one of them shot directly at Akainu next to Garp. Akainu watched blankly as one half of Sero, which was split in two, shot towards him. Magma surged all over his body, and directly activated elementalization. However, the moment Wangshu's flash hit him, Akainu's face became pale. Big change. Shave. As soon as Akainu's figure moved, he appeared on the sand hundreds of meters away in an instant. He groaned in pain and fell to the ground with a stagger. On his chest, the clothes had been wiped out by Sero just now. The chest was even more bloody. How could this be? Why elementalization doesn't work? Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Akainu murmured in disbelief. Boom. At this time, under Garp's resistance, Wangshu's flashing power finally dissipated. Garp also looked at Akainu with a somewhat shocked expression and said, "Boy Akainu, what's going on?" "No, I don't know, the attack just now seems to be able to attack my entity." Akainu stood up with difficulty, staring at Grimjow. "Human, what kind of eyes do you have?" Seeing Akainu's gaze, Grimjow tilted his neck and grinned grinningly. "Aronilo has already collected information about Logia demon fruit power, but in front of our virtual Ryutsu, Logia's elemental ability is useless." Quote. But speaking of it, as he said that, Grimjow completely ignored Akainu, looked at Garp and said excitedly, "Human, I never thought you could block Wangshu's flash. It seems that you are the strongest among this group of people. In that case, crash." With 1 foot back, Grimjow placed Zanpakuto in front of his body with his right hand, and put his left hand on the blade of Zanpakuto in a claw shape. Looking at Garp, he laughed excitedly and said, "Just let you see my true strength." Crackle. Leopard King. With excited laughter, Grimjow suddenly pulled down his left hand. Boom. The terrifying Ryutsu spewed out from Grimjow's body, forming a powerful hurricane that rolled up the dust on the ground and swirled wildly, and powerful shock waves also spread out violently. What happened? Seeing Grimjow covered by the dust tornado, the 5 vice admirals who could only watch from a distance widened their eyes in shock. Even Garp and Akainu looked shocked. Because in their perception, the dangerous aura emanating from Grimjow has become stronger and stronger. 10 seconds later, the dust tornado exploded with a jerk, revealing Grimjow's changed appearance. The whole body is covered with sharp white bone carapace, the mask on the lower jaw disappears, a large forehead protector-like bone mask appears on the forehead, the barbs on the arms are like blades, and the waist-length blue long hair send. Roar. Grimjow looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar. The terrifying sound was directly transformed into a substantial sound wave and spread out, and the violent shock wave spread out again. The 5 vice admirals in the distance suddenly felt an unrivaled pressure, and fell to their knees pale and unable to move. What the hell is going on with this guy? In the shock wave, Akainu looked at the changed Grimjow with serious eyes, muscles tensed all over his body. It's so exaggerated just by the sound. This is really a monster. Garp murmured, looking at Grimjow with serious eyes. Boom. An air explosion sounded, and in the suddenly constricted pupils of Garp and Akainu, Grimjow came to Garp in an instant. His body soared into the air, and a whip leg slammed Garp's chest fiercely. Boom. The white air wave exploded fiercely, and Garp's figure shot out from the center of the air wave. In the blink of an eye, he flew a kilometer away, and flew towards the distance without slowing down at all. However, the next moment, Grimjow turned into a white light and caught up with Garp, flew under Garp's upside-down body, and kicked out again. Boom. In the white air mass, Garp's figure immediately flew into the sky again. And it wasn't until this moment that Akainu reacted abruptly. Damn, what's going on with this speed? Akainu cursed angrily, stomped his feet, stepped on the moonwalk and shot directly towards Grimjow who was rushing towards Garp again in the sky. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a large amount of magma spewed out. Canine tooth red lotus, gurgling. Amidst the surge of magma, a dog-shaped magma bites directly at Grimjow. Go away. Grimjow glanced at Akainu, and flew towards Garp at the same speed, but his right arm was shocked, and a white bone spur shot out directly. Ku. The dog-shaped magma was directly crushed and exploded, but the speed of the bone spur did not decrease at all. Under Akainu's shocked eyes, it directly penetrated his abdomen, and then continued to shoot towards the ground. Boom. There was a huge roar, the ground shook violently, and a large pit with a diameter of 2 kilometers appeared on the ground instantly. The 5 vice admirals, who were forced to kneel on the ground by Ryutsu of Grimjow and couldn't move, suddenly vomited blood and were blown away. How can that be? Akainu spit out a mouthful of blood, blankly touched the big hole in his abdomen, and slowly fell down from the sky. Akainu boy, Garp, who was blasted into the sky by Grimmjow, let out a roar, stomped his feet, and stood up straight in the air amidst the white air waves. Looking at Grimmjow who was shooting towards him, he roared angrily, "Boy! You have completely angered the old man. Ha ha ha, isn't this great? After clearing out the obstacles, we can finally have a good fight." Grimmjow laughed maniacally, raised his right hand high, and slammed down on Garp. Leopard King's Claw, hum. 5 huge claw-like Ryutsu shot up into the sky, and at the same time as Grimmjow swung his right hand down, he slammed down on Garp. Boom. Garp was directly blasted into the ground. Amidst the violent vibration of the ground, sand waves as high as 100 meters suddenly rose into the air. Drink. Hockey. With a bone-chilling chill, soared from the ground, and the violent air wave rushed straight into the sky, blowing Grimmjow's long blue hair and swaying wildly. "Boy, I will let you know what terrible consequences it will be to make this old man angry." Boom. Accompanied by Garp's roar, the ground shook violently, the dust exploded, and Garp, who was armed with armament hockey like a metal man, soared into the sky and shot towards Grimmjow. The speed was so fast that he came to Grimmjow in the blink of an eye, and punched Grimmjow hard in the face. Boom. Blood spattered, and Grimmjow flew upside down. However, after flying less than 100 meters, Grimmjow twisted his body and forcibly stopped in the sky. Interesting. It's really interesting, human beings. Now I'm finally interested. Now it's my turn to attack. Grimmjow wiped bloodline from the corner of his mouth, laughed maniacally and shot towards Garp. "What a crazy guy," Garp said in a low voice with serious eyes, and then moonwalk stomped on his feet, and also rushed up. Next moment, boom, accompanied by the two figures staggering in the air like lightning, violent explosions and terrifying shock waves raged wildly in the sky. Earthquake. Huge momentum. It's just that no one except Grimmjow knew that in the sky, 3 slender figures were standing quietly high in the sky. Under the gloomy moonlight, their identities are clearly visible. No. 8 Espada. Zael Aporo Grants. 5th Espada. Neutra Gilga. 2nd Espada. Ulquiorra Cipher. Chapter 32 Shock. Espada after another. Grimmjow is so useless, he is just a few humans, and he still needs to use Gui Ren. What a disgrace to his majesty. In the sky, Neutra was carrying the huge double moon Zanpakuto, watching the fierce battle between Garp and Grimmjow below, licked his lips with some excitement, and said disdainfully, "Neutra, don't underestimate thank you humans." Zael Aporo on the side pushed his glasses and smiled and said, "Although Ryutsu of these humans is weak, but according to Aronilo's information, there are also strong humans who are not inferior to our Espada level, such as the following human named Garp. His physical strength is comparable to that of Espada, plus hockey, which we still don't know much about. Even you, if you don't release it, you may lose." "What?" With a wave of the double moon Zanpakuto in Neutra's hand, he pointed at Zael Aporo and said with a sneer, "Zael Aporo, pay attention to your status. You are just the 8th Espada, and I, Neutra, am the 5th Espada. My strength is beyond your imagination. If I am not afraid of disrupting His Majesty's plan, I can kill a human like this with one blow." Yes, Zael Aporo still had a smile on his face, watching Zanpakuto, who was about to touch Neutra on his face, smiled and said, "Then let's wait and see." "Zael Aporo, are you looking for death?" Neutra's eyes turned cold, and he grinned. "Stop arguing." At this time, Ulquiorra said lightly, "Cut. Zael Aporo, you'd better remember that I am the strongest in Espada. I will let His Majesty understand this one day." Seeing that Ulquiorra had spoken, Neutra could only sneer at Zael Aporo and retract Zanpakuto. Zael Aporo smiled indifferently, and looked down again at the battle between Garp and Grimmjow. Boom, boom. In the sky, Grimmjow and Garp crisscrossed like 2 bolts of lightning. Every time they collided, terrible explosions and shock waves would sweep across the sky. In the distance, an ordinary void that had just crawled out of the sand had not had time to raise its head. The shock wave generated during the battle between Garp and Grimmjow hit, and the ordinary void was wiped out in an instant. During the fierce confrontation, Garp's shirt was completely shattered, armament hockey's hardened and blackened upper body was covered with fist marks, and Grimmjow's white bone carapace began to be covered with cracks. Drink. In the sky, Grimmjow's foot collided with Garp's fist again, and a terrible shock wave swept through the air. Garp let out a loud cry, and his fist slammed twice. Click. Cracks in the white bone on Grimmjow suddenly spread. Damn it. Grimmjow cursed lowly, and his whole body was blasted to the ground by Garp's suddenly increased strength. Boom. A huge earth wave suddenly rose from the ground. In the earth wave, Grimmjow looked for the ground on his back, pushing the earth wave backwards like a bulldozer. "Stop it," Grimmjow yelled, straightened his waist, and planted his feet firmly on the ground to stop himself. However, boy, this old man won't give you a chance to fight back. Garp's figure suddenly appeared in front of Grimmjow, and he punched Grimmjow hard on the head. Boom. Grimmjow suddenly sped up again and flew nearly a kilometer away, smashing hard into the sand, and a huge earth wave rose into the sky again. Damn, 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 damn. Mere human beings, stop being so arrogant. In the earth wave, Grimmjow's angry roar suddenly sounded, and then, in the rising dust, 5 white bone spurs shot out towards Garp. At the same time, Grimmjow's figure shot out after him. It was the trick just now. Garp's expression changed slightly, and he dodged to the side. 5 white bone spurs shot past him with a terrifying sound of piercing through the air. Boom. The ground shook violently, and clouds of dust clouded the sky and rose into the air far behind Garp. Boy, your speed has slowed down. Garp let out a yelp, and swiped his leg hard at the charging Grimmjow. Boom! Garp's kick directly hit Grimmjow's waist and abdomen. Grimmjow's eyes bulged, he coughed up a big mouthful of blood, flew upside down, hit the ground and bounced up, then fell again, and didn't stop until he flew hundreds of meters away down. Grimmjow staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes and spurted towards Garp again, grinning grinningly. The speed has slowed down. Human, it's your speed that has slowed down. What an arrogant kid. Since that's the case, I will use the strongest blow to defeat you. Garp grinned, clenched his fist suddenly, and a terrifying hockey erupted from him, watching Grimmjow punch out from the spurt, hitting Grimmjow right in the stomach. Ahem. Grimmjow's eyes widened, he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, and the next moment. Rumble, on the endless white desert, a smoke belt several kilometers long rose into the sky. I, actually lost to a mere human. At the end of the smoke belt, Grimmjow was lying in the sand covered in blood, coughing up blood continuously, and his white bones were covered with cracks. Boom, boom. Garp, who looks like a black metal giant, stepped on the moonwalk from the sky to the sky above Grimmjow, looked at Grimmjow lying on the ground, shook his head and sighed. Although I don't know what you are, I have to say that apart from the sea, the strongest you are the strongest I have ever seen among those big men, but... Garp's face froze, he raised his feet high, stared at Grimmjow and said in a deep voice, for the world, your existence is too dangerous. Before your companion is here, I must solve it here today, you. Tempest kick, Garp yelled, and the raised soles of his feet suddenly fell, and a crescent-shaped air blade wrapped around the terrifying hockey shot towards Grimmjow below. Damn, Grimmjow struggled to get up, but the injuries all over his body made him lie on the ground, staring unwillingly at the crescent-shaped air blade that was getting closer. It's finally over, Akainu and the mole don't know what's going on. Looking at this scene, Garp finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head to look westward and muttered, the previous fierce battle with Grimmjow had caused him to deviate from the position where the initial battle started. Suddenly, boom, unimaginable terrifying coercion suddenly came to this area. Under this terrible pressure, even Garp staggered and almost fell from the sky, but even so, Garp felt as if the air was frozen in general. Every time you step on moonwalk, you seem to use all your strength. Could it be? Garp's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he looked back stiffly. Tear. On the ground, the space in front of Grimmjow was torn apart suddenly, and a slender gray-white palm protruded from it, just in front of the crescent-shaped air blade released by Garp. Puff. Like a punctured balloon, the mighty crescent-shaped air blade lightly waved down by this seemingly weak gray-white palm, and immediately turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared into the air. This, how is it possible? Garp's pupils shrank violently. Grimmjow, you are too embarrassing to His Majesty. A mocking voice came from the torn space, and then, three slender figures of Ulquiorra, Neutra, and Zaelapora walked out of it. Instantly, boom, the terrible Ryutsu that is enough to make the world tremble fills tens of kilometers in this area. Under this terrible coercion, even Garp couldn't help shaking his soul, and an emotion called powerlessness and despair appeared in his heart. Sengoku, it seems that you guessed it right, there are really a group of monsters hidden here in East Blue. Chapter 33 Bankai Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi. Three Espada-level Ryutsu filled the area with a radius of dozens of kilometers. Under this extremely terrifying coercion, even Garp, who was a legendary marine, couldn't help but feel a tremor from the soul at this time. Observation hockey in the midst of this, an extremely dangerous signal came, as if telling him, get out of here quickly, or you will die. This kind of coercion beyond conquerors. Are these three guys Espada like that kid? Feeling the terrifying coercion that made his movements a little stiff, and looking at the three slender white figures appearing in front of Grimmjow below, Garp's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he grinned a little far-fetchedly. Sengoku, it seems that you guessed it right, there is really a group of monsters hidden here in East Blue. On the ground, Neutra was carrying the huge Zanpakuto, looked at Grimmjow lying on the ground covered in injuries, and taunted. Grimmjow, you are really embarrassing your majesty, a few humans even used the returning blade such an ugly defeat. Oh, right. As if thinking of something, Neutra grinned at the corner of his mouth and said, why don't you let His Majesty kick you out of Espada after you go back this time? There seems to be a very capable person named Ruby among the three-digit numbers, why don't you let her in your place? Haha, what do you say, Grimmjow? Neutra, shut up. Grimmjow stood up with difficulty, gasped heavily, stared at Garp in the sky, and said, this human is my prey. You are not allowed to interfere. Huh, what are you talking about? Neutra plucked his ears, and suddenly the hand holding the double moon Zanpakuto flicked violently, and the huge Zanpakuto slammed hard on Grimmjow's head. Click, the white bone on Grimmjow's forehead was directly crushed, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood with his eyes wide open, and flew out backwards. Rumble, Grimmjow's body kept hitting and bouncing on the sand, and then hitting the sand again, and it didn't stop until it flew hundreds of meters away, leaving countless smoke and dust along the way. Snapped. All the bone masks and long blue hair on Grimmjow's body turned into spirit particles and gathered into Zanpakuto, which fell beside him, and he was forcibly disengaged from the returning blade mode. Neutra, UBD. Grimmjow struggled to get up, staring at Neutra with a ferocious face. Ha ha ha, a loser must look like a loser. Let me deal with this human being. I will let His Majesty know who is the strongest existence in Espada. Noitra laughed wildly and looked at Ulquiorra beside him and said, Ulquiorra, do you have any objections? Your Majesty's order is to destroy all intruders, and it doesn't matter who goes to destroy them. Ulquiorra said flatly. Haha, that's good. Noitra laughed excitedly and looked at Garp in the sky. The huge Zanpakuto slammed on the sand beside him and shouted at Garp, come on. The strongest of mankind, let's start the battle. What's going on with these guys? Can they also attack their companions without hesitation? Garp looked at Noitra solemnly, and the powerful haki surged wildly all over his body. He grinned and said, I didn't expect there to be such dangerous guys as you in the world. It seems that I can't escape today. If so, then I will let's go crazy one last time. Boom. The extremely terrifying haki turned into a substantive air wave and spread out around Garp, offsetting most of the pressure brought to him by Ryutsu. When he stepped on his foot, the air exploded into a white air wave. At the center of the air wave, Garp was once again armed with armament haki in pitch black, and shot towards Noitra on the ground like a cannonball. Haha, that's it. Use your full strength to kill me. Human. Noitra let go of Zanpakuto, opened his hands and laughed wildly. On the side, Ulquiorra and Zaelaporo appeared beside Grimmjow in a flash, leading Grimmjow away from here with the scarred Grimmjow. Boom. Garp's mighty punch hit Noitra's chest fiercely. Amidst the violent roar, the violent shock wave kicked up the dust on the ground and spread it in all directions. However, Garp's face froze suddenly, and his eyes were full of shock. Because his punch, which was enough to blow Grimmjow flying, hit Noitra's chest, but it had no effect except to make Noitra's body tremble slightly. Call. After the shock wave dissipated, a few drops of cold sweat dripped from Garp's forehead, and he said with a trembling grin, you are also Espada, right? Can you tell me what Espada is your number? Quote, what Espada number? Noitra opened his hands and let Garp's fist hit his chest, grinning grinningly, tilting his head and sticking out his tongue. The extremely dazzling word 5 was printed in Garp's eyes. I am the 5th Espada Noitra Gilga. Human, is this all your strength? I am so disappointed. Noitra grinned grinningly. On the tip of his tongue, the yellow Sero quickly gathered, and then suddenly sprayed out towards Garp in front of him. Garp's pupils shrank suddenly, and because the distance was too close, there was no time to dodge, and he was directly hit by the huge Sero, pushing him and flying out. Boom. Sero took Garp directly to a distance of 1 kilometer, and a huge explosion occurred, and a wave of earth tens of meters high rose into the air. Ahem. In the rising dust, Garp's body covered by haki's hardening showed large areas of scorching marks. Rubbing his stinging chest, Garp stood up and muttered in shock, this guy of this level is only the 5th. Espada, it's only a 1-digit difference, but the difference in strength is so big. This kind of strength can almost be compared with the 4 emperors. Ha ha, humanity, what's wrong? This will not work. Single quote. Boom. At this time, in the dust, Noitra suddenly shot at Garp with a huge Zanpakuto in his hand, and slashed at Garp fiercely with the huge double moon sickle Zanpakuto in his hand. So fast, Garp's expression froze, and he quickly moved his right hand up. Boom. Noitra's Zanpakuto slashed at Garp's arm, and the violent shock wave immediately scattered all the surrounding sand and dust, and the powerful force directly blasted Garp away. In the air, a knife mark on Garp's hardened black arm was bleeding blood. Not good. Haki was consumed too much in the battle just now. This is going to be really bad. Garp thought solemnly in his heart, and the inverted body forcibly twisted his feet and stomped on the ground, trying to stop himself. It's not over, it's not over. Human, let me enjoy more intense battles. However, Noitra didn't give Garp a chance to react at all, and rushed towards Garp with a wild laugh, and the huge Zanpakuto slash in his hand turned into an impenetrable net to cover Garp. Garp didn't dare to hesitate, and could only be forced to keep blocking it with his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shock wave continued to rage, and Garp was constantly thrown backwards by Noitra's crazy attack, and his arms were also covered with dense knife marks. As time passed, Garp's breathing became more and more short, and his reaction speed became faster and faster. It also became slower and slower. Ended. In the distant sky, holding Grimmjow full of scars, Ulquiorra said flatly. Damn, Ulquiorra, let me down. And Noitra BD, I'll kill him. Grimmjow yelled angrily. On the side, Zaelaporo looked at the dusty battlefield on the ground from a distance, pushed his glasses and said with interest, Haki is really an interesting thing. It can make mere human beings able to receive so many attacks from Noitra head-on. If it's not that I wasted too much in the battle with Grimmjow just now, I'm afraid Noitra will have to return to the blade to defeat him. Boom. On the sandy ground in the distance, Garp's figure was blown away by Noitra. Noitra's crazy smile subsided, and he shook his head in disappointment. After all, it's only human, is it only this level? Forget it, I'm tired of playing alright, this blow will finish you off. Boom. Noitra disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, in Garp's suddenly constricted pupils, Noitra instantly appeared in front of the inverted Garp, holding the huge Zanpakuto in his hand high. Finished. Looking at the huge Zanpakuto that was about to fall, Garp's pupils contracted suddenly, but there was a calmness in the depths of his eyes. Sengoku, it seems that we can no longer eat senbei together. And Luffy, Grandpa is sorry for you. Die. With a bored look on his face, Noitra dropped the huge Zanpakuto in his hand. However, at this moment, Benkai Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi, numerous torrents of pink sakura flowers spurted past Garp towards Noitra. What? Neutra's expression changed immediately, but before he could react, the torrent of pink sakura flowers hit his chest directly, under Garp's shocked gaze. Neutra was directly blasted out. Rumble. The pink sakura flower directly washed Neutra away like a river, knocking out a long dust belt on the sand. Plop. Garp's flying figure also fell to the ground, staring blankly at the 4 white figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. On the big white coat swaying in the wind, the 4 numbers, 4, 6, 9, and 11, are extremely conspicuous. Chapter 34 Captain Level Shinigami Debut. They are. Looking at the 4 figures in white uniforms that suddenly appeared in front of him, Garp was startled for a while, but then he was shocked all of a sudden, and looked at the 4 figures in front of him in horror. Because in his observation hockey, each of the 4 people in front of him exuded the same terrifying coercion as Espada, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. East Blue, what the hell happened? Garp murmured in disbelief. Born in East Blue, he knows the situation of East Blue better than anyone else. It is recognized as the weakest sea in the world. The average bounty offered by pirates will not exceed 30 million, but it is in this sea area that they appear one after another. It is simply appalling to hear so many terrifying powerhouses. Boom. At this time, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the distance, and Neutra shot out with a ferocious face in the sand and dust. Due to the high speed, the sand along the way was directly opened to both sides by the airflow. Damn Shinigami, I'm going to kill you. Neutra screamed ferociously and shot towards Garp. In front of Garp, the long-haired man with the word 6 written on his headband showed no expression on his stern face. He raised his right hand, and the pink sakura flowers floating in the air moved accordingly, forming streams of attacks towards Neutra. Shoot away. Don't underestimate people, Shinigami. Neutra grinned grimly, and stomped on the sand with his feet. The shooting figure kept dodging left and right, and all the pink sakura flower attacks landed on the sand beside Neutra. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook continuously, and a large amount of sand and dust rose into the air on the ground. Haha, Kuchiki, this guy looks pretty strong, let me fight him. Beside the long-haired and stern man, the man with the word 11 written on his coattails, a bell on his hedgehog's head, and a blindfold on his face pulled out a long knife full of gaps and smiled grinningly. That's right, Ajien is very powerful. An immature and cute female voice sounded, and a little girl with pink hair came out from under the man's white coat and waved her hands. Zaraki, don't worry, it seems that there's another Espada coming. The gentle woman with the word 4 written on her headband and a gentle smile on her face suddenly said. Next moment, with a bang, Ulquiorra's figure suddenly appeared in front of Neutra, who was rushing towards Garp, pulled out his right hand from his pocket, and tapped it lightly with the back of his hand. Boom. Under Garp's suddenly constricted eyes, there was a muffled sound, and Neutra's figure that shot out was suddenly stopped by Ulquiorra's light blow. Not only that, Neutra even let out a muffled groan, and stepped back more than 10 steps. Stopped. Ulquiorra, what are you doing, BD? Neutra suddenly roared with a ferocious face. Idiot, see clearly. Ulquiorra looked indifferently at the 4 figures in front of Garp, and said in a low voice without looking back, they are the 4 captain-level Shinigami of the Soul Society. Go to war with them rashly. Let's go. The mission is over. Zael Aporo has already taken Grimjow back first, and it's time for us to go back and report to His Majesty. Ulquiorra said with a flat face, and then at a point in front of him, the pitch-black cavity was instantly torn open. Cut. Neutra spat unhappily, followed Ulquiorra into the black chamber, looked at the 4 people in front of Garp through the slowly closing black chamber, and said unhappily, Shinigami, remember it for me. I am the 5th Espada Neutra Gilga, will kill your Arankar in the future. Wow, the black cavity was completely closed, and the terrifying Ryutsu that enveloped the world disappeared instantly. Cut. It's boring, Yachianliu, we're going back. The man named Kenpachi curled his lips in displeasure, and walked away to the distance with the little girl named Yakiryu on his back. The stern man waved his hand, and the torrent of pink sakura flowers in the sky spun and gathered into a long knife that flew down his hand, and was inserted back into the scabbard at his waist. With an indifferent expression, he glanced at Garp, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, then turned around and followed Zaraki Kenpachi, who had walked nearly 100 meters away. Captain Unohana, let's take this human back to Soul Society. This is Hueco Mundo after all. It would be bad if the master of Hueco Mundo finds out. The man with the word 9 written on his banner, with brown skin, purple hair, and goggles turned his head and glanced at Garp, and then followed. Okay, Captain Tucson. The gentle woman known as Captain Unohana smiled softly, then stretched out her hand and said to Garp, who was a little stupefied. Mister, I know you have a lot of problems now, but for safety's sake, please leave here with us first and then talk to Garp. Can you explain? As for your 6 companions, please rest assured that my deputy captain is treating them and they are out of danger now. You mean that boy Akainu and Bastille? Garp suddenly looked surprised. That's right, there is indeed a person among them who claims to be Marine Admiral Akainu. Unohana smiled and nodded. Then old man, can you leave here with us first? Garp stared at Unohana Retsu for a while, finally nodded, reached out to hold Unohana's hand and stood up, feeling the pain all over his body, and grinned subconsciously. Please bear with it for a while, and I will heal you when you return to Soul Society. Unohana smiled. Then I will trouble you. Garp nodded, and followed Unohana to Zaraki Kenpachi and others. However, Looking at this endless desert and the four men and women with extremely mysterious backgrounds, Garp's heart is full of doubts. For example, where the hell is this? What kind of existence is the master of Hueco Mundo? Soul Society, where is it? And who are the four in front of them who are called Shinigami-level captains by those Espadas? What is their relationship with those monsters? Questions filled Garp's mind one after another, completely breaking Garp's previous understanding of East Blue, the weakest sea. Still, Garp has a hunch. He felt that maybe a big secret that could shock the world was about to be revealed to him. However, Garp didn't know that everything that happened here was seen by the mysterious Lord of Hueco Mundo in his heart. In the Void Night Palace, in the vast hall, a huge light curtain is suspended in the center of the hall, and above it is the picture of four captain-level Shinigami leading Garp away. Sitting high on the throne of the main hall, Gyuyu looked at Garp, who left with the four captain-level Shinigami with a shocked and distraught look on his face. He tapped the handle of Kyoko Suigetsu's knife at his waist with his finger, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Aizen, it seems that our guy is very successful," Gyuyu said with a smile. Below the main hall, Aizen also looked at the screen and smiled slightly. "Of course, let these humans deeply understand Espada's combat power through the Battle of Grimmjow first, then use Neutra to let them understand Espada's invincibility, and finally Soul Society. The captains came to the rescue and planted the seeds of evil and Shinigami justice in their hearts, and everything is going according to plan." Very good. Gyuyu's smile deepened, but then she thought of something, looked at the very familiar appearance of the four Shinigami-level captains in the picture, and said in amazement, "Speaking of which, Aizen, how did you get those Shinigami-level captains? Their spiritual powers are truly captain level, and they also have their appearance. If I didn't know in advance, I really thought there would be Shinigami in this world." Hearing this, Aizen explained with a slight smile, "Your Majesty, in fact, this is not a big deal. It is just a transformation made by using the detailed information of the Soul Society Shinigami to transform all the marine souls in East Blue last night. It's just the soul, and the Zanpakuto in the treasure chest are existences beyond the captain level, so it's not surprising that these modified souls can display the strength of the captain level. Then do these Shinigami know that you made them?" Gyuyu asked curiously. "In order to make the plan look more seamless, I have set up a memory restriction in their minds." Aizen explained with a smile. "That is to say, unless your Majesty gives an order to lift the restriction, these transformed souls will be with the real. The Shinigami are no different. They will think their calling is to fight Hueco Mundo." 2HW. Chapter 35. Welcome to Soul Society. What a brilliant plan. After listening to Aizen's overview, Gyuyu couldn't help admiring. A trace of anticipation and joking flashed in his eyes. True or false? False. True. The biggest deception in this world is that the world itself is a deception. Even these Shinigami created by Aizen think they are the enemy of Hueco Mundo. Who in this world can see that all of this is just his use of a conspiracy to play with the world? Gyuyu is looking forward to it. He is looking forward to seeing the scene when the whole world finds out that they have been cheated. Presumably, that must be very interesting. Still have a question. Gyuyu looked at Aizen and said with some surprise, "Those captains seemed to say they wanted to take Garp to the Soul Society just now, right? Aizen, do you really have a way to create a world?" "Your Majesty, this is of course impossible." Aizen smiled and shook his head and said, "Creating the world is something that can only be done by beings who have set foot in the realm of gods. Maybe your Majesty will be able to do it in the future, but I can't. The Soul Society mentioned just now about transforming the soul, it's just that Zael Aporo has arranged a large-scale spatial barrier that imitates the layout of the Soul Society, and for the weak Ryutsu of humans in this world, it's no different from the real Soul Society for them." "I see." Gyuyu nodded thoughtfully. Tear. At this time, 2 black holes were torn under the hull, and 4 Espadas, Ulquiorra, Neutra, Zael Aporo, and the injured Grimmjow, came out. "His Majesty." The 4 Espadas knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Everyone, please get up. Thank you for your hard work, your performance is wonderful." Gyuyu said with a smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ulquiorra and the 4 Espadas immediately stood up. "Then, the net has been compiled, now we just need to wait for these marines to completely believe in those Shinigami, and the net can be launched." Gyuyu tilted his head, propped his chin with his hands, looked at Garp's scarred back in the picture, and raised the corners of his mouth. Hueco Mundo, the endless desert. Garp has been walking for more than 10 minutes with the 4 men and women who claim to be Shinigami. Looking at the 4 people in front of them who exude extremely powerful aura but have no reputation in the sea, Garp was full of doubts. Legion of monsters, master of Hueco Mundo, Espada, Shinigami, things are getting complicated. Even Garp can't help but feel a little overwhelmed thinking about everything that's happened since he came to East Blue. He was sure that once the news of what happened in East Blue got out, it would definitely cause a storm in the sea. No, with the terrifying strength of these guys, even if the situation of the whole world changes because of this, it's not surprising. Thinking of the terrifying fighting power shown by Grimmjow and Neutra before, Garp couldn't help but a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. "Oh, Captain Kuchiki, you are finally back." At this time, a voice came from in front of Garp. Garp looked up, only to realize that at some point there was a huge door frame standing on the sand in front of them. The door frame was covered with various mysterious stripes. Beside the door frame was a man who was also wearing a white coat and had short light yellow hair. The man was waving his hand in his direction with a frivolous smile. Again, Feeling the powerful aura that observation hockey felt from that man, Garp's heart was shocked immediately, and he noticed the man with light yellow short hair, on which the number 12 was imprinted in Garp's eyes. 4, 6, 9, 11, 12, what do these numbers mean? Like the Espada before, do they represent their strength? Garp thought to himself. Oh, this is Mr. Marine Vice Admiral, right? At this time, the short-haired man with light blonde yelled in surprise as if he had just seen Garp. You know me. Garp jumped suddenly, and suddenly became a little vigilant. Mr. Vice Admiral, take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. He seemed to have noticed Garp's vigilance, and the short-haired man with pale yellow quickly waved his hands and smiled. Let me introduce myself first. I am Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 13th and 12th Division of Gute, and the news about you is from you. Mr. Dogman Vice Admiral told me before. Dugman, where are they? Garp's heart tightened and he asked quickly. Please rest assured, they have been safely sent to Soul Society, and they should be resting in the team building of the 4th Division now. The smile on Urahara Kazuki's face was slightly restrained, and he said seriously. Hearing this, Garp breathed a sigh of relief. If something happens to Akainu and Dogman, Garp doesn't know how to go back and face Marine. Okay, Captain Urahara, let's quickly open the portal. If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it when we return to the Soul Society. Hana smiled and said, okay, I'll open the world transmitting gate now. Urahara Kazuki nodded, and then the figure moved, disappeared in an instant and appeared on the huge door frame, put one hand on the door frame, closed his eyes and whispered some words that Garp couldn't understand at all. Tear. The light blue light curtain suddenly opened in the door frame. Urahara Kazuki opened his eyes and jumped down from the door, waved his hands and nodded. The portal is ready, let's go. Ah, I'm really bored, I'm finally going back. Zaraki Kenpachi waved his hands boredly, walked straight into the portal, and disappeared into the blue light curtain. This scene immediately made Garp's eyes widen. He felt that since he came to East Blue, his cognition was constantly being refreshed. Let's go too. Hana on the side smiled. Garp hesitated for a moment, but followed Unakana and the others into the room. A blue light flashed in front of his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, Garp's eyes suddenly widened. Because in front of him, it was no longer the endless desert, but a building full of ancient style. However, that wasn't what shocked Garp the most. What shocked him the most? He could feel that in this complex of buildings, there were unusually powerful auras. Especially in the building with the word 1 written in the distance, there was an aura that made him feel a little suffocated. Mr. Vice Admiral, welcome to the Soul Society. Urahara Kazuki on the side laughed lightly. P.S. The protagonists in these chapters may have less roles, but the preparations for Soul Society and Hueco Mundo are about to be completed, and this situation should be relatively rare in the future. In addition, the book will be released at midnight on the 5th, and it is expected that there will be 10 chapters in the update. I hope everyone can support it. Chapter 36. The Horrible Captain. Soul Society. Is this the Soul Society? Looking at the Soul Society, which was completely different from the desert of Hueco Mundo just now, Garp was shocked all over. He looked back at the world transmitting gate where the blue light was shining, and frowned. Devil Fruit's ability. Garp murmured in his heart, but there was something wrong in his heart. I'm going back. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki, with the word 6 written on his coat, said in a calm voice with no expression on his face, and then walked in one direction alone. Ajien, let's go back too. I'll show you the way. The pink-haired little girl on Zaraki Kenpachi's back with 11 written on the big banner smiled cutely. Ah, it's too boring here, let's go back and find them. Zaraki Kenpachi yawned, and walked away with the little girl. Captain Hana, then I'll go back first, and I'll trouble you to take care of this human being. Tusen Kanami, with the word 9 written on his banner, said to Hana. Okay Captain Tusen, you go back first. Unakana smiled with the word 4 written on it. Tusen Kanami nodded, then turned and left directly. Then Captain Hana, Mr. Vice Admiral, I'll go back to the Technology Development Bureau first. Urahara Kazuki waved with a smile, and walked in the other direction. At the scene, only Hana and Garp were left. Can I call you Mr. Garp? Hana smiled and said to Garp. Of course, you can just call me Garp. Garp grinned and said, speaking of which, I don't know your name yet. Sorry Mr. Garp, I forgot to introduce myself. Hana smiled apologetically and said, I am Hana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division. You can call me Hana. The captain of the 4th Division. Garp nodded, glanced at Hana, and asked with a grin as if he didn't care, speaking of Captain Hana, do your team numbers here represent your strength like Espada? Why did Mr. Garp say that? Unakana asked with a smile. Because, Captain Hana, just as Garp was about to say something, with a swish sound, a girl with short purple hair wearing a black kimono and a zanpakuto on her waist suddenly appeared in front of Garp and Hana. It's this kind of movement again, it's completely different from shaving, how did it do it? Garp suddenly exclaimed secretly in his heart. Yongyan, what's the matter? Hana smiled. The girl named Yuyan looked at Garp curiously, and then said to Hana, the 6 humans have been called by the captain to the meeting room, and the captain asked you to bring this Mr. Human there too. I have something to say to these humans. Akainu and Bastille are the humans you're talking about? Garp asked quickly. Yes, Mr. Human. Yang Yin nodded. In this case, Mr. Garp, let's go, I think you will see your companions soon. Hana smiled. Garp nodded, and followed Unakana and Iruma into the building complex. Half an hour later, the three of them came to the building with the word, 1, written on it. Here, Garp's heart skipped a beat, and the feedback from observation hockey made him feel a little difficult to breathe. He had never felt such a powerful feeling even in 4 emperors. Is this your captain? Garp turned his head and looked at Unahanadao with a dry throat. Mr. Garp, I know you have a lot of doubts, but the captain will answer them one by one later. Hana smiled. Yes. Garp nodded, and walked in with Unakana and Iruma. After turning left and right, the three of them came to a huge living room, and in the living room, the first thing that caught Garp's eyes was an old man with a white beard and a cane sitting on a high seat. This is really. Garp's whole body was shaken, and the shock that couldn't be concealed appeared in his eyes. In his eyes, it seemed that endless flames were burning behind the gray-bearded old man, enough to turn any existence in the world into ashes. Vice Admiral Garp. At this time, several voices of surprise came over. Garp came back to his senses immediately, only to find that on the left side of the living room, 5 vice admirals including Akainu and Bastille were sitting there. Not only that, whether it was the big hole in Akainu's chest that was punched by Grimjow, or the 5 vice admirals, the injuries on his body seemed to have fully recovered. Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, Mr. Garp has arrived. Walking into the living room with Garp, Unakana smiled at the captain who sat high and seemed to be taking a nap. Hearing this, the captain slowly opened his old eyes, looked at Garp and said, Are you a human named Garp? Sit down next to your companion. This old man will explain everything to you. Then I will trouble you, Captain. Garp nodded, went to sit between Akainu and the 5 vice admirals, and nodded to Akainu and the 5 vice admirals. Then Captain, I'll go back to the team building first. Unoka smiled. The captain nodded slightly. Hana Retsu bent over, and walked out with Yuan. In the living room, only Garp and others and the captain were left. The captain glanced at Garp and the others, and slowly said in an old voice, Humans from this world, I know that you have a lot of doubts. If you have any questions, just ask. I will answer them for you one by one. Who the hell are you? Also, what was the Espada before? What is their relationship to you? As soon as the captain's voice fell, Akainu immediately stood up, looked at the captain with sharp eyes and said, Hee, it seems that I should explain it to you in order from beginning to end. The captain chuckled, squinted his eyes, and a terrifying Ryutsu spewed from his body towards the sharp-eyed Akainu, and said softly, but before again, human boy, can you sit down and be quiet first? Listen to me, plop. The terrible coercion made Akainu's face change drastically, and he sank with almost no room for resistance, and slumped directly on the seat. What a terrible coercion. Garp and the 5 vice admirals on the side were shocked. Akainu is one of Marine's 3 highest combat powers. The existence of the admiral level, but in front of this unknown captain, turned out to be so fragile. As if he didn't see the expressions of Garp and the others, the captain thought for a while and said, Since you don't know anything about Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, let me explain it to you from the beginning. The world you humans live in is called the present world, and many more. Garp stood up with a look of astonishment, stared at the captain and said in surprise, Captain, do you mean that we are in another world now? That's right. The captain nodded calmly. Garp trembled all over, and sat back in a daze. For a long time, he thought that whether it was the Endless Desert or the current Soul Society, it was just an unknown place in East Blue, but he never thought that this turned out to be another world. The 5 vice admirals and Akainu also had the same expressions. If there are no other questions, the old man will continue. The captain glanced at Garp and the others, and continued, and after you people in this world die, your souls will wander around aimlessly. At this time, our Soul Society's Shinigami will go to this world to guide your souls into the Soul Society, so that they live in the Soul Society or undergo reincarnation. This kind of soul, we call it whole. Of course, there is another situation. Chapter 37 Shock, the unrivaled master of Hueco Mundo. That is, the soul that lost its heart and fell. This kind of soul, we call Shu. The world that Shu lives in is the Hueco Mundo you saw before. For a long time, Hueco Mundo and Soul Society have been living independently with human beings. Except for a few Shinigami who go to this world to guide souls, they basically have no contact with humans, but... Speaking of this, the captain's face became a little serious and said, But since a guy who claimed to be the master of Hueco Mundo appeared in Hueco Mundo 10 years ago, this deadlock has been broken. Master of Hueco Mundo. The 5 vice admirals looked at each other, and Akainu and Garp were also shocked, because they had heard the name from the masked man in Espada before. Presumably you have also heard the name of the Lord of Hueco Mundo from those false mouths. The captain noticed the expressions of Garp and the others, nodded his head and said in a heavy tone, The master of Hueco Mundo is extremely powerful, possessing terrifying power far surpassing Espada. The most important thing is, I don't know what method he used to fight against the Hueco Mundo. A few days ago, they actually opened the passage from Hueco Mundo to the present world, allowing Hueco Mundo's army to enter your world. Although our Soul Society quickly realized that the captains of the 13th Squad fought against Espada and successfully prevented Hueco Mundo's top combat power from entering the world, there are still a large number of virtual groups entering the world. In the present world, it has caused a large number of human casualties. It turns out, it's like this. Hearing the captain's explanation, no matter the 5 vice admirals, Akainu and Garp were shocked and speechless. What soul? What soul society in Hueco Mundo? If this kind of words were put in the past, it is absolutely impossible for anyone here to believe this kind of fantasy. But now, having seen the huge void army, the unrivaled Espada, and the soul society in Shinigami right in front of them, they have to believe it. Is there such a thing as a soul in the world? Garp murmured with a dazed look in his eyes. The power of Espada, you should have seen it in Hueco Mundo before. With their terrifying power, once they enter the world, the end of mankind may be coming. The captain sighed. Hearing this, Garp, Akainu, and the 5 vice-admirals were all silent, and couldn't help thinking about the situation when they met Espada before. The 5 vice-admirals couldn't even stand up straight in front of the so-called 6th Espada's terrible pressure. Akainu, who was Marine Admiral, almost died on the spot. And even the legendary Marine hero Garp barely defeated the 6th Espada, but was completely defeated in front of the 5th Espada. With Espada's terrifying strength, once it descends into the sea, then we must not let those monsters go to the world. Everyone thought so in their hearts, especially Garp, who had fought with the 6th and 5th Espada. His eyes were even more dignified. Only the 5th Espada has the strength comparable to the 4 emperors. It is hard to imagine that if it is the third number 2 or even no. 1 Espada, what a terrifying strength it would be. With such terrifying strength, who can stop the entire sea? At this moment, everyone including Garp couldn't help but feel a little bit of rejoicing, glad that there is still Soul Society in the world, and thankful that the captains of Soul Society helped their humans block Espada. Captain. Garp stood up, bowed to the captain seriously, and said, on behalf of all human beings, I would like to thank the Soul Society for everything it has done for us. Maybe we humans are not as strong as your Shinigami, but my body can still do it. Play some role. If there is anything that needs help, please be sure to let us know. Hee, of course there are things you humans need to do. The captain smiled slightly, squinted his eyes and nodded. That's why I specially asked the captains to go to Hueco Mundo to save you. Soul Society's personnel are always limited. We can deal with Espada, but the huge number of virtual we will be powerless if we don't have such a large army, and we still have to rely on your human beings to unite to solve this problem, but you must remember one thing. The captain's face suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, the passage between Hueco Mundo and the present world seems to be in your place called East Blue, right? Remember, don't approach that place, because the master of Hueco Mundo is it might be right there. What? Master of Hueco Mundo? Garp and the others were shocked. Garp looked at the captain in shock and said, Captain, didn't you say that the top combat power of Hueco Mundo was blocked by the Soul Society? Why is the master of Hueco Mundo in East Blue? It's a shame to say it. The captain sighed softly. The virtual strength of Espada level is no small matter. Even the 12 captains together cannot completely defeat them, and the master of Hueco Mundo just happens to be dealt with by the old man, just. Crash. The captain suddenly lifted the white coat on his body, and the empty sleeve of his left hand was imprinted in the eyes of Garp and others. The strength of the master of Hueco Mundo was beyond my imagination. At that time, the 12 captains were fighting fiercely with Espada. The captain's eyes were a little erratic, as if he was recalling the previous scenes, and said in a weak tone, everything just happened in a flash. That man, a man who looks very ordinary. No one understands what happened. In just a moment, the old man was deprived of an arm, and all the captains fell to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the Hueco Mundo master didn't seem to have any interest in us, I'm afraid we would have died on the spot in Hueco Mundo by now. How can that be? Garp's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he hadn't seen the strength of those captains and chief captains, Garp could feel that the worst captains had admiral-level combat power, and the chief captain in front of him gave him a sense of comparison. The 4 emperors are several times more terrifying, but even so, the 13 top powerhouses were defeated in an instant in front of the so-called Lord of Hueco Mundo. What kind of terrifying existence is the master of Hueco Mundo? The 5 vice-admirals also had shocking expressions on their faces, and Akainu's shock was even more distraught. As Marine Admiral, he has always thought that his strength is among the top group of people in this world, but now he suddenly discovered that, in fact, he is still very weak. Hateful. Thinking of the scene where Grimjow almost killed him with one move, Akainu clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. How can such a weak self carry out Marine's justice? Chapter 38 Never approach East Blue. Soul Society and Hueco Mundo exist. Shinigami and Virtual, and the almost unrivaled master of the Void Circle. The information from the captain's mouth shocked Garp and his party. They never thought that such a big secret would be hidden in the world, and they never imagined that almost everyone did not know the truth. Humanity has ushered in such a huge crisis. After a while, Garp was the first to come back to his senses. Captain. Garp frowned and looked at the captain and said, according to what you said, if the Hueco Mundo master is really so powerful, what if we stop the Void Legion and defeat Espada? Is there really no way to do it? Have you dealt with this Hueco Mundo master? Sorry, there is no way at the moment. The captain shook his head slightly, and sighed. But there is another piece of good news, that is, although the master of Hueco Mundo opened the channel for Hueco Mundo to the present world, he seems to think that human beings are too weak, so I have no interest at all, and now those who have thoughts about the present world are just some low-level imaginary groups acting on their own. This is why the old man reminded you not to go to East Blue. It is your luck this time, isn't it? 567 inches was discovered by the master of Hueco Mundo. Once the master of Hueco Mundo discovered that there are strong people like you among human beings, and he became interested in human beings, then The captain didn't continue the words, but Akainu and Garp couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs, and the 5 vice admirals couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If they were found by the Hueco Mundo master as the captain said, then they are the chief culprits of the human disaster. Is there really no way to eliminate these monsters? We can only cower and passively defend like this. Akainu couldn't help frowning, and said angrily, maybe there will be in the future. But for now, that's all we can do. The chief captain glanced at Akainu and shook his head. Damn it, in this way, what is our marine justice, what's the point? Akainu said angrily. Akainu boy. Garp let out a low voice, and the Japanese grabbed Lutien and said, calm down. Now is not the time to lose your temper. After finishing speaking, Garp said apologetically to the captain, I'm sorry, Captain, this kid lost his composure when he suddenly received such important news. Nothing. The captain glanced at Akainu, shook his head and was about to say something. File, file, file. A rush of bells suddenly rang outside, and then, including Garp and others, there was a rush of sound in everyone's ears. This is the monitoring department of the Technology Development Bureau. I am Ajin, the monitor of the monitoring department. A minute ago, at the coordinates 647, 121, 823 in the northern part of the Soul Society, a special fluctuation was detected before the opening of the Black Chamber. Wait, the Black Chamber has been opened. A large number of virtual group Ryutsu were detected. Not good. This is, 2 Espada level Ryutsu were detected. All teams, please prepare for battle immediately. Boom. Before Garp and the others understood where the sudden sound came from, a powerful coercion that was both familiar and unfamiliar to them suddenly came from far outside the living room. It's Espada. Garp, Akainu, and the 5 vice admirals suddenly changed their expression slightly. Humph. At this time, the captain sitting high suddenly snorted coldly, and as his seemingly stooped body slowly stood up, a terrifying coercion that made Garp and others feel suffocated burst out. 2 Espadas dare to blatantly attack the Soul Society. Do you really think that the old man can't move? The chief captain said in a slightly angry tone. He hammered the crutch on the ground in his hand, and the next moment, the whole person disappeared instantly. Quote. As soon as the captain left, the huge coercion disappeared immediately, and the 5 vice admirals went limp all of a sudden, panting heavily. Although the Ryutsu of the captain did not target them just now, they still felt that it was difficult to even stand up. Is this the strength of the captain? It's really scary. Garp wiped the cold sweat from the corners of his eyes, grinned dryly, and then looked at Akainu, who had dull eyes, shook his head and said in a low voice, Akainu boy, do you only have is at this level? They Shinigami are stronger than us humans. But so what, if you don't want to, just become stronger than them. Akainu came back to his senses with a tremor in his eyes, stared at Garp, clenched his fist and gritted his teeth and said coldly, be stronger. I want to become stronger. That's right, it is to show this kind of momentum. Garp laughed, then narrowed his eyes, and said, let's go. Let's see how earth-shattering the battle between Shinigami and Espada is. It is good. The other 5 vice admirals also recovered and walked out with Garp and Akainu. Just as the 7 of them walked out of the living room and went outside, there was a bang, accompanied by a huge explosion sound from the distant sky, and a terrifying coercion and shock wave also came from afar. That is, Garp and others looked up, and saw that the far sky was completely covered by flames, the scorching high temperature, even tens of kilometers away, could feel the terrible temperature. Swish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Garp and the others. Who? Akainu's expression turned cold, and as soon as he raised his hand, the magma surged wildly on his arm. Etc. A somewhat helpless voice sounded, and Garp turned his head to look, only to see Urahara Kazuki with light yellow short hair he had seen before waving his hands with a startled expression on his face and saying, I am Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division. It was the captain who sent us to find you. Hearing this, Akainu returned his arm to its original shape with a blank face. Captain Urahara, did the captain ask you to come to us for something? Garp asked Urahara Kazuki strangely. As such that, Urahara Kazuki pointed to the battle in the distance, and said with a serious face, the captain suspects that those Espadas may directly attack the Soul Society in order to take you to the Lord of the Void Circle. Just in case, the captain let me send you back to the present world first. 17. Back to the present world. Garp and the others were shocked, and Garp quickly nodded and said, Captain Urahara. That's troublesome. Then please come with me. The world transmitting gate has been prepared for everyone. Urahara Kazuki nodded earnestly, and led Garp and others towards the boundary crossing gate. Huge roars and powerful shock waves still came from the distant sky from time to time. 30 minutes later, Garp and others came to the world transmitting gate again. I've already located the portal for you to the place you call Naval Headquarters, but there's one more thing you must remember. Passing through the gate, Urahara Kazuki looked at Garp and the others with a solemn face and said in a deep voice, don't let the strong human beings go to East Blue, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Garp looked serious, nodded and said, please rest assured. Also, you guys take this. At this time, Urahara Kazuki suddenly took out a flip phone from his pocket that Garp and others had never seen before and handed it to Garp, saying, this is called a mobile phone, and it can be used to contact Soul Society. If there is anything, please let us know. Quote, a cell phone, something like a phone bug. Garp looked at it curiously, then put it back in his pocket, nodded, took a deep breath, and led Akainu and the 5 vice admirals into the portal. Seeing Garp and others enter the world transmitting gate, Urahara Kazuki murmured with a serious face, "Mr. Garp, please inform the human beings in this world, and don't let them get close to East Blue. Hueco Mundo, the Great Hall of the Void Knight Palace. Have you finally gone back? It seems that it won't be long before we can proceed to the next step." Sitting high on the throne, Yu leaned on the throne, propped his chin with one hand, and looked at the floating screen in the center of the hall with an inexplicable smile. What was displayed on it was the screen of Garp and others walking into the world transmitting gate. In the main hall, Grimjow and other Espadas have all left, Aizen said with a smile. "Of course, Your Majesty, now we just need to wait for these humans to spread what they have seen and heard in Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, and use the Hueco as described by the captain. The Lord of Mundo has an unrivaled image. Even if we do nothing, Marine will not sit idly by. It is impossible for a strong human being to come to East Blue in the next period of time. You can wait for Yachuka with peace of mind. The Manos Grande of the 5.1th level can go through the black cavity and then start the operation." What a perfect plan. Yu sighed with a smile on the corner of his mouth, then sat up straight, looked at Aizen with a helpless smile and said, "But Aizen, your memory in the captain's description of me is too exaggerated. The 13 captains were instantly killed defeat. If I really have this level of strength, I don't need to play these little tricks of children's tricks, and I can easily hold this world in my hands." An exaggeration? I don't think so. Aizen still smiled elegantly and said, "Your Majesty, as the master of Hueco Mundo, you may not be strong enough now, but your strength has already been determined, and the occupation of our Espada and the commander is before you become strong. Keeping you safe. It's really reassuring to have your powerful subordinates around." The smile on the corner of Gu's mouth deepened, and then he snapped his fingers, and the picture suddenly turned into a sea of flames, and in the sea of flames, it was the No. B. Espada Baragan and the 10 millionth Stamer who were fighting with the captain. Now that the play is over, Baragan, Stark, retreat immediately. Chapter 39. The World Government's Watch. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The sun hangs high, and the not too dazzling sun shines a cold light on the forts. On the Aeolis Square in front of the crescent-shaped bay, a team of sailors who have just completed training are wiping sweat and chatting towards the cafeteria. Walking, at the same time chatting about the interesting things that happened recently one by one without saying a word. For them who spend all day in training at naval headquarters except for going out, this is also a good entertainment. Speaking of which, what is the fleet going to do this morning? I heard that Vice Admiral Garp and Akainu Admiral personally commanded it. Could it be that they are going to fight some big pirate? Suddenly, a sailor thought of something, some curiously looked at the surrounding sailors and said. Hearing this, the surrounding sailors were stunned for a moment and then became excited one by one. That's right, I almost forgot and I'm wondering about this. Vice Admiral Garp and Akainu Admiral are going to fight at the same time. Haha. I don't know which pirate group is going to be in trouble. However, I still feel that things should not be that simple. If you just want to catch pirates, there's no need to suddenly hold an emergency meeting last night, right? That's right. Could it be that something big happened outside? The sailors were discussing enthusiastically one by one. Suddenly, a burst of white light flashed less than 10 meters in front of the sailors, and then, a couch door that looked very simple appeared slowly, and the door slowly opened. In the light blue light curtain, Garp covered in scars 05 came out with Akainu, who was also in a mess, and 5 vice admirals. What is this? Seeing this strange appearance in Garp and others who seemed to have experienced a big battle, the sailors suddenly widened their eyes and were speechless. But then they suddenly came back to their senses, saluted and shouted one by one, Akainu Admiral. Vice Admiral Garp. However, neither Akainu nor Garp had time to pay attention to the sailors. Finally home. The couch door behind them slowly disappeared, and Garp and others looked at the familiar scene around them, and their tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Although less than one morning has passed during this trip to East Blue, for them, it is longer than a year. As soon as they entered East Blue, they encountered a large number of Void Legion, escaped from death in the hands of Espada, and then learned all the truth from Soul Society. Every moment, they did not dare to relax. However, now is not the time to relax. Thinking of the bizarre experience in Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, especially thinking that there is still a Hueco Mundo master in East Blue who can almost destroy the world easily, Garp suddenly looked solemn and waved to the saluting sailors in front of him. Immediately notify Marshal Sengoku and all Marine generals to hold an emergency meeting. Hearing this, the expressions of the sailors changed drastically. They didn't dare to ask more questions, and hurriedly shouted, "Yes." Vice Admiral Garp. After speaking, the sailors immediately ran to the headquarters building. "Let's go to the meeting room and wait," Garp said to Akainu and others. Akainu and others nodded, and a group of 7 people walked to the conference room of the headquarters building. After a while, the entire naval headquarters building became noisy. When the Marine generals learned that Garp and the others had returned and that an emergency meeting was to be held immediately, they didn't dare to waste time and rushed to the meeting room one by one. "What? You said that Garp and the others have returned. But I haven't received any news that the fleet has returned." In the marshal's office, watching the panting sailor rushing in, Sengoku at the desk stood up and said in surprise with his eyes wide open. Reporting to the marshal, Vice Admiral Garp, they suddenly appeared in Alice Square in Marineford, and each of them was covered in wounds as if they had experienced a big war. Said the sea soldier not daring to hide anything. "Wounded all over." Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with an ugly face, "What about the others?" Didn't other sailors and warships come back? Report to the marshal. No. There are only 7 people, Akainu Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp. The sea soldier replied loudly. Hateful. Hearing this, Sengoku slapped the table immediately, and the powerful haki in his body spewed out uncontrollably, and said with an extremely ugly face, "Are you still underestimating the East Blue incident?" The fleet led by Garp and Akainu was almost wiped out, except for the forces at the 4 Emperors level. Not everyone can easily do it. Okay, I see, you go down. Sengoku took haki back and waved his hand to let the sailors who were paled by the impact of haki just now leave. Sengoku thought for a while and dialed the phone bug of World Government. Hi, World Government, I'm Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku, connect me to the 5 Elders. Naval Headquarters Meeting Room. Naval Headquarters executives walked into the conference room one by one, but when they saw the appearance of Garp and others who had already sat inside, they were all shocked and their faces were horrified. Seeing Garp, Akainu and the 5 Vice Admirals in a panic, they can already imagine how serious things are. But no one asked any more questions, but sat in their seats with serious faces, waiting for the meeting to start. Not long after, except for Sengoku, the other 2 admirals and all the Marine Vice Admirals who were still in the headquarters arrived, and they didn't make them wait for long. Sengoku walked away with an adjutant with a phone bug on his face. Walked in outside, glancing at Garp and the others who seemed to have experienced a fierce battle, Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly, and without saying anything, he walked to the high seat with a solemn expression and sat down. Connect the phone bug, Sengoku said in a low voice to the adjutant beside him. Yes, the adjutant nodded, placed the phone bug next to Sengoku, and dialed a number. The people below, including Garp and others, were taken aback, not knowing what Sengoku was going to do. Looking at the puzzled eyes of everyone below, Sengoku said with a serious face, "The East Blue incident has attracted great attention from the world government, so this meeting, 5 elders will attend." 5 elders. Almost everyone shrank their pupils and widened their eyes. 5 elders attended the emergency meeting. This is the first case so far. After a while, the phone bug was connected, and everyone quickly held their breath listening to the voice coming from the phone. "Is it Sengoku? Are you ready for the meeting?" An old voice came from the phone bug. "Yes, you can start anytime." Sengoku picked up the phone and said in a low voice, "Okay, let's get started. Our side will listen." The old voice from the phone bug continued. "It is good." Sengoku nodded, put down the receiver, looked down at Garp, and said solemnly, "Garp, tell me all your experiences in East Blue." "Of course, but," Garp nodded, and said with serious eyes, "You have to be mentally prepared. The truth of this East Blue incident may be beyond everyone's imagination." Hearing Garp's words, everyone's heart tightened and they stared at Garp intently. Seeing this, Garp took a deep breath, and slowly told all about their experience of going to East Blue. From entering East Blue and encountering a large number of virtual legions and powerful masked men, to being sent to Hueco Mundo to fight Espada to the death, and then being rescued by Shinigami to enter Soul Society, and finally learning the truth from the captain. Everything, without any concealment, said it out. That's the way it is. After telling 857 all the details in one breath, Garp took a sip of tea and didn't speak anymore. And in the whole conference room, there was an eerie silence, including Kizaru and Aokiji. Everyone looked at Garp in shock. The Soul Society where the Shinigami lives, the Hueco Mundo who lives in the imaginary. The strength is comparable to Admiral or even the Captain-level Shinigami and Espada of the 4 Emperors, hidden in the East Blue that can easily destroy the world. The master of Hueco Mundo. Everything is like a fairy tale. If another person were to tell them these things, I am afraid they would just dismiss them, but this is what the marine hero Garp said, and the marks on their bodies that have clearly experienced some kind of war are also telling them that all of this is true real. Shinigami, Espada, Lord of the Void Circle, the world, soul. Sengoku also chanted these words in a shocked look, then looked at Garp in shock and said, "Garp, are what you said true? Is this old man going to joke with you about these things?" Garp asked, staring at Sengoku. "Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp is not joking, I can attest to that." Akainu also said with a deadpan expression. For a moment, everyone looked at me and you, and they all saw shock in each other's eyes. After all, the absurd thing that there are still 2 worlds in the world I live in is really shocking. Garp, are the Shinigami you said really credible? At this moment, a serious old voice came from the phone bug. "I don't know if it's credible or not." Garp shook his head, and said with a serious face, "But I can't feel any malice from those Shinigami, and on those Shu's body, all I can feel is a breath of death. In any case, at least I can be sure that, compared to Shu, Shinigami feels more reliable to the old man." Chapter 40 The Sea Shakes. Reactions from all sides. Garp's words silenced the 5 elders on the phone bug side, and the vice admirals below didn't even say a word, because most of them were still immersed in the shock of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. They never thought that besides the world they live in, there are actually 2 worlds, and the strength of the powerhouses in these 2 worlds is even much more terrifying than them. Sengoku frowned, and said solemnly, "But Garp, if the facts are as you said, even with Shinigami's restraint, we don't have to deal with Espada, but we really only have to deal with those ordinary hypocrites. The army, don't worry about the so-called master of Hueco Mundo. Isn't that too risky? That's what worries me the most." A trace of worry flashed across Garp's face. He shook his head and sighed, and said in a deep voice, "I can almost see the strength of the captain of the Soul Society. Compared with Whitebeard, the pressure he put on me is several times greater. I can't imagine come out. With his strength and the other 12 captains will be defeated in an instant. How terrifying is the strength of the master of Hueco Mundo. Mr. Garp, is it possible that the captain is exaggerating? Aokiji scratched his head and said suddenly. Won't. Garp shook his head and said. Let's not say that he didn't need to lie to us at all, but judging from Espada's strength, the strength of the Hueco Mundo master is not something we can compete with. In this case, no matter what the truth of the matter is. At this time, the old majestic voice came from the phone bug again. The world governed by the world government cannot be destroyed by monsters of unknown origin. Before thoroughly investigating the situation of East Blue, just in case, from now on at the beginning, the world government will cooperate with Marine to prohibit all powerful people from approaching East Blue, and in addition, Marshal Sengoku, first hope that Marine can establish a closer connection with the Soul Society. If possible, it is best to find out their fighting style and ability. Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, the information we now know about these two worlds it is too rare, we must learn more information, and hold the destiny of this world in our own hands, instead of acting passively like now. Although it seems that the Soul Society is on our side now, but any situation has to be guarded against. I understand. Sengoku stared and nodded. After hanging up the phone bug, all the people below were shocked, because they knew that the Marine and world government should make a big move next. Everyone has cleared up the situation, then. Sengoku looked serious, and said solemnly, this East Blue incident is no small matter. Regarding the existence of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, we will keep it secret from ordinary people for the time being, and temporarily declare to the outside world that East Blue has been occupied by unknown pirate forces. There must be no worldwide panic. Hearing this, everyone below nodded with serious expressions. They can imagine that once the existence of the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo is known to the public, the world government and Marine will face a worldwide crisis of trust, and even if one is not well controlled, it may cause turmoil in the world structure. At that time, even if there is no threat from Hueco Mundo, I am afraid that the world will be completely chaotic. In that case, Sengoku, there is one more problem to be solved. At this time, he, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and murmured, we don't know what the current situation of East Blue is. If we want to completely block the news of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, Shanghai's newspaper society also said that indefinite. Well, that's certainly a question worth noting. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, then looked down at the people below and said seriously, well, everyone, although the news about Hueco Mundo and Soul Society don't have to worry about being leaked out for now, it's impossible to hide the changes in East Blue from those big figures on the sea. Yes, from now on, keep an eye on all the famous and important people in the sea, and never let them get close to East Blue. Clear. All Marines stood up. Serious voices rang out in the office. Soon, the entire naval headquarters began to move. At this moment, Marine's efficient execution rate was perfectly reflected. Send all surveillance ships. All dangerous guys with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys are under surveillance. Once they tend to approach East Blue, report to the headquarters immediately. Contact all the Marine branch bases in the first half of the Grand Line and ask them to send warships to station defense lines on all routes that can go to East Blue. If any abnormalities are found, direct fire is allowed. New WORLDG-5 branch surveillance ships are all in place. They are closely monitoring the target's movements. A series of orders were sent out from naval headquarters, and for a while, the entire sea in the first half of the Grand Line suddenly turbulent. Marine warships and surveillance ships appeared everywhere on the sea. For a while, except for those truly powerful pirate groups, most of the pirate groups suddenly felt insecure, thinking that Marine was going to launch a large-scale purge of the sea. Some pirates even attacked Marine because they were too nervous, but the result is obvious, all the pirates were blocked by Marine. The ordinary people also felt a little panicked, thinking that something big would happen, and at this moment, a piece of news was suddenly spread all over the world except East Blue under the influence of major newspapers. East Blue is occupied by unknown pirate forces. Marine is planning to take back East Blue. Following this news, it immediately caused a shock and uproar all over the world, and at the same time, it also made most ordinary people breathe a sigh of relief. Although they dared to sympathize and be shocked by East Blue being occupied by pirates, for ordinary people like them, as long as the disaster didn't happen to them, it didn't have much to do with them. The pirates also breathed a sigh of relief, but although they knew that Marine's goal was not theirs, they acted a lot more cautiously, not daring to be so arrogant and eye-catching as before. But when the dark forces and big shots in New World heard the news, they just sneered and lost interest. After all, for them, a mere East Blue could be easily conquered, so they didn't care much. Everything seems to be developing in the direction Marine expected. However, on the very next day, Naval Headquarters Intelligence. Com Belt NW East Blue no anomalies. Surveillance ship number 12 is normal. The Whitebeard pirates have no special operations. Surveillance ship number 76 has no abnormalities. Big Mom pirates have no special operations. This is 30 nautical miles northwest of Thunder God Island. We found traces of the Kaido pirates. It is deduced that there is no intention to go to East Blue, and there is no abnormality. One message after another came from the buzzing phone bug, and the intelligence agents rushed to record it on the file. Suddenly, the sound of another phone bug rang, and the intelligence agent hurried forward to pick up the phone bug, and there was a sound of panic in the phone bug. _W hello. This is surveillance ship number 43. This is surveillance ship number 43. Red Hair pirates were found 10 nautical miles west of Sabayati archipelago. It is suspected that they have just passed the Fishman Island. It is deduced that their destination may be East Blue. Attention, the deduced destination is likely to be East Blue. Pat. The communicator in his hand fell on the table, the intelligence officer's face changed drastically, and he quickly opened the door and rushed out. Sabayati archipelago, 10 nautical miles to the west. A medium-sized pirate ship was sailing on the sea, and in the howling sea wind, the flag of the Red Hair pirates, one of the 4 emperors of this sea, fluttered in the wind. On the deck, the black cloak and red hair swayed violently in the sea breeze. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was looking at the endless sea in the distance, frowning tightly, and behind him, a group of crew members were laughing, drinking, eating and playing. Captain, are you still worried about Luffy? At some point, the second officer, Ben Beckman, walked up to Shanks and let out a puff of smoke. Is it? Shanks nodded, frowned, and said in a deep voice, although Marine's news is that East Blue is occupied by pirates, I always feel that it's not that simple, and Marine's big moves are too abnormal, so I don't want to go to East Blue personally. Take a look, I'm worried about that kid Luffy. Yes, something is wrong with East Blue, but the captain. Beckman took down the cigarette in his mouth, raised his chin at the slowly approaching Marine fleet in the distance, and said, we will go directly to East Blue like this, but it will stir Marine's nerves. Ah, I've been mentally prepared for this. I just didn't expect that Marine's lineup will be so big this time. Shanks shook his head with a chuckle and said, as the gathering got closer, 2 figures on the distant sea warship were also revealed in the sunlight. Marine Admiral, Yellow Ape, Marine Admiral, Aokiji, legendary Marine hero Vice Admiral, Garp, Chapter 41 Human Heart. Hey, Captain, is this a big joke? Marine Admiral Kizaru and Akainu, Marine hero Garp, is Marine going to war with us? We're just going to the East Blue, so there's no need to be so exaggerated. On the deck of the Red Hair pirates, watching 6 warships slowly approaching from a distance, especially when they saw the 3 figures exuding a powerful aura on the main ship in the middle, the crew members who were drinking and having fun, all of a sudden he rushed to the front of the boat with his eyes wide open, screaming in disbelief. In the distance, on the deck of the main ship of the Marine fleet, Garp stands in front, and Kizaru and Aokiji stand behind it. Fire a warning shot and tell them to stop the boat immediately. Garp looked serious, looked at the Red Hair pirates in front of him and shouted in a deep voice. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The messenger on the side saluted and shouted loudly, and then hurried down to convey the order. It didn't take long before all the gun emplacements on the 2 warships turned and aimed at the Red Hair pirates. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent roar, and a dozen shells shot out from the warship and landed on both sides of the Red Hair pirates, immediately blasting more than a dozen water jets, and the ship of the Red Hair pirates next to the tumbling waves continued to shake. Fire. Marine actually fired. Damn it. Marine is playing for real this time. Fight. Prepare to fight. Seeing that Marine opened fire without saying a word, the Red Hair pirates crew members including Yasop were shocked, their faces straightened, and they quickly got ready for battle. Vice Captain Beckman threw away the cigarette butt, looked at Shanks with a serious expression, and said, Captain, I can now be sure that Marine is definitely hiding something in East Blue. Marine's reaction is too abnormal. Oh, of course I know that. Shanks held the handle of the knife at his waist with his only remaining right arm, and said with a dignified expression, that's why I'm more worried about the comfort of Luffy 080 and everyone in Windmill Town. At this time, the Marine fleet and the Red Hair pirates were less than half a nautical mile apart, and both sides stopped in a tacit understanding. Redhead, I don't want to say anything more, take your pirate team back to New World immediately. Garp shouted, looking at Redhead standing at the bow. That's not okay. Shanks shook his head helplessly, looked at Garp with a light smile and said, Vice Admiral Garp, I just went to East Blue, Marine's reaction is too big, right? Or is Marine hiding something in East Blue? It's none of your business. I repeat, immediately, bring your pirate group back to New World. Don't get even one step closer to East Blue. Garp's expression was completely different from the usual carelessness. He stared at East Blue and shouted fiercely. Hoki's powerful body formed a hurricane and blew the Marine's righteous flag on his back. The smile on Shanks' face finally subsided a little, and he looked at Garp with a serious face and said in a deep voice, Vice Admiral Garp, you should be able to guess the purpose of my going to East Blue. I am very worried about the safety of Luffy and everyone in Windmill Town. Although I don't know what you and your Marines are hiding in East Blue, but I can guarantee that you will never set foot in any other place in East Blue except for Windmill Town in East Blue. Shut up. A vein popped up on Garp's forehead, and he said angrily to the Red Hair, It's because you brought that boy Luffy to ruin that he didn't leave Windmill Town with the old man. It ended up in today's situation. If Luffy got out, what's the matter? Even if you escape to Cape Tiana, the old man will kill you. What happened to Luffy? Vice Admiral Garp, can you tell me what happened to East Blue? Shanks' face changed slightly. AFDB. No comment. Garp flicked his hand off the coat of justice on his back, twisted his neck and glared at Shanks and said, You just need to know that a strong man like you who might arouse the interest of that terrifying existence will never allow you to approach East Blue step. Terrible existence. Shanks frowned, then sighed helplessly. The terrifying Hoki on his body slowly emerged, and looked at Garp with sharp eyes. Since this is the case, there is no other way, Vice Admiral Garp, then I can only come hard. And just when the collision between marine and red hair pirates broke out enough to shake the world, on the other side, East Blue, at the entrance of Silo Village. Wow, GUU Big Brother. It's GUU Big Brother back. A lot of gifts, so many gifts. GUU Big Brother, is this for us? Is this true? GUU Big Brother. Shao I wants a gift. Shao I wants a gift. The 7 or 8 little ghosts in the village surrounded GUU and called out in immature voices, but they kept looking at Chris and Julius behind GUU with expectant and yearning eyes, because they were behind GUU. In his hands, he was holding beautiful dolls and new clothes for children. Okay, don't worry, everyone escapes. GUU patted Shao Ai's head amusedly, then smiled lightly without looking back. Chris, Julius, give the gifts to the little ones. GUU slightly turned his head and glanced at Chris and Julius. Chris and Julius were startled at the same time, a trace of panic flashed across their delicate faces, and they quickly changed their words. I see, GU. Mr. GUU, remember, don't disclose any information from outside to people here. GUU smiled without looking back while stroking Shao Ai's head. Clear. Chris and Julius nodded quickly, and then distributed the gifts in their hands to these little guys. Wow, so beautiful. The little guys ran away happily one by one after receiving the presents. It's really, you forgot about me after you took the gift. GUU shook his head helplessly, and then looked towards the village, where the villagers who got the news of GUU's return came out under the leadership of the village chief. GUU, is it really GUU? Haha, Guy GUU, I didn't expect you to come back in less than half a month. How wonderful. Yeah, we thought it would be years at least before we saw you. Seeing GUU, the villagers immediately greeted them one by one with smiles, but they couldn't help looking at the extremely beautiful Chris and Julius behind GUU with curiosity in their eyes. GUU also greeted everyone with a smile. Hey, GUU boy, I haven't seen you for more than half a month, have you learned a lot? Honestly, who are these two? Old smoker Uncle Sam leaned forward and hooked GUU's neck, tugged GUU's exquisite white robe, and then glanced at Chris and Julius and winked at GUU. Behind GUU, Chris and Julius frowned when they saw this scene. It is simply dead that mere human beings are so casual and bold towards their great and supreme lord of Hueco Mundo. The two were just about to make a move, but they suddenly saw GUU's slightly cold eyes glanced over, and they all panicked, not daring to make any moves. Uncle Sam, what are you guessing about? GUU reluctantly shook off Sam's arm on his shoulder, rolled his eyes and said, I'm doing business outside now, and they are just subordinates I called to help. Oh, it's a subordinate. Uncle Sam looked at GUU with a look that I understood very well. Seeing this, the corners of GUU's mouth couldn't help twitching, but her heart felt more relaxed than ever. Perhaps, only in this village can he share joys and sorrows with everyone like an ordinary human being. After catching up with GUU, the villagers gradually dispersed one by one. After all, they also had their own things to do. GUU, how long are you planning to stay when you come back this time? The old village chief looked at GUU with a smile and asked. Well, maybe I can stay for 5 or 6 days. GUU thought for a while. That's good. It's very tiring to do business outside. Everyone cleans up your house for you every day. You can go in and live in it at any time, but they. The old village chief looked at GUU behind him. Chris and Julius. Village chief, don't worry about them. There is a merchant ship by the coast, they just need to live there. GUU explained with a smile. Oh, if that's the case, then I won't worry too much. The old village head nodded, and then smiled at GUU. Then go back and rest for a while, remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. All right, village chief. GUU nodded with a smile. The old village chief took another look, turned and left without saying anything. And GUU also brought Chris and Julius to the small house that belonged to him inside the village. Seeing the cleanliness of the house, GUU raised the corner of her mouth, went to sit on the sofa, and exhaled lightly. Your Majesty, can Chris ask why you were so special to the humans in this village? Chris looked at GUU who was sitting on the sofa, and asked hesitantly. Julius who was beside her also had a puzzled look on her face. In their eyes, human beings are as insignificant as ants. If there is one thing that makes them more satisfied with human beings, it is that their souls are more delicious. It is precisely because of this that they can't understand why GUU doesn't care about the life and death of human beings in the outside world, but he is different from the human beings in this small village. GUU glanced at Chrissy and Julius, and stretched out his hand. A black hole beside him burst open, and a transformed soul that was no different from a human came out respectfully holding a cup. GUU picked up the cup, took a sip of Shielaporo's special spiritual power wine made from human souls, and chuckled with a strange smile on his face, just to keep a little bit of belonging on this road with no end in sight. The human heart is nothing more. Chapter 42, Dragon Domain. A human heart. Chris and Julius touched their chests in confusion, completely unable to feel what GUU said about the human heart. Looking at the appearance of Chris and Julius, GUU shook his head helplessly. Shu himself is a fallen soul who has lost his heart, so what kind of human heart did he tell them? However, when GUU was thinking this way, he didn't notice at all why he, who is also virtual, could feel joy in the contact with the villagers just now. At this time, Julius closed her eyes suddenly, and after a while, Julius opened her eyes and said to GUU, Your Majesty, the latest information from Lord Aronilo has arrived. Oh, synchronous cognition. It's really a good ability to directly transmit information across borders through Ryutsu. Guu took a sip of spiritual power wine, feeling the vibration and growing spiritual power in his body, nodded with a smile. Tell me. Let me see what interesting news Aronilo brought me bar. Yes, Your Majesty. Julius nodded, and said, according to the latest news from Lord Aronilo, things are exactly as you and Lord Aizen expected. The world government and Marine have already started a full-scale operation to prohibit all human beings from approaching East Blue. However, what deviated from the plan is that the world government and Marine did not seem to announce the existence of Soul Society in Hueco Mundo, but announced that East Blue has been occupied by unknown pirate forces. And not long ago, the Red Hair Pirates seemed to have the intention to go to East Blue, but they were blocked by Marine Admiral Kizaru, Aokiji, and Marine Vice Admiral Garp near the Sabayati Archipelago. Sudden interruption, the Red Hair Pirates have now withdrawn to New World. In addition, news came from the Void Legion in charge of East Blue that the major kingdoms of East Blue and pirate forces are preparing to go to the Kingdom of Goa in 5 days, and there are no other abnormal behaviors, but, located in Kokosia the Dragon Domain in the village doesn't seem to have the intention to come to Shia Kingdom at His Majesty's order. The above is all the information conveyed by Master Euronilo this time. After finishing speaking, Julius stopped talking and looked at Guu reverently. The existence of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society is not disclosed. Is it because they are afraid of causing global chaos? It seems that Marine and world government are not too stupid. Guu put the empty cup in his hand back into the hand of the reformed soul at the side, and the transformed soul with the appearance of a waiter bowed respectfully to Guu, and then retreated into the black cavity, which also closed. However, it would be too boring to spend a lot of time to create a Soul Society, and let the Marine and world government cover up the past like this. The chaotic world pays for my development to make more money. Guu leaned on the sofa, tapped the armrest of the sofa with her fingers, and smiled as if thinking of something. Since the Marine and world government are unwilling to announce it, then we can only do it for you. As for the Red Hair Pirates, Guu smiled and said, for Luffy and Windmill Town. Red Hair, it seems that you have to thank me. Thank you that I have no interest in these original characters now. Quote, oh, by the way, there's also the Dragon Domain, right? At this time, Guu suddenly remembered something, rubbed his forehead and smiled lightly. If I remember correctly, it seems to be the Murloc pirates ruled by Arlong, right? It seems to be still in East Blue. The Northwest has occupied quite a few villages. Yes, Your Majesty. Julius nodded respectfully and said, it is also mentioned in the information of Master Euronilo that the evil Dragon Domain has ruled a total of 23 villages. 23, that's quite a lot. Guu sighed softly and smiled, looking out the window at the sun that had already set to the west. Your Majesty, do you need me to help you? Chris's beautiful eyes are full of cold light. For the evil Dragon Domain that dares to disobey Guu's order, in Chris's view, it is absolutely not allowed to exist. Need not. Guu stood up, and the smile on the corner of her mouth became deeper. Chris, open up the black cavity. This time, I will do it myself. It's just right. I also really want to see what I can do with my current Ryutsu. Kokosia Village, Dragon Domain. Haha, I have collected a lot of money this month. That's right, although these humans are very weak, they are good money-making tools. Hey, when we have collected enough wealth, Brother Arlong will take us into the new world. By then, the reputation of our dragon pirates will surely spread all over the world. Ha ha ha. In the square below the tower-like Dragon Domain, groups of Murlocs gathered together and laughed happily. Their sharp teeth shone dazzlingly in the sun, which made people feel daunted. Under the gazebo, Arlong's sturdy and huge body sat on the stone chair, and he laughed wildly. That's right. As long as you collect enough treasures, buy a lot of arms and equipment, and match them with Nami's nautical chart, and our fish people are born with great strength, this sea will be ours sooner or later. 0. Asking for flowers. Arlong, you can really daydream. A mocking female voice suddenly came from a distance. Arlong and the surrounding Murloc leaders turned their heads to look, only to see a young girl with short orange hair and a delicate expressionless face walking in from the gate of the Dragon Realm. Haha, who was I then? It turns out that our navigator Nami is back. Seeing who was coming, Arlong immediately laughed indifferently. You still have the mood to laugh here. Nami walked up to Arlong with a blank face, a trace of hatred and disgust flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She crossed her arms and mocked. I have heard a lot of news this time when I went to sea. East Blue is now the master of Hueco Mundo's monster army complete rule, even all marine branch bases have been completely wiped out. Now all the pirate groups and kingdoms in the entire East Blue have expressed their intention to participate in the gathering of Goa Kingdom in 5 days. Only you have no news at all. Aren't you afraid of Hueco? Will the Lord of Mundo trouble you? 0.0. Master of Hueco Mundo. Ha ha ha. Arlong grinned ferociously, and laughed out loud. The surrounding Murlocs and Murloc cadres also laughed. Nami yo. Arlong laughed and looked at Nami and said, East Blue is just the weakest sea recognized in the world. It can wipe out the monster army of 23 marine divisions overnight. Master of Hueco Mundo. That's just weak, it's just a lie pulled out by human beings. Don't believe these absurd rumors too easily, Nami. Or, Arlong lowered his body slightly, brought his sharp proboscis close to Nami, and said with a grin, you really hope that the so-called Lord of Hueco Mundo and the army of monsters exist, hope that they will defeat us, and hope to regain our freedom, right? Quote, unfortunately, This is impossible. Ha ha ha. Arlong looked up to the sky and laughed, and the surrounding Murlocs stared at Nami mockingly and laughed. Nami bit her lip tightly, although she wanted to rush up and kick the dragon in the face, but she knew that she couldn't. Oh, I see, have you always thought that we were made up by people? At this time, a light laughter suddenly sounded amidst the wild laughter of the Murlocs. At the same time, a pitch-black crack in space tore open in the center of the square. Beg, Chapter 43 Zanpakuto without a scabbard. Sheath. Who? The sudden sound was extremely prominent in the wild laughter of the Murlocs, and all the Murlocs including Arlong stopped laughing and looked in the direction of the sound one by one. Among the Murlocs in the square, a dark crack suddenly opened in the space, and a man in a white robe came out leading two girls in maid outfits. And after they walked out, the dark crack behind them also closed. Hey, what happened just now? Empty. Space cracked. Are these humans still coming out of it? Who the hell are they? The surrounding Murlocs suddenly widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, each subconsciously backing away to make a large space. Ability of Devil Fruit. Arlong also frowned, looked at the three humans who appeared in a very shocking way. Who are you? Is this the Dragon Domain? As if she didn't hear Arlong's voice, Guu looked up at the tower light. 590, Dragon Domain building, nodded and smiled. It's a bit small, but it looks pretty good. Your Majesty, do you need to treat this place as your residence in this world? Chris, who was behind her, looked at Arlong and other Murlocs expressionlessly and said calmly. No, this place is too small. If you have a chance in the future, let's build another Void Knight Palace in East Blue. Guu shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, the surrounding Murlocs suddenly became angry one by one. Hey, humans, are you too nervous? That's right, mere human beings dare to want Brother Arlong's evil dragon domain so brazenly. Are you looking for death? The Murlocs shouted one by one. Beside Arlong, the Murloc cadre Crow Obi couldn't help but frown. Looking at Ji Yu Cheng and the others, he said to Arlong, Brother Arlong, shall I deal with them? Not yet. Arlong waved his hand, frowned and looked at the three of Gucheng and said, these guys don't look like simple people. If you can avoid fighting, avoid it as much as you can. I understand. Kruby nodded and did not speak again. However, neither Arlong, Kruby, nor the other Murlocs noticed, but Nami's expression on the side was a little strange. He is. Looking at Ji Yu's face that she had seen on the big screen in Sangjun Square a few days ago, Nami's whole body trembled suddenly, and her eyes were filled with shock. The feeling of being watched made Ji Yu turn his head to look. When he saw the very familiar girl with orange hair, Ji Yu didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart, and looked away after a slight pause. For him, these plot characters are not so important anymore. Then, next, Ji Yu turned to look at Arlong who was sitting on the stone chair in the gazebo. Hearing the yelling of the Murlocs, he smiled and said, it's a bit noisy, let them be quiet. Yes, Your Majesty. Chris and Julius looked at the Murlocs around them expressionlessly, and they stretched out their palms one to the left and the other to the right, and the violent red spiritual power quickly gathered. What is that? The Murlocs around were stunned for a moment, and some didn't react, but Arlong's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly and shouted, stop. Sero. The lips of Chris and Julius moved slightly without any change in expression, and two big-eyed Sero shot out from their hands, one on the left and one on the right. Two huge Seros suddenly shrank and shot out, and the Murlocs on the left and right were directly engulfed. Not only that, the two Seros directly bombarded the walls on the left and right without any pause, directly blasting a circle out of the wall. A big hole is formed, and it shoots away into the distance. Boom, boom. Two huge roars sounded, and while the ground shook slightly, big explosions occurred hundreds of meters away from the left and right sides of the evil dragon's domain. But at this moment, Chris and Julius withdrew their hands as if they had done something insignificant, and the Murlocs on both sides had completely disappeared. This scene immediately made the hands and feet of the remaining dozen Murlocs feel cold. The annoying guy is gone. Ji Yu still looked at the dull-faced Arlong with a smile on his face and said, then Arlong, next. Boom. Ryutsu, comparable to the Jillian level, spewed out of Ji Yu's body, and a strong pressure immediately made the remaining dozen Murlocs around them sweat coldly. Standing still, Ji Yu looked at Arlong with a smile and said, it's you time to explain to me why my rallies are being ignored. Assembly order. The cadre Xiaoba on the side immediately reacted, pointed at Ji Yu in shock and shouted, New. Brother Arlong, this guy is the master of Hueco Mundo. Master of Hueco Mundo. Arlong's forehead was bulging with veins. Seeing that there were only a dozen or so Murlocs left immobile in the square, he stared at Ji Yu and shouted, I don't care if you are the master of Hueco Mundo or something. How dare you kill my lovely compatriots? Human beings. You are courting death. You actually spoke disrespectfully to His Majesty. You are the one who is looking for death. Julius and Chris behind Ji Yu stared at Arlong coldly, and directly put one hand on the handle of Zanpakuto's knife, and the mighty Ryutsu couldn't help surging. Chris, Julius, have you forgotten what I said? This time, I will do it myself. Ji Yu smiled softly without looking back. However, with just such a soft sentence, Chris and Julius trembled all over, and hurriedly knelt down on one knee with their open hands on Zanpakuto, and said with a look of panic, Your Majesty, please make amends. You must remember my words in the future. Ji Yu smiled without looking back. Yes, Your Majesty. Chris and Julius hurriedly said respectfully. So, as soon as Guu stretched out his hand, a crack opened in the space beside him for Guu's hand to reach in, and then pulled out a long knife without a scabbard, and the space crack closed. Guu held a long knife that looked different from ordinary knives in her hand, looked at the angry Arlong with a smile and said, "Come on, let me see how powerful a Murloc race is. Human, I'm going to kill you." Seeing Guu's calm appearance, Arlong was about to rush forward angrily. "Brother Arlong, please calm down. Mere human beings are not worth your hands. Are you going to destroy the dragon domain?" The Murloc cadres Xiaoba, Kruby and Shu hurriedly grabbed the furious Arlong, and Kruby said to Xiaoba and Shu, "Little Ba, hey, you hold down Brother Arlong, and I will deal with those who don't know dead and alive humans." "It is good, Nu, we'll hold Brother Arlong down." Shu and Xiaoba nodded immediately, and firmly held down the angry roaring Arlong. And Crow Obi looked at Guu coldly and said, "Human, I have to say, you are the first one who can make Brother Arlong lose his temper so much." "Really? Then I'm really honored." Guu walked towards Kruby slowly with a long knife in his hand, and smiled. "So, is your first opponent?" "Adversary, human, it seems that you haven't figured out the current situation yet." Crow Obi tilted his neck, and suddenly kicked towards Guu, and said with a sneer, "The problem now is, how do you die to let Brother Arlong calm down?" Murloc Karate 100 watts Junquan 5.5. Crow Obi yelled loudly, and punched Guu's chest with a violent piercing sound. However, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of Kruby's eyes, and Kruby felt his vision split in two, and all the strength in his body disappeared quickly. Pooh! In the splash of blood, Kruby's forward body turned into two halves from the middle, and flew forward for a certain distance according to the inertia. One left and one right respectively fell behind Guu. The pungent bloody smell immediately diffused in the air. Kruby, including Arlong, the two Murloc cadres, Xiaoba and Shu, and the rest of the Murlocs stared at Guu who was still smiling with disbelief. "Excuse me." Guu slowly lowered her raised arm, the seemingly ordinary long knife in her hand without a trace of bloodline. Guu looked apologetically at the dull Arlong and the three with a smile. "It's also the first time I use the sheath ambush. No, control your strength." Chapter 44 Boring Crush. Kruby, looking at Kruby, who was lying in a pool of blood, and Guu, who was smiling, he was stunned for a moment, and the veins on Arlong's forehead popped out, and his already daunting face suddenly turned ferocious. "Stand up. Xiaoba, phew, get out of the way." Arlong roared angrily, and slammed the arms held by Xiaoba and Shu, breaking free from Xiaoba and Shu's control in an instant, staring ferociously at the smiling Guu and roaring, "The mere low species, how dare you kill my lovely compatriots again and again. Kill you, I will definitely kill you." Boom! Arlong stomped his feet on the ground, and the powerful force immediately caused the hard concrete floor under his feet to collapse. With this powerful force, Arlong leapt nearly 10 meters into the sky and came to the height of the Dragon Realm. The 5th floor edge of the tower building, and then once again rushed to the top floor with a step on the O5 tile roof of the 5th floor. "Human, you are finished." Seeing this scene, Xiaoba exclaimed suddenly, and looked at Guu with pity on his face, and said, "This is the first time I've seen Big Brother Arlong get angry like this. You will definitely be torn to pieces by Big Brother Arlong of." "Nu, that's right, Brother Arlong's anger is not something mere human beings can bear." Xiaoba, who was beside him, nodded in approval. Yes, Guu still had a smile on his face, but his figure disappeared instantly with a bang, and then appeared in front of Shu with a bang. Fell down and waved diagonally. Pooh! In the splash of blood, Shu was cut in half from his left waist to his right shoulder, and fell down with his eyes wide open in disbelief. On the side, Xiaoba still looked at Guu's previous location with a look of approval on his face. He didn't turn his head sharply until Shu's corpse fell to the bottom, his pupils constricted violently. "You." Xiaoba looked at Guu with horror on his face, and retreated tremblingly. "You guys are so weak, I'm not even interested in being so weak." Guu looked at Xiaoba with a smile, but what he said made Xiaoba feel cold all over. "Since this is the case, you can go back as soon as possible," Guu said with a smile, and waved the sheath in Xiaoba's suddenly shrinking gaze. Xiaoba only felt his whole body lighten up, his vision wobbled for a while, and then he lost consciousness. Pooh! In the gushing of blood, Xiaoba's headless body fell directly to the ground. "Ah, don't kill me." The dozen or so Murlocs remaining in the square looked at this scene, and suddenly their bodies turned cold, and they yelled in horror, scrambling and crying, and ran towards the gate of the Dragon Realm. "Fix them." Guu flicked the blade and said without looking back, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chris and Julius, who had been half kneeling on the ground, hurriedly said respectfully, then stood up and looked at the fleeing Murlocs. Their eyes turned cold, they put their hands on the handle of Zanpakuto, and disappeared instantly. Next moment, "What? No, don't kill me, what?" Horrified begging for mercy and screams continued to resound along with the sound of the blade piercing into the flesh. "Damn it, humans, stop it, otherwise, I will cut you into pieces." At this time, Arlong's extremely angry roar came from the sky. Guu looked up, and saw that Arlong jumped down from the top of the tower with a huge sawtooth sword in both hands with a ferocious face, and slashed at him with a violent sound of piercing through the air. "Sorry, it's too late," and Guu glanced at the Murlocs who were all lying in a pool of blood, raised his hand to face Arlong who was shooting down from the sky. The violent red spiritual power gathered rapidly, and smiled. Reminder, we are not human beings either. Quote, Sero. Guu smiled and said softly. The Sero in his hand turned into a huge red beam of light and went straight to the sky. All the air along the way was directly evacuated, and the powerful air wave raged crazily across the entire dragon domain. Boom. It wasn't until a second later that the violent roar sounded. 653. Sero lasted for nearly 10 seconds. When Sero slowly disappeared, Arlong, who was covered in scorched black in the sky, fell down from the sky with only half of the sawtooth sword in his hand and rolled his eyes. Thump. Arlong's nearly unconscious body fell to the ground, twitching from time to time. Seeing this scene, Guu shook his head feeling a little bored, and said disappointedly, it's really too weak. Chris, turn on the black cavity, it's time to go back. Sighing, Guu stretched out his hand, and a space crack opened beside him and sent the sheath back to the treasure chest. Yes, Your Majesty. Chris tapped her finger in the air, and a black cavity burst open immediately. Guu walked in with Chris and Julius, and the black cavity was closed, leaving only a messy dragon domain, and Nami with a sluggish face. Chapter 45. It's too small. In the messy dragon field, the corpses of the Murlocs were scattered in a pool of blood, their hideous and ugly faces were full of fear before death, and there was a pungent smell of blood in the air. Nami stood there stiffly, her pupils trembling violently, and her breathing gradually became rapid. Call. A breeze with a faint fishy smell blew by, and Nami suddenly fell limp and sat on the ground, with tears in her eyes. Dead. Arlong and Murlocs, both dead. Nami covered her mouth and sobbed, recalling the little things over the years, tears could not help gushing out. She originally thought that it would take her several years to collect 100 million Baileys to buy Kokosha village and free everyone in the village, but she never expected. Baramal Ant. Everyone, we are free at last. Nami cried out loudly. It wasn't until a while later that Nami suddenly thought of something, and quickly stood up and ran out of the dragon's domain, walking towards Kokosia village. The dragon realm is slain. By the current ruler of the East Blue, Lord Hueco Mundo. It is going to tell the news to everyone in Kokosia village. No, not only Kokosia village, but also all villages ruled by the dragon domain. And less than a minute after Nami ran out of the dragon domain, a black hole was suddenly torn open above the dragon domain, and a powerful ghost walked out, looking at the dead dragon domain below. The person under the mask, there was a hint of mockery in the scarlet eyes. Is this the Murloc unique to this world? It is an ugly race. It dares to disobey His Majesty's assembly order. It is simply looking for death. Under His Majesty's notice, there is no need for this ugly race. Let this place disappear completely. Chang Lixu grinned disdainfully and finished speaking, then walked directly back into the black cavity. And the next moment, the black cavity suddenly tore open and became bigger. Jillian's unique proboscis huge bone mask protruded from it, with a violent red, spiritual power gathering rapidly in his mouth. Sero. Bang. Nami, who was running towards Kokosia village, only felt a violent roar coming from behind him. Along with the slight vibration of the ground, a not-so-weak shock wave also hit from behind. What? Unprepared, Nami was directly blown to the ground by the shock wave. He quickly stood up and turned his head to look, and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Because the evil dragon domain behind him has been completely submerged in a sea of flames and turned into ruins. Nami suddenly trembled all over, looking in horror at the gigantic Jillian slowly retracting into the black cavity over the ruins of the dragon domain, his face pale. The Monster Legion, the master of the virtual circle, who is that man? Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the northwest of East Blue at an extremely fast speed, and spread to the entire East Blue with an unstoppable trend. The Dragon Realm blatantly ignores the summoning order of the Lord of Hueco Mundo. The Master of the Void Circle has personally acted. The entire Dragon Realm has been reduced to ruins. As soon as this news came out, the entire East Blue, whether it was the pirate forces or the kingdom forces, was in an uproar. You know, although the Creek Pirates are the largest pirate force in East Blue. But the Murlocs in the Dragon Realm are much more powerful than the Creek Pirates in the sea. Not to mention, the leader of the Dragon Realm, Arlong, it is a powerful Murloc that is far stronger than Creek. Marine tried to wipe out the Dragon Domain several times but failed, and even suffered heavy losses. Looking at the entire East Blue, there is almost no force stronger than the Dragon Domain. However, is such a domain of evil dragons easily razed to the ground by the master of the enclosure? All of a sudden, all the forces in East Blue didn't dare to have any islands, and expressed to the outside world that they would go to the gathering of the Goa Kingdom. And just as the entire East Blue was terrified of the destruction of the Dragon Domain, an even more shocking news spread along the Great Channel. Red Hair Pirates and Marine 2 Admiral plus Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp broke out in war. As soon as this news came out, the whole sea was shocked. After all, whether it is the Red Hair Pirates or the Marine, one of the four emperors, they represent the most powerful forces in this sea. A war between the two sides will definitely attract the attention of countless forces, including the other four emperors. Everyone, they are all waiting for the final result. No matter who the winner is, the distribution of power in this sea will undergo tremendous changes. It's just a pity that the result that the major forces expected did not appear. Because not long after, another news came out. The battle between Marine and Red Hair Pirates was inexplicably interrupted. Red Hair Pirates withdrew to New World. As soon as this news spread, it immediately caused an uproar and confusion in the whole sea. Everyone was wondering what happened between the two sides in the battle, and why the battle was suddenly interrupted. The major newspaper offices are even more fully operating, and countless related newspapers have been distributed overwhelmingly. 0. Asking for flowers. Meanwhile, New World, the coast of an uninhabited island. A medium-sized pirate ship is moored here. On the ship that has obviously experienced a war and looks a bit dilapidated, the flag of the Red Hair Pirates belonging to one of the 4 emperors is particularly dazzling in the sun. On the coast, all Red Hair Pirates crew members, including Red Hair Shanks, have more or less scars on their bodies, and they are being treated with the help of the ship's doctor at this time. Shanks was sitting on a rock, his black cloak was tattered, and there were obviously some fist marks on his body, frowning as if he was thinking about something. Captain. At this time, the Vice-Captain Beckman, who was also in a mess, with a large piece of clothes torn on his back, exposing a piece of scorched skin, walked over with a cigarette in his mouth, exhaled smoke, looked at Shanks solemnly and said, "Now tell me what Vice Admiral Garp told you. It made you look like that." Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks looked at the sea in the distance, paused, and did not answer. Instead, he asked in an unusual tone, "Beckman, do you believe that souls exist after death?" Soul. Beckman froze for a moment, frowned and looked at Shanks, who seemed to be a bit out of place, and said, "Maybe there will be, but Captain, why do you suddenly ask this? So, do you think there is a world where souls live in this world?" Shanks still didn't answer, looking at the sea in the distance and asking himself, "Captain, what's wrong with you? This is not like you." Beckman felt something was wrong with Shanks' appearance, took down the cigarette from his mouth, and suddenly thought of something. The movements of his hands froze suddenly, and his pupils shrank slightly. "Captain, do you mean?" Beckman seemed to understand something, and looked at Shanks in horror. "Yes." Shanks sighed softly, turned his head to look at the horrified Beckman, with a bewildered expression on his face, and an unbelievable look in the depths of his eyes. Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, Shinigami, Espada, Master of the Void Circle. We human beings are really too small. Chapter 46. Sorry, that was all a lie to you. Come, Guu, try the bone belly fish that my aunt made for you. It was just caught this morning. How does it taste? Hey, don't listen to Aunt Lan Lu. Try the ham I specially made. This is the best. Stop arguing, all of you. You are all in the same village. What kind of noise does it look like? Come on, Guu boy, how about my dish first? As the sun sets, gorgeous fire clouds envelope the earth. East Blue, a small square in the center of Bilo village, has set up a long table at this time, and there are plates of fragrant dishes on the table, and around the table. The whole village, no matter adults or children, has already surrounded here. With a smile on his face, he wanted Guu to taste the dishes they prepared. Really? On the side, the old village chief who watched this scene couldn't help but shook his head with a helpless smile. He originally planned to let Guu go to his house for dinner tonight, but everyone in the village agreed to hold a dinner for Guu. In the end, the banquet could only become the 507, like it is now. Thank you for the delicious food you prepared for me, I will try it all. Facing the enthusiastic attitude of the villagers, Guu said with a slightly shy smile on his face. Hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the villagers suddenly became happier. Laughter instantly resounded in this small village. These villagers never imagined that this shy and ordinary boy who sat with them had already ruled the entire East Blue in less than half a month, and not long after, the whole world came to an end. Will fall into unprecedented shock under his big move. 6 days later, Guu boy, come back to play often. Guu, the outside is no different than a village, you must be careful in everything. Guu big brother, thank you for the gift. Mira likes it very much. On the south bank of Bailuo village, a medium-sized merchant ship was carrying Guu away slowly, while on the coast, the villagers were waving goodbye to Guu. On the deck at the stern of the merchant ship, Guu waved to the villagers with a smile on his face, until Bailuo village became a small dot in his sight. The smile on Guu's face slowly converged. Without turning his head back, asked, "How is it?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Chris, who has been standing behind Guu, said respectfully, "In addition to the kings of the 6 countries in East Blue except the Goa Kingdom, there are also 127 captains of the pirate regiment who arrived in the Goa Kingdom last night. All the distance is in the palace hall." "What about the Goa Kingdom?" Guu continued to ask. Under the effect of the reform soul made by Master Zael Aporo, the Kingdom of Goa has begun to rebuild. Although those humans have not fully adapted to the new policy, they have responded very well. It will only take half a year at most. Thank you humans will only be left in their hearts. Your Majesty's reverence for His Majesty, even the Marine and world government cannot change this, but, those former nobles seem to be very dissatisfied with His Majesty's actions. Chrissy replied respectfully. Dissatisfied? The corner of Guu's mouth raised, and he could look in the direction of Kebailuo village, turned around and smiled and said, "Open up the black cavity." "Yes, Your Majesty." Julius on the other side behind the ancient city nodded, stretched out her hand to the side, and a black cavity opened instantly. Guu walked in with Chris and Julius, and the black cavity was also closed. The capital of Goa Kingdom. In the sky, on the streets of towns and cities, the illusory army that could cover the sky and the sun has long since disappeared. In Duanjin, Zongzong Street, and Gaojun, there are many shops, and there is an endless stream of people coming and going, all with a smile from the heart. If it weren't for the potholes left by the war on the streets, no one would believe that just over a week ago, this country had just experienced a tragic war. In the palace hall that has been restored, the kings of 6 countries and the captains of 127 pirate groups watched this scene, their eyes full of surprise. Because, this is completely different from what they imagined. In their imagination, after being attacked by such a terrifying void legion, this place should be a mess. It has only been more than a week, how could it be possible to return to normal so quickly? Everyone, I just received the news that His Royal Highness, the Lord of the Great Hueco Mundo, will come soon. Please take your seats. At this time, an old voice came, and everyone turned their heads to look, and suddenly their pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces were full of horror. At the main entrance of the palace hall, the old king was walking in with Princess Sally and a group of royal families. How can that be? Everyone trembled suddenly, and couldn't help but let out a horrified cry. Because they clearly remember that the last time the Lord of Hueco Mundo declared his rule over East Blue with a videophone bug, didn't the bodies of all the royal families including the king lie on the ground of the palace hall? Didn't they all died? But now, what exactly is going on? Everyone looked in horror at the old king and the royal family who entered the hall. But then he reacted abruptly. The master of the virtual circle has arrived. Everyone's expressions changed suddenly, and they didn't care to think about why the royal family who should have died would be resurrected. They hurriedly walked to the huge long table in the center of the hall with serious and nervous faces and sat down. They have not forgotten the purpose of this gathering. The current ruler of East Blue is the master of the virtual circle, and the result of this gathering is likely to affect their future power distribution. But seeing this scene, the old king showed a mocking smile on his old face. Suddenly, a coercion from the soul swept across the entire hall. Whether it was the captains of the powerful pirate group or the 6 high-ranking kings, Chi-Chi's face changed, looked quickly at the entrance and exit of the hall. There, Gu, who was dressed in a white robe, walked in with 2 maids, Chris and Julius, with a smile on his face. Is this the master of the virtual circle? Feeling the coercion that even shook the air slightly, everyone quickly stood up and looked at the smiling Gu with trepidation. Because they know that it is this man who looks harmless to humans and animals, but has the terrifying power to easily raise the dragon's domain to the ground. His Majesty, the old king and other royal families greeted Gu, half kneeling respectfully in front of Gu. Gu smiled and nodded. Have all the East Blue forces arrived? Yes, Your Majesty. The old king nodded respectfully. Very good. Gu looked at those pirate captains and 6 kings with a smile. The huge Ryutsu in his body gushed out without any warning, opened his mouth, and sucked fiercely. Soul suck. The terrible suction force from the soul instantly swept across the entire hall. Except for the old king and other royals kneeling beside Gu, the faces of the pirate captains and the 6 kings sitting at the long table froze immediately, and their souls were forcibly drawn out. The sensation in their bodies immediately distorted their expressions, and they opened their mouths wide to scream, but found that no matter what, they couldn't make a sound. Plop, plop, plop. One after another 2.9 soulless corpses fell to the ground, and all the souls were sucked into Gu's mouth. With a movement of his throat, Gu's spiritual power surged and then returned to normal. Sure enough, there will be no more managers for devouring summoning soul now. Gu sighed slightly, then looked at the only man beside the long table who stood up with the support of the table and smiled. If I remember correctly, you should be Captain Crow of the Black Cat Pirates, right? Yes, he is the second human being who can keep his soul inseparable under my soul suction. Sucking souls. Sure enough, as the rumors say, you are not human at all. Captain Crow's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He stood up with difficulty supporting his weak body, looked at Gu with a strong smile, and said, so, you didn't gather us here to discuss the rule of East Blue, but in order to catch us all. What? Gu nodded with a smile and said, I'm sorry, it was all a lie to you. Chapter 47 let Espada debut in advance. After all, what I want is an East Blue under my control. Watching Captain Crow standing up with the table struggling, Gu raised his hand with a smile, and the violent red spiritual power gathered on his fist. Wait, Captain Crow's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to say something, a red light flashed before his eyes. Tiger bomb. Puff. Captain Crow trembled all over, lowered his head in a daze to look at the large round hole that suddenly appeared in his abdomen, opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he could only let out an unconscious groan, and the corpse, whose vitality was rapidly draining, slowly groaned, fell down. Clean up here. Gu lowered his arms, and smiled as if he had done something insignificant. Yes, Your Majesty. The old king waited for the royal family to say respectfully, and then one by one personally stepped forward and dragged the corpses to the outside of the hall. As for Gu, Hueco Mundo, who closed his eyes lightly, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his soul, said, Zael Aporo, have you finished recording the soul information of those human beings just now? In the 8th Espada Palace, in a room full of various instruments, Zael Aporo, who was adjusting a certain instrument, raised his head, pushed his glasses and smiled. Yes, Your Majesty, all the records have been entered. Then, how long will it take to transform the soul in O5? Gu continued to ask. It's just some weak human souls. Zael Aporo smiled confidently. Your Majesty, it only takes 2 hours. No, I will make it in just 1.5 hours. Exclamation mark quote. Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Gu raised his lips slightly. Your Majesty, it is our Espada's honor to serve you. Zael Aporo smiled respectfully with an aristocratic salute. Guu also smiled slightly. Without saying anything, the consciousness exited Hueco Mundo, and Guu in the palace hall also opened his glasses. At this time, the old king and other royal families had already moved all the corpses out, and came to Guu respectfully. In fact, they are also transformed souls created by Zaelaporo. In this way, as soon as Zaelaporo completes the transformation of the soul and controls all the pirate groups and kingdoms in the entire East Blue, then every move of the entire East Blue will be under my control. Guu went to sit on the throne where the old king was supposed to sit, and said to himself with a smile, "Now, we just need to wait for the black cavity to be strong enough to allow the stronger void to pass through." Tear. Suddenly, a black hole cracked under the hall, and a Changlitsu came out from it. His Majesty, Changli prostrated on the ground respectfully, spread out his huge palm, and a mango-like fruit with strange patterns printed on it entered Guu's eyes. This is, looking at the somewhat familiar strange fruit, Guu was slightly taken aback. "Your Majesty, this is a strange fruit found on the coast of Keihuan Island 1,000 miles away. At that time, a group of human beings were fighting for it. I thought that you might be interested in it, so I specially killed the group of human beings and took this fruit. I bring you a strange fruit," Chang Lixu said in a somewhat humble respectful voice. Guu didn't speak, and with a casual move, the strange fruit in Chang Lixu's hand flew directly into his hand, holding this very familiar fruit. Guu carefully looked at it for a while, then smiled softly. "Is it really devil fruit?" "Devil fruit, this is a very magical existence in the world of One Piece. Divided into 3 types, Zone, Paramesha, and Logia. As long as you eat them, you can get magical abilities that ordinary people can't imagine, but the powerful ones can turn into flames and burn the sky and boil the sea, which is extremely powerful. At the same time, those who acquire the ability of devil fruit will also be disgusted by the sea forever, and will lose the ability to swim ever since. It's amazing." After looking at the devil fruit in his hand with great interest, Guu closed his eyes in thought, and sent the devil fruit to Zaelaporo in Hueco Mundo, saying, "Zaelaporo, study this fruit and see if you can find anything." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the Void Night Palace, Zaelaporo, who was making and transforming souls in the laboratory, caught devil fruit who suddenly appeared in front of him, pushed his glasses and smiled. In the palace hall, after sending devil fruit into Hueco Mundo, Guu's expression didn't change at all. Although the strange and even some powerful abilities of devil fruit made him very interested, but he didn't intend to eat devil fruit. As the master of Hueco Mundo, the lack of strength is only temporary. He can use Sero, False Bullet, Swirl, and even Returning Blade in the future. Although devil fruit can give people strange powers. But she has the weakness of being afraid of water, so there is no need for Guu to lose the big because of small things. "What's your name?" Guu smiled and asked Chang Lixu, who was lying on the ground below. Hearing this, the scarlet eyes under Chang Lixu's mask suddenly flashed with excitement, and he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, my name is Alpho." "Alf." Guu smiled slightly, and just about to say something, Chielaporo's somewhat excited voice suddenly sounded from the depths of Guu's soul, "Your Majesty. Can you tell me what kind of fruit this is?" Hearing Chielaporo's excited voice, Guu was slightly taken aback, closed his eyes, and disappeared on the throne in an instant. His Majesty, Changli Shualfo, Chris and the others were stunned for a moment. Hueco Mundo, Zai Palace, Blade Palace. Swish. In the room full of experimental equipment, Guu's figure appeared instantly. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chielaporo's excited look holding the devil fruit appeared in his eyes. "Your Majesty, do you still have this kind of fruit? It's incredible, it's incredible." Zaelaporo lost his composure, stepped forward excitedly and asked Guu. "There's only this one. What's the matter, Zaelaporo? Is there something wrong with this fruit?" Guu frowned and looked at Zaelaporo with some doubts. "Only one." Hearing this, Zaelaporo looked disappointed immediately, pushed his eyes and looked at the devil fruit in his hand and said regretfully, "Obviously there is a high concentration of heterogeneous spiritual particles inside, but no spiritual particles will leak out under the wrapping of this layer of fruit. It's like a murderous stone. It's a pity that there is only one, otherwise." Zaelaporo sighed again, bowed to Guu apologetically and said, "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty, I lost my composure." "What?" Guu waved his hands, looked at the devil fruit in Chielaporo's hand with some doubts, and said, "The heterogeneous spirits and murderous stones you mentioned just now. Well, although I don't understand it very well, but according to what you mean, what if there are many of these fruits?" "Of course, Your Majesty." Speaking of this, Zaelaporo looked a little excited again, lifted the devil fruit in front of him, stared at it with fiery eyes and said loudly, "As long as there are a lot of this kind of fruit, you can use the heterogeneous spiritual particles inside, and you can quickly improve with our own spiritual power. Even, using this layer of fruit skin that has the same effect as the murderous stone, we can make Espada-level powerhouses appear in the present world through the black cavity in advance." "What?" Guu's expression froze, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 48. Spirit Part Isolation Device. The sky of Hueco Mundo is always gloomy. Under the gloomy moonlight, the endless gray-white sand makes people feel only a dead silence. A giant is walking around aimlessly on the sandy ground, with a pair of scarlet eyes scanning around looking for prey under the white bone mask. Off. A gust of wind came from nowhere, and a faint white smoke began to surround the giant void. Roar. The giant Shu stopped walking, looked at the increasingly dense white smoke around him, and let out a low growl like vigilance. Suddenly, the surrounding white smoke gathered towards the giant void's head as if it had come alive, and in the blink of an eye, it gathered into a solid white ball that wrapped the giant void. Woo! The giant shoe suddenly struggled violently, its huge body rolled and struggled continuously on the sandy ground, and a large amount of sand and dust rose into the air. However, no matter how much the giant shoe struggled, the white substance smoke still tightly wrapped its head, and penetrated through the nostrils on its face. Gradually, the extent of Zhu Xingshu's struggle became weaker, until 3 minutes later, Zhu Xingshu stopped moving at all, and the white smoke balls all entered Miao Xingshu's body. Tread. There was a sound of unhurried footsteps, and a humanoid Changlixu who was covered in white bones and looked more than 3 meters tall walked over, took off the giant virtual mask that had lost consciousness, and placed it directly on the it started to eat with a click in its mouth, but its scarlet eyes were full of confusion. Who I am. Not enough. Keep eating more. Only eating more to remember who I am. The humanoid Changlixu was gnawing on the giant shoe's face in a daze, his eyes suddenly fixed, he swallowed the last piece of the mask, his whole body surged with spiritual power, and continued to walk forward looking for the next prey. Masters of Espada, 2 commanders, head of the battle-made corps, assemble at the main hall immediately. A voice full of supreme will resounded over the entire Hueco Mundo. This voice, the humanoid Changlixu suddenly paused, looked up at the gray sky in confusion. For some reason, there was an indescribable reverence and longing for that voice in his heart. Zai Palace, a spacious hall. Guu in a white robe sat high on the throne, while below, Zaelaporo stood aside holding devil fruit. Swish, swish. It was still Aizen and Ichimaru Jin who appeared first, and then a series of black chambers opened up, and the other 9 swordsmen and Nailu, the leader of the battle-made group, also came out. His Majesty, together with Zaelaporo, all the people kneeled on one knee and said respectfully, "Get up." Guu calmly waved his hands to get everyone up, then looked at Zaelaporo and signaled, "Zaelaporo, it's up to you to explain the situation to everyone." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zaelaporo nodded and walked out, pushed his glasses and raised the devil fruit in his hand with a smile. "Everyone, please look at this." "What, isn't it just a strangely colored fruit?" Grimjow put his hands in his pockets and spat. "It's really strange. I've never seen a fruit with this pattern. Is it something from His Majesty's world?" Baragan said in an old voice. "Stark, have you seen this kind of fruit?" Lilonite looked curiously at the devil fruit in Shielaporo's hand, and raised a glance at Stark at the side. "I've never seen it before, it should be a fruit from the human world." Stark raised his eyelids, scratched his head and said. Others Espada and Nailu also had a similar reaction, looking at the devil fruit in Shielaporo's hand strangely, wondering why Zaelaporo asked them to look at a fruit that only had a strange color. However, Aizen and Silver stared at devil fruit for quite a while. "It's a very strange fruit." Ichimaru Jin withdrew his gaze, turned his head to Aizen with a smile like a fox, and said, "You mean it?" "Captain Aizen." "What?" Aizen also withdrew his gaze, and smiled with a refined smile on his face. "A small fruit can actually contain a high concentration of heterogeneous spiritual particles, and even the skin has the effect of a murderous stone. It seems that we have underestimated the world where Your Majesty lives. Already, as expected of Ichimaru Jin-sama and Aizen-sama, you can see the essence of this fruit with just one glance." Zaelaporo sighed, then looked at the others, presented the devil fruit in front of them and explained. "This is the fruit that His Majesty brought in from the human world, and the human world calls it devil fruit. Just as Master Aizen said, this devil fruit contains a high concentration of heterogeneous spirit particles. Not only that, its outer skin can completely isolate spirit particles and even spirit particle fluctuations like a murderous stone. There is no need to say more about heterogeneous spiritual particles. As long as the soul is diluted, it can completely help His Majesty improve Ryutsu, thereby speeding up the stabilization of the black cavity and the skin that can isolate the fluctuations of the spiritual particles." Speaking of this, Zaelaporo showed a hint of excitement on his face and said loudly, "Even if the black cavity is not very stable now, as long as there are enough skins of this fruit to make a spirit particle isolation device, then our Espada level Arankar can also enter the good human world where His Majesty lives through the black cavity ahead of time." "What, ears?" As soon as Zaelaporo finished speaking, everyone except Ichimaru Jin and Aizen was shocked. "Ha ha ha." Grimjow raised his head and let out a loud laugh, staring at Zaelaporo excitedly and laughing wildly. "Although some of you didn't understand what devil fruit you said, I do understand what you mean. You can go to the human world in advance, right? Zaelaporo, make me a spirit ion isolation device immediately. I want to be the first to go to the human world." Chapter 49 Goal, Devil Fruit. "Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear that, Grimjow." As soon as Grimjow finished speaking, Neutra, who was carrying a huge double moon-shaped Zanpakuto, immediately stepped forward, tilted his head and looked at Grimjow with a mocking grin, and said, "I have lost so badly at the hands of mere humans, and I am ashamed to ask for the first one to go out." "How dare you say it? As the strongest Espada in the future, I have to be the first to go out. I will let His Majesty know who is his strongest subordinate. Neutra, do you BD want to die?" Grimjow immediately stared at Neutra, his face turned ferocious, the terrifying Ryutsu surged all over his body, and cracks began to appear on the ground under his feet. "Haha, what are you talking about?" Neutra buckled his ears and tilted his head, grinning grinningly. "I don't even have the desire to kill the rubbish that even mere human beings can't defeat. UBD. Grimjow's expression froze immediately. A terrifying Ryutsu spewed out from his body, and one hand directly held Zanpakuto at his waist. Haha, but since you want to die, then I'll accompany you. Neutra also grinned, holding the huge double moon Zanpakuto on his back with one hand, and the terrifying Ryutsu also spewed out. However, at this time 037, a Ryutsu that was more terrifying than the Espada class suddenly appeared, slanted down towards Neutra and Grimjow suddenly. Grimjow and Neutra froze immediately and stopped their movements. Grimjow, Neutra, Ryutsu, who exudes terror all over Aizen, smiled and turned to look at the two of them and said, I'm very happy that you want to fight for His Majesty, but, in front of His Majesty, please keep quiet for a while. Boom. Accompanied by Aizen's gentle and elegant voice, the terrifying Ryutsu suddenly raised again. Grimjow and Neutra's expressions changed, and they knelt down tremblingly. Aizen, enough is enough. At this time, Guu, who was sitting high, spoke softly. Yes, Your Majesty. Aizen smiled slightly, and the terrifying Ryutsu dissipated immediately. Grimjow and Neutra, who were about to be suppressed by this terrifying Ryutsu and knelt down, suddenly relaxed, with cold sweat on their faces, gasping for breath, and then hurriedly spoke to each other in panic. Seeing Guu knelt down on one knee, she said in a trembling voice, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. AFAE, don't worry about it. Guu smiled and waved her hands. As Aizen said, I am very happy that you all want to fight for me, so get up. Yes, Your Majesty. Grimjow and Neutra breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Actually, if possible, I also hope that I can take you out together now, but it's not possible right now. Guu sighed, looked at Zaelaporo and said, Zaelaporo, please explain to us the problem we are encountering now. Yes, Your Majesty. Zaelaporo pushed his glasses, looked at Espada and the others with regret and said, although the skin of this kind of fruit can be made into a spiritual ion isolation device, but the skin of a fruit is too small, even if it is made into a spiritual ion isolation device, it may not be able to block it. Espada level Ryutsu, if you want to completely isolate Espada level Ryutsu, you must have about 5 of them. This kind of fruit should still exist in the human world, right? Wouldn't it be enough to just send the Void Army out and snatch it all? Baragan frowned and said in an old voice, No, it's not that simple. Aronilo, whose body was covered by a long bone mask, shook his head and said, In the human world, we have sent many virtual legions to scout for information, and I have also collected some news about devil fruit. Things are extremely precious items even in the human world, and because devil fruit doesn't have any spiritual power fluctuations, we can't determine its location at all, and the difficulty of collecting enough devil fruit will be beyond imagination. Aronilo is right. Sitting high, Guu nodded with a light smile and said, However, the good news is that although devil fruit is hard to find, it is not uncommon for people with abilities who have eaten devil fruit to be found in the Grand Line. In the human world, demon as long as the fruit power dies, the devil fruit will be regenerated in a corner of the world, waiting for the next winner to eat it. This is the only thing we can use. I see. Down below, Aizen showed a thoughtful expression on his face and smiled. Humans who eat heterogeneous spirits have abnormal abilities because they cannot fuse heterogeneous spirits, and after death, heterogeneous spirits will regenerate. Is it out of the human body again? It's just how this layer of skin that can isolate spiritual power is formed. It's really an interesting human world. So, Aizen looked up at Guu and smiled, Your Majesty, are you going to take action again? That's right. The smile on Guu's face deepened, and he said, It takes too long for you to appear in the human world step by step. The appearance of devil fruit is an opportunity. As long as you find enough devil fruits to allow you to appear in the human world. The world is within our grasp. So, Guu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, This operation is no longer a small fight like before. Kingdom of Goa, Palace Hall. Swish. Guu's figure suddenly appeared on the throne, opened his eyes, looked at Chang Lixu who was still prostrate on the ground below, and smiled, What's your name? Hearing this, Chang Lixu trembled all over, and the scarlet eyes under the mask flashed with excitement, and he hurriedly said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, my name is Bessian. Besni. Guu nodded with a smile and said, Good job, the devil fruit you found is very useful to me. Now, I have a task for you. Yes, Your Majesty. Bessian hurriedly lowered his head excitedly. Go back to Hueco Mundo to select a Void Legion below 100,000 Jillion level, and you will lead it to search for devil fruit with all your strength. Guu smiled and said, Besides, your strength is too weak. Go back to Hueco Mundo and find Aizen. Make him a Rancor for you. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. A trace of ecstasy flashed across Basian's scarlet eyes, and he quickly prostrated and said in a respectful voice. Go. Guu nodded and said with a smile. Basian didn't dare to delay any more. A black cavity was opened behind him, and he hurried in. Next, just wait until Hueco Mundo is ready. Watching the black cavity slowly close, the corners of Guu's mouth curled up again. Oh humans, are you ready for the coming chaos? Chapter 50 Legion of the Void. Out. The sun rises in the east, and with the first ray of morning light swaying on the rippling sea, a new day begins. The first half of the Grand Line is connected to the waters near the calm belt of East Blue, where a marine fleet consisting of 7 warships is mooring here. On the main ship in the middle of the fleet, facing the rising sun, the fully armed sailors on the deck were drowsy. Suddenly, a cool sea breeze hit, and the sailors suddenly woke up after a cold war. Come over, quickly shook his drowsy head and stood up straight, but the doubts in the hearts of every sea soldier became bigger and bigger. In fact, they've been doing this for almost a week now. Since the 5 vice admirals including Vice Admiral Garp, Akainu Admiral, and Bastille returned to Naval Headquarters suddenly a week ago in a mess, the sailors found that the atmosphere in Naval Headquarters has become much more dignified. It was conveyed that the entire Naval Headquarters and even other marine divisions were operating at full capacity, all surveillance ships were dispatched, and a large number of fleets began to receive orders to set off, as if a war was about to break out. Although Marine announced that East Blue was occupied by unknown pirate forces and Marine was preparing for a rescue operation, most highly still felt that things were not that simple. Because they saw the seriousness on the faces of the Marine generals who occasionally walked quickly in front of them, unprecedented seriousness. Section Graph. A sailor yawned, and couldn't help but murmured with some complaints. It's been almost a week, how long are we going to stay here, vice admirals or really, at least let us know East Blue what the hell happened. The sailor muttered dissatisfiedly, but the sailor beside him suddenly saw a tall and strong figure wearing a coat of justice walking out of the cabin. His expression changed immediately, and he touched him. Huh, what's the matter? The sea soldier was stunned for a moment, and looked with the eyes of his companions. When he saw the figure in the coat of justice, his expression changed immediately, and he quickly shut his mouth and dared not speak. Doberman Vice Admiral, including the sailor who complained just now, all the sailors hurriedly saluted the Marine general who came out. Well, keep your spirits up, and you must take precautions against any emergencies. Doberman's scarred face was expressionless, he glanced coldly at the sailor who complained before, and then opened his eyes and said in a deep voice. Yes, all the sailors quickly stood up straight and shouted loudly, but the sailor who was glanced at by Doberman suddenly broke out in cold sweat. After Doberman gave the sailors a word of advice, he stopped looking at the sailors, but walked to the side of the ship and looked at Calm Belt in the distance. As long as he passes there, he can directly reach the East Blue, one of the 4 seas, the East Blue that left him with countless terrifying memories. Fallen souls, Duke Joe. Thinking about the experience in Hueco Mundo a week ago, Doberman couldn't help flashing a trace of fear and bitterness in Shunan's eyes. Why didn't he hear the complaint from the sailor just now? It's just about East Blue. The world government has already issued an order that it must not be leaked. Even he has no such right. What he can do now is to guard here with the fleet. Once any forces and pirate groups want to approach East Blue, they will immediately expel them or notify Naval Headquarters to send a fleet to support them. However, is East Blue really left alone and completely handed over to those Shinigami from the Soul Society? Looking at East Blue in the distance, which seemed to be turning into a blood-eating mouth, Dogman frowned and murmured uneasy, then turned around and prepared to contact the headquarters to report information to the cabin without any further thought. And just when Dogman turned around, Hueco Mundo, Empty Night Palace, the 8th Espada Palace, along with the continuous sound of keyboard tapping, Shieloporo's magnetic voice also sounded. The map analysis is complete. The heterogeneous spirit particle detection system is activated. Your Majesty, everything is ready for action. Goya Kingdom, the Palace Hall, Guu sitting high on the throne opened his eyes, and a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Then, let's start. The Void Legion, dispatch, roar. A soul-shaking roar suddenly came from afar. On the decks of the 7 warships moored on the sea, the sailors who were standing upright were all startled, and hurriedly looked towards the southeast sky where the sound came from. I saw in the sky in the direction of East Blue, a dark cloud was approaching here at a high speed. What is that? Dark clouds. Is it going to be a storm? But what was that sound just now? Thunder. It sounds really creepy. The sailors couldn't help discussing in low voices curiously. However, they didn't notice that Doberman's body began to tremble slightly after walking to the front of the cabin and raising his hand to open the door. This voice is. Doberman's eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, his body turned around stiffly, and he looked up at the sky in the direction of East Blue. When he saw the dark cloud approaching very fast, even as a vice admiral, he couldn't help the cold hands and feet, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Because this scene is so similar to the scene I saw when I entered East Blue a week ago. 0. The same as boundless, covering the sky like a dark cloud. False. It's false, Doberman said in astonishment. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene in East Blue. Before he could think about anything else, under the astonished eyes of the sea soldiers, Doberman shouted anxiously, immediately. The notification goes on. Everyone is ready to fight immediately. No. This number of virtual groups cannot fight recklessly. Immediately notify the fleet to retreat while defending, absolutely not head-to-head with those virtual groups. Dugman yelled anxiously, but the surrounding sailors stared at each other blankly, confused. I don't understand what the hull is at all for the virtual group that Dalbo said. What are you doing standing still? Do not act quickly. Don't you all want to die here? Seeing that the sailors stayed where they were, Doberman didn't have time to explain, so he could only shout angrily. 0. Yes, Doberman Vice Admiral. Seeing Doberman's appearance like this, although the sailors still didn't know what was going on, they still instinctively felt a little uneasy, and they didn't dare to delay any more and hurriedly took 10 actions. Tread, tread. The hurried footsteps of the sailors sounded on the deck, the cannons began to adjust their bearings to the dark clouds. In the distance, the sails were raised, and the warship began to slowly turn around. At the same time, the other 6 warships also received orders. Although they didn't know what happened, good military discipline still made all the sailors take action. On the deck of the main ship, watching the sailors take action one by one, and the fleet moved slowly, Dao Boyan didn't relax at all. Although he calmed down from the anxiety just now, his expression was still solemn. What's going on here? Why did the virtual group come out? Didn't those Shinigami of the Soul Society say that the Lord of Hueco Mundo is not interested in humans? Are those Shinigami lying? No, it shouldn't be. No matter what, you must notify the headquarters immediately. Cold sweat dripped down Doberman's forehead, several thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he thought of something. He quickly took out the phone bug from his pocket and dialed the number of naval headquarters. After a while, the phone bug connected, and before he could speak, Doberman hurriedly shouted, "Hello. Is this naval headquarters? I'm Doberman Vice Admiral, Marine number, now provide an urgent message. East Blue's Void Legion is on the move. Repeat, East Blue's Void Legion is on the move." Chapter 51 Urankarno 11. Xiao Long Kufang. Roar. Dogman had just finished yelling at the phone bug with a solemn face, when a louder and more terrifying roar suddenly came from the sky behind the warship. Dogman's expression changed, and he turned his head to look, and couldn't help it immediately pupils shrank. At the rear of the fleet, the dark cloud that covered the sky was less than 2 nautical miles away from the fleet, and was still approaching them at a very fast speed. The true appearance of that dark cloud also began to imprint on 7 warships in the eyes of the Marines above. Huge body like a variety of animals, you can see through the body the hollow behind, as well as the white bone mask and scarlet eyes. An ordinary ghost, a powerful ghost, and even a giant ghost are like locusts come swarming. What is this? Nearly 6,000 sailors on the 7 warships looked horrified at the Shuji army that was catching up with the fleet at a very fast speed. They had never seen anything before, and all of them trembled aboard the fleet. Damn, the speed of these virtual groups is so fast. Seeing that the fleet had already turned around and was about to be overtaken, Doberman cursed in a low voice, and quickly shouted to the phone bug, "There's no time to say more, remember what I just said. 867, immediately go and report to Marshal Sengoku." After finishing speaking, Doberman directly hung up the phone bug without waiting for the intelligence agent on the phone bug side to answer, and then walked quickly to the radio phone bug under the main mast of the warship, picked up the phone bug, and shouted solemnly. The sound was transmitted to the entire fleet through the loudspeaker on the top of the mast. "Idiots, calm down. Don't mess around." Doberman's shout reached the ears of all the sailors, and the sailors came back to their senses immediately, and looked at Doberman on the main ship one by one. Feeling the eyes of the sailors, Doberman took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, "There's no time for you to be afraid now. You want to live, pick up your weapons and prepare to fight." "Yes, Doberman Vice Admiral." Hearing Doberman's words, although the sea soldiers were still full of fear, they came back to their senses, clenched their weapons and prepared to fight. Seeing this scene, Doberman breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked to the rear of the warship to look at the empty crowd swarming all over the sky, with a dignified look on his face. This amount. Doberman drew out the long knife at his waist, and murmured a little uneasy, "The master of Hueco Mundo, what exactly do you want?" Doberman's heart was full of solemnity, and the overwhelming void group also began to catch up with the marine fleet at a very fast speed. On the decks of the 7 warships, ordinary sailors with pale faces clenched their guns and pointed them at the empty group in the sky. The officers at the same level also clenched their weapons one by one, looking at the Zuchun pressing down from the sky like dark clouds, sweating profusely. Finally, the distance between the two sides was less than half a nautical mile, and Shukyun's excited low growl was already clearly audible in the Marines' ears. "Attack!" Doberman shouted through the phone bug in his hand, the next moment. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. All the sailors who had already tensed up immediately pulled the triggers in their hands without hesitation. At the same time, the cannons also fired shells. Amidst the violent roar, countless bullets and shells shot towards the weak man in the sky. Go! Roar! The group of ghosts let out a roar of excitement, and countless ordinary ghosts, powerful ghosts, and giant ghosts slanted down towards the fleet below like a black torrent. Puff puff, boom, boom. Bullets and cannonball explosions directly tore ordinary voids and even powerful voids and giant voids into pieces. However, for a large number of voids, this damage is completely negligible. Against the hail of bullets, he and the giant virtual hardware shot towards the warship below. And at the same time, a gigantic crack suddenly tore open in the somewhat gloomy sky covered by the void, and Jillian's huge head slowly poked out under Doberman's shocked eyes and the terrified eyes of the sailors. "This is, what? I've never seen anything like this in East Blue." Doberman's face was a little stiff, and he moved his dry throat and murmured, "Attack! Attack that monster!" Seeing Jillian's huge head, the sailors subconsciously felt panic, and countless bullets and shells shot directly at Jillian's huge bone mask. Boom! Countless shells and bullets directly bombarded Jillian's huge bone mask, and a large amount of gunpowder smoke immediately covered Jillian's mask. However, before the sailors showed happy expressions on their faces, roar! Jillian's angry roar turned into substantial sound waves, directly dissipating all the surrounding gunpowder smoke, and even rippled on the sea surface. The red spiritual power gathered rapidly, under the horrified eyes of Dogman and the shocked eyes of the sailors. The huge red beam of light cut through the air and directly hit one of the warships under the dull eyes of the sailors. Bang! Amidst the screams of the sailors, the entire warship and countless sailors were directly blasted into the sea. Accompanied by the waves soaring into the sky, the violent shock wave immediately blew the seawater and spread it around, and the other 6 warships around immediately being blown away and the warship shaking violently. All the sailors, including Doberman, could not keep their balance. And the sound of violent artillery fire just stopped. Roar. It doesn't matter if there is no artillery fire, countless virtual groups suddenly let out excited roars, shooting towards the warships below like raindrops. Damn it, how could I let you succeed like this? On the violently shaking main ship, all the Marines could not keep their balance. Doberman, who was holding on to the side of the ship to maintain his balance, looked at this scene, and suddenly roared with eyes wide open. Holding a long knife in his hand, he stomped his feet fiercely, shooting towards countless empty groups in the air. Go to hell, Doberman roared, swung the long knife in his hand, and a huge light blue crescent-shaped air blade tore through the air and shot out. Puff, 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 puff. In the gushing of blood, dozens of heads were directly cut off in a straight line. However, for a huge number of imaginary groups, this number is completely insignificant. Boom, 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 boom. The ordinary, powerful and giant monsters fell on the warship like cannonballs, and the deck suddenly cracked. Strange. Monster. A sea soldier looked at a strong dragon that fell in front of him, and suddenly screamed in horror, and directly pulled out the long knife in his hand and swung it at it. Snapped. The long knife was directly held in the hand of this strong force, looking at the pale sea soldier and grinning. Haha. Human, do you want to kill me with this kind of thing? While grinning grinningly, Chang Lixu slapped out his other hand, and with a boom, the sailor was thrown flying out spurting blood. Go to hell, monster. A few sailors with terrified faces kept pulling the trigger to sieve an ordinary vulture rushing towards them. Before they could be happy, ordinary vultures, powerful vultures and even giant vultures kept falling on the warship in the sky. Superior. How did this happen? Several sailors suddenly turned pale and cold. Looking from the sky, I saw countless virtual groups falling on the warship like raindrops, and the sailors who could have killed many virtuals with shells and guns, but without the cannons, the battle suddenly fell to one side. It was directly sent flying by Shu's terrifying power. The screams of the sailors. Shu Qun's excited roars resounded through the sky. In the sky, Doberman, who was stepping on the moonwalk, kept waving the long knife in his hand. No matter whether it was an ordinary ghost, a powerful ghost or a giant ghost, he was cut in half. However, Doberman did not have any joy in his eyes, because his surrounding, more Shu rushed towards him as if there was no end. Damn it, how could it be? How could it be? Looking at the marine fleet that had been submerged by densely packed voids below, Doberman suddenly let out a mournful roar, swung his arm fiercely, and the huge crescent-shaped air blade once again cut off dozens of voids by the middle, and fell from the sky. However, at this moment, a white shadow suddenly flashed in the corner of Doberman's eyes, and then Doberman only felt a pain in his chest, and an irresistible terrifying force 2.6 struck instantly. Boom. On the deck of a warship below, a powerful monster laughed wildly and jumped at a pale-faced sailor. Doberman's figure shot down from the sky, and as sawdust flew across, Doberman directly pressed down on Cheng Li Shu, smashed a big hole on the deck, and a lot of smoke and dust filled the air. Who is it? Doberman stood up half kneeling, swiping the long knife in his hand and blowing away the smoke with a gust of wind. Traces of blood flowed from his forehead, and looked up solemnly. When he saw the slender figure standing in the sky out of thin air, he couldn't help it. His pupils shrank. White gown, with a braid on the back of the head, the top of the head and the left eye are covered by a white bone mask, and a long knife is boasting at the waist. Espada. Doberman's eyes were terrified, and he exclaimed in disbelief, how is that possible? Aren't the Shinigami from the Soul Society holding back Espada? Are they really lying? Espada. Arankar, a black-haired male standing in the sky, heard Doberman's words, shook his head and sighed softly. I'm so sorry, human, I'm not Espada, I'm the subordinate officer of Lord 6th Espada Grimjow. Arankar number 11, Xiaolong Kufang. Chapter 52 Cut it off. 5 worms. Roar. On the chaotic warship deck, more than a dozen normal and powerful monsters with scarlet eyes stared at Doberman, all let out a burst of excited roars, and rushed towards Doberman. Doberman fixed his gaze on Arankar number 11 who claimed to be Xiaolong Kufang in the sky. The long knife in his hand swept across his whole body, and the light blue sword directly cut all Shu who rushed towards him in half. Isn't it Espada? Indeed, I don't feel the desperate pressure of Espada from you. Feeling that Xiaolong's body was far from the terrifying coercion of Espada back then, Doberman breathed a sigh of relief. The fear in his eyes gradually receded. He wiped the bloodline on his forehead, stood up and pointed the long knife in his hand at Xiaolong. Looking at Xiaolong with cold eyes, he said, although I don't know what Arankar number 11 you are talking about. But, Doberman turned his head and glanced at the Marines on the 6 warships that had almost been wiped out. His face became extremely ugly, and he stepped on his feet and shot straight into the sky. Moonwalk. Shave. Boom. A white air wave exploded in the air, and in the center of the air wave, Doberman's figure disappeared instantly, and the next moment, he appeared behind Xiaolong in an instant, with the long knife in his hand directly on his neck. 05. His eyes were cold. Lai Shen shouted, immediately state your purpose and return to East Blue with these falsehoods. Otherwise, you will die here now. Oh, is this how you humans move? The speed is pretty good, but humans. Xiaolong's expression didn't change at all. He glanced at the blade on his neck, shook his head lightly and said, "Actually, we also have a similar way of moving." Boom. Xiaolong's voice fell, and the whole person disappeared from Doberman, who was standing in the air on the moonwalk in an instant, and appeared behind Doberman with a calm expression. Cut to Doberman. So fast. How is this possible? Hateful. The danger signal from observation hockey caused Doberman's pupils to constrict suddenly. He let out a roar, and turned around with all his strength to block the long knife in his hand. Files. Boom. The blades collided, and the collision between Hockey and Ryutsu caused a terrible shock wave to spread suddenly in the sky, and all the ghosts that were still flying in the air were blown away. 5 seconds later, the shock wave dissipated, and Doberman stepped on the air fiercely, and the whole person pulled back extremely quickly. What a terrifying arm strength. Are all these monsters like this? Doberman moved his somewhat paralyzed arm with a solemn expression, stared at Xiaolong and murmured in his heart. Is it the Hockey and Lord Euronilo's information? Sure enough, it is similar to spiritual power, but human beings. Xiaolong held Zanpakuto in one hand and stood in front of him, looked at Doberman and said calmly, "Before you seem to relax because you heard that I am not Espada. If you still have this naive idea, then humans, next you better prepare for death." Cut it off. 5-claw worm. Boom. The terrifying Ryutsu spewed out from Xiaolong's body, like a substantive light blue spiritual storm that completely covered Xiaolong's figure, and waves of air containing terrifying coercion spread out wave after wave in the air. In the sky, all the virtual groups on the warship shook together, and let out a low growl of fear as if surrendering. This is, just like the Conqueror's Hockey's terrifying coercion came head-on with an air wave. Doberman's whole body trembled suddenly, and his face suddenly changed drastically. This scene is so similar to the changes in the 6th Espada Grimjow. What kind of ability is this? Feeling the stronger and stronger breath in the light blue spiritual power storm, Doberman couldn't help shedding a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, tightly holding the long knife in his hand, feeling more and more uneasy in his heart. Call. At this time, the light blue spiritual power storm began to dissipate, revealing Xiaolong, whose appearance had changed drastically. The body is covered with a layer of insect-like white bone armor, the hair whip is covered with a layer of white bone scissor-shaped tail, the mask on the face expands from the left face to the chin, and the arms and hands become slender white bone benefit. Come on humans, end this boring battle. The sharp claw of Xiaolong's right hand was erected in front of him, watching Doberman say indifferently, and then, the whole person shot out instantly at a speed that Doberman hadn't noticed at all. So fast. It is several times faster than before. A strong sense of crisis came from observation Hockey. Doberman's pupils shrank suddenly, and before he had time to react, the long knife in his hand subconsciously moved forward, and the next moment. Whoosh! Xiaolong's figure crossed with Doberman like a ray of white light, then he stopped in the air and turned around to give a faint appreciation. Good reaction speed. I thought this blow would tear you in half. Use the armament you said has Hockey defended. Bang! The long knife in Doberman's hand snapped into 6 sections and fell from the air. On his waist, Marine's coat and the brown suit inside were torn open 5 times, revealing that although the inside was hardened by the armed forces, but still left 5 blood-stained skin. Can't even defend against the hardening of the armed forces. Doberman grinned at the stabbing pain from his waist, threw away the broken knife with only the handle in his hand, stepped on the moonwalk and turned around to look at Xiaolong. Doberman's eyes froze, his hands clenched into fists, the black metal the luster spread all over his wrist in an instant, and he stepped on his feet and shot towards Zhonglong without saying a word. Don't flinch when you see the difference in reality. Well done, human. Xiaolong nodded appreciatively with a calm expression, and then the same figure moved and shot out, and the sharp claws in his hand collided fiercely with Doberman's right fist. Boom! The violent shock wave spread in the air again, and at the same time, 5 bloodstains burst open on Doberman's right arm. Go to hell. Doberman didn't care at all, and let out a low growl with a dignified face, maintaining moonwalk with one foot, the other foot hardened in an instant, and then kicked towards Xiaolong. However, swish! Behind Xiaolong's scissor-like tail, a white shadow flashed past Doberman's ankle. Pooh! Amidst the splash of blood, Doberman's ankle suddenly soared into the sky, and then fell to the sea below. This level of sneak attack is useless to me, Xiaolong said flatly. The scissors-like tail directly pierced Doberman's chest, and traces of blood dripped down from the sky. How could it be so? 017 Doberman looked at Xiaolong in front of him blankly, his vitality drained rapidly, and he raised his hand to say something. However, Xiaolong raised his claw-like hand directly, and the violent red spiritual power quickly gathered. Sero. Xiaolong's mouth moved slightly, and the suddenly contracted Sero shot out from his hand, directly leading Doberman down to the sea below. Bang! Sero directly led Doberman into the sea. Amidst the violent roar, huge waves tens of meters high suddenly rose up on the sea surface, and the terrifying shock wave spread to the surroundings with the waves. Ended. Xiaolong calmly withdrew his hand, the light blue Ryutsu surged all over his body, all the bone carapace dissipated and Zanpakuto returned to his hand. Turning his gaze to the 6 warships on the other side, all the marines on them have fallen in a pool of blood. It seems that there is no demon fruit power His Majesty is looking for here. After glancing at it, Xiaolong said calmly, then put his hand in the air, opened the black cavity and walked in. And the countless virtual swarms in the sky and on the warships all let out a loud roar, and flew up to the sky one by one, divided into 5 parts and went in 5 different directions. Only the wreckage of a warship and 6 warships full of corpses and bloodline remained on the sea, and Dogman slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. Chapter 53 Shocked. Naval Headquarters Action. Hueco Mundo. Zai Palace. In the empty hall, all the Hueco Mundo high-ranking officials have retreated, leaving only Guu leaning on the throne with his chin propped on his hands, looking down at the hull with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth floating light curtain. On the light curtain, it was the picture of a Rancor No. 11 Xiaolong Kufang defeating Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman. Not bad strength, but it seems a bit careless. Even if the enemy's Ryutsu has completely disappeared, he will leave. Seeing Doberman's seemingly lifeless body floating on the sea in the picture, Guu murmured with a smile. Then Your Majesty. A magnetic chuckle sounded suddenly, and at the same time. Tear. A black cavity was torn open under the main hull, and the long figure of Sal Apo Luo Shu came out, pushed his glasses and smiled and said, "Do you need me to send Jillian to clean it up?" "No need, it's just a Vice Admiral, don't take it to heart." Guu chuckled and looked away from the light curtain, looked at Zale Aporo and said, "Why, has the Yizhou Lingzi been purified?" "Yes, Your Majesty, although it took a lot of time to manufacture the spirit ion isolation device, the purification process went very smoothly and has been completed." Zale Aporo nodded with a smile, and then directly took out a light red crystal the size of an egg from his pocket, and waves of powerful spiritual power that shook the surrounding spirits radiated from it. "Is this the heterogeneous spirit?" With one move of Guu's hand, the heterogeneous spirit crystal exuding strong spiritual power fluctuations flew into his hand, and he looked at it with great interest. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zale Aporo brushed the pink hair next to his ears, and explained with a smile. Heterogeneous spiritual particles are natural spiritual particle crystals formed by abnormally high concentration of spiritual particles in the atmosphere under certain conditions, although in this world I don't know why it's all integrated into the devil fruit's pulp, but after purification, it will naturally return to its original form. "I see." Guu nodded thoughtfully, held the heterogeneous spirit crystal in Wan's hand and smiled. "Speaking of Zale Aporo, I remember you said before that this heterogeneous spirit seems to be able to improve my Ryutsu right degree." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zale Aporo nodded with a smile. Heterogeneous spirits are originally absorbable spirits, but because the human Ryutsu in this world are too weak, they can't fuse and they have all kinds of strange abilities. "Your Majesty, now his spiritual power is already very close to that of Jillian, so as long as he controls the amount of absorption and absorbs it several times, he can perfectly absorb the heterogeneous spiritual particles and achieve the purpose of improving Ryutsu." "Is it absorbed directly?" Hearing this, Guu paused for a moment, then directly grasped the heterogeneous spirit crystal, closed his eyes, and the next moment, the fluctuation of the spirit emitted by the heterogeneous spirit crystal suddenly intensified, and a wave of extremely high-density spiritual power began flowing directly into Guu's soul. Boom! The violent Ryutsu burst out from Guu above the throne with a wave of air, and Shielaporo's skirt and hair below the hull were blown and swayed, but he still had a smile on his face. After a few minutes, the violent Ryutsu and air waves emanating from Guu's body dissipated, and she opened her eyes. "It really is a good thing." A gleam of joy flashed in Guu's eyes. In just a short while, his Ryutsu, who has been unable to grow Ryutsu even if he devoured many ordinary human souls, has grown by almost a large amount. Guu estimates that as long as the surging Ryutsu in his body stabilizes one more absorption, and his Ryutsu would be able to fully reach Jillian's level. "It's just a pity. I can feel that if I absorb this heterogeneous spirit crystal again, it will be completely consumed." With the 3 fingers of his right hand pinching the heterogeneous spirit crystal whose luster had dimmed a lot, Guu sighed with regret. "Then, Your Majesty, we just need to get more heterogeneous spirit particles." Zale Aporo at the bottom smiled slightly and said, "The heterogeneous spirit particle detection device has been turned on, although we can't get the complete devil fruit, but as long as those humans who ate the demon fruit power die, the moment the heterogeneous spirit particles leave the human body will be the best time for us to do it." "Yes." Hearing this, Guu raised the corners of his mouth, looked at the scene on the light curtain showing a huge group of virtual soldiers going in 5 directions, and smiled. "You are right, Zale Aporo, since it is not enough, then just get more heterogeneous spiritual particles." Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Boom. The door of the Marshal's office was slammed open, and a Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral rushed in with an anxious face, and shouted at Sengoku who was looking at some documents at the desk. "It's not good, Marshal Sengoku. The Intelligence Department just there's news that a large number of Void Legion suddenly appeared from East Blue and entered the Grand Line, and the fleet led by Doberman Vice Admiral has already fought with it. The specific situation is unknown." "What? Legion of the Void?" Sengoku stood up abruptly, stared at the Marine Rear Admiral in horror and said in disbelief, "This is impossible. Didn't Garp say that the master of Hueco Mundo is not interested in humans at all? How could the Void Legion do that? Enter the Grand Line. Damn it, are those Shinigami from Soul Society lying?" Exclamation mark. He slapped the table angrily. Sengoku didn't have time to think about anything else, and quickly shouted to the Rear Admiral, "Notify Garp immediately." No. As if thinking of something, Sengoku's expression changed and he said to himself, "According to Garp's description, those ghosts called Espada possess extremely terrifying power. You can't believe the words of the Shinigami in the Soul Society. There are Espada-level voids mixed in this Void Legion." Thinking of this, Sengoku completely ignored Rear Admiral's sluggish face, and said solemnly, "Notify Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji immediately, and let them go to the Churka Sea area near Calm Belt to support Doberman Vice Admiral. Quote, Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji. Rear Admiral was shocked by this exaggerated lineup, and then quickly turned around and said, understood, I will notify right away. After speaking, this Rear Admiral didn't dare to delay any more, and ran out quickly. Seeing the back of Rear Admiral leaving, Sengoku's face was still solemn. The most unexpected situation has happened, Sengoku murmured with a serious face. Not long after, with the piercing sirens sounding over Naval Headquarters, all the Marines in the entire Naval Headquarters took action. Hurry up, didn't you all eat? In the training camp behind Naval Headquarters, a Marine Rear Admiral with a scar on his face roared loudly, and in front of him, a well-equipped sailor ran out of the training camp neatly. Everyone has an extremely serious look on their faces. Move faster. All shells and bullets move up. Remember, move everything up. On the crescent-shaped bay in front of Aoli's Square, warships are moored here. Amidst a Marine Commodore's dignified shouting, a group of logistics personnel loaded boxes of bullets and shells onto the warship, and at the same time more shells and bullets were transported from the rear parent. The entire Naval Headquarters already looks like a war is coming. Just as the entire Naval Headquarters was preparing for a huge fleet, among the warships on the crescent-shaped bay that were equipping strategic supplies, 10 warships carrying the young Emperor Marine suddenly set off ahead of schedule. And at the bow of the warship, the legendary Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, Marine Admiral Kizaru, Marine Admiral Aokiji, the extremely conspicuous Justice Damo of the three of them was swinging violently in the sea breeze. Chapter 54 Impel Down Attacked. Call. The flag dedicated to Marines swayed violently in the sea breeze. On the warship, less than 1,000 sailors stood neatly in a line. No matter how the warship swayed in the waves, their figures remained motionless. It's a serious expression. The bow of the warship, Marine heroes Vice Admiral Garp, Marine Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji stood on the deck, the great flag of justice on their bodies swaying violently in the sea breeze, and everyone had a trace of dignity in their eyes. Because they have only one goal this time. Go to the Churka Sea near the Calm Belt to rescue the Doberman Vice Admiral who was being attacked by the Void Legion. Vice Admiral Garp. Although Kizaru still had a wretched smile on his face, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He turned his head to Garp and said, I remember you said last time that the Lord of Hueco Mundo doesn't seem to be interested in humans. And this paragraph at that time, our Marine also completely isolated East Blue, and there was no strong human being close to attracting the attention of the Lord of the Void Circle. Why did the Void Legion suddenly rush out of East Blue while the Grand Line launched an attack? I don't know either. The captain of the Soul Society really told me that the Lord of Void Groups is not interested in human beings, but now. Garp's face is also serious and puzzled. Mr. Garp, could it be those Shinigami who are lying? Aokiji on the other side asked suddenly. It should be unlikely. Garp shook his head, a flash of exclamation flashed in his eyes, and said, You haven't seen that captain in person. If you have seen 887, you will know that with his level of power, if there is any bad purpose, there is no need at all. It is necessary to play this little trick with us. Since Shinigami from Soul Society didn't lie, what's going on? Aokiji frowned and asked in confusion. Vice Admiral Garp, didn't the Shinigami of the Soul Society give you something to say that you can contact them? Haven't you contacted those Shinigami to ask about the situation? Kizaru on the side suddenly remembered something. How could there be no contact? Garp shook his head helplessly and sighed. The world government asked us to try to contact the Soul Society a week ago, but at that time, we were in a hurry to come back from the Soul Society, and we completely forgot to ask those Shinigami things how to use them. It was sent to Vegapunk in the scientific research department to study how to use it. Hearing this, Aokiji and Kizaru didn't know what to say. Get ready for battle. I just hope that there will be no one-level monsters. Garp looked at the sea in the distance, shaking his head solemnly. Aokiji and Kizaru became more cautious. Although they haven't seen how strong the so-called Espada is, they can even use the word, monster, to describe Garp. Obviously, this is definitely not an easy opponent to deal with. In this dignified atmosphere, the warship continued to move towards the Churka waters. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marineford, an emergency meeting was held again. In the spacious conference room, all the senior Marines have arrived, and everyone has serious expressions on their faces. I just received news from the intelligence department that East Blue's Illusionary Legion has rushed out of East Blue and launched an attack on the Grand Line. The fleet led by Vice Admiral Doberman stationed in the Churka Sea had already engaged with the fleet 20 minutes ago. A battle broke out in the Legion of the Void, and the specific situation is unknown now. In order to support the fleet led by Doberman Vice Admiral, just now, I have sent Vice Admiral Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru 2 admirals to go to the Churka Sea for rescue. However, the situation is still not optimistic. According to the information that Vice Admiral Garp got from Hueco Mundo has a powerful existence called Espada that can rival the Four Emperors. Although the Shinigami of the Soul Society said that they will resist the Espada level hollow, but now the Soul Societies there has been a problem with the intelligence. We cannot guarantee that there will be no Espada class in the Void Legion this time. So we must be fully prepared. For this reason, I plan to put all the bases of the Marine Division in the first half of the Grand Line into a state of first level alert. Be ready to fight at any time. If you have any ideas, you can put them forward now. On the first seat, Sengoku finished speaking with a serious face and sat down. And below, All the Marine executives looked at each other with horror and solemnity in their eyes. Marshal Sengoku, why didn't I get the support personnel going to the Cherka Sea area? At this moment, sitting on the seat on the left near the first seat, Akainu stood up with a rather ugly face and said, since the army of False Afai has launched a massive attack on us. Whatever the reason, we have to fight back with all our might, don't we? Hearing this, Sengoku's expression didn't change at all. He shook his head and looked at Akainu and said in a deep voice, no, it's not the time to go to war with all our strength. Now we don't have any understanding of the size and strength of this Void Legion, and it's only a matter of rushing to war. It will put us in an extremely disadvantageous situation. I will let Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru go there together. Apart from supporting Doberman Vice Admiral, the most important thing is to investigate the size and combat power of this virtual army. And most importantly, the important thing is, speaking of this, Sengoku's face became more solemn. The Legion of the Void is a great threat to us, but other situations have to be guarded against. The Legion of the Void is on a large scale, and the existence of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society can no longer be concealed. Hold on, once the existence of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo is exposed, the whole world will fall into unprecedented chaos. If I send out all the high-end Marines now, who will be able to deal with any unexpected situation? Quote, hearing Garp's explanation, Akainu recovered from his ugly face, nodded and sat down without speaking. Is there anything else anyone else wants to say? Sengoku looked at the others and asked. All Marine executives shook their heads. Because they all understand that the arrival of the Void Legion is too sudden, and what Sengoku said is the best solution. Quote exclamation mark dot 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 quote. Seeing this, Sengoku's expression froze, and just as he was about to say something, the door of the conference room was suddenly knocked open, and an intelligence officer ran in with a terrified expression, shouting in shock. It's not good, Marshal Sengoku, I just got the news from Impel Down, they were attacked by a huge number of monsters. What? Impel Down was attacked? All the senior executives, including Sengoku, suddenly looked shocked, but then, everyone reacted abruptly. Massive monsters. It's the Legion of Void. The Mole Vice Admiral couldn't help shouting in horror, and the other Marines also looked shocked and disbelieving. Because, if the Void Legion has already appeared in Impel Down, wouldn't that mean Doberman Vice Admiral's fleet has been wiped out long ago? Damn it, Master of the Virtual Circle, what the hell are you trying to do? Sengoku clenched his fists with an extremely ugly face, and murmured with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. P.S. Everyone is really sorry, the author's coding speed is not fast enough, and sometimes he has to go to class during the day, and 3 to 4 changes a day is already the limit. I didn't want to write at night, because the thinking of coding at night is not as clear as during the day, and I am afraid I will write a collapse, but seeing so many book friends in the comment area asking for updates, I have no choice but to continue to finish, but this is the last chapter of today, I can't continue anymore, I feel that this chapter is already a little bit wrong, and then if you continue, it may be badly written. I know everyone is very dissatisfied, so I can only say sorry to everyone here. Chapter 55. Run as fast as you can. Tread. Just when all Marine executives were shocked and horrified by the sudden intelligence, another intelligence agent ran into the conference room sweating profusely, ignored the shocked expressions of Sengoku and others, saluted and shouted anxiously. Report, Vice Admiral Garp and others have arrived in the waters of Cherka, found the seriously injured Doberman Vice Admiral, one of the 7 warships was sunk, and all Marine soldiers were wiped out. A large number of virtual wreckage was found at the scene. The specific whereabouts of the Void Legion is unknown. What? So many sailors were wiped out? And even Doberman Vice Admiral. The faces of the Marine executives changed drastically again. Although they had guessed in their hearts when they heard that Impel Down was attacked by the Void Legion, when they really heard that the fleet led by Doberman Vice Admiral was completely annihilated, everyone's heart all full of shock. You must know that the 7 warships not only have a large number of ordinary elite sailors, but there are also many officers below the general rank, plus Doberman, who was in the top position in Vice Admiral. Such a lineup, unexpectedly in the entire army was wiped out in such a short period of time. No. The Void Legion. What a terrifying scale. Doberman even lost. Damn it, could it be that the Espada level ghost appeared? Sengoku's face became more and more ugly, and cold sweat could not help but appear on his palms. A large number of Void Legion rushed out from East Blue. The whole world will inevitably be strongly impacted. Even the world government cannot hide the existence of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Sengoku can already predict that the world will in what a shock. However, the most important thing right now is Impel Down, if those level 6 monsters take the opportunity to escape. Sengoku murmured with an incomparably serious face, then hurriedly shouted to the informant. Immediately inform Garp that they will go to Impel Down, where the most heinous criminals in the world are imprisoned. They must not be allowed to escape in the chaos. Quote, yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The 2 intelligence agents saluted and ran out quickly, and Sengoku looked at the Marine executives in the meeting room and said solemnly, everyone is aware of the current situation. This is the biggest crisis in the history of our Marine and world government. Now, everyone should do it right now. Prepare for battle. Once any situation occurs, all fleets will start to act. Yes, all Marine executives stood up and saluted loudly, and ran out one by one. Sakazuki, you go to Marine Academy and call Zephyr over. Sengoku looked at Akainu who was left in the conference room and said in a deep voice. Zephyr instructor. Akainu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and walked out without asking any further questions. In the meeting room, Sengoku was the only one left. The sea, which has finally calmed down a little, is about to start a turbulent era again. Looking at the direction of impel down through the window, Sengoku murmured in a somewhat uneasy tone. Meanwhile, the Churka waters. There are a large number of wrecked ships and the corpses of sailors and ghosts floating on the calm sea, while on the side of the 6 warships, there is also a dead silence. On the blood-stained deck, there are sailors, even school officers and a few Shushu's corpse. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Beside this tragic battlefield, the warships of Garp and others have already anchored here. Tread, tread. On the deck, the sound of messy footsteps kept ringing, and a doctor and nurse in white uniforms ran back and forth between the cabin and the medical supplies on the deck. Everyone had a serious and anxious look on their faces, because what they have to do now is to pull Doberman Vice Admiral, who was seriously injured in the cabin, back from the brink of death. As this shoe, it looks really scary. On the deck, Kizaru looked at the corpses of different sizes floating on the sea surface, a hint of shock flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes, and he exclaimed in a slow tone. Aokiji's usually lazy eyes were also slightly dignified, and he frowned at the creepy hollow on the corpse on the sea, exclaimed, "Is this what the soul looks like after it has fallen? It's really surprising." As he said that, Aokiji looked at Garp, who had been frowning since he came to the Churka Sea, and said, "Mr. Garp, did you find any problems?" "What?" Garp nodded and looked at the large number of amputated corpses on the sea, and said solemnly, "Judging from those dead bodies, these ghosts on the sea should be solved by Doberman Vice Admiral. That is to say, with these virtual strengths, it shouldn't be difficult for Doberman to deal with it, but he suffered such a serious injury." Hearing this, Kizaru and Aokiji were shocked. "Vice Admiral Garp, you mean?" "That's right." Garp nodded with a heavy face and said in a deep voice, "The information given to us by the Soul Society has already made a mistake, so we cannot rule out that Espada will appear in the Void Legion this time. Remember." Vice Admiral Garp looked at Aokiji and Kizaru with an extremely serious face and said, "Once you encounter the Espada level Shu, don't keep any strength. You must do your best to kill them. But, if you encounter the Espada above 6, remind you. Run away. Run as fast as you can. A monster of that level. It's not something that just 1 or 2 admirals can resist." Garp's voice that didn't sound like a joke came to the ears of Aokiji and Kizaru, causing Kizaru and Aokiji's pupils to shrink immediately, and they looked at Garp in disbelief. 0. Asking for flowers. Come across an Espada above 6th. How fast can you escape? Mr. Garp, are you kidding? No matter how strong those so-called Espadas are. Aokiji was about to say something in disbelief, when a messenger soldier suddenly ran over to salute and shouted anxiously, "Report. Received news from Naval Headquarters. Impel Down was attacked by the Void Army, and Marshal Sengoku personally ordered you to immediately go support." "What? Impel Down?" Aokiji and Kizaru's expressions changed drastically, and Garp's expression also froze, with a drop of cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and he murmured, "Master of Hueco Mundo, what are you trying to do? Notice down. Hurry to Impel Down immediately at full speed." Garp waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "Yes." The messenger quickly ran down. Soon, under the control of the sailors, the warship turned around and set off towards Impel Down on the calm belt at the fastest speed. At the same time, calm belt, Impel Down, Impelton. Roar. The terrifying howl unique to Shu resounded through the sky, and in the sky, densely packed Shu swarms were like locusts overwhelming the sky and heading towards the Impel Down deep pupa below. And on the sea below, outside the Impel Down level 1 exposed on the sea, on the wall surrounding Impel Down, a jailer named Impel Down was desperately pulling the trigger in his hand with a terrified expression and desperately fired a bullet. A cannon was fired, and countless bullets and shells shot towards the void group in the sky. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. In the fierce artillery fire, ordinary ghosts, powerful ghosts and even giant ghosts were blown to pieces in the violent explosion, but more ghost groups continued to go down with Impel Down as if there was no end. Tread, tread. There was a sound of footsteps, and a man with a stature as tall as a ghost and a ferocious face walked up to the wall. His expression changed slightly when he saw the dense crowd in the sky. He grabbed a jailer beside him and said loudly with an ugly face, "What's going on? Where did these monsters come from? Why did they suddenly attack us?" "No, I don't know. These monsters suddenly flew over from all directions just now. There are too many of them. We can hardly resist," the jailer replied with a pale face and panic. "Damn it, what happened outside?" Hearing this, Magellan cursed and pushed the jailer away. Just as he was about to say something, there was a burst of horrified shouts from around him. "Look, so, what does that mean? Knife." Chapter 55 Sero. Bomb Impel Down. "Look, what's that?" The panicked shouts of the jailer suddenly sounded around. Magellan's expression changed immediately, and he quickly looked up. When he saw the picture in the sky, he couldn't help but his pupils contracted suddenly. "I saw that in the sky." The dense mahjong surrounding the entire Impel Down group seemed to have received some kind of order, and all the figures swarming towards Impel Down stopped in unison, as if they were welcoming some kind of existence. Crawling in the sky, even if it was blasted to pieces by shells, it didn't make any movement. And behind these virtual groups, the originally blue sky suddenly tore open one after another pitch-black space cracks, and an unbearably creepy aura emanated from it. The sky cracked. All the guards on the fence looked at this scene in shock and horror. This unsettling aura, What the hell is? Seeing space cracks tearing open in the sky around him impel down, Magellan couldn't help but frown after being shocked for a moment, feeling full of uneasiness in his heart. Tread, tread. At this time, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and I saw the deputy director Hannibal rushing up the wall with a few jailers. When Hannibal saw the countless void groups and the huge cracks in the sky, Hannibal suddenly shouting in fright, he ran to Magellan and shouted in horror, Director Magellan. There are so many monsters. There are so many monsters. Shut up, I can see it myself. With a low drink, Hannibal shut his mouth immediately, and Magellan turned to the jailer next to Hannibal with an ugly face and said in a deep voice, have you contacted Naval Headquarters yet? Report to the director, Naval Headquarters has been contacted just now. The jailer quickly glanced at the countless empty groups and space cracks in the sky with a pale face and said tremblingly. That's good. Hearing this, Magellan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Impel Down has a strong defensive force, and there are powerful wardens in him at all levels, there are too many of these monsters, covering the sky and covering the sun. Endless. Even Magellan dared not guarantee the absolute safety of Impel Down in this situation. In any case, the criminals in Impel Down must not let them escape. Although I don't know where these monsters came from, I will never let you get closer to Impel Down before the support from the headquarters arrives. Magellan's expression froze, and he was about to ask Hannibal to inform the other wardens to come out to fight, when suddenly, roar! A terrifying howl suddenly resounded in the sky, including Magellan, under the shocked and dull gazes of everyone. In the sky around Impel Down there are 20 cracks in the dark space. Killian's iconic the pointed white bone nose protruded first, followed by a white bone mask that was several times the size of a house. In the end, the huge heads of 20 Killians protruded from the space cracks one after another, just surrounding the entire Impel Down. A soul-shaking breath immediately enveloped the sea area. Roar. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary ghost, a powerful ghost or a giant ghost, they all let out a low growl like surrender, and lowered their heads towards Killian. What kind of monster is this? On the wall surrounding Impel Down, all the jailers watching this scene turned pale, and looked at Killian's huge head in horror. Even Magellan couldn't help but look extremely shocked and dignified. I've never heard of it. There's such a monster out there. Magellan said solemnly, with cold sweat dripping from the corners of his eyes, and then he looked at the dumbfounded jailers and shouted, a group of idiots. Are you still waiting to die? Start attacking immediately. Before that, absolutely don't let these monsters get any closer to Impel Down. Reinforcements from the headquarters. Hearing Magellan's words, all the guards around were overjoyed, and their pale faces recovered a lot. Yes, Commissioner Magellan, the jailers shouted excitedly, and then the intensive artillery fire shot towards the virtual groups in the sky again. Bang, 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 exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Violent artillery fire exploded the huge bone masks of Shu Kyun and Killians, and a large number of ordinary Shu were directly broken into pieces. However, before the jailers were happy, an angry roar resounded through the sky. Roar. Substantial sound waves directly scattered the surrounding gunpowder smoke. Under the sluggish eyes of the jailers, 20 intact Killians roared and opened their mouths wide, and the violent red spiritual power gathered rapidly. The next moment, under the terrified and dull eyes of the jailers, 20 huge Ceros shot down from all directions to the Impel Down on the sea surface. Not good. Magellan's complexion changed drastically. 20 huge red beams of light shot from the sky with terrifying aura. Magellan only had time to grab Hannibal and two jailers who were also terrified, and the dazzling red light poured down the sky. Down. Bang. Amidst the violent explosion and shock wave, Impel Down exposed to the sea was directly submerged by thick smoke and red light, and the terrifying shock wave spread out wave by wave, bringing waves on the surrounding sea surface and rushing to the distance. The roar spread far away in the silent calm belt, and even the sea kings under the water let out bursts of violent low roars. Chapter 56. Heterogeneous Spirit Sun. Successful capture. Impel Down. Level Crimson Hell. Tread, tread. Hurry up. Move faster. Never let those monsters step into Impel Down. The sound of hurried footsteps and dignified shouts continued, and in the gloomy and cold prison aisle, a jailer in full armor ran quickly, and everyone had a nervous and uneasy look on their faces. After a while, all the jailers ran past, and the prison aisle suddenly fell silent. In the cells in the aisle, the criminals looked at each other one by one, and the scene suddenly became noisy. Hey, did you see that? Those jailers are panicking, as if something terrible has happened. That's needless to say, even that scary guy Magellan ran out before. Speaking of which, I seem to hear the sound of cannons outside. What happened outside? The criminals were discussing fiercely one by one. For those criminals who would be imprisoned here for the rest of their lives without accident, this was the only fun they used to pass the time. What a bunch of idiots. Suddenly, the sarcasm sounded. BD, what did you say? The criminals immediately turned angry and looked towards the place where the sound came from. It was a criminal held alone in a cell, wearing a prison uniform, his hands and feet were chained, and on a seemingly ordinary face, there were a pair of creepy bloodthirsty eyes. R.O. Brother Rory. Most of the criminals were so frightened that their faces changed, and they were too trembling to speak. However, there were still a few criminals who shouted angrily at the criminal named Rory without changing their expressions. Rory. What did you mean by that just now? Don't think you are demon fruit power and we will be afraid of you. I know, you are being handcuffed by Seastone now. I'm just telling the truth. Rory stretched his waist, laughed with a hint of excitement on his face. Can't you all see it? Suddenly the jailers are heavily armed. Even Magellan and Hannibal ran out. In addition to the noise from outside, the sound of gunfire and the monsters that the jailers are talking about. Obviously, some kind of force outside is attacking Impel Down. What? Attack Impel Down. All the criminals turned pale with fright and jumped in fright, but afterward, expressions of ecstasy appeared on the faces of all of them. Does it mean we have a chance to get out of this ghost place? Haha, that's great. Although I don't know what forces outside are attacking Impel Down, but Lousy swears. As long as Lousy can get out of here, Lousy is willing to join them and do their best. Me too, although I don't know who they are. But you must win. The criminals shouted in ecstasy, but the look of contempt in Rory's eyes undisguisedly interrupted their beautiful fantasy. Sure enough, they are a group of idiots. Only idiots will miss such a good opportunity to escape and put their hopes on those whose origins are unknown. Rory sneered, and then, under the disbelieving gazes of other criminals, he took out a key from his pocket and opened the handcuffs and anklets on him. Bang! The chain fell to the ground. Rory stood up, twisted his neck and wrist and said with a grin, "It's been a long time, damn Marine. When I escape from here, one day I will make you pay the price." While talking, Rory opened the cell door with the key again and went out. The criminals who watched this scene suddenly went crazy. Key? How is it possible? Where did you get the key? Quick, let me go out together. As long as you let me go out together. From now on, you will be my boss. And me, I can be your little brother too. As long as you let me out. Brother Rory, please take me out with you. No matter what you ask me to do in the future. Please. The pirates all stared at the key in Rory's hand with red eyes and roared furiously. The corner of Rory's mouth slightly raised, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. What a bunch of deceitful fellows. Since you all said so, let's take you out. But in the future you have to work hard for me and repay me. Smiling as if the conspiracy in his heart had succeeded, Rory was about to say something with a weird smile on his face. Bang! Accompanied by the violent roar resounding throughout the entire Impel Down, the entire Impel Down vibrated violently like an earthquake, the central hall of crimson hell covered with sword trees and needle grass, the gloomy prison corridors, and the entire Impel Down level in the horrified eyes of all the criminals. Countless cracks appeared in the ceiling above the entire Impel Down level 1 crimson hell, and dazzling red light shone from the cracks. What is this? The keychain that Rory was holding fell to the ground, and he looked up dully at the ceiling with countless cracks spreading and shining red light. Bang! The ceiling exploded violently, and a torrent of red spiritual power slanted down, submerging Rory in an instant. Amidst the violent roar, terrifying shock waves raged crazily in the corridor of this prison. The rumbling sound and the terrified screams of the criminals resounded immediately. And this same scene keeps happening throughout Impel Down Level. The entire level 1 crimson hell vibrated violently. And looking in the sky outside Impel Down, I saw the fortress-like Impel Down level exposed on the sea surface collapsed and cracked in the 20 Sero, revealing a messy level interior, and a lot of smoke and dust rose into the air. At the same time, Hueco Mundo, Xi Palace, the 8th Blade Palace. Diddy. Heterogeneous spirit particles detected. The number is 6. Space coordinates are locked. Diddy. Heterogeneous spirit particles are detected to be moving at a fast speed. The wave of spirit particles is gradually weakening. Diddy. Battle. Space coordinates locked successfully. Heterogeneous spirit particle fluctuations completely disappear. Urgent sirens kept ringing in the laboratory-like room, and in front of the screen where streams of data kept flashing, Zael Aporo kept typing on the keyboard with an unhurried smile on his face. Finally, with the last tap on the keyboard, all the alarms stopped. Zael Aporo pushed his glasses, closed his eyes and said silently in his heart, "Aronilo, the position of the alien spirit has been locked. I will transmit the position to you now. Send Shu to collect it immediately." In the 9th Espada Palace, Aronilo, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the main hall, suddenly stood up with a shock, and some exclamation came from under the mask. There were 6 of them in the first capture. It seems that the first Espada who can go to the human world to fight for His Majesty is about to appear, but I don't know, who will it be? Chapter 57 Angry Magellan. North Blue, an unknown sea. A small fishing boat was floating on the sea. On the boat, a fisherman in ordinary clothes was falling asleep. Suddenly, a flash of terrible pressure made him wake up with a trembling, and he looked around in surprise. A piece of calm sea, strangely lying on the boat again. It's just that he didn't notice that 10 meters above the sea not far away from him, a fruit covered with strange patterns suddenly appeared twisted and shaped, and then fell towards the sea. Plop! The sound of objects falling into the water is heard. What? The fisherman was startled awake again, and quickly stood up and looked around anxiously. Then, the fruit covered with strange patterns floating on the sea not far away caught his eyes. What kind of fruit is that? It seems like you've never seen it before. The fisherman looked at it curiously, thought for a while, picked up the paddle and planned to row over to have a look. Above the fruit, a pitch-black space crack was suddenly opened. A 3-meter-high man with a bone mask and a creepy hollow chinliksu walked out under the terrified eyes of the fisherman, standing in the air out of thin air. On the surface of the sea, he picked up the fruit 633 floating in the sea. Hey, is this the magic fruit that can make everyone Espada pass Hueco Mundo? Chang Lixu stared at the fruit with a low smile, then looked at the pale fisherman, grinned grinningly on the bone mask and said, "Look what I found." A delicious human soul, strange monster. The fisherman looked at Chang Lixu standing on the sea in horror, trembling and speechless. Ha ha, the expression of human fear is so funny. Chang Lixu laughed out loud and said with a sneer, "Human, you are lucky today, I have to give this devil fruit to his majesty, but I don't have time to taste your soul." Laughing loudly, Chang Lixu walked directly into the black cavity, and the black cavity was closed, leaving only the pale-faced fisherman slumped on the fishing boat. And this similar scene happened in 5 other places in this world at the same time. Hueco Mundo. In the Void Palace, in the empty hall, the light curtain AFFH shows the picture of Impel Down Level 1 being submerged in a large amount of smoke and dust. Sitting high on it, Guu is holding a heterogeneous spirit crystal with half of its spiritual power left in his hand. Feeling the slow growth of spiritual power, he propped his chin and looked at the light curtain with a smile on his face, and said with a light smile, "Is this the impregnable underwater prison, Imperton? How much demon fruit power?" Tear. A spatial crack suddenly opened in the hall, and Zael Aporo walked out with a slightly excited smile. His Majesty. Zael Aporo knelt down on one knee, looked excitedly at Guu who was sitting on top, and said, "Your Majesty, the body spirit has successfully moved. Our plan has succeeded. Very good. The other 4 Void Legions haven't started to act yet, that is to say, even if it's just the first level of Impel Down, does it still have demon fruit power?" Guu nodded, looked at Zael Aporo with a light smile, and said, "So, how many coins did you get this time?" "Your Majesty, there are 6 pieces. We have successfully located the location where the 6 devil fruits will appear, and Euronilo has also dispatched to collect them." Zael Aporo said excitedly, 6. The smile on Guu's face froze slightly, and there was an unconcealable smile in the eyes of Impel Down looking at him. "Sure enough, there are a lot of demon fruit power here." Calm belt, over Impel Down. Tear. A black hole tore apart in the sky full of void groups. Xiaolong Kufang in a white gown stood up in the air, and the powerful Ryutsu instantly filled the entire sky, including the 20 Killians. All Shushu suddenly let out a surrender-like roar, and a trace of fear flashed in the scarlet eyes of the mask. Is this the so-called undersea prison Impel Down? I can really feel a lot of Ryutsu reactions. Xiaolong closed his eyes and felt for a while, waved his hand, and said lightly, "Attack." Whether it is demon fruit power or not, as long as there is a little bit of Ryutsu. Kill them all. Ho 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 ho. As the voice fell, the empty swarms in the sky suddenly roared like a sky-shattering roar, and then swarmed towards the Impel Down below like locusts. The wall surrounding Impel Down has collapsed in large parts during the Sero just now, and a large number of jailers either fell into the water or were killed by direct hits by Sero, or were buried under the ruins, leaving only a small number of jailers with terrified faces watching this scene. Shoot, shoot, where's the cannon? Where's the person in charge of firing the cannon? Fire the cannon quickly. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The jailers, who were less than a few hundred people, raised their weapons in panic. Scattered bullets and a few shells shot towards the empty group that swooped down in the sky, but only a few were hit by the shells. In addition to the ordinary voids being broken into pieces, the overwhelming void group is still approaching the Impel Down below at a high speed. Looking at this scene, all the jailers looked desperate. But at this moment, tread, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind the jailers, and the jailers turned their heads to look, all of them suddenly ecstatic. Director Magellan. Looking at Magellan covered in dust, the jailers shouted in surprise. Magellan's footsteps did not stop, and he walked past the jailers to the edge of the ruined wall, looking at Lavelle in the center of the wall filled with smoke and dust. His face gradually became extremely ferocious. Poison giant. Magellan growled ferociously, a large amount of bright red venom spewed out of Magellan's body with wisps of poisonous smoke. As soon as it touched the ground, with the sound of sizzling, even the ground began to become strangely soft and then corroded. Chapter 58 Poison Giants. Gurgling. A large amount of bright red venom spewed out from Magellan's body, centered on Magellan, and spread to the surroundings as if endlessly, whether it was the ground or the ruins formed by the collapse of the wall, all of them were creeping. In the sizzle, it turned into a strange scorched black and was corroded and melted. What is this? Director Magellan, please stop, we're still here. Seeing this scene, the jailers immediately backed away in fright, shouting in horror. Crash. The ruins not far away suddenly exploded, and the disgraced Deputy Director Hannibal and several jailers crawled out. When they saw Lave I-1, which had been completely turned into ruins and shrouded in smoke and dust, and the void group swarming in the sky, they stared. He opened his eyes and shouted, "It's over. These monsters are about to attack. Director Magellan, something is wrong." Shouting in panic, Hannibal looked at Magellan, but when he saw Magellan whose body was covered in bright red venom and the venom was still spreading to the surroundings, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Director Magellan. Calm down. Be calm. Stop it. This is a forbidden move. It cannot be used in Impel Down. Say no more." Magellan's face covered with bright red toxin was full of ferocity, and he looked up at the swarming void group and said angrily, "Impel Down has been destroyed like this. If the other floors of Impel Down are completely destroyed by these monsters, then what is the face of our so-called Impel Down? We must not let these monsters take a step forward. Hannibal, if you don't want to die, leave here and go back to Impel Down. Let all the wardens prepare to participate in the battle. Director Magellan, this is your order. It's not that I want to run away, and I have nothing to do with the department's accusations. Hannibal yelled happily, and hurried the rest of the jailers across the bridge to impel down. As for Magellan, the bright red toxin spewing out of his body suddenly increased, wriggling and wrapping Magellan and slowly rising up, forming a huge bright red skull-headed venom giant tens of meters high. A large amount of venom sprayed the surrounding everything, corrodes and melts. Let you monsters know today. Why am I, Magellan, called a poison man? Magellan's body protruded from the venom giant's chest, looked coldly at the void groups coming from all directions in the sky, and then entered the venom giant's body again. The next, roar. The venom giant let out a low growl, and its huge body opened its arms and swung it violently. Whoosh whoosh. There was a dense sound of piercing through the air, and countless fist-sized venom sprayed like raindrops towards the void groups coming from the sky in all directions. The bright red venom of a powerful quilt just stuck to the mask, and with the sound of sizzling, the white bone mask suddenly turned scorched black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to melt. Roar. Chang Lixu suddenly let out a violent scream, and fell directly from the sky to the sea. And this is just the beginning. Roar. Countless roars of pain rang out, and the virtual group swarming towards Impel Down was hit by the venom one by one, and fell into the sea like dumplings. In just a blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 ordinary virtual, powerful virtual and even the giant ghosts all fell into the sea water, and the number is still rising. However, the number of Hueco Mundo is more than tens of thousands. Even though a large number of virtuals were hit by the poison and fell into the sea, more virtuals swarmed from behind, carrying the venom and constantly swooping towards Impel Down. Don't think about it, Magellan yelled angrily, and a large amount of venom gushed out from the venom giant. The number of rain of venom that was already terrifying increased suddenly, and more venom shot towards the empty group. Roar. Amidst Shu Qun's screams, the sunbirds kept falling. For a moment, the attack of the entire virtual group was actually blocked by Magellan alone. Is this what Master Zael Aporo said about the human beings with heterogeneous spirit particles? It's really amazing, although it can't last long with human physical strength, but 0. Seeking flowers. In the sky, watching Magellan's incarnation of the venom giant temporarily resisting Zukan's attack with his own strength, Xiaolong's face flashed with surprise, and then he regained his composure. Looking at the venom giant below, he said, only an existence like His Majesty is worthy of possessing heterogeneous spirits. All human beings who possess heterogeneous spirits are our targets to be killed. Cut it off. Five-claw worm. The terrifying storm of spiritual power instantly enveloped Xiaolong, and then collapsed with a wave of an arm with slender bone claws, revealing Xiaolong, who was already in the state of returning to the blade, and the soul-shaking pressure instantly flooded his body. With the whole sky, this feeling. Down below, Magellan, who was releasing the venom with all his strength, felt the strong pressure, and was startled, and looked up. The figure of Shima Yao's flashed in his eyes like lightning. Next moment, the huge venom giant was shocked suddenly, and in the splash of venom, 5 huge scratches that almost tore it apart suddenly appeared on the huge venom skull. Magellan was startled immediately. A large amount of venom surged to restore the scratches on the head of the venom giant. While not daring to stop releasing the venom to the empty swarm swarming in the sky, he quickly looked to the sky on the left. When he saw the sky was when the bone armor covered Xiaolong, who looked like a humanoid monster. His pupils shrank suddenly. Demon fruit power. Sure enough, are these monsters intentionally controlled by people? Magellan murmured, staring at Xiaolong standing in the sky with a serious face. And in the sky, ZZ. The bone claws of his right hand were continuously corroded and melted in the white poisonous smoke. Xiaolong looked at Magellan below with a serious expression and said, "It's really a terrible toxin, it can even melt matter. It seems that you can't get close to him. It's a personal battle, since this is the case." Xiaolong raised his left hand, with the tips of the 5 sharp claws. Violent red spiritual power quickly gathered. 72. Chapter 59 Despair. Impel Down fell, whizzing. The berserk red spiritual power quickly gathered at the tip of Xiaolong's outstretched left-hand claw, and amidst the powerful fluctuation of spiritual power, all the surrounding virtual groups let out disturbed low roars and scattered to the surroundings. This is the move used by those monsters just now. Below, looking at this scene, Magellan, who was in the body of the venom giant, suddenly couldn't help but see the scene of the previous 20 Sero salvos appearing in his mind. His face suddenly changed, and he didn't care about continuing to release the venom to block the swarming void in the sky. Group quickly controlled the venom giant to block the huge arms in front of him. And the next moment, Sero, Xiaolong said in a low voice with no expression on his face, and Sero, which was formed by gathering high concentration spiritual power in his hand, suddenly shrank and shot out, tearing the air with a violent airflow, like a red torrent drowning the huge venom giant. Bang! Amidst the intense roar, another huge explosion occurred on the wall that was already in ruins. As the rubble collapsed, the violent shock wave spread out and caused waves of waves on the sea. Roar! Seeing that Magellan was submerged by Sero, and the venom attack also disappeared, the void swarm, which covered the sky and covered the sun, let out a roar of excitement, and then rushed towards the Impel Down below like locusts. Xiaolong frowned slightly. Is it hockey again? Xiaolong murmured solemnly. At the same time, a large amount of smoke blasted by Sero below was suddenly shaken, and twisted and rotated as if driven by the air current. Don't even think about getting one step closer to Impel Down. Magellan's angry shout suddenly sounded from the smoke, and immediately after, the distorted smoke suddenly stretched out the huge bright red venom arm, and stretched as if there was no limit. The huge palm directly grabbed a dozen or so heads. ZZ. Roar. These dozen or so heads suddenly let out violent screams, and were directly corroded and melted by the terrible venom. However, for the tens of thousands of ghost groups that rushed towards Impel Down at the same time, the death of more than a dozen level monsters is simply insignificant, and more ordinary ghosts, powerful ghosts, and even giant ghosts rushed towards Impel Down. Damn! Magellan's roar sounded again, and a wave of air directly blew away all the surrounding smoke and dust, revealing Magellan's appearance at this time. I saw that the huge venom giant was blown off more than half of its body in the Cerro just now, leaving only a small half of its body and an arm, a large amount of venom surging and constantly repairing. While Magellan was standing on the side of the venom in the middle, he looked at the unstoppable void group with an extremely ugly face, and then looked at Xiaolong in the sky with a ferocious face and shouted angrily, "UBD. Who the hell is it? Control such a large number of monsters to attack the marine prison? Could it be? Do you want to be an enemy of the entire marine? An enemy of marine?" Xiaolong shook his head expressionlessly and said, "I'm just trying to get what His Majesty wants." "Your Majesty, so there is someone behind the scenes." Magellan's pupils shrank slightly, and at the same time, a large amount of venom surged, and the venom reservoir of the TV University formed again. "No matter what your purpose is, let Impel Down become like this. Don't think that I will let you go easily." Magellan said coldly against Xiaolong facing the sky, flicked his arm, and stretched it directly towards Xiaolong. "Really? Don't talk too much, human." Xiaolong's expression froze slightly, he gave a low drink, and also rushed forward. At the same time, the smoke and dust permeating the level 1 of Impel Down's entire sea surface is also slowly receding, revealing Impel Down's appearance at this time. A large piece of the castle-like building collapsed, and there were 20 large holes on it. Through these large holes, you can directly see the corridors of level 1 full of cells. The jailers are buried under the ruins one by one. In the cells, the criminals also got up from the ground one by one in disgrace. Bah, what happened? Is there an earthquake? Idiot, this is the sea. Where did the earthquake come from? Hey, you look, the level ceiling has been pierced. The criminals didn't know what happened, but when they looked up and saw the big hole in the ceiling, their eyes widened. And many more. At this time, a criminal suddenly noticed that there were dense black spots in the sky on 1.6 that were getting bigger and bigger, and suddenly shouted in amazement, "Look at the sky. It seems that something is flying over." "What?" Hearing this, all the criminals looked up suspiciously one by one. Gradually, a dull and terrified expression gradually appeared on everyone's faces. Amidst the terrifying roars, the virtual crowd swarming in the sky imprinted in the eyes of all the criminals. Weird. Monster. After a moment of silence, the criminals suddenly panicked. Chapter 60 continued to advance. No need for reinforcements. P.S. I'm sorry about that, the setting at the beginning of this book is a bit too much, and my thinking has been a little fuzzy recently. I haven't updated my thinking in the past few days, and I forgot to make a statement, but now the train of thought has been almost cleared up. Now I will add a chapter, and then code a few more chapters in the afternoon and it will be updated around 8 p.m. And finally let me say weekly, there is no eunuch in this book. The following is the text. Then, what kind of monster is that? The prisoners let out howls of various emotions, and the enthusiastic atmosphere soared to the extreme. In an instant, silence fell like night, and panic and sluggishness climbed up every prisoner's face. Roar. In the holes in the ceiling, countless shujengs swarmed into the prison from the holes. Some insects or birds, because they have wings, can maintain a little order and fly in from the hole. And those beast-like ghosts without wings kept falling from the ceiling into the prison one by one like dumplings. Compared with the ghosts that flew in, the appearance of these beasts was more creepy. Such a height of 05 is nothing to Shu, and countless Shu fell into the prison from the entrance of the cave, raising huge dust. But before the gunpowder smoke cleared, these birds and beasts rushed at the prisoners impatiently. The howls and howls combined to form a bloody symphony, echoing in the huge space of level 1 for a long time. Hueco Mundo and Guu sat on the throne, resting their cheeks on one hand, and gently closed their eyes. The scene of the Void group attacking level 1 flashed on the light curtain, but it seemed that he was tired of everything that happened on the battlefield. Zael Aporo, Aronilo, Guu called out in a lazy voice. In an instant, two small light curtains appeared next to the huge light curtain in front of Guu. The figure that appeared in the small light curtain on the left has pink hair, a pair of white thick-rimmed eyes, and a face full of self-confidence that is intentional or unintentional. Needless to say, this is the 10th knife Zael Aporo. And the figure on the small light curtain on the right covers his face with a long bone mask. Here is the 9th Espada, Aronilo. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. The two responded to Guu's call with one voice, as if they were showing their loyal ministers invisibly. Report on the battle situation. Guu still closed his eyes, as if taking a nap. Report Your Majesty, the Void Legion sent by Hueco Mundo has surrounded Impel Down heavily, and the subordinate Manos Grande Killian used Cerro to open a huge breach in the prison wall, and the Void Legion is successfully entering the prison. Impel Down will not take a moment can be breached. Euronilo reported the battle situation excitedly, almost as if flaunting his achievements. Zael Aporo on the other light curtain smiled without saying a word, and gently pushed his glasses, which was creepy. Aronilo. Guu's voice was sharp, and he gently opened his eyes. Because of the short rest, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked very unhappy. Pay attention to my question, I am asking how the battle is going. Aronilo in the light curtain was oppressed by Guu's aura and immediately knelt down on one knee. But he didn't understand Guu's words. Reporting the battle situation, didn't he just report the battle situation? Silence. Aronilo didn't know what to say. He was afraid that if he said a wrong word, he would be ruined. But Guu didn't know if it was intentional or not, and kept silent. This huge sense of oppression made Aronilo feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Aronilo, His Majesty has already seen everything you said from the light curtain, so why do you need to report? Zael Aporo squinted at Aronilo, then pushed his glasses slyly. Then, Zael Aporo, it's up to you to report. Guu said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. Although our Hueco Mundo army successfully broke through the Impel Down, I'm afraid, the subordinates feel that this Impel Down is not that simple. Although our army is in full swing. But the subordinates feel that they should send reinforcements. Quote, very good. How could Guu not know that the big submarine prison actually has 6 floors, and every time one floor goes down, the enemy's strength will be stronger by more than one level? Just breaking through level 1, it can be said that there is no victory at all. It's just that he wants to figure out one thing now. He wants to know, when Espada is still unable to enter the world, what is the strength of his virtual and Arankar legion? Guu pondered for a while. Get up, Aronilo. Yes, Your Majesty. Aronilo stood up. Fortunately he had a mask covering his face, otherwise the dissatisfaction with Zael Aporo on his face might be seen by Master Guu. I see your loyalty. Guu, who has played many games, naturally has a way of cultivating the loyalty of his subordinates. Yes. Zael Aporo and Aronilo shouted 437 at the same time. At this time, the screen of the battle between Xiaolong Kufang and Magellan was still flashing on the electric light curtain in front of Guu. Judging from the screen, Magellan has already used the Poison Giant, Judgment of Hell. Guu, who has watched One Piece, of course knows that this Magellan is a powerful enemy that even the protagonist Luffy cannot easily defeat, let alone an Arankar subordinate like Xiaolong Kufang. Although Xiaolong Kufang once seriously injured Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 10th squad, but that was because Toshiro was limited to 1/5 of Ryutsu in the present world. Moreover, Xiaolong Kufang's 5-claw worm in the returning blade form is a melee type that uses sharp claws to fight, but this kind of close combat tactic against Magellan's Devil Fruit ability is tantamount to suicide. No need for reinforcements. Guu waved his hand. Let the Void Legion go deeper, and transfer Arankar, who is capable of fighting, to support Xiaolong. Zael Aporo opened his eyes wide, not knowing what Guu was thinking, but he had no choice but to follow suit. Escape if necessary. Guu raised the corner of his mouth, and a strange smile flashed in his eyes. Chapter 61. Magellan has fallen. 5 times the Cerro, Calm Belt, countless virtual groups flocked to the Impel Down blasted by Cerro, and at the same time. Poison Cloud. Magellan, who transformed into a poison giant, opened his mouth, and the skeleton head of the huge poison giant that wrapped his whole body also opened his mouth wide. Immediately, the entire space was filled with thick smoke, so that Xiaolong Kufang could barely see his figure. Spin. Xiaolong, who is rich in combat experience, instantly used Arankar's exclusive movement footwork like a conditioned reflex, far away from Magellan's fog. This fog is not just as simple as blocking the line of sight. Cut, what stupid words am I talking about? Of course it is deadly and highly poisonous. In the poisonous fog, Xiaolong couldn't see Magellan's movements, so he could only stop in the air, stepping on the footholds gathered by his collar and wait for the opportunity. Strange, Xiaolong thought to himself, how suddenly it became so much quieter. Where did the previous noise go? Speaking of which, where did that noise come from? Because they are too focused on fighting, it is easy to ignore the changes in the surrounding environment, which is a common problem of every fighter. Xiaolong would feel this way, which just shows that his strength is always far from Espada's. Invaders, this is the end of your invasion. No matter how many troops you have, I will accept all of you in this large submarine prison and become a graveyard for all of you. Magellan's upper body protruded from the poison giant's chest, his brows were tightly furrowed, his expression extremely terrifying. But there was also a trace of weariness hanging on his face. Whether it's the massive poisonous giant soldier or the poisonous blood attack, it consumes a lot of stamina. I'm afraid, with another 5 minutes to go, Magellan will have to disarm the poison giant. Therefore, he did not continue to use the deadly venom attack to block the Void Legion, but instead used the poisonous cloud. This move can only paralyze the 5 senses of the enemy, and relatively, the consumption will be much lower. In any case, the enemy's army was finally blocked. Sharon Kufang must be killed quickly. But Xiaolong knew nothing about it. He just realized that the poisonous cloud was to block the Void Legion. So that's how it is. Xiaolong said with the usual indifference on his face, is it a simple but effective move called Poison Cloud? It is a very wise decision for you to guard this Impel Down. You have this with the ability of 1 against 10,000, he is really the best candidate for the director. In other words, my purpose is even clearer, as long as I knock you down, my army of Hueco Mundo will be unimpeded, and I will be able to completely take down this city in an instant. Outside the city, the Void Legion also noticed that something was wrong. The ghosts that got in through the hole all lost their vitality and fell straight to the ground, and Magellan's poisonous cloud began to overflow from the hole. The Void Legion was temporarily blocked outside the cave, and tens of thousands of beasts roared anxiously. Following Zukan's roar, the pent-up anger in Ryutsu instantly soaked every corner of Impel Down. The prisoners in the city couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts, and their breathing became short of breath. This is the power of virtual groups. Xiaolong stretched out his right hand, no, it should be said to be his right paw. After Gui Ren became a five-clawed worm, the claws, which were sharper than a Swiss Army knife, should have been his most powerful weapon. But after being touched by Magellan's venom just now, all 5 sharp claws were corroded and lost their fighting ability. His sharp claws were still corroding, but the corrosion showed no signs of spreading. This is Arankar's high-speed regeneration ability. Correspondingly, Magellan's venom is not trivial, and it can cancel out high-speed regeneration. Melee combat won't work. If so, Xiaolong Kufang stretched out his other hand, 5 fingers and sharp claws gathered together, a huge Ryutsu quickly gathered at his sharp fingertips, and a dazzling red light began to appear suddenly, like an arrow on the string. It's Sero. It's his only ranged attack. But Xiaolong didn't release it in a hurry, but continued to gather Ryutsu, injecting this Sero into bigger and more Ryutsu. It is very useful to use this Sero to decide the winner. It's reached the limit. Beads of sweat rolled down his squad leader's face, which was not covered by the bone mask. If I gather more Ryutsu, my body I can't support it anymore. This is already the strongest. Sero, hum. A huge roar swept across the entire prison in an instant. The dazzling red Sero pounced on Magellan's poison giant like a phantom. Although the power of this Sero is not as powerful as Espada's special Wangshu's flash, it is already the strongest Sero that ordinary Arankar can release. The red light slapped all the places it passed like a wave, and the entire space trembled, as if a crack was about to be torn from the dimension. Boom! Sero hits Magellan. Following the huge explosion, the prison trembled as if it was alive, and countless rubble and bricks fell from the sky. The poisonous clouds that were originally pervading were all blown away by Sero's energy, replaced by thick gunpowder smoke. With Impel Down as the center, a huge wave disperses towards the surroundings, which is the ripple of energy. The Void Legion gathered outside the city understood what had happened, and the poisonous smoke was no longer coming out of the cave entrance. The Void group were like vicious dogs out of the cage, excited and howling, scrambling to rush into the cave entrance. Ha! Xiaolong panted heavily, looking exhausted. Did you kill it? 10,000 years too early. Kid. Zhao. Magellan's sonorous and powerful voice came from the center of the gunpowder smoke. Although that voice was just a simple roar, it seemed to be more intimidating than Sero just now. The poisonous cloud spread again, and those who were eager to enter the cave were hit by the trick without exception, lost their 5 senses, and fell to the ground hard. Damn it, is that thing called hockey really that strong? Xiaolong muttered in a low voice with a dignified expression. Even the Sero that I gathered all Ryutsu couldn't hurt him. I am the director of this great undersea prison, Magellan. Justice for the marine, justice for the world, let me do it, Magellan growled. If you want to defeat me, even if you are 5 times stronger than this, it is impossible. Really, said a disdainful voice. In an instant, 4 red Seros attacked Magellan together. What is it? Chapter 62. The next page of the script is. Magellan's eyes lost their luster, and he fell to his knees, the poison gargantuan dispelled. A large amount of venom splashed on the ground around him centered on him. How is it possible? My justice, who is it? Magellan knelt on the ground unwillingly, unable to control his body. Even with all his strength, he barely managed to keep from losing consciousness. It's so ugly, Xiaolong, it's a shame that you claim to be the strongest Arankar besides Espada, but you are forced to this field. Ha. A figure walked out of the performance, wearing the unique white robes of the Arankars, with a huge bone mask like a shark's head on his head, with several bandages tied on one side of the mask. He frantically laughed at Xiaolong's miserable situation, and the jagged teeth in his mouth made people shudder. In that case, let me, Lord D. Roy of Arankar number 16, deal with these guys for you. Oh, don't take all the credit for yourself, brother. Another figure appeared behind De Roy. Long golden hair hangs down to the waist, and there is a bone mask with long horns on the left side of the head. Regardless of Arankar's identity, his face can be considered handsome. Don't forget me Arankar number 15, Ilford Glands, brother. When he mentioned the 3 words Glands, he deliberately emphasized his tone, as if to let the other party remember his surname. Unfortunately, in this pirate world, no one understands the meaning of this surname, and no one cares. He is actually the biological big brother of the 8th Espada Zale Aporo Grants. The enemy seems to have not been dealt with yet. Hurry up and give him the last blow. Take this Impel Down Impelton for your majesty. At some point, an obese Arankar had come to the side of the paralyzed Magellan. This Arankar has short hair on top of his head, and half a white mask neatly covers the right half of his face. Magellan's eyes widened. The enemy had already come before him. It seemed that his head would be taken off next. Mr. Poison Man, said the fat Arankar, I am Arankar number 14, Namzi, and I am also the one who took your life, please remember. Namzi held up a hand, and the red light gathered in his palm. It's not as powerful as Xiaolong Kufang's previous shot that gathered all the Ryutsu unleashed, but it's still a real Sero. Apparently, they still plan to use Sero to end Magellan's life. At the same time, the other side of Magellan also flashed Sero's red light. Magellan turned his head with difficulty and saw the man on the other side of him. This Arankar was unusually tall, with short black hair on the top half of his head, usually long red hair, and a bone mask hanging on his nose like a pair of glasses. Who are you? The tall Arankar said coldly. I am Arankar number 13, as for the name, dying people do not deserve to know my name. HMPH. Magellan smiled, closing his eyes, ready to accept his fate. If you're really impatient, let's solve him together. Xiaolong and Kufang, who were floating in the air, also raised their hands, the red Sero gathered in their hands, and the 5 Seros aimed at Magellan in unison. Hueco Mundo, Guu sat on the throne and watched all this. With a wave of his hand, he cut off the light curtains of Zael Aporo and Aronilo. It seems that it is almost there. Aizen, Guu called softly. AFEG, a crack was torn open in the space in an instant, and Aizen in white robe came out from it. Aizen got down on one knee, Your Majesty. There is no need to salute between you and me, Guu said. Yes, Aizen stood up, still keeping his head half bowed modestly. Script, you can start the next chapter. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm ready. Aizen smiled confidently. Very well, as the writer of this script, you have really given me a wonderful show. This is all my job. What's more, this script can be written wonderfully, all relying on the Zanpakuto in His Majesty's treasure chest. All this is due to His Majesty's contribution. HMPH, Guu secretly smiled with disdain in her heart. She never expected that the black-bellied and proud Aizen would become obsequious in front of him, the master of Hueco Mundo. It's fun, it's fun. Our plan hasn't been leaked, has it? Guu asked sternly, hiding her inner activities. Except for His Majesty and me, no one knows our plan. Aizen replied respectfully. Very well, remember, our plan must not be known to third parties. Only in this way can the Arankars and the Shinigami perform this drama to its fullest. Guu turned her body to one side again and supported her chin with her hand. On this throne, he has become more and more comfortable. Sitting here is as comfortable as lying on your own bed. Yes, Your Majesty, all according to His Majesty's will. Aizen closed his eyes, showing incomparable obedience. Don't be so humble, Aizen. Guu gave a slight smile. In this whole Hueco Mundo, only you and I are special. Do you understand? For me, you are fundamentally different from those Arankars. Aizen remained silent, bowing his head obediently. Join me and march towards victory together. Aizen, you will assist me. There is no opponent in front of us. Impel down Impelton. 5 Sero aimed straight at Magellan. Is this the end of my justice? Magellan closed his eyes, ready to accept this tragic ending. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Roar. Zabumaru. Ling dance. Soda no Shirayuki. Sit upright in the frost, ice tiles. Chapter 63. Help from the Soul Society. What's going on? Magellan thought that he would be turned into fly ash under Sero, but unexpectedly, not only did he not die, but a rancor on both sides of his body was sealed into 2 huge ice coffins. Standing in front of him was the back of a young man. The teenagers are not tall, with crazy white hair, wearing a white coat with a big 10 in the center. The boy retracted the Zanpakuto in his hand into the scabbard on his back, and turned around. It's okay. No. Nothing. Magellan clearly hadn't figured out what was going on. Roar. Zabumaru. 3 Arankars standing in the air were also attacked. Zabumaru's jagged, serpentine retractable blade attacked the 3 Arankars. Diro Yi and Ilford Grants noticed Ryutsu's anomaly in advance, and instantly avoided the attack by using the ringing ring. But Xiaolong Kufang was not so lucky. Ben had turned into a 5-claw bug for a long time, consumed a lot of spiritual power, and then used all his spiritual power to release Sero, whose reflex nerves could no longer keep up with Zabumaru's attack. Zabumaru's blade cut into Xiaolong's chest firmly, and the sawtooth slashed across his chest. Immediately, his blood gushed out, and his feet could no longer maintain Lingzi's foothold, and he fell straight to the ground. TCH, the useless guy was actually killed by one blow. D. Roy said disdainfully as he stepped aside. Although he said so, he and Xiaolong Kufang are also subordinate officers of the 6th Espada Grimjiao. Before that, they were also hunting companions before they became a Rancor. Facing Xiaolong's death, he couldn't just let it go anyway. On the other side, too, was Ilford Glanz, who frowned and shouted, "Who is it?" They looked at the place they were just now, and there stood a figure in a black deadly costume. He carried a zigzag strange Zanpakuto on his shoulders, with a 6 written on the armband on his shoulders, long fiery red hair, a turban wrapped around his forehead, and an unruly smile. Gote 13, Vice Captain of the 6th Division, Abarai Renji. UBD. D. Roy yelled angrily, charging at Renji. Ling dance, Soda no Shirayuki. An icicle pierced straight towards D. Roy, but D. Roy couldn't dodge and had to block it with both hands. Unexpectedly, his hands were immediately covered with ice, unable to move. Kuchiki's new Zanpakuto, not mature enough. The boy in front of Magellan said secretly. Although I thank you for saving me. But what are you? Magellan asked, holding on. The team turned to look at Magellan. Soul Society Gote 13 Shinigami, Captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Shinigami, Captain. At this moment, the 2 ice coffins began to shake. Hitsugaya's eyes were quick, and he slashed at one of the ice coffins. The ice coffin was instantly shattered, and Nakim, who was frozen inside, was also killed on the spot. But the other ice coffin could not be destroyed in time, and the center of the ice coffin started to ignite, and it was about to explode. Hitsugaya picked up Magellan and immediately used Shunpo to get to the corner of the prison. Small. Be careful, my body is very poisonous. Magellan reacted too violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. No problem. Hitsugaya didn't panic, and shook her body lightly. The body part that had been in contact with Magellan fell off a layer of ice armor like shedding skin. Your venom can't eat me, Hitsugaya said confidently. Terrible, Magellan thought to himself. This ability to control ice is really terrifying. I'm afraid even Aokiji, his poisonous fruit ability can't do anything in front of this Shinigami. Fortunately, though, this Shinigami came to his rescue. As an enemy, he is undoubtedly a terrifying existence, but as an ally, he is extremely reassuring. After putting down Magellan, Hitsugaya kept staring at the ice coffin. I saw that the ice coffin ignited raging flames from the inside to the outside, and approached Hitsugaya step by step. 0. Asked for flowers. In order not to involve Magellan in the battle again, Hitsugaya also walked towards the burning man step by step. The two came together, and the flames and cold collided violently in the space. Report your name. Hitsugaya understood that this Arankar was definitely not at the same level as the other Arankar who was killed by himself in the ice coffin. Before asking someone else's name, you should report your own name first, kid. Arankar said arrogantly. Hitsugaya frowned. Hitsugaya Toshiro, captain of the Gote 13th Division. Also, I warn you, if you call me a brat again, I will make you feel like ice hell. 0. The rank of captain. It seems that it is not easy. Arankar is also well aware of the meaning of the title of captain. I am Arankar number 13, Edelad Leonis. Let me say one more thing, your thin ice will turn into steam in just a second before my power. Saying that, Edelad gathered Ryutsu, and the fiery air swirled around him, as if to reduce everything to ashes. Awaken, volcanic beast. A flaming tornado centered on Edelad and shot straight into the sky. The huge Ryutsu also spins. It is not so much a flame tornado as it is a storm of Ryutsu. Not good. Hitsugaya felt the strength of this Ryutsu. According to the instructions of the captain, the most powerful Arankar in Hueco Mundo should be the 10 Arankars called Espada. The guy in front of him claimed to be number 13 just now. If the strength is ranked according to numbers, this guy doesn't seem to be Espada. Not all Espadas have such a powerful Ryutsu, then the real Ju of Espada. The storm of flames exploded in front of Hitsugaya, and Edelad, who had finished returning the blade, slowly walked out from inside. I saw that his upper body was completely covered by a bone shell, and his hands had 2 huge fists growing out of the bone shell, giving people a sense of oppression that was completely different from before returning to the edge. In that case, sit in the frosty sky, Hirenmaru. Chapter 64. The most beautiful Zanpakuto. Is this the only thing you can do? Little girl. D-Roy slowly landed on the ground, smiling triumphantly with his jagged teeth, and a silver cold light flickered from it, like a terrifying shark with its bloody mouth open to swallow its prey in one gulp. At D-Roy's feet, Rukia Kuchiki sprawled on the ground covered in bruises. She braced her wobbly body and barely stood up. One arm was swinging, as if it had been severely injured, but in his hand he was only holding the white Zanpakuto from the blade to the hilt, known as the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society, Soda no Shirayuki. Too strong. Is this the power of Arankar? Rukia secretly groaned in her heart. All my Shinigami powers were lost because I was trying to save that guy named Kurosaki Ichigo. Originally, he just wanted to give Kurosaki a part of his power from 483, but unexpectedly, he plundered it all. Rukia regaining Shinigami power and holding Zanpakuto again is still a recent thing, and it can be said that the power is far from full. And this brand new Zanpakuto she is not skilled in using, even Shikai has not mastered it all. I didn't expect to meet such a strong Arankar in this situation, what a miscalculation. Hey, do you still have the strength to stand up, Shinigami girl? D-Roy narrowed his eyes, and suddenly lost all smiles, leaving only chilling horror on his pale face. Rukia waved his trembling arms and swung a saber air at D-Roy with Soda no Shirayuki. D-Roy raised a hand in disdain, and with a light wave, scattered Rukia's last sword aura into the air. White ice crystals floated in front of him like snowflakes, and his hands were also covered with ice. Small tricks. Even the cold air you released when you were unharmed can't control my actions. Do you think this kind of weak attack is useful to me? D-Roy snarled, thinking he was being underestimated by Rukia, and Rukia held Soda no Shirayuki tightly with both hands, pointed the tip of the knife at D-Roy, and rushed towards him. If the long-range attack doesn't work, you can only fight hard, what? D-Roy was surprised to find that his feet were solidly frozen to the ground at some point. The ice was all the way down from his knees, holding on like a tree root. Yes, the snowflakes just now. The cold air that I scattered fell on the ground and condensed again. Could it be that she had calculated it from the beginning? In the blink of an eye, Rukia had already rushed in front of D-Roy, and Soda no Shirayuki pointed directly at D-Roy's chest. With this distance and the fact that his feet were frozen and he lost his mobility, this blow could never be dodged. It's over, Rukia said coldly. Kai, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart, the bright red blood drew a beautiful arc in the air. The snow-white Zanpakuto was firmly attached to Arankar's chest, but Arankar's body was not cut. Rukia's eyes widened as a mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. D-Roy's hand knife stabbed firmly through Rukia's body, but he himself was not injured at all. How can that be? Stupid Shinigami, do you think this kind of half-baked attack will work on me? D-Roy said proudly, Our Arankar was transformed from Master Aizen using Hogyoku, and before that it was a real Manos Grande. Our skin, steel skin, but the strongest defense trained in the cruel environment of Hueco Mundo. D-Roy pulled his hand from Rukia's chest, and Rukia fell hard to the ground. Sota no Shirayuki stuck alone in the ground at D-Roy's feet. I thought you could play with me for a while, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. I really won a lottery. D-Roy raised his head angrily, and looked at Il who was competing with Abarai Renji in mid-air Ford glance. Hey, I said, switch opponents with me, my side is too weak. BD, where are you looking? Erfurt opened his eyes wide, and shouted at D-Roy on the ground, be careful where you step. Get out of the way. What? D-Roy obviously didn't realize what was going on. Dodge, why should I dodge? Isn't the battle over? The Shinigami girl has already been dealt with by me, hasn't she? Be careful, under your feet. D-Roy immediately lowered his head and looked at his feet. With the ground inserted by Sota no Shirayuki as the center, a beautiful circular domain is covering the ground, emitting bursts of white light. The light is getting stronger and brighter, covering D-Roy's entire body in it. First dance Yubai. Rukia struggled with her last strength, and barely called out Ling Ling. The Sota no Shirayuki inserted into the ground trembled, the white cuff on the hilt fluttered in the wind, and the white circle on the ground shone brightly, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. Seeing that the situation was not good, D-Roy jumped up, using the foothold created by the spirit, and stayed in midair. Ha! D-Roy laughed wildly, is that all there is to a fatal blow? The half-baked Shinigami girl, even the last trick is so half-baked, she can't touch Ben. Exclamation mark quote. Although D-Roy was trying to be brave, he knew in his heart that Rukia Kuchiki's move was completely different from the previous cold attack. If it is hard to eat 0.6, there will definitely be unexpected consequences. If it weren't for Erfurt's size, I'm afraid I would have. Thinking of this, he became even more angry. Wait until this wave of attack is dodged, and this Shinigami will be smashed to pieces later. Hehe. Rukia, who was in a pool of blood, reluctantly raised the corner of her mouth. Is it really impossible to touch it? First dance Moon White does not only work on the white circle on the ground, but takes the white circle as the scope, penetrating the realm of heaven and earth, everything will be frozen. What? D-Roy sensed that something was inevitable, but it was too late. A huge icicle pierced through the sky and sealed D-Roy firmly inside, and his expression was frozen in this moment forever. Chapter 65. Transforming the weakness of the soul. The whole process of Hueco Mundo, on the throne, Rukia Kuchiki and D-Roy's battle was transmitted to Guyu's eyes through the huge light curtain. Aizen, Guyu called softly. Yes, Your Majesty. Aizen responded respectfully to Guyu. What's going on here? Guyu asked deliberately cryptic. Guyu, who has read the original book, understands that Rukia's strength is definitely more than that. As one of the best combat power among female characters, she even learned Bankai in the later stage. Rukia Kuchiki's strength is definitely more than that. Although she killed D-Roy of Arankar number 16, she herself was stabbed in the chest by D-Roy's hand knife and was dying. This is definitely not the true power of the immortal technique. It seems that His Majesty has already noticed the flaws of these soul transformations. Aizen's expression is still difficult to fathom. Go on. Although these reformed souls have strengths similar to the deities O5 and possess genuine Zanpakuto, they are only reformed souls in the final analysis. There is only one fundamental difference between the reformed souls and the deity. Growth. Guyu said blankly. Yes, Your Majesty. The basis of these souls is the souls of all the Marines on East Blue that His Majesty conquered. After transformation, and then input the strength data of the Soul Society masters we have, this is what we see transform Shinigami. Aizen coughed twice, turned around, looked at the bright crescent moon in the sky of Hueco Mundo, thoughtfully. Unfortunately, once the data is entered, it means that the reformed soul is confined to such a field. They have gained unprecedented power because of the data, but because of the data, they cannot continue to grow and become stronger. Things that cannot be changed, it's just too boring. It is indeed as you said. But why are these modified Shinigami weaker than the deity? Aizen opened his eyes wide and looked at Guyu, as if he was asking, how do you know the strength of this deity? Then he dispelled the question. It is not surprising that the master of Hueco Mundo is omniscient. All you have to do is obey. Returning to Your Majesty, what I input into these reformed souls is the data I had when I left Soul Society. During this time, maybe the Shinigami of Soul Society have improved their strength again, or they have been deliberately concealing their strength. It's something we can't predict. If that's the case, just adjust their strength to be higher, even if it's stronger than the deity. Anyway, people in Pirate World don't know their true strength, and their strength is too weak to make me enjoy myself. Guyu stared looking at Aizen, he revealed his plan. This, I'm afraid it can't be done. Aizen looked embarrassed. The basis of these transformed souls is the souls of East Blue Marine. Even if those souls are the materials that make up their bodies, they are also the source of their strength. Although His Majesty conquered the entire East Blue and captured countless Marine souls. But you must know that the Shinigami of the Soul Society, especially the captain and vice-captain, are all ruthless characters who can defeat 10,000, and it takes a huge amount of souls to create them. You mean, the souls I conquered are not enough? Guyu frowned slightly. Although it's very rude to say, I'm afraid that's the truth. Even at present, In order to save souls, we have only managed to create the captain of the 13th Squad and vice captains, and a few special forces, such as Madarame Makaku, etc., and the rest of the officers. We have no spare souls to manufacture. Is there any other way to break through this bottleneck? I'm afraid, the only way is to ask your majesty to conquer more souls. Are you ordering me? Guu suddenly stood up from the throne. He suddenly smiled and looked directly at Aizen, hands behind his back, white robes fluttering in the wind. No. Dare not. Aizen's complexion changed slightly. He lowered his head and dared not look directly into Guu's eyes. Although Guu's Ryutsu strength was not worth mentioning in his eyes, the coercion from the soul still made him feel terrible pressure. Guu stepped down from the throne and walked straight towards Aizen. In the silent space, every time Guu walked down a step, the sound of his footsteps was amplified infinitely, shocking Aizen's soul. Get up. As I said, there is no need to salute between you and me. Guu walked up to Aizen and stopped. Yes. Quote. Aizen stood up quickly, but as soon as he stood up straight, Guu put his hand on his shoulder. Aizen, if it's you, you should understand. Even if I absorb all the souls and use them to create an invincible army of reformed soul society, then, such an invincible army, I will use it again. Who are you going to fight with? Guu walked behind Aizen, and also looked at the false moon in the sky of Zai Palace. Listen to Aizen. What I long for is conquest. Conquest is meaningless if there is no object to be conquered. I want all the seas to surrender under my feet. I want people on the Grand Line to be afraid when they hear my name. 3 points. I will not have any other thoughts except to obey. Guu, I want everyone to know that there is only one God in this world, and that is me, the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Yes, your majesty. Aizen's expression was shocked, and there was a thoughtful flash in his eyes. So, Aizen, you say, can a god without believers still be called a god? I understand, your majesty. Your majesty does not want to use too many souls, but also wants to improve the strength of transforming souls to a higher level. There's no way. Aizen paused. Road. Go on, Aizen. Heterogeneous spirit. Aizen spit out these 4 words. Although heterogeneous spirit particles are rare and difficult to capture, they are definitely an excellent material to enhance strength. But your majesty, our current plan is to use heterogeneous spirit particles to transfer Espada to that world. If it is used to improve the ability to transform the soul, it will conflict with our original plan. The corner of Guu's mouth finally revealed a satisfied smile. I finally gave an answer that satisfies me. As for this question, I will leave it to you to decide. Chapter 66. Crash him. Prince Ashenhorn. D. Roy. Ilford Grants shouted, looking at the icicle made by Rukia Kuchiki that pierced the sky. Stop calling, Arankar. Renji was panting. Obviously Renji was having a tough fight while Rukia was fighting D. Roy. I haven't seen anyone who was hit by Rukia's moon white can walk out of the icicle alive. Although Rukia's power is not mature enough, it is more than enough to deal with you group of Arankar bastards. Although Renji said so, he understood that these Arankars were definitely not ordinary people. Rukia has fallen in a pool of blood, and he himself has been at a disadvantage in the battle with Erfurt. As he said that, the icicle made by Yubai made a creaking sound, and in an instant, this huge icicle shattered into countless ice cubes and pieces. Of course, D. Roy, who was frozen inside, was also dismembered into countless pieces. Even the high-speed regeneration of the glass surface could not save his life. D. Roy BD, you're too careless. You asked for it. Erfurt was clearly enraged. Then please be careful, Arankar, or your fate will be worsened by your companions. Abarai continued to provoke. You Shinigami, you can irritate people. Then please be careful, brother. Erfurt narrowed his eyes, suppressing his emotions, trying to return to his usual graceful posture. But he couldn't suppress the anger from the inside out, and Ryutsu had gathered quickly. Golden Ryutsuzai gathered around his body, gradually turning into a golden light visible to the naked eye. His long golden hair fluttered in the storm of Ryutsu, and finally, all the Ryutsu formed a golden egg, enveloping him. Renji was overwhelmed by this powerful Ryutsu, stretched out his left arm to cover his mouth and nose, and at the same time gathered his own Ryutsu to protect himself. Suddenly, Ryutsu was no longer manic and restless, but all settled down. The space became quiet for a moment, but Renji understood that this was the calm before the storm. Crush him, Prince Ashenhorn. Even Shinigami's eyes couldn't see what was happening at all. Renji hadn't had time to catch the enemy's movement. The pale white horns of the 2 loyal ministers almost pierced into his chest cavity. Renji subconsciously raised Zabumaru, using its broad blade for defense. Unexpectedly, under the impact of the pair of giant horns, Zabumaru used for defense broke into several sections, and Renji himself was also knocked out. What's the matter, brother? Why don't you continue to speak out? Ilford's voice came from the smoke. Renji quickly gathered spirit particles under his feet to make his body stand firm. It's dangerous. If I didn't use Zabumaru to defend just now, I'm afraid I would have been pierced by that diagonal. I would definitely die if I stabbed at that speed. Although I saved my life, can Zabumaru? Renji looked at Zabumaru who had incomplete meal coupons, and frowned. So, next, what are you going to use to fight me? Brother. The gunpowder smoke gradually dissipated, and Erfurt finally revealed his full picture after returning to the sword. His upper body was wrapped in white bone armor, and on top of his head was a pair of huge and sharp horns, shaped like a white bull. Prince of Ashen Horns, could be said to be worthy of the name. Just stand still, brother. Erfurt walked towards Renji step by step on the collar foothold in the air. I believe you have also experienced my speed, you can't run away. And the Zanpakuto that was used to save your life just now has been smashed by my horn, and it has now become a pile of scattered scrap iron. Something can save you again. Erfurt continued to close. Give up, brother. Let my Ashen Horn Prince finish you off with one blow, and end this battle. My horn is very sharp, and you will be pierced by it in an instant. Even the pain cannot be conveyed to your brain. You is already dead. Huh. Renji smiled suddenly. This is it. What's going on? Erfurt rolled his eyes, feeling that something was wrong. One blow will kill him. Renji muttered to Zabumaru. Whoosh. The fragments of Zabumaru that were crushed by Prince Ashenhorn of Erfurt were already scattered on the ground, but following Renji's order, those fragments suddenly flew out from the rubble on the ground. Pieces of fragments looked like snake teeth, shining with scarlet poisonous light, floating around Erfurt, completely surrounding him. W damn it, is there no dead end? Erfurt rolled his eyes, looking for a breakthrough, but there was no way out. I'd like to see if your horns are stronger or my fangs are stronger. Apologize to Zabumaru who was crushed by you. Renji waved the handle of the knife in his hand, and more fragments gathered around Erfurt, and he was blinded by the horrible red light. Although it will hurt a little, please bear with me a little bit, Zabumaru, the baboon teeth bite. As if they heard Renji's voice, countless fragments shot towards Erfurt. 1 hit, 2 hits, 10 hits. The sound of the blade piercing the air gradually gathered together. Qian's good, and any creature could only be turned into a pulp under such intensive and frequent attacks. After an unknown period of time, the attack finally stopped. The red light was no longer dazzling, and the blade that had lost its brilliance fell into the rubble again as if it had lost its life. Renji gulped and gasped. This trick really consumes too much spiritual power. Fortunately, I finally gave the enemy to, what? After all the blades fell, Erfurt's figure reappeared before Renji's eyes. Although there were countless scars of different shades on his body, he definitely didn't suffer a single fatal injury. Is this the last blow of your best effort? It doesn't seem to work, brother. Erfurt laughed wildly. Chapter 67 Bankai, Baboon King Zabumaru. Zabumaru. Renji looked at the handle of the Zabumaru knife in his hand, with mixed expressions on his face, whether it was anger or heartache. For Shinigami, Zanpakuto is not only his weapon, but also his closest partner. It can even be said that Zanpakuto is also a part of Shinigami, a relationship closer than brothers. Renji watched Zabumaru being smashed into pieces like this, almost as sad as watching his brother who was like a brother being dismembered in front of him. What's more, Renji originally wanted to use Zabumaru's wreckage to launch a follow-up blow to reverse the situation and help Zabumaru avenge his revenge. Unexpectedly, that fatal blow did not cause any damage to Erfurt Grants. Shame, what a shame. Ha ha ha, is this the last trump card of your dying struggle? It doesn't seem to work, bro, why? Erfurt laughed at Renji, but his heart was clenched in a cold sweat. It's so dangerous. This trick uses the broken blade to attack the final blow. There is no dead angle at all. If it wasn't for returning to the blade in advance to release the state, Arankar's steel skin alone would be absolutely impossible to defend against. Fortunately, after my Ashen Horn Prince returned to the blade, his body would be covered with a layer of bone armor, otherwise I might have been chopped into pieces by the blade. Then, brother, do you have no cards left? If your performance is over, let my Ashen Horn Prince end this farce. As he said that, Prince Ashenhorn raised his sharp horn and charged straight at the unsuspecting Renji. With this blow, he is bound to use his long horn to pierce Lien to death. Oops, it seems that I can no longer hide my strength. Captain Rukia and Hitsugaya, please ask them to help me keep the secret in the future. Saying this, Renji held up Zabumaru. In an instant, the Scarlet Ryutsu storm frenziedly moved earth coiling around Renji. The huge sound pressure also blows the air away. Prince Ashenhorn, who was about to launch a fatal blow, also stopped his offensive because of the thick Ryutsu. Erfurt stood in the air, raised his left hand wrapped in bone armor to cover his eyes, and carefully observed the development of the situation. On the ground, the fragments of Zabumaru were stirring again. They all glow red, emitting a powerful Ryutsu from within. That Ryutsu weaves a fine web imperceptible to the naked eye, connecting all the pieces together. Attracted by the huge Ryutsu storm around Renji, the blades on the ground flew towards him faster than bullets. On the track where the blade flies, there are even traces of sonic booms caused by supersonic speed. Call, is that move again? Erfurt yelled at Ryutsu storm, do you think the same move will work for me? Stop looking down on people. Brother, do you think it's the same move? Then you have to see clearly. Renji in the center of the storm narrowed his eyes, and the scarlet storm swirled even more violently. All the blades flew into the center of the storm, where the Ryutsu was thick enough to block the view. Only a patch of bloody red remained. No, why didn't the blade come to attack me, but flew to his own surroundings? This is not the move just now. Erfurt muttered secretly. Bankai, With a muffled thought, all Ryutsu was condensed in Renji's body. After a brief silence, Ryutsu's airflow exploded outward again. Ryutsu dispersed, only to see Renji standing in the air. Zabumaru's mutilation in his hand has disappeared, replaced by a huge snake-shaped skeleton. The joints were longer than expected, and they floated in the air terrifyingly. One end extended into Renji's hand, forming the shape of a knife handle, and the other end was the skull of a giant snake. Red mane, sharp fangs. Two scarlet cold lights shone in the dark eye sockets, as if staring from hell. King Baboon Zabumaru, I really didn't expect it. Isn't it only the captain-level Shinigami who can solve it? Edelad Leonis on the ground looked at the battle between Renji and Erfurt above his head, and asked in puzzlement. Who knows? Hitsugaya Toshiro, holding Hirinru in his hand, stood opposite Edelad. Although he had an unfazed look on his face, he was also thinking secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that Renji, who has already practiced Bankai, would hide it from everyone. 0. Seeking flowers. Edorid frowned, and after returning to the blade, the huge white bone arms of the volcano beast were tightly clenched together, and raging flames spewed out from the two dark holes on his shoulders, as if venting his dissatisfaction. Looking at the appearance of your Zanpakuto, the sword released just now, shouldn't it be Bankai? Edorid looked at Hirinru in Toshiro's hand with great interest, and several flames danced behind the volcano beast, expressing his feelings fully. Toshiro also looked at the Hirinru in his hand. It is indeed not much different from before liberation. The blade and handle have not changed much, but a chain is connected behind the handle, and the end of the chain is a crescent-shaped blade. Who knows? Toshiro frowned slightly, his expression unchanged. Compared to before liberation, there is only one more chain. The crescent-shaped blade should be difficult to use in battle, right? I am very interested in its role. Edelad still kept going. Who knows? Toshiro seemed to be frozen. No matter what Edelad asked, the answer would always be these 4 words. Boom. Suddenly, raging flames erupted from the volcano beast's shoulders, and Edelad also opened his eyes wide. You are really good at irritating others, I won't ask any more, just use your body to feel my volcano beast. Brat, I said, if you call me a brat again, I will kill you without a whole body. I didn't expect you to say anything else. Ice dragon spinning tail. Toshiro waved the blade, a group of ice spikes suddenly appeared in the semicircle drawn by the blade tip, and the ice spikes extended rapidly as if they would grow, piercing Edelad's chest straight. And Edorid didn't intend to dodge at all, just stood still. Seeing that the ice thorn was about to pierce his chest, suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose, and the ice thorn disappeared into the air. It actually melted Hirinmaru's ice. Toshiro was slightly shocked. Captain, don't compare me with the other 4 guys. Although it's not Espada, it's also a Rancor, but my spiritual power is at least 5 times smaller than theirs. Chapter 68 Prince Ashenhorn's desperate situation. The Ryutsu storm stopped, and Erfurt put down his arm wrapped in the valuation armor, and saw Renji of Bankai in front of him, and the terrifying giant snake bone in his hand. Baboon King Snake Tail 0. How come? Your Zanpakuto has been liberated once. I remember you said that you were a vice captain. Isn't Bankai only used by the captain? Erfurt roared in disbelief. That's right, I'm Abarai Renji, the vice captain of Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of Gote 13's 6th division. Renji looked at Rukia Kuchiki who was lying on the ground, and narrowed his eyes. Although Rukia lost consciousness, she seems to have used Soda no Shirayuki to freeze her chest from D. Roy's 130 wound before she lost consciousness. The bleeding has stopped, and life should be fine for the time being. I am the vice captain. It doesn't mean I don't have the strength of the captain, but I don't want to be the captain of other teams. Although the captains of the 5th and 3rd teams are still vacant due to the defection of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, but I have reasons to stay in the 6th division, and there are people who must surpass here. Shout, are you hiding your strength? Erfurt's face was full of displeasure. Let's put it this way, Arankar, please help me keep this secret. For this reason, I hope you can die here. As soon as Renji opened his eyes, his murderous aura radiated faster than Ryutsu's. With a wave of his arm, he cut the handle of the knife towards Erfurt. In an instant, the giant snake bone twisted its body and rushed towards Erfurt, as if it had received an order from Lion Majesty. Erfurt dodged to the left reflexively, dodging the attack. But before he could stand firm on his heels, the snake bone struck him from another direction. Baboon King Zabumaru is like a dexterous python with life, following Erfurt's footsteps, trying to swallow him all the time. Damn it, it looks like it's not just the shape that has become bigger. It's too flexible, and I can't handle it just by dodging his attacks. Although I can use the ring to escape to a distance, but my Prince Ashenhorn doesn't have it. With the ability of long-range attack, just running away is not the way. If you use the ring to get close to his body, you can't cause too much damage to him. Prince Ashenhorn needs to sprint at a certain distance. Damn, it's really bad luck. Zanpakuto is a mid-range attack type like me. Snapped. When Erfurt was thinking about the strategy, Zabumaru suddenly entangled him, like a boa constrictor entangled its prey, without any slack. Oops. HMPH, Renji smiled slyly, I got you. Strange, is it my illusion? The place where I was standing just now is obviously impossible to be completely entangled by him, why is it like this? He himself has been standing in the same place all the time. Could it be that his body will elongate? Although Erfurt, who was caught by the Baboon King Zabumaru, was confused, he had no time to confuse him. If he didn't try to escape, he would be suffocated to death by the snake bone breaking his neck. Sero. Erfurt suddenly saw Ryutsu gathered at the 2 corners, a red light flashed, and Sero, the unique skill of Manos Grande, shot towards Renji. Renji hurriedly took back Zabumaru, the Baboon King, for defense. After all, it was Arankar's Sero, and it was no joke to eat a shot. HMPH, as I expected, he can't use his body to forcefully catch my Sero. If he wants to defend, he must withdraw the snake bone. But in this way, Erfurt, who was released, was proud. He smiled and said, "The initiative is in my hands. This time I will attack." Boom. Sero shoots at Renji. Fortunately he recovers the Baboon King Zabumeru in time to defend. Even so, the smoke generated by Sero is still everywhere. Taking advantage of the gunpowder smoke, Erfurt straightened his sharp corners and charged towards Renji in the gunpowder smoke. With a medium distance and the initiative to attack, Erfurt's attack can be said to be full of threats. When he rushed into the gunpowder smoke, he saw the huge snake-shaped skeleton entangled round and round like a living python, wrapping Renji in it. Sure enough, it blocked my Sero. It has both offense and defense, and it's really a good Zanpakuto. Erfurt didn't stop, but continued to rush towards Renji, who was protected by the snake bone. However, no matter how strong the defense is, even Bankai, my T-Horn master, has absolute confidence in smashing it. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Erfurt's sharp horn had penetrated deeply into the blade of Baboon King Zabumeru. This kind of feeling, I got stabbed. My horn is stronger than Bankai. Erfurt said proudly. Hey, where are you stabbing? Renji said disdainfully. He waved his arm, and the snake bone began to spin. Erfurt didn't have time to be surprised, and hurriedly withdrew a few times. 4.8 After gaining a firm foothold, Ilford took a closer look and saw that Zabumeru, the Baboon King, was still intact, with no cracks in every joint. How is it possible? I have clearly crushed your snake bones. Erfurt couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. HMPH, Renji sneered. It did go in, but it didn't go into Zabumeru's blade. Bang bang bang. The sound of joints bursting reached Erfurt's ears. The Baboon King Zabumeru's joints snapped. A red connection bundle was exposed between the annual joints. Your horns just go into the gaps between the knuckles, idiot. Renji laughed. Chapter 69 Magellan died in battle. Sure enough, his knife can be extended. Just now, the joints that can be disassembled were used, so the length of the snake bones increased. Did they entangle me? Tricking me with such a trick. You'll pay for it, brother. Ryutsu collided with Ryutsu. Sonic booms and air currents were also flying around and impelled down prison. Ilford Grants vs Abarai Renji, Etalad Leonis vs Hitsugaya Toshiro. The two battlefields were inextricably fought, and on the side, the director Magellan, who was unable to move in the corner, also woke up from a coma. Is this the so-called Shinigami and Shu? This sense of oppression is not inferior to hockey. Although Magellan was seriously injured and unable to move his body, his thoughts had regained clarity. He leaned against the corner of the wall and watched the two battles in front of him without blinking. No, it's not hockey. The way they fight, their weapons, whether it's the 4 Cs or the Grand Line, Magellan have never heard of such a guy. Magellan, as the director of the large undersea prison Impel Down, Imperton, has always been quite confident in his own strength. This huge prison holds the most heinous criminals at sea. To become the director, one must have the power to suppress all criminals here. In other words, be stronger than everyone in this Impel Down. I'm afraid there is no way to suppress such guys. It's not wrong, they don't belong to this world. They came to our world with such great power, no matter what their purpose is, Haijing seems to be blown away. There is no doubt about Magellan's strength. His own strength is different from ordinary people. Coupled with the blessing of the poisonous fruit, even if all the food he eats will be highly poisonous by the poisonous gas he exhales, he has to endure more than 10 hours a day. Diarrhea, but people believe that Magellan's strength should be comparable to that of Marine Admiral. Now that he has ended up in such a field, it has caused great harm to his self-esteem. Urankar, and Shinigami, these Shinigami seem to help us. But we don't know anything about them. Are such allies really reliable? Although the current situation you can only choose to trust them, but you have to keep a precaution. You must tell the headquarters about this. Magellan clutched his chest as the pain hit him and he passed out again. Hueco Mundo. Aizen, have you heard everything? Guu sat on the throne, a smile seemed to appear on the corner of his mouth. Yes, your majesty, Aizen said, it seems that there are smart guys in that world. Trying to destroy my script, so that I can't enjoy this well-arranged show as I wish. What should I do with such a guy? Guu said knowingly with a smile on his face. Exclude immediately, your majesty. Guu didn't speak, but rested his chin with one hand, closed his eyes, and nodded slightly. Rukia Kuchiki, memory forbidden area, lifted. Rukia, who was already unconscious in a pool of blood, suddenly opened her eyes. Different from before, although the eyes are open, there is no light emitting from the pupils, like a puppet being manipulated. She was seriously injured before, and a big hole was cut in her chest by D-Roy's hand knife. Although the wound was blocked with ice made by Soda no Shirayuki, she still couldn't regain her mobility for the time being. She opened her dull pupils, glanced around, and saw Magellan lying under the corner of the wall directly in front of her. But there was still a distance, and she couldn't touch it because she couldn't move. I saw Rukia holding Soda no Shirayuki tightly, and the cold Ryutsu condensed on the snow-white blade again. She tapped the ground in front of her with the tip of the knife a few times, and 4 white spots the size of a knife edge appeared on the ground instantly. The 4 white dots emit a slight white light, and the cold air is constantly pouring out of them, and the 4 faint white Ryutsu gradually rise up, dotted with stars, twinkling, like Shirahoshi in the night sky, extremely beautiful. Suwu by Lien. Rukia pointed at Magellan, and a sharp chill pierced him. Magellan took a deep breath and woke up from the coma. It's strange, my poisonous cloud has cleared up early tomorrow, and these fighting Shinigami and Urankar didn't pay attention to those holes. Why don't the voids outside continue to pour in from the hole? Thinking of this, Magellan suddenly raised his eyebrows, and joy burst out of his heart. The previous despair and solemnity were all swept away, replaced by a look full of hope. Could it be? Exclamation mark. A sharp ice edge pierced Magellan's body in an instant, hitting his heart. Magellan's expression froze, frozen in the moment when hope just surged in his heart. He followed the end of the ice edge, and on the other end, 333 came from Rukia's Zanpakuto, which was released by her Soda no Shirayuki. Sure enough, Magellan clutched his chest, his heart was ripped apart, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. These so-called Shinigami are not our allies. He wanted to shout, wanted to tell the marine comrades about it before he died. But he couldn't make any sound anymore. Moreover, even if he yelled out, none of his companions could hear him in this space. In an instant, the ice edges that pierced Magellan's heart all melted into a puddle of water and disappeared on the ground. Rukia also closed her eyes again and fell to the ground unconscious. Damn, Magellan is going to die like this, thought Magellan, unable to speak. My justice, not yet. Marine's justice, not yet. Suddenly a strong sense of fatigue and drowsiness hit Magellan, and he knew that once he fell asleep, he would never wake up again. But he couldn't resist, so he could only slowly close his eyes. Forget the justice, let's leave it to the newcomers to uphold it. I can taste, delicious food. Chapter 70 An empty heart. Understood. Urankar, your horn is no longer a threat to me. My baboon king Zabumaru can be said to be your nemesis. Sero can't work for me, how about it? Is there any other trick? Renji said to Urfert with Zabumaru, the baboon king in his hand. Urfert looked troubled, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. It's just that his head was also wrapped in the bone armor, and none of this could be noticed. That's right, as Renji said, neither the Sero nor the corner attack has any effect on him. Both belong to the type of medium-range attack, and encounter natural enemies like the baboon king Zabumaru. Urfert had nothing to say. Even more unfortunate, indeed as Renji guessed, Ilford doesn't have any abilities other than corner attack and Sero. It is estimated that the trick of false bullets, which is as fast as Sero and far lower in attack power than Sero, will also not work. Urfert's mind went blank. Looking at the mess in front of him, he thought of Xiaolong Kufang, Namzi, D-Roy, these companions who came to this world with him, and now all of them are dead except Edelot. Anger and sadness welled up in my heart at the same time. Sad. Urankar, do you feel sad too? Void is the fallen soul. Before they were alive, they were all human beings who worked hard to live like everyone else. After death, some souls successfully entered the place called Soul Society. That is where all souls go after death. However, if he is still worried about reality and unable to enter the soul of the Soul Society, he will be trapped in the place that he cares about. The daily worries torment their reason, they cannot be seen or touched by others, and their sense of loneliness is increasing day by day. I don't know how long it took, and even my heart was lost. Lost heart, lost mind, depraved. In this way, Shu was born. It is no longer the appearance of a human being, but has become a variety of beast-like aliens. Putting on the horrible white bone mask to cover their human faces, the hollowness in their chests is really the embodiment of their loneliness and the proof that they have lost their hearts. Ordinary souls are called whole, and the Soul Society is where the whole should go. As for the fallen souls, Shu, the place they are going to is Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo, endless white sand, dry quartz branches, dark night sky, false moon. Other than that, there is nothing, the rest is just endless void. In order to fill the void in their hearts, they can only rely on devouring each other to expel loneliness. The strong devour the weak, and the weak are devoured by the strong. This is the only law of Hueco Mundo. I don't know how many ghosts were swallowed, hundreds or tens of thousands. Killian was born. Being a Manos Grande is no fun. Although it is no longer a weak ordinary virtual, bid farewell to the world of ordinary virtual. But in the world of Manos Grande, Killian is just the most inferior type of Manos Grande. Killian's appearance is all the same, with a dark cloak covering the whole body, and a mask with the same pointed nose on his head. And due to devouring too many souls, its own consciousness will also become blurred. While gaining strength, reason and intelligence have all dropped to the level of beasts. The only thing they remember is devouring. Ordinary voids and ordinary voids devour each other, Manos Grande and Manos Grande are still devouring each other. Only by devouring each other and raising one's own Ryutsu can one find one's lost self. When the number of Killian devouring the same kind reaches a certain limit, their bodies will change again. Ejukas. Although the statures of these intermediate Manos Grandes were not as huge as Killian, they surpassed the former in both strength and intelligence. The appearance also changed back to its characteristic shape. However, even so, the devouring is not over yet. They have to keep devouring. Because once they stop devouring their own kind, they will degenerate into Killian. And, by degenerating from Ejukas back to Killian, 100% will completely lose self-awareness, and can no longer evolve into Ejukas. In order to escape this fate, they either listen to devour their own kind, devour more Ejukas, and become the final form of Manos Grande, Vasto Lord. Ilford Grants, Idolod Leonis, Sharon Kufan, Namzi, and D. Roy, the five of them met when they were Ejukas. Say your name, Ejuka's backquote. Xiaolong Kufang said, if you don't want to be eaten, get out, I'm not interested in you. Join us. No need, I'm strong enough. If it is strong enough, why do you continue to devour it? Ejuka's was silent. Our goal is the same, to become the highest Manos Grande Vasto Lord. However, if in the process, our masks are destroyed, even if we are not swallowed by other Ejukas, we will never be able to become Vasto Lord. Virtue. So what? Teamwork. I think whether it's hunting the target or protecting yourself, it's all about gaining nothing. Shu has always been a lonely devourer. If you cooperate, is it still Shu? It is in order to become the superior hollow that we work as a team. This is not a betrayal of ourselves as hollow, but rather to prove that we are intellectually superior to other Ejukas, that only we are qualified to be Vasto Lord. HMPH. If you hold me back, I will swallow you up without hesitation. So are we, Ilford. What? My name, Ilford Grants. Chapter 71 Baboon Bone Cannon. Aizen, do you think Shu has a heart? Guu in Hueco Mundo asked. Your Majesty, it doesn't matter if you have it or not. The void is just our tool. Aizen replied as a matter of course. That's right, Guu knows what Aizen is like, he is a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. In his view, anyone, no matter who they are, is just a pawn of his. Aizen is a man who only seeks power. He will not pay attention to those who are not as powerful as him. And he does have the capital to do so, because his Ryutsu is one of the best in the entire Soul Society history. At the beginning, Guu was afraid of facing Aizen. As time passed, Guu gradually understood the significance of the title of Lord of Hueco Mundo. These 4 words are like the code of a 530 program, like a virus, which penetrates into the brains of everyone in Hueco Mundo. Even Aizen is no exception. Although Guu's power is still far behind Aizen, facing this title in Hueco Mundo, Aizen can't think of other thoughts other than obeying. It seems that I shouldn't talk about this with you. Guu sighed. Aizen stood on the spot without any surprise, knowingly didn't make a sound, and didn't answer. Looking at the moon in the night sky of Hueco Mundo, Guu suddenly felt lonely. Under the moonlight, how many Shuis are devouring and being devoured, how many Manos Grande can evolve smoothly? If Shuis have no heart, then what supports them to fight in this white sandy Hueco Mundo? If Shu has a heart. Guu stretched out her hand and grabbed her chest tightly, the hole there was dark and deep. So, do I, the master of Hueco Mundo, have a heart? Erfurt made a sharp turn and retreated a distance of tens of meters. Renji hesitated in his heart, isn't this guy a mid-range fighter? Running so far away doesn't look like escaping, nor does it look like he's going to use Sero. Does he have other killer skills? Erfurt gathered spirits under his feet and stood firmly. He set up a posture, and pointed his horn straight at Renji in the distance. Crush him, Prince Ashen Horn. Before the words fell, Erfurt used all the remaining spiritual power and launched a fatal blow. Seeing the movement of Erfurt, Renji closed his eyes helplessly and sighed. Then, I'll send you off for the last time. He waved the Baboon King Zabumeru in his hand, and the snake bone seemed to be injected with life, and it circled happily. The snake head at the other end of the snake bone has a long mouth, and the powerful scarlet Ryutsuzai gathers in the mouth of the snake, making a buzzing sound. This thick Ryutsu even distorted the surrounding space, like an arrow on the string, just waiting to be shot out. Facing this unprecedentedly powerful Ryutsu, Erfurt had no intention of dodging at all. He condensed the spirit particles of his footsteps more compactly, causing a jet phenomenon, further increasing the speed of the charge. The tips of the double horns seemed to be on fire. Bone cannon. Hum. Intense Ryutsu shot out from the mouth of the snake's skull, and a huge red light was seen, instantly shooting through all objects in its path. The space around the trajectory of the artillery fire is sharply distorted, and the naked eye looks like it has been melted. The powerful Ryutsu of the Baboon Bone Cannon instantly submerged Erfurt in the red light, and without any sign of slowing down, it shot through the wall of impel down like a window paper and shot straight into the sky. Dye the sky and see red. Xiaolong, have you noticed that recently, our strength has not increased? D. Roy said, it's been a long time since I felt that Ryutsu has strengthened. No matter how many hundreds of Ejukas I devoured, I still feel like I'm still standing still. Eterard held his thick white bone arm as if weighing his own spiritual power. Maybe, this is our limit. Xiaolong Kufang said coldly. Limit? Namzi asked suspiciously. It's not that simple to become the top Manos Grande, Vasto Lord. Xiaolong Kufang's face was hidden behind the shadow of the bone mask, and his expression could not be seen. If you want to become a Vasto Lord, you can only go by devouring your own kind. However, it doesn't mean that you can reach the end if you keep going. If you can become a Vasto Lord, then at a certain stage of devouring, it will happen by itself. Change and evolve smoothly. On the contrary, if you find that your power cannot continue to increase at a certain stage, I am afraid, then you will not be able to evolve into Vasto Lord anyway. Damn it, then what are we hunting desperately for? Erfurt shouted unevenly, stomping his hooves on the ground. There is no way around this. Whether we can evolve into Vasto Lord, I am afraid that before we become Manos Grande, no, perhaps it is already doomed when we are still alive. In silence, the 5 Ejukas who had stopped evolving fell silent together. Then, if we can't evolve, will our cooperation come to an end? Xiaolong Kufang said coldly, let's go our separate ways, or just devour each other. There was another long silence, only the rustling of the Hueco Mundo's grains of sand. Are you kidding? Even if we can't evolve, we can still hunt together. As far as self-protection is concerned, it's better to stay together. D. Roy said disdainfully. 1.8. That's right, even if I can't evolve, but when I cooperate, I feel something that I haven't seen for a long time. Brother, Erfurt said with a smile. 5 Ajukas clutched at the hollow of the chest simultaneously. Then there are too many long-distance breakthroughs. It must be Ishin's death-seeking blow. Even if it is a death-seeking blow, it is very beautiful. If it is stabbed by the horn that rushes at that speed, my baboon king Zabameru, I'm afraid it will shatter too. You are strong, Urankar whispered twice. The energy of the baboon bone cannon gradually dissipated, and Erfurt's mutilated limbs slowly fell from the air. He covered the pitch-black hole in his chest with his hands, and took his last breath. Is it the heart? Chapter 72 Reinforcements arrive. Take back Impel Down. With the death of Ilfert Grants, only Edelad Leonis was left among the 5 Arankars in the entire Impel Down. You are already alone, Urankar. Do you want to continue? Hitsugaya Toshiro said grimly. Edelad had no expression on his face, as if he was not at all saddened by his companion's death. I am enough alone. Although Edelard said so, he always had a question in his heart. From just now, the Shuji army outside the prison has not moved. Magellan's poisonous cloud has obviously disappeared, so why didn't the Void group come in from the cave? Impel Down outside, there are countless corpses floating on the sea. Some things are complete, while others are stumps with indistinguishable outlines. Human corpses and virtual corpses were mixed together, floating on the sea surface with the waves. Of course, there are only a few corpses of alien ghosts, and most of them are the corpses of jailers. The bright red blood dyed the seawater red, and Impel Down was surrounded by a sea of red blood. Attack. Keep attacking. Impel Down. The broken low 5v1 jailer captain is still roaring and commanding. However, there are not many marine guards around him left. A pair of dark and mighty cannons stood side by side on the ruined city wall, pointing directly at the invading Void Legion ahead. Following the command of the captain. Boom, boom, boom. Only a few scattered cannons made sound, and the sparse shells flew towards the Shu group. A few weak Shu were smashed to pieces, but the strong Shu was unmoved by it, and was hit by a huge shell, which exploded. Afterwards, only a black trace of gunpowder remained on their bony shells. Continue to launch. Those who are alive, stand up for me and continue to launch. We must not let this group of monsters break into Impel Down. Yes, justice for Marine. Defend Impel Down. The living jailers also let out desperate cries. Although the shouts were shocking, they were still submerged in the flood-like crowd. A group of black voids flew from the sky, almost covering the sky, and the strange screams from their grotesque mouths also continued for a long time on the sea. Although the jailers shouted to guard Impel Down to the death, Shukyun had already crossed the defense line of the city wall, and their defense had already lost its meaning. However, at this time, on the distant sea, a warship belonging to Marine came from afar. The momentum is good, but I didn't expect that Impel Down would turn out like this. On the sea in the distance, Kizaru stood at the bow of the boat, with his hands folded on his chest, with a wretched smile on his face. Admiral's cloak with the word, justice, written on it fluttered in the wind. Aokiji was silent on the sidelines, his expression was serious, looking at the tragic situation in front of him, he was burning with anxiety. This is the evil spirit after the death of a person, Shu. Kizaru, Aokiji were shocked in their hearts at the same time. Not just the Shu's eerie appearance, but their numbers. Simply, like locusts, is Marine really capable of fighting such legions? Can the existence of these monsters be concealed? Report, the enemy has entered the firing range. Are you going to attack? A Marine came behind Garp and said tremblingly. Bang, Garp punched the Marine in the head. Of course, he didn't even use 1% of his strength, but the Marine was already in tears from the pain. What nonsense. The enemy is right in front of us, of course we must drive them all out to maintain the justice of Marine. With a livid face, Garp said sonorously. After speaking, he touched the head of the young Marine who had been punched by him. Young man, facing such an enemy, I know you are very scared. These unprecedented monsters are more difficult to deal with than any pirate group. However, there is no need to panic. The meaning of our marine existence is to all evil on this sea is wiped out. Garp gradually raised his voice, facing all the Marines on board. Standing at the bow of your ship is Marine Admiral Pelusolino, Marine Admiral Kuzan, and Old Man Vice Admiral Garp. There is nothing to fear. Whatever the enemy is, it will be burnt to ashes in Marine's rage. For the justice of Marine. Fire me, justice for Marine, for justice, launch, blast these monsters to pieces. Fire. After listening to Garp's inspiring speech, the Marines who were a little flustered in the face of these monsters suddenly became fearless, and their morale turned into shouts that shook the sky. With deafening shouts, rows of pitch-black and neat cannons flew towards the empty group outside Impel Down. Old man, you really have a trick. Kizaru still smiled wretchedly, and Aokiji also closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Impel Down on. It can't be done, Captain, there are not many brothers left. A jailer said, lying in front of the small captain with blood on his face. 270 inches here. Give me the go-ahead, fire. The captain who directed the artillery fire just now was covered in blood and sat at the foot of the wall. His left arm has disappeared, and the section of the broken arm is uneven. It seems that it was bitten off by Shu, who skipped through the air. And his right hand can hold a gun and open it weakly towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions occurred in the void group in the sky. The flames soared into the sky, and the dense virtual group was blown up like a scorched pheasant, falling into the sea in pieces. Some wreckage was burning with fire, drawing a black smoke, falling on the city wall, and falling at the feet of the Marine guards. Team, Captain, look, reinforcements are here. Captain Marine, who was about to lose consciousness, supported the ground with the barrel of his gun, and stood up tremblingly. All living people, stand up for me. Shoot out all the remaining shells. Cooperate with the firepower of the reinforcements. Shu Kyun, who had been unscrupulous in the air, was suddenly hit by artillery from both sides, and he didn't know what to do. They stopped in the air, not knowing whether to move forward or retreat. During this hesitation, it was blasted into pieces by the artillery flying from the front and rear directions at the same time, and fell into the bright red sea water. Chapter 73 Counterattack. Garp's Wrath. Your Majesty, Marines' reinforcements seem to have arrived. Do you want to send more troops? Aizen asked Guu respectfully. Guu looked at Marines' reinforcements in the light curtain and saw Aokiji, Kizaru, and Garp standing at the bow, silent. Although it is a reinforcement, the enemy's firepower is limited. The battlefield is on the sea, and we can continuously send reinforcements to the battlefield through the Black Cavity. Fighting the sea of people, we will not lose. Hueco Mundo, how many Huecos are left? How many troops do we have? Guu said silently. Your Majesty, don't need to worry about this, the number of ghosts is incalculable. And there are souls who are constantly falling in this world to become ghosts and come to Hueco Mundo. As a tool, ghosts are inexhaustible. Aizen laughed. Guu pondered for a while. There is no need to send any more troops. Hearing this, Aizen still had a slight smile on his face, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say much, nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying that, Guu felt a little throbbing in his heart. Why don't I want Aizen to continue to send out virtual groups to attack? Obviously, I can completely take down Impel Down by continuously suppressing the crowd tactics, and all devil fruits from level 0.1 to level 0.6 will belong to me. Why should I order no? How about adding more troops? Is it mercy? No. If you want to achieve great things, you must abandon your compassion. There is no mercy for human beings, but for Joe. Impel Down outside, Shu Kyun started a new round of firefight with Marine. The virtual group that was rushing towards Impel Down suddenly lost their direction when they were attacked from both sides. This short moment of hesitation, in exchange for being turned into charred wreckage and buried in the belly of the fish in the shellfire and bullet rain. Although there was a lack of command, the virtual group quickly reacted. Part of the void group flew towards the ships that Garp and the others had rushed to, while some continued to rush forward to the guards who were still stubbornly resisting on the Impel Down city wall. Those things, flying towards us. What monsters are these? Fire! Never let them come near us. The Marines on the ship faced the virtual group, who suddenly turned their spearheads on themselves and inevitably panicked. Hey, old man, come on, do you have any other clever tricks to get the Marines to settle down? Kizaru said affectionately. HMPH, Kid Kizaru, you still have a lot to learn. Garp rolled up his sleeves, revealing his thick arms. Garp the fist stood tall on the bow. Give me a good look. As Garp's voice fell, the first ghost had already flown in front of them. I saw Garp's right fist clenched tightly, and the muscles on his arm instantly bulged. Boom! This solid punch directly hit the flying shoe's mask. The power of Garp's fist is not inferior to that of a cannonball. The flying shoe hit Garp head on. Not only the mask was smashed, but the whole body was hammered to pieces. Coupled with the inertia of his leaping sprint, Shu's broken households were scattered all over the deck. When the Marines on the ship saw this scene, all their shaken and panic emotions disappeared, and no one shouted. Everyone had firm faces, aiming at the artillery, raising their spears, and aiming at the menacing virtual group. Seeing this scene, Kizaru raised his hand and shook his head helplessly. It seems that I have to get serious. As he spoke, he shook his right hand, and a lightsaber emitting golden light appeared in his hand. This is the ability of Sparkling Fruit, Amazono sword. Kizaru held the sword in his right hand, and stretched out a finger in his left hand to point to the empty group in front of him. A yellow laser shot out towards the virtual group at a speed that the naked eye couldn't see clearly. Those who were pierced by the flash trembled, lost their ability to move, and fell to the surface of the sea one after another. At the same time, the gunfire is still exploding in the air. Gunpowder smoke appears in clusters in the void, and the voids in the smoke are spared and turned into charred corpses. But a few Shu were killed by the gunfire, and more Shu broke through the gunpowder and came to Marine. The virtual group is like seawater, endless, slapping Marine's battleship. Kizaru wielded the Amakongan sword in his hand, and Hero who had landed on the battleship was cut by his lightsaber, and no one would be spared, killed on the spot. The incision on the body was neat and deadly. Garp kept waving his arms at the side, and his iron fists were more dense than shells, hitting the swarming empty group. Bang, bang, bang. Shards of bone and grotesque stumps littered the deck. The rest of the Marines are struggling. Facing the oncoming hollow, their huge stature and terrifying appearance shocked Marine's heart. They panicked and fired at Shu, who had come in front of him and locked himself as his prey, but the bullets at such a short distance were useless at all. Kai, Shu pierced Marine's body with the spikes on his body, and Marine's eyes widened and he spit out blood continuously from his mouth. Shu raised the Marine on the spikes high, as if showing off his booty, and as if demonstrating to the enemy. Then, he threw Marine heavily to the deck, pulled out the sharp, Zhao Qian's thorn, and the huge hollow wound instantly gushed out blood all over the ground. The swarms of ghosts rushed towards this Marine like they were fighting for food. You bite him one bite at a time, tearing him to pieces, and at this moment, he was not completely dead, and he could only endure the heart-piercing pain, even he couldn't even make a sound, and watched weakly that his body was swallowed by the monsters one by one. Such cruel scenes can be seen everywhere on the ship, but the Marines didn't give up. They still fired shells at the virtual group, even if they were useless bullets, they fired one after another. Garp and Kizaru split up to clean up the Shu who landed on the boat, and the Shu who died under their fists and lightsabers gradually piled up into a hill. Then, I'll go first. Aokiji, who had been standing still, suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly. Chapter 74 Reinforcements annihilated. Sero targets the warship. Ice Road. Aokiji jumped off the deck, but he didn't fall into the sea. Just as his feet touched the surface of the sea, a thick layer of ice instantly formed in the sea. The ice channel has been spreading, extending in the direction of Impel Down. Aokiji stood on the ice, as if paddling on the sea, and quickly approached the battlefield on the Impel Down city wall. On the way, a few ghosts spotted Aokiji's figure, and without even thinking about it, it seemed that he flew over. They opened the bloody mouth on the bone mask, eyes grinning, trying to tear Aokiji apart. Ice Saber, Aokiji said coldly. In an instant, an ice thorn formed on his arm, like an extremely sharp sword. He swung the ice blade and swiped lightly at Shu, who was flying towards him. He himself didn't shake at all because of the contact with the sprinting dragon, but the dragon has been turned into two halves and rushed directly into the sea water. Aokiji stood on the ice road, approaching Impel Down while facing the attacking hollow. Frozen moment. Capsule. I saw Aokiji gently raised his left hand, and the thin icicles as thick as fingers shot towards the oncoming Zuchun. The Zuchun who were pierced by the icicles were stunned for a moment, then stopped their movements instantly, and then their bodies began to freeze slowly. The ice became thicker and thicker, and finally completely frozen them, turning them into countless huge. The ice cubes fell into the bottom of the sea with a plop. The ice channel extending against the sea rises steeply, pointing directly at the city wall of Impel Down. Aokiji leapt lightly and jumped into the air. Ice cubes were continuously generated under his feet as a foothold. I saw him stepping on the ice that appeared out of thin air in the air, step by step, jumping. Finally standing on the walls of Impel Down. The remnant soldiers on the city wall were a little strange seeing this strange figure, but when Aokiji's cloak with the word, "Justice," swayed in the wind, the faces of the guards instantly ignited hope. You guys have done a good job, Aokiji said softly to the guards, leave the rest to me. Then, what is that? Marine on the ship pointed to the sky and shouted. Garp and Kizaru heard the shouts, split the void in front of them into two, and looked up into the sky. The virtual group still flies past in darkness, but behind the virtual group, a crack appeared in the sky, and the crack was gradually torn open. Shi Zhongshan's white bony face protruded his head from the gap. As there, such a big guy, Kizaru said in surprise. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, he cut the flying ghost into two pieces with his lightsaber. Killian's huge head moved slowly in the air, gradually locked onto the warship where Garp and Kizaru were. Hum, with a low muffled sound. Killian opened his mouth, and instantly, a red light flashed from his mouth. Thick Ryutsu of Manos Grande keeps coming together. It's Sero. Garp saw Killian's movements instantly. No, he must not be allowed to use that trick. Otherwise, our entire ship will be sunk in an instant. Gunner, fire me. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons fired at Killian, who was brewing Sero in the sky. But some of these cannons were blocked by the group of ghosts that skipped through the air, and after a bang explosion, several small ghosts fell down with black smoke, and they couldn't touch Killian at all. Even if a few shells hit Killian, they could only leave a few black traces of gunpowder on his pale bone mask. Oh, let me do it. Kizaru shook his head helplessly, and the Amakongan sword in his hand disappeared without a trace in an instant. A golden light flashed, and Kizaru's figure was no longer in place. Is this the ability of sparkling fruit? As expected of Admiral Pelusolino. But where did he go? The Marines looked around for Kizaru. There, a Marine shouted, pointing into the air. I saw Kizaru standing upright with his hands clasped in his fists. At this moment, he was actually standing on a cannonball. Flying up to the sky on a cannonball. Kizaru boy, it's really you. Garp said with a smile. He ignored the Manos Grande Sero in the air, but turned around and continued to swing his iron fist, smashing the incoming punches into pieces, and he trusted Kizaru. Kizaru came up into the air, and the shell hit a normal small vulture. In the previous moment, Kizaru stepped on the back of this virtual body and jumped lightly, and he had already arrived in front of Killian. Looking up close, it turns out to be so big, Kizaru said leisurely. Ryutsu was still gathering in Killian's mouth, and the red light kept flickering from it, as if it was about to shoot out at any time. Although Kizaru didn't know what Ryutsu was before, but this sense of oppression was somewhat similar to hockey. This feeling disturbed him, and Killian would be in for a joke when he shot this, he thought. Kizaru's right leg continuously emits golden light, which complements the red light from Killian's mouth. With a muffled thought, the Sero in Killian's mouth shot out, and the red light illuminated the sky blood red. Light speed kick. At the same moment, Kizaru kicked Killian hard with his right leg, and Radao's golden laser shot directly at Killian's huge mask. Click, click. Under the huge impact of the speed of light kick, cracks actually appeared on Killian's mask. And his head fell to the side because of the sudden light speed impact. The powerful Sero deviates from the target, sweeps to the side, and draws a crack in the sea, causing huge waves to rise in the calm sea instantly. On the path, countless small voids that flew by were hit by the Sero that suddenly changed their orbits, and they were all turned into ashes, leaving no wreckage behind. Killian uttered a painful roar because of the shattering of the mask. He squirmed and retreated behind the rift, and the rift in the air was also closed. The turbulent waves aroused by Sero slapped the hull of the ship, and the sailors on board wiped off a cold sweat. Sero was such a powerful blow, if hit head-on, the ship might. Watch out, Kizaru boy, you've got one on your back. Garp yelled at Kizaru in the air. 3HW. Chapter 75 Reversal of the battle situation. Excited Marine. Cracks appeared on Killian's huge bone mask, which was kicked by Kizaru's light speed kick, and Sero, who had condensed in his mouth for a long time, also deviated from the target due to the imbalance of his body. Manos Grande made an extremely painful sound, and retreated into the black cavity as if fleeing. The crack that was opened out of nowhere in the sky quickly disappeared without a trace. Kizaru, who had repelled Manos Grande, let out a deep breath. Phew, it's really dangerous. If you are hit by this move at 1/10 of a second in the evening, I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out. Just when Kizaru was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, a familiar sense of oppression hit him from behind. Kizaru kid. Garp on the boat yelled at the sky, watch out. Kizaru hadn't turned around yet, but his intuition told him that this hockey-like oppressive feeling was exactly the same as the huge monster he repelled just now. That's right, behind Kizaru, there is another Manos Grande wearing a bone mask with a pointed nose. This Killian also opened its mouth wide, condensing the high concentration of Ryutsu in it, brewing the astonishingly powerful Sero. However, this Sero of Manos Grande did not aim at the ships on the sea, but went straight to Kizaru. Oops, oops. Kizaru's usually sloppy face showed a rare expression of shock, it's too late to hide. I saw that the Sero in Manos Grande's mouth gradually took shape, and it was about to shoot out, blasting Kizaru into cannon fodder. Suddenly, a chill came from behind Kizaru. Ice time. A ray of ice shot straight at Manos Grande's masked mouth from the direction of the walls of Impel down. Even if such a huge monster was shot by this cold air, a thick layer of ice formed on its mouth in an instant. This guy, Aokiji, has pretty good eyesight. Kizaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Killian's mouth was sealed by Aokiji's ice, Sero was still gathering in his mouth. Red light shone through the ice. Looks like Aokiji's ice time didn't break Killian's Sero. Tempest kick. At this time, although Kizaru has already started to fall head down towards the sea due to gravity. But he was quick to use his wits, using his upper leg to aim at Killian, and used Tempest Kick, one of the Marine 6 styles. Several vacuum cuts cut through the air and flew towards Killian's chin. Cha-cha-cha. Due to the impact on Killian's jaw, the 2 rows of teeth were forced together. The ice in his mouth shattered into countless sparkling fragments, floating in the air. Boom. A huge explosion burst in Killian's mouth. Immediately, red light and gunpowder smoke covered Killian's huge head. Kizaru also had to raise his hands to cover his eyes. Resist the onslaught. Ha ha ha. Garp let out a heroic laugh. Blow it up, BD monster. Woo, woo woo. Killian made a more miserable cry than the Manos Grande just now. When the smoke cleared, the Manos Grande and the black cavity in the air had disappeared without a trace. With Sero's threat eliminated, Kizaru adjusted his balance and headed straight for the marine. On the way, when passing through the densely packed void group, he still did not forget to shoot out a few golden rays, which caused a few small-scale explosions in the void group, and a dozen void groups were handled by Kizaru before they could react. Solved. Moonwalk. Just as Kizaru was about to land on the boat, he unhurriedly used Moonwalk. I saw his figure flashed and disappeared suddenly, and he was standing firmly on the deck in the next second. Seeing that Admiral Kizaru returned to the ship safe and sound, the Marines, who were in a hard fight, burst into loud roars. Killed. The big monster has been killed. That's right. As expected of Marine Admiral, it really wasn't built. We can win. We can win. No matter how many monsters come again, as long as our Admiral is around, we will definitely win. Long live justice. Kizaru brushed his shoulders and took a deep breath. At this moment, Garp came over to him and patted him on the shoulder. When it comes to boosting morale, you are also very good at it. 0. Ask for flowers. Kizaru shrugged with a helpless expression. How can I say I'm Admiral too? 6. Clatter. At the moment when the two were chatting leisurely, 2 empty corpses fell behind Kizaru and Garp. One was neatly cut in half and the other was reduced to a heap of limbs and arms. At an unknown moment, Kizaru had already grasped the shining golden Amakongan sword in his hand, and Garp's fist had already been swung straight out, with part of the wreckage still stained on it. Don't relax, old man. Kizaru said softly. Cheer up, kill all these monsters. Garp yelled at the Marines. 0. Yes, the Marines on the ship couldn't help standing at attention together, and shouted neatly and forcefully. It's really dangerous. Aokiji on the impel down city wall looked at the battleship in the distance and let out a deep breath. But, it's too early to relax. That kind of monster has the ability to open a tunnel in the sky. Although 2 of them were killed, how many are still lurking behind the sky? Aokiji said to himself. There were, about 20 of those gigantic monsters. Behind Aokiji, a marine leaning against the corner was covered in blood and said out of breath. What? Aokiji turned his head away in surprise. It's just those huge monsters. That's what they, in the walls of impel down, punched, so many holes. Let the enemy enter the 20. This is not easy. Aokiji frowned, but the most urgent thing is to block those holes so that the enemy cannot enter impel down again. If the prisoner of level 6 escapes, I'm afraid the situation will not be under the control of the 3 of us. After speaking, an ice road appeared under Aokiji's feet. He stood on the ice road and moved towards the hole in the wall of impel down. Chapter 76 Blockade the breach. Fire. Keep firing. Get the shells out of me. Yes. Bang, bang, bang. The pitch-black cannonball flew out of the gun bore with the sound, and went straight to the void group in the air. Boom, boom, boom. A second later, the shells concentrated on the void in the air, and a violent explosion occurred, affecting several surrounding voids. These cannonballs flew into the air like raindrops, and finally bloomed a flower of flame in the void group. And the Legion of the Void was hit by these shells, and the broken limbs and arms also fell like raindrops. Some hit the deck, and some went straight to the bottom of the water. Shu's corpse floating on the sea has far exceeded Marine's corpse. Countless white masks, bone fragments, strangely colored, 997, limbs with strange shapes rippling with the waves, almost filling the sea. Whether it is for humans or Shu, this scene is a terrifying reality like purgatory. I killed 5 more. This is the 32nd. A Marine gunner shouted excitedly, and the red-eyed Marines showed off their achievements to each other. Don't be so proud. I'm already 43. The Marine reported his achievements excitedly, but before he could finish speaking, a huge white bone spur pierced his chest from behind. Blood rushed into his throat immediately, making him unable to make a sound. His consciousness gradually disappeared, and finally he heard strange roars. The man who killed Marine raised his head and roared like a wild beast that swaggered after killing its prey. Boom. Before the virtual roar was over, Garp's iron fist hit him heavily on the head. The entire head and the mask all turned into pieces and flew away. The huge body lost its head and fell to the deck with a plop. There are still many enemies. Please cheer me up and never let up for a moment. Victory is still far away from us. Garp shouted, and all the Marine officers and soldiers immediately became serious, and aimed their artillery fire at the empty group again. Marine and Shu continued to confront each other. Although the Shu group was shot down in large numbers, many Shu who escaped from the hail of bullets landed on the deck of the battleship and slaughtered the Marines on it. The number of virtual groups is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Marines are also being sacrificed one after another. Although the number of Shu's deaths far exceeds that of Marine, the overall number of Shu's army far exceeds that of Marine. Marine resisted Shu's attack excitedly, thinking that victory was close at hand. But in fact, the proportion of casualties between the two sides is not evenly matched. The outcome of this battle is yet to be known. It's that feeling again. Kizaru split the void in front of him into 2, and looked up at the sky. Garp put down the phantom in his hand, took 2 steps back, and stood back to back with Kizaru, also bringing the change in the air. The sky is distorting. It seems that there are quite a few big guys hiding there. Kizaru said, "Don't worry, Kid Kizaru, you should have discovered just now that those guys' weakness is the mask on their face, just aim there and attack." Alas, Kizaru sighed, they only have their heads sticking out of the crack, of course I can only attack their heads. Ha ha ha, Garp smiled boldly, that's right. Bang bang, the 2 ghosts turned into pieces again in front of him. In short, if I can kill 1, I can also kill 100. No matter how many big guys like that appear, leave it to me. You don't look like someone who would say something like that, Kizaru. The rare serious expression on Kizaru's face disappeared in an instant, and changed back to his usual lazy and wretched smile. Because I'm somewhat excited. Ice cube, 2 thorny spears. Aokiji clenched his hands tightly, the cold air gradually gathered in his hands, and 2 sharp spears gradually took shape. With a wave of his hands, 2 spears came out in response, and flew towards the big hole on the wall of impel down that Killian made with Sero. 2 spears were folded into a cross shape and placed at the entrance of the cave. Ice cube, storm pheasant's mouth. A more powerful cold air quickly condensed on Aokiji's right arm, and the blue light gathered and shot out instantly. An ice bird rushed forward and landed on the hole supported by the 2 ice spears. A thick layer of ice instantly formed at the entrance of the cave, completely isolating the inside and outside of the city. Phew, Aokiji closed his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally the last hole has been sealed. It seems that there is a powerful guy missing here. A cold male voice came from Aokiji's back. Aokiji turned around reflexively, and at the same time as he turned around, 2 ice spears flew out of his hands. Bang, bang, the ice spear pierced the huge skeleton and was bounced off, spinning and piercing the wall. Blinking Aokiji's ice spear away is a huge snake-shaped skeleton with a red mane and fangs on one end of an upside-down snake's skull, and the other end is held in a dark red-haired, hooded man with an angry expression. Man hands. Bone. Aokiji frowned. You are also singing Arankar. The red-haired man spat in disdain, his expression even more angry. Gote 13 Team 6th Vice Captain, Aburai Renji. Saying that, Baba 0.7 Baba King Zabumaru has waved towards Aokiji. Gote 13. Aokiji suddenly opened his eyes. Are you the Shinigami that Vice Admiral Garp said? As he said that, Aokiji sent out a gust of cold air from his hands, freezing the boiling King Snaketail. Hearing this, Renji also stopped attacking. That's right, I'm Shinigami from the Soul Society. What's your number, Urankar? Urankar, do you mean those monsters? Aokiji waved his hands. No, you misunderstood. First and Marine Admiral, Kuzan. Admiral Marine. The anger on Renji's face suddenly turned into embarrassment, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Chapter 77 The Final Showdown. Hairinmaru's Volcanic Beast. C. Marine. Embarrassment was written all over Renji's face, thanks to himself for declaring his name in a serious manner. What the blade is facing is not an enemy, but an ally. Well, I'm Admiral Kuzan from Marine. The tense expression on Aokiji's face was also swept away, and he was occupied by helplessness and embarrassment, and finally changed back to his usual lazy look. So, you are the captain who sent us to help. Hi, Marine. Saying that, Zabumaru, the baboon king in Renji's hand, finally reached the limit, released Bankai, and turned back into an ordinary Zanpakuto. Hearing Renji say that, Aokiji was surprised and delighted, which obviously piqued his interest. Help. So, you are our reinforcement. Ah. Renji smiled heartily, not only me, but also, oops. Having said that, Renji turned around sharply, looking at the hole in impel down that Aokiji had frozen. Oops 05. Captain Rukia and Hitsugaya are still inside. What's wrong? Aokiji asked with a puzzled face, is there any allies in there? Renji didn't care to answer his words, have you sealed all the holes? Ah, yes, Aokiji was a little puzzled, this is the last one. In it, there are your Shinigami friends too. Asked again. That's right, Renji frowned. Rukia was seriously injured, and Hitsugaya's battle is not over yet, this. Interesting. Edelad Leonis said with great interest as he watched the hole above his head being sealed with ice. Is that what you did too? Sealing the entrance with ice is to prevent the void group from continuing to invade Impel Down. Hitsugaya Toshiro propped his body up against the ground with Hairinmaru. He was panting heavily, sweat dripped from his forehead, and there were several burn marks on his body. Who knows? Hitsugaya said coldly. Even though he said that, he still had the same doubts as Edgelord in his heart. The hole made by Killian Sero was sealed by someone. And it seems to be sealed with ice, and the cold air emitted by that ice is by no means under his own Hairinmaru. Thinking of this, Toshiro looked at Rukia lying in the distance. She was unconscious in a pool of blood, and a large piece of ice protected the hole in her chest. No, not Kuchiki. Is there another Zanpakuto here who uses ice Zanpakuto? No, my Hairinmaru is the strongest Zanpakuto of ice Zanpakuto. There can't be another Zanpakuto that emits such a strong chill that it can compete with my Hairinmaru. Where are you looking, Shinigami? Edelad suddenly let out a roar, and the two black holes on the huge arms buzzed and ignited raging fire. At the same time, Edelad rushed towards Hitsugaya with his fists raised high. Toshiro swung his blade hastily, erecting a barrier of ice in front of him, and subconsciously jumped back. But that seemingly solid ice barrier was instantly disintegrated under Edelard's fiery fist. The ice barrier was melted by the flames, and in an instant, the raging flames rushed straight towards Toshiro. Although most of the damage was avoided, there were still a few extra national food on Tu's body. Bird icicles. Hitsugaya covered his face with one hand, and with the other waved Zanpakuto towards Edward. Countless sharp ice ridges formed on the tip of Hairinmaru, and flew towards Edelad at an extremely fast speed. A huge number of ice thorns rushed forward, piercing the air and making a hissing sound, like a flock of birds in the forest. Edelad raised his huge bony arms, easily covering his body. The icicles hit his arm one after another, forming a thick layer of ice on it. After all the birds fly over, Edelard's arm has turned into a miniature popsicle. Will it work? Toshiro carefully observed the opponent's reaction, and continued to jump back to keep the distance. Innocent. Edelad opened his eyes, the monstrous flames held and formed a small flame storm, surrounding his whole body. The flames dissipated, and the ice on his arm had long since disappeared. Shout. Toshiro couldn't help frowning. Shinigami, my volcano beast is the embodiment of fire and power. Your little bit of ice cannot freeze me. On the contrary, you will soon be reduced to ashes under my flames. As he said that, the flames on Edelard's back suddenly increased, burning his whole body, almost evaporating all the moisture around him. Boom. Edelard suddenly used the spinner, his whole body was burning with flames, and rushed towards Hitsugaya at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. The volcanic beast suddenly disappeared. Toshiro understood that he was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, if he was hit by that speed. Ice formation. 420. Hairinmaru streaked through the air, and once again a wall of ice separated Edelard and Toshiro. Different from the ice wall just now, this ice wall is covered with hexagonal patterns from the outside, like a honeycomb. This is an ice barrier made of special thin ice, composed of stronger diamond-shaped ice flakes. Although it looks like a wall of ice, there are at least 7 layers of thin ice, and there are vacuum gaps between each layer. Boom. There was a loud explosion and flames exploded from Toshiro's body like a detonated bomb. How is it possible? Even the ice formation, That special ice wall was shattered by the blazing volcanic beast, and was evaporated into water vapor almost the moment it was broken. The flames gradually extinguished, and the billowing smoke also dispersed. Toshiro lay on Edelad's huge fist with a numb expression. A huge hole was opened in his chest, and the wound was scorched black by the flames, almost splitting his body in two. Is it only to this extent in the end? Edelad chuckled lightly. Where are you looking, Arankar? The boy's voice came from behind. Chapter 78 Bankai. Dagur and Hiranmaru. Where are you looking, Arankar? Toshiro's voice came from behind Edelad. Edelad looked behind him, and then at Toshiro, who had a big hole in his chest on his huge bony fist. A boring trick. Click. With the sound of ice shattering, the Toshiro in Ederad's hand turned into a piece of ice, shattered into countless powders, and scattered under his feet. He lowered his arms and turned around slowly. Toshiro stood there unharmed. Are you able to hide once, or 10 times? I've already seen through your trick. The next blow, my volcanic beast will tear you apart. Edelad said angrily. Toshiro also knew in his heart that such a clever trick would not work every time. Arankar, state your purpose. Toshiro looked at Edelad and said coldly. What? Edelad squinted his eyes, wondering what was going on in his head. See for yourself. Toshiro opened his arms. Your invasion has failed. The hole is blocked, and it is impossible for the outside soldiers to enter. And the vital force in this city is you and the 710s. Arankar, you're the only one left now. I don't think it's a wise choice to continue to fight. Edelad didn't speak, and even his expression didn't change. Only the flames spewing out from behind his back and from the hollows on both sides of his shoulders expressed his emotional changes. Who is the mastermind behind you? Aizen, or the so-called Lord of Hueco Mundo? What is the purpose of sending you to attack this impel down? Edelad was still silent, and the flames were shining brightly, dancing wildly in the dark prison. Or, even you don't know the purpose of this invasion. The master has his own great talents and strategies, and we don't need to know. Just dedicate all your strength and life to the master's cause. Sad. Toshiro's eyes flashed with disdain. Tang. The flames behind Edelad suddenly rose, his expression suddenly became very angry, and his facial features were almost crowded together. What do you know, Shinigami? A roar echoed for a long time in the sealed prison. Then there was a long silence. You Shinigami living in the Soul Society don't understand anything at all. Enjoying food and wine, helping each other, understanding each other, bright sunshine, soft beds. What can you understand when enjoying all this? Edelad roared. The flames on his body were blazing, and his volume became almost larger than his body. Have you ever tasted the taste of white sand and quartz? Do you understand how annoying that white moon that hangs in the sky all the time, motionless day and night? You dare not even sleep. Once you close your eyes, you may become the mouth of your kind. Do you understand this feeling? Toshiro was expressionless, listening to all this quietly. It was Master Aizen. It was Master Aizen who saved us. It was Master Aizen who evolved us into Arankar and gave us strength. It was he who gave us companions. Get some sleep. Master Aizen obeys the Lord of Hueco Mundo, and we are the servants of the Lord of the Void Circle. In order to fulfill the wish of the Lord of the Void Circle, we are willing to do our best and die. It seems that it is just a puppet without thinking. Toshiro secretly thought in his heart. Originally, before coming here, the captain ordered us to try our best to investigate the origin of the Hueco Mundo Lord who suddenly appeared. I also want to pry some information from this Arankar. It seems that they are a group of guys who have been brainwashed by Aizen and the Hueco Mundo Master, and they don't know anything AFCF. That being the case, there is no need to continue playing with this guy. It seems that you don't know anything anymore. Toshiro said coldly. Just obey and don't need to know, Edelard said. Then, can I understand that you no longer have any intelligence value? Hee. Edelard sneered, only the strong are qualified to evaluate the value of the opponent. Then let this be over. Toshiro slowly closed his eyes, fingers lightly stroking Hiranmaru's blade. Call. He exhaled, and white mist surrounded his mouth. Suddenly, cold Ryutsu centered on Hiranmaru's blade and quickly condensed. Impel down prison, where the temperature was not very low, turned out to be as cold as an ice cellar within a breath. Bankai. Toshiro's voice was ruthless to the extreme. Ha ha ha. Edelad laughed wildly. That's right, you should be Bankai long ago. Only in this way can you have enough strength to please me, and then you will bow down in front of my volcano beast and die in despair. Edelad was overjoyed to see Toshiro finally Bankai. The round hole on the arm spewed out 2 huge flames with a beep, as intense as his emotions. Boom. An ice-blue cold light flashed across Hiranmaru's blade, and the condensed cold air suddenly burst. The great cold was as thick as a winter morning fog and surrounded Toshiro tightly. What the hell are you doing? Edelad, who hadn't reacted yet, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and when he saw his shoulder, he couldn't help but tremble. I didn't know when my shoulders were covered with thick ice. The fiercely dancing flame that was originally sprayed out from the round hole was actually sealed in the ice block intact. How is this possible? It was as if time stopped suddenly at that moment, and the jumping flame was still clearly discernible, but it was permanently sealed like an insect in amber. Even the flames can freeze. The icy mist that surrounded Toshiro gradually dissipated and landed at his feet, his real body and the appearance of Bankai after that finally came into view of Edelad. Dagur and Hiranmaru. Chapter 79 The Scariness of Human Beings. The ice fog dissipated, and Hitsugaya Toshiro's Bankai form was fully displayed in front of Edelad Leonis. Daegir and Hirenmaru. A pair of huge ice wings appeared behind Toshiro, and at the same time, his hands and feet were also covered with a layer of ice armor, shaped like dragon claws. The ice armor on the right hand is like the head of an ice dragon, biting the handle tightly. And above the ice wings, there are 3 lavender cross ice flowers floating. Edelad looked at his shoulder in surprise, the frozen flames greatly frightened his eyeballs. Even the flames can be frozen, this amazing cold. Sorry, Toshiro said lazily, with white mist coming out of his mouth, yawned and accidentally blew out your fire. Hearing Toshiro say that, Edelad frowned and shifted his gaze from his shoulders to him. At this moment, although Edelad was being extremely provoked, he didn't dare to act rashly. This Bankai, who can freeze even flames, is definitely not a joke. Come on, I said, let this end. Toshiro narrowed his eyes. No, it doesn't matter what happens to you. I will end this. Edelad frowned, obviously extremely angry. Then try it, Shinigami Kid. Boom. A huge pillar of fire erupted from Edelard's shoulder again, instantly melting the original ice cube. The pillar of fire was burning like his anger. Toshiro was unmoved by this, and pointed the tip of his knife at Edelard. Reishi gathered at the soles of his feet, coupled with Hirenmaru's cold air, he slammed all over, and 2 streams of ice mist spewed out from his soles. Rushed towards Edelard. Edelard also opened his eyes suddenly, raised his huge, flaming fist, and went straight to Toshiro. Burn him to ashes, volcano. The moment Daegir and Hirenmaru's knife tip collided with Edelad's fist, cold air gathered in a strange form, and a cross of ice suddenly appeared around Edelad's body, engulfing his body together with the flames. Together, sealed within the cross. Dragon Rack. Toshiro turned around and flicked the blade in the air. Let this frozen cross be your tomb. Lightspeed kick. As a golden light shot out, Killian's mask was smashed to pieces. With a strange howl that resounded through the sky, Killian retreated into the shadows in pain, and closed the entrance of the black cavity. This is already the 20th one. Kizaru was sweating profusely, staggered suddenly, and sat on the ground with a wry smile on his face. Even for Marine Admiral, facing such a huge number of enemies, there were already as many as 20 Manos Grande. Killian, fighting persistently, and his physical strength had reached a critical point. Well done, Kizaru boy. Garp swung his iron fist, one by one, taking out the hollows that had invaded the deck. However, as Admiral, you can't let your subordinates see you in such a mess, otherwise it will affect morale. Stand up for me, just spare me, Kizaru said helplessly, but he still stood up tremblingly. It's you, at such an age, you are really full of energy. In the sky, the number of virtual groups has become much worse than before. Although the number of Marines is also decreasing, the morale remains undiminished under the command of Kizaru and Garp. Moreover, watching the number of virtual groups in the sky decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye, the Marines not only did not feel tired, but became more and more courageous as they fought, feeling that the balance of victory was tipping to their side. Hato's 31 red cannon. Boom. A crimson spirit ball shot out from Renji's palm, like a cannonball, blasting the 2 oncoming ghosts into pieces. Ice cube 2 thorny spears. The cold air gathered around Aokiji, and several ice spears were made into ice spears and shot towards Zuchun. A few of them fell in response. Although the quality of these ice spears is not as strong as the ones that sealed the entrance of the impel down hole, but it is enough to deal with these ordinary ghosts. 0. Ask for flowers. Dozens of ice spears flew out again, and Aokiji was exhausted and leaned against the city wall. Marine, are you okay now? Seeing this, Renji hurried to Aokiji. He originally wanted to check on Aokiji's condition, but he didn't expect that he also fell to the ground with a thud when he walked in front of Aokiji. But you, Mr. Shinigami, are you okay? No. No problem. Renji insisted on sitting up, also leaning against the city wall. Sure enough, with just the 2 of us, it's still a bit. What nonsense, isn't the Marine soldiers fighting side by side with us? Although the Marine defenders on the city wall were already in disarray, and now there are not many left, but the remaining Marines all had solemn expressions, and they put the cannons into their chambers earnestly, shooting at the empty guns one after another. Group. Is this the strength of humans? Renji gasped. Humans will not be easily defeated. Even if they are always at a disadvantage, even if the enemy's strength far exceeds them, they will not admit defeat until the last partner falls. Aokiji closed his eyes and said out of breath. That's right, human beings are very easily controlled by despair. Despair is more terrifying than darkness, and it is easier to infect people than viruses. I have seen an army of tens of thousands of people with my own eyes retreat without fighting in the face of despair. But, as long as there is hope, even if there is only the last person left, hope will ignite a spark in people's hearts, turning the situation around and making the impossible possible. Quote, Aokiji took a deep breath, and suddenly opened his eyes, with a very bright light in his eyes. He supported the city wall and stood up again. Renji looked at Aokiji, smiled in relief, and stood up too. This has nothing to do with despair and hope. What is truly powerful and terrifying is our own human beings. Chapter 80 The Legion of the Void launches a general attack. Let this icy cross be your tomb. Hitsugaya Toshiro turned around and sheathed Hirenmaru. The wings on his back and the ice armor on his body also dissipated, turning into ice mist and dissipating in the air. Master of Hueco Mundo, what is your purpose? Toshiro closed his eyes, and walked slowly towards Rukia, who was injured and fell to the ground, muttering to himself. What's the benefit of attacking this marine building at any cost? What do you need here? Master of Hueco Mundo, are you sending so many men here just to die? You should understand that Renji's Bankai is immature, that's why I let that Arankar fight with him for a while. A real captain-level Bankai can't win without sending Espada. With an Arankar of this level, 713, will end with just one blow. Boom. A loud bang came from behind Hitsugaya. Shout, isn't it dead yet? It's as tenacious as a mouse. Toshiro turned around slowly, the icy cross had been shattered into countless fragments in the explosion, scattered all over the ground. Edelad stood there, panting heavily, his face, arms, and abdomen all suffering severe frostbite. You said, who is Arankar who was terminated by one blow? Edelad resisted the pain and showed a weary smile. Toshiro didn't respond, not only didn't respond, but turned back and turned to Rukia. Little devil, what do you mean, are you looking down on me? Edelad roared angrily. As his anger welled up, the flames of anger were ignited again. The huge Ryutsu is like a combustion accelerant, flowing around his body, stirring up a bigger flame. This ferocious momentum, as if he hadn't been injured just now, not only was he not injured, but it was even stronger than at the beginning. The flames were blazing, dispelling all the cold air in the space. Come on, brat, use your Bankai to try again, can you freeze me now? You have been frozen by Hirinmaru. What do you mean? Stop looking down on me. I, Edelad Leonis, can kill you without Espada. What I call the gap in strength is not only a lack of strength, but also in terms of intelligence, you are far behind Espada, and far behind Shinigami at the captain level. Toshiro didn't look back and continued walking. Don't be so proud, this will blow you to pieces. Awaken, volcanic beast. Edelad raised his fist high, the flames surrounded his whole body, as if he wanted to spare no effort, he bet all the remaining Ryutsu, and delivered a fatal blow. Louis is frozen in formation. Toshiro said coldly, Om. With Edelad as the center, 6 dots glowing with cold light suddenly appeared on the ground of No. 4 Middle School. The cold light became stronger and stronger, breaking through the ground, and 6 beams of light formed a hexagram formation. What is this? Louis freezing array. It can freeze anything in the array. It is absolute freezing that can freeze even atoms. It is absolutely impossible to destroy it with your flames. This move is powerful, but it also takes a lot of time to prepare. Therefore, from the very beginning of the battle, I have been arranging the 6 cloth ice formation. Quote, from the beginning of the battle, Edelad showed an unbelievable expression, and the flames on his body also began to weaken. At the same time, he felt that his strength was being drained little by little. No, it's not evacuated, but frozen in the body, unable to be freely used by him. That's what I said, the mental gap. I said that it wasn't Daiguren Hirinmaru's dragon rack that hit you in one hit, it was just a bear trap that held you in place. Using Bankai, just for this, whether it's Shikai or Bankai, even if you don't release the blade, defeating the enemy is the ultimate goal. Arankar, no matter how powerful you are, you can't understand the process of the battle. According to the law, when the opponent is frozen, that is the weakest time of the opponent, we must seize this opportunity and quickly eliminate the opponent. Edelad's legs had already been covered with a thick layer of ice, and the ice was constantly spreading to his upper body, and the flames on his body had already been completely extinguished. You mean, are you releasing water on purpose? The reason why I gave you the opportunity to break through the ice of the dragon rack is to tell you these words. Now that I have finished speaking, please don't wake up again this time, Arankar. As soon as the words fell, Edelad had already formed a huge diamond-shaped ice coffin. His face in the ice coffin was lifelike, but whether it was his body, the Ryutsu inside him, or even his mind, had been firmly frozen by the icy formation of his coat. One of Hato's punches, Hitsugaya didn't look back, but pointed to the ice coffin behind her with her finger. An invisible shock of Ryutsu shot from his fingertips, the base Hato, straight for the ice coffin. Boom! The huge ice coffin instantly shattered, turning into a powder that could not be seen by the naked eye, and Edelad inside was also turned into countless debris. Ended. That. What's going on? A marine pointed to the sky and shouted. In the sky, the virtual groups that were already few in number suddenly gathered together, forming a pitch-black cloud. What do you want, these monsters? 4.5, Garp and Kizaru said at the same time. Buzz. The virtual group is no longer attacking Marine's warship, but flew towards the direction of Impel down together. Oops, Garp yelled, there are very few troops left, and only Kuzan is left. Looking at the virtual swarm that suddenly gathered together and flew towards them in a swarm, there were beads of sweat on Renji's forehead. It seems that a general attack is about to be launched. Mr. Shinigami, Aokiji said to Renji, do you Shinigami have a special way to deal with this situation? Sorry, no, he laughed twice. Then I'll do it my way. Chapter 81 Ice Age. Victory. Victorious. We are victorious. Those monsters are defeated. Long live Marine. Long live justice. Keep firing. Don't let those ghosts escape, catch them all. The Marines saw that the virtual group suddenly stopped attacking the ship, gathered together and flew into the distance. Everyone thought they had won the battle. Although countless lives and a painful price were paid, the excitement at this moment cannot be restrained. The Marines cheered and turned to Garp and Kizaru with serious expressions. Oops, these guys, prepare to deliver the final blow to impel down. Only Kuzan is there. 81 of Bakudo splitting void. With a loud shout, A huge and transparent wall of spiritual particles instantly blocked the impel down in the incoming void group. Renji held his arms high and gulped them up. Using Bakudo in 81 comes at the cost of enormous spiritual power, and he not only used Benkai to fight in Arankar before, but also fended off hordes of Hollow with Aokiji. His spiritual power was already close to the critical value, and O5 barely used the splitting void in this state, which made him overdraw too much physical power. The moment the wall of splitting void appeared, Renji's vision suddenly went dark and he fell to the ground. As this, how Shinigami fight? Aokiji sighed when he saw the wall of splitting void appearing out of nowhere. This hockey-like feeling, do they call it Ryutsu? Indeed, from the way this Mr. Shinigami fought just now, it seems that they can freely manipulate this energy called Ryutsu. Ice, fire, wind, they all have so many ways to use them. Combining the strength of hockey with the flexibility of a variety of devil fruit abilities, it's an excellent strength. This is the last, Ryutsu. Renji lay on the ground, barely opened one eye, and said with the last bit of strength. However, what happened next lifted his spirits and opened his eyes wide. I saw that the virtual group was not blocked by the splitting void, and didn't even hide, and directly hit the transparent wall of Ryutsu. Click click click. Under the impact of the virtual group, the splitting void didn't persist for a second, and it shattered into countless pieces just like glass. However, only a few virtual heads in the virtual group fell from the sky, and the rest of the virtual group didn't even have a second of doubts, and they came straight to impel down without losing momentum. What? Cough. Renji shouted in shock, coughing up a mouthful of blood due to the huge tremor, abandoning the chanting splitting void, although I understand that it is 100% effective. Even so, it is the high-ranking Bakudo of No. 81. I didn't expect it to be. Mr. Shinigami, although I don't know what you mean by Bakudo, the number 81, but you are too tired. Is called Ryutsu, right? It's already very weak, so don't worry, you have tried your best. Aokiji said lazily. Listen to your tone, is it useless to have cards? Renji asked unwillingly. Yes, but before I do, I want to ask you a question, Mr. Shinigami. What? You Shinigami, why are you helping our marine? Aokiji's expression suddenly became serious. It's not to help you, but we have a common enemy Shu. Is that so? If so, that's enough. Why do you ask that? Is it distrust of us? A trace of displeasure flitted across Renji's face. Although I can speak beautifully, let me answer you directly. Yes, I need to confirm whether you are credible. The displeasure on Renji's face became more intense, but he didn't have any more strength to argue. Because you have also seen that the two of us are in the same state now, and I am not much better than you. Facing such a critical situation again, yes, it is indeed as you said, I still have a whole card that has not been revealed come out. Once I use that trick, with my current physical strength, I am afraid I will lose consciousness immediately. I want to confirm whether my body will lie beside a companion instead of an enemy after I lose consciousness. Hearing this, Renji laughed suddenly. Go ahead and do it. If you fail, I will guard your body until I am killed by Shu. Then please. Aokiji raised his hands high, aiming at the oncoming virtual group. The bone-piercing chill gradually gathered in his palms. Cough. It's really a little bit reluctant. But, no, it can't. More. Suddenly, Aokiji's left foot went limp and he staggered, but he quickly stood up straight again and continued to collect the cold air. Garp's and Kizaru's boats are following the void group, and they are also speeding towards impel down. 017. Look. Kuzan is going to use that trick. Seeing Aokiji's movement on the city wall, Garp shouted, stop advancing. All ships, stop where they are, and stop moving forward. Indeed, if we move forward, we will probably be involved. Kizaru said in his characteristic obscene tone, however, since you want to use that trick, let me give you a helping hand. Kizaru also raised his right hand, but he didn't aim at the virtual group, but aimed at the sea below the virtual group. Laser rays, clatter, boom, a golden light flashed, shooting into the sea at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Then there was a huge explosion, and the calm sea surface suddenly surged with monstrous waves under the impact of the explosion. The waves were like the bloody mouth of giant sea kings, and the seawater even splashed onto the empty group in the air. Nice job, Aokiji said, seeing Kizaru's assist. Now, a blue cold air shot out from his hand, heading straight to the monstrous waves stirred up by Kizaru. The seawater, the virtual group, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Ice Age, Chapter 82 The Battle of Impel Down. The real winner. Is this really something humans can do? Renji, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help admiring when he saw Aokiji's Ice Age. Those virtual groups that gathered together to launch a general attack, the waves stirred up by Kizaru's laser light, and even the sea surface with a radius of several kilometers below, all turned into a solid frozen world. And Aokiji did exactly as he said. After casting Ice Age, he fell to the ground with a plop, unconscious. Fantastic. This power is almost comparable to Captain Hitsugaya's Zanpakuto Hairinru, the strongest ice element, hehe. Renji laughed, but seeing the enemy's attack disintegrated, he also breathed a sigh of relief and passed out. Kuzan boy, you are really amazing. Garp also praised, but those so-called Zaya are really stupid. If they hadn't gathered so densely, this move would never have wiped them all out. Judging from our physical strength, the outcome of this battle is still unknown. Although Garp ordered the ships not to move forward, They did not expect the power of the Ice Age to be so powerful that even the sea beyond such a long distance was frozen, and the ships had to stay on the ice, unable to move. It's really unreasonable, Kizaru complained. For some reason, anyone who eats devil fruit will be cast aside by the sea. This Ice Age trick is obviously devil fruit's ability, but it uses the sea as a weapon, as if helping him. Okay. Garp smiled, and patted Kizaru's shoulder with his huge palm. We won, it's all over, don't complain so much. Not yet. Kizaru's expression suddenly became dark. He gently raised his right hand, pointing at the frozen void on the top of the iceberg. Boom! The laser light pointed directly at the virtual group, and after the violent explosion, the top of the iceberg was blown to pieces, and the virtual group inside was all turned into pieces together with the ice. Now, it's over, Kizaru said. Hueco Mundo. On the throne, the huge light curtain suddenly went out, and everything returned to silence. Now, do you understand, Aizen? The reason why I ordered no reinforcements. Guu's voice echoed in the main hall of Zai Palace. Unexpectedly, the human beings in this world can possess such a powerful ability under the influence of heterogeneous spirit particles. They are neither hollow, nor Shinigami, do not understand Ryutsu, nor can they use Zanpakuto, and they actually wiped out the army of hollow. Is this the high-end combat power of this world? Aizen said with a smile in his crimson eyes. That's right. Guu sighed softly. Aizen, this time I thought things too simply. That's right. Guu thought in her heart, she really thought things too simply. The four seas, the Grand Line, the pirates, and the marines, there are too many powerful enemies hidden in this world. Just by conquering East Blue, the weakest of the four seas, you will feel complacent. This mistake must never be repeated. Marine 3 Admiral's strength, needless to say, there's Buddha Sengoku above them, and there are more masters hidden in Marine. There are also 4 emperors, Shichibukai, and countless pirates and demon fruit power. These opponents can definitely not be defeated by just relying on the crowd tactics of those empty groups of miscellaneous soldiers. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, I have some doubts about one thing. Aizen looked at Guu with a smile. You mean, about those Arankars? Guu tilted his neck and looked at Aizen. Yes, Your Majesty, why send the Shinigami to defeat our own Arankar? Guu breathed a sigh of relief, slowly raised one hand, and stretched out to the moon. Aizen, do you think our aggression has succeeded or failed? Really? Aizen smiled slightly, as if thinking of something. It seems that you have reacted. Guu laughed. Yes, Your Majesty, our original goal was heterogeneous spirit particles. This was not a battle launched to invade Impel Down. From this point of view, we did win, even though those Arankars and a large number of people were sacrificed. Nothing, but compared with the spoils of war, this is worthwhile. That's right. However, I did make a mistake. Guu closed her eyes. I was dazzled by the victory in East Blue. Before Espada could go to that world, those Arankar subordinate officers is already our strongest combat power. It is unrealistic for me to completely occupy Impel Down without relying on the power of Espada. Then, why did His Majesty send the reformed Shinigami to? I changed my tactics. Speaking of this, Guu smiled. You have seen the strength of Marine Admiral. Even if you don't send Shinigami, do you think those Arankars can handle them? Abandoned son. Aizen said 2 words with a smile. Not all. Even if they are abandoned, I want them to play a role. The smile on Guu's face deepened. I want them to be killed by Shinigami, and in front of Marine's people. Since our current strength can't compete with the so-called Marine in that world, then put the blade into the enemy's back. Aizen added with a smile. Okay, you have also seen the situation of Abarai Renji and Marine Admiral Aokiji. After this battle, the relationship between the two of them must be extraordinary. After experiencing life and death together, the friendship will be as deep as 10 years old, just like friends. Before Aokiji exhausted his last strength to resort to Ice Age, he actually handed over his fainted body to Renji to guard. This has fully demonstrated that my tactics have succeeded. Indeed, in that situation, they can't help them to think too much. They can only trust the only companion around them, otherwise they will die. The sharp knife of His Majesty has successfully penetrated into the enemy's back. That's right, and this sharp knife, I want to hide it as deep as possible and for as long as possible. Only in this way, when I need to use it to aim at the enemy's heart, it can kill the enemy with one blow. Put to death. Chapter 83 The Price of Justice. His Majesty. With a buzz, another light curtain opened in front of Guu and Aizen, and the figure inside was the 8th Espada, Zael Aporo Grants, who was in charge of collecting devil fruit. The 7th devil fruit has also been collected. You are doing well, Zael Aporo. Let's start the purification of the fruit right away, said Guu. Yes. The light curtain quickly disappeared again. The 7th. Aizen suddenly thought of something. That's right, it's the devil fruit of Magellan, the director of Impel Down Prison. Guu also sighed. What a pity. Originally, Xiaolong Kufang, D. Roy, Edelad Leonis. The battle between the 3 Arankars and the Shinigami was very exciting, but I had to kill Magellan, the only witness. This guy is so stupid that he doubts the Shinigami who came to rescue him. This is very illogical in itself, and it is not His Majesty's mistake. Aizen said with a light smile. Maybe you still don't understand the horror of Impel Down. It's no wonder that our Void Legion took so much effort to barely break into the 1st floor, and you have no chance to see the other 5 floors. As there, the 5th floor. Aizen was obviously surprised. Not only was he surprised by this truth, but he was also very surprised by why Guu knew this information. Impel Down has 6 floors, and it is the place where the most vicious prisoners on the sea are held. The monsters on the lower floor are not without the guys who are as powerful as Marine Admiral. As the director of such a vicious prison, one must have the ability to suppress the strength of those prisoners. The reason why Xiaolong and the other 5 were able to barely defeat Magellan was purely because of surprise, because Magellan didn't know Arrancar yet. Moreover, if Shinigami hadn't appeared to save him, if he persisted to the end, he might have died. It ended in a complete mess. If so, the 5 Arrancars would have died worthless. It's just a small flaw in a fly in the ointment. In this battle, the winner is still us AFBF. That's right, the Battle of Impel Down was crucial to our ambition. It not only saw the gap between us and Marine's strength, but also planted our time bomb behind the enemy. More importantly, I got the spoils, heterogeneous spirits. The ticket to enter that world has already been obtained, and the future era will belong to Espada. So, Your Majesty, what is our next goal? Aizen asked. Don't worry, we still have to make preparations. Prepare, improve my own strength. Guu frowned tightly, and there were bursts of cold light in his eyes. 7 days later, before Magellan, Zhongguo stood side by side with Garp, looking at Magellan's tombstone. For a long while, both of them were silent. Sengoku, have we really won this battle? Garp had mixed feelings in his heart, and a rare gloomy expression appeared on his face. Of course, we won. Although Sengoku said victory on his lips, neither his tone nor his expression showed the joy after victory. The enemies were all defeated by us, and Impel Down was defended. Those monsters called Shu and the Hueco Mundo master didn't get half of the benefits, and lost so much combat power in vain. Indeed, we won. Justice, yes, there will be a price to pay, Sengoku said sadly with his eyes closed. But, the price will be too high. A sea breeze blew, and the garland on Magellan's tombstone scattered its petals and fell at Garp's feet. Okay, cheer up, Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder, the others are still waiting for us, the meeting is about to start. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. So, everyone, what are the countermeasures against the invasion of the Lord of Hueco Mundo? At the main table in the conference room, Marshal Buddha Sengoku asked. For those guys, we don't have a viable countermeasure just yet. Marine Staff Officer Crane closed his eyes and said helplessly. Even you have no countermeasures. Even Naval Headquarters think tank Crane also said that there is no countermeasure, which undoubtedly poured cold water on Sengoku. Damn it, they have already occupied East Blue. Why did they suddenly turn their attention to Impel Down this time? There are all vicious criminals there, and there should be nothing worth plundering. I really can't figure out their purpose. Impel Down Deputy Director Haniabel growled indignantly. Could it be that they go to the prison to recruit soldiers and rescue those condemned prisoners for their use? Their legions are all monsters called Hollow, or Arrancar. And according to Soul Society Shinigami's information, those Arrancar, including Espada, are all evolved from Hollow. In other words, it is an army formed based on the boundaries of race. It is unlikely that a few humans will be recruited into it. Qing Jin said clearly, speaking of the Soul Society, are the so-called Shinigami really reliable? Sengoku rolled his eyes and looked at Aokiji. At present we have no reason not to trust them, we also need such a group of allies. Aokiji thought of the scene of fighting side by side with Aburai Renji, paused and said slowly. Also, Shinigami has already told us how to use the machine used to contact them. BD. Akainu clapped his hands on the table and stood up with a serious expression. How can you place your hopes on a group of guys with unknown origins? Sakazuki, you went to Soul Society with me, why do you seem to have a big opinion on Shinigami? Garp looked at Akainu and said, it's not that I have a problem with Shinigami. It's that we, as Marines, put our hopes on others. It's too shameful. Marine justice should be upheld by Marine itself. Kizaru sat on one side, with his hands behind his head, watching the Naval Headquarters cadres bickering, with an unpleasant smile on his face, like a monkey watching a theater. Chapter 84 7 Warlords of the Sea. Out. In short, the point now is that we don't know the origin of our opponent at all. All the information about Shu is known through the Shinigami of the Soul Society, and we don't have any research reports of our own. Crane concluded. Road. That's right, it seems that within a period of time after death, those virtual corpses will turn into so-called spirits, and disappear without a trace. The tens of thousands of people killed by us in the sea around Impel Down Dam, we didn't even bring back a single body, Garp said. That is to say, we don't know anything about the enemy at present, we don't know anything, we don't know where they will appear next time, or where they will attack. Is it possible that in the next minute, they will take the raiders' naval headquarters and catch us by surprise? Kizaru spoke suddenly, and said such words with a playful smile that made everyone unhappy. But at the same time, no one refuted him. Because indeed, as he said, all of this could happen. For the time being, let's formulate preventive measures based on the information from the Soul Society. Buddha Sengoku shook his head helplessly. None raised objections, because although they were all unhappy, they couldn't come up with a more effective method. Even Akainu just snorted to express his dissatisfaction, and didn't try to say anything. Now, what Marine has to do now is to urgently repair the level 1 part of Impel Down. Although the uppermost level holds the lowest risk prisoners, we can't let anyone escape. Also, Due to Magellan's death in battle, the position of Director of Prisons will be held by former Deputy Director Hannibal. Sengoku said the order word for word. Hannibal couldn't believe it. Me. When you hear it clearly, prepare everything immediately, and be ready to take office at any time. Yes. Hannibal stood up suddenly and gave a military salute. Then, it's the key part of this meeting, and I need to inform everyone. I have obtained permission from the world government to fight against the Legion of the Void, allowing Marine to use the power of the King's 7 martial arts. 7 warlords of the sea. Everyone was shocked immediately. Sea of Mists, Thriller bark. A zombie was bouncing and moving in the aisle, looking very anxious if he still had such a mood. His right hand was covered with bandages, and his rotten index finger and thumb came out of the gaps in the bandages, holding a letter. Evil spirits. After reading the letter, Gecko Moria showed a strange smile on his pale face, and his huge serrated teeth shone coldly. See if these so-called ghosts are powerful, or my zombie army is powerful. Alabasta, Albana. Under the scorching sun, a man in a cloak stood on the street. He holds a giant iron hook in his left hand and a letter in his right. About a minute later, the letter paper in his hand suddenly wrinkled into a ball, as if it had been in the sun for 3 days, and when the wind blew, it turned into a wisp of yellow sand. Calm Belt, Amazon Lysol. In a corner of the magnificent palace, white mist steamed up. In the bathtub, a smooth-skinned, sweet-looking woman is enjoying a bubble bath. She tapped her lower lip with the index finger of her left hand, and held a letter in her right hand. Even if it is an evil spirit, it should not have the heart to attack this concubine, right? Because this concubine is so beautiful. East Blue, Nameless Sea. A small wooden boat that can only take one person is drifting on the calm sea. On the boat, lay a man. The man was wearing a black hat with white fluff and a burgundy patterned top. Behind him stood a huge black cross-shaped sword. An eagle flew in the blue sky. The man stretched out his left hand, and the eagle landed firmly on his hand. He took the letter from the eagle's leg and read it carefully. Under the top hat, his eyes are sharper than an eagle's. 0. Ask for flowers. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Masters of Espada. Then, let's have a short meeting. Guu sits on the throne, with Aizen Sosuke on the left and Ichimaru Jin on the right. Under the throne, Espada stood in 2 rows, waiting for Guu's speech. After this impel-down battle, we have won a lot of spoils, which is worthy of recognition. Guu said. However, at the same time, we also lost 5 important compatriots. Neutra Gilga smiled disdainfully. It's just 5 subordinate officials, what's there to be pitiful about? It's enough to have our Espada here. 0. UBD, what are you talking about? Grimjow grabbed Neutra's skirt angrily. Of course Grimjow was very angry, because the 5 Arankars who died in battle were all his subordinate officers. And it's Ijuka's Manos Grande who has been following him since he became a Rankar. 5th Espada, Neutra Gilga, I greatly appreciate your confidence. However, although only at the level of Killian, a forceful Ryutsu spewed out from Guu's body, filling the entire hall. I hope you and everyone Espada can listen to me quietly before expressing your opinion, okay? Guu smiled. Yes. Neutra trembled all over, his face turned slightly pale, and immediately returned to the team quietly. Seeing this, Grimjow could only spit and backed away. Zael Aporo and Aronilo helped us find 7 heterogeneous spirit particles. Guu looked away, looked down at Espada, raised the corner of his mouth, and raised his voice. The role of this heterogeneous spirit particle, all of you must be clear about it. Then I would like to ask you, how should we use these 7 precious spoils of war? Chapter 85 The First Ticket. Masters of Espada, Guu said with a smile on his face, how do you think these 7 precious heterogeneous spiritual particles should be used? Although Guu asked how to use it, Espada, including Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, knew it well. Guu, the master of the virtual circle, would of course purify the pulp of these 7 devil fruits, and then absorb them to improve himself's strength. Guu's problem is actually that the peels of the 5 devil fruits can be made into a spiritual isolation device to send Espada to the real world. Zael Aporo. Guu whispered the name of the 8th Espada. Yes, your majesty. Zael Aporo put his hands on his chest and bowed his head in a gesture of allegiance. Then I will explain the 690 to my compatriots. Zael Aporo Grants took 2 steps forward and stood in the middle of the 2 rows of blades. This is the fruit that belongs to his majesty's world, devil fruit. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a purple round devil fruit with spiral patterns appeared on his palm. This devil fruit looks slightly luminous, and occasionally shakes, which seems to be a virtual image. I have explained to you before that this miraculous fruit has a high concentration of spiritual particles, and the amount of spiritual particles contained in such a small fruit is also amazing. And the important thing is to wrap these pulps in it. The peel of the fruit can exert the effect of completely blocking the spirit seeds. Little devil, you have said this nonsense before, so there is no need to repeat it. At this time, the 3rd Espada Baragan Luzenbairn spoke. Baragan looked like an old man. Looking at the 10 Espadas in the hall, he was sitting on a chair made of white bones. Thank you for your reminder. Zael Aporo was not angry because of Baragan's rudeness, he still had a gentle expression, or he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Baragan. The next thing is the important point. Thanks to the contribution of the 5 subordinate officers of Grimjow Jagerjackes who risked their lives, they finally won so many heterogeneous spirits for his majesty. Saying this, Zale glanced at Grimjow. And Grimjow didn't seem to buy it, with a disdainful expression. While the 5 compatriots were fighting desperately, I had already started researching on the peel of the fruit and began to manufacture the spirit ion isolation device. However, the situation is not optimistic. Zale deliberately paused. What do you mean? Didn't you say that if you grab enough devil fruits, you can create a machine that allows us to go to the world of Espada? At this time, the 10th Espada Yami Yargo suddenly frowned, and the blue veins popped up on his forehead. In fact, Grimjow and Neutra complained more than Yami, but when they thought that their great king was still sitting high, neither Neutra nor Grimjow dared to speak out. That's right, the world His Majesty lives in is different from Shinigami's world Soul Society, and also different from the reality of the human world. Your Majesty calls that the world of pirates. Although it is the closest to the human world, it is also a dimension that is absolutely different. So, if everyone in Espada wants to go to that world, you have to isolate your Ryutsu. But to be precise, the spirit ion isolation device has been manufactured. Zale said, since it has been manufactured, why do you say that the situation is not optimistic? The blonde-haired no. 4 Espada Tia Hurley Bell stood aside, voices coming from her mouth concealed by a high collar. The key lies in Ryutsu. Zale said, Espadas, no matter when they are virtual or after becoming a Rancor, everyone has excellent abilities and different talents. And the source of these abilities, in the final analysis, is Ryutsu. Different abilities mean different frequency of Ryutsu fluctuations. The conclusion is that the spirit ion isolation device can only adapt to one kind of Ryutsu fluctuation frequency. That is to say, only one of us can be sent to that world. The first Espada Coyote Stark said lazily with his eyes closed, it's really troublesome, don't let me go. Quote, that's right, as you said, 5 devil fruit peels are needed to make a spirit particle isolation device. In other words, we can only send one Espada-level combat force to help His Majesty fight in His Majesty's world. If you want to send all Espada in the past, more heterogeneous spirits are needed, added Zale. Hearing this, Grimjow could bear it no longer. Then let me go, I am willing to conquer that world for your Majesty, growled Grimjow. In his heart, he was full of the human being who defeated him, Marine Vice Admiral Garp. He must go to that world to avenge his shame. And, he also wants to go to that world to avenge his 5 Rancor subordinate officers. Although he didn't know it at this time, it was actually the reformed Shinigami sent by Guu to kill his men. Neutra spat. He originally wanted to laugh at Grimjow's loss to human Garp last time, but he didn't dare to speak unscrupulously again in front of Guu, so he had to express his dissatisfaction in this way. Neutra Gilga. 3.4 Guu called out his name. 5th Espada, you seem to have some dissatisfaction. No, dare not. Neutra quickly knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Grimjow narrowed his eyes, sarcasm in his eyes. So, are you willing to help me take that world? What? Grimjow yelled inwardly, why this guy? Huh. Neutra opened his remaining eye wide, unable to believe what he heard. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes were full of excitement, and looked at Guu. Yes, yes. I am willing to take over the world for your Majesty, even if I sacrifice my life. I will prove to your Majesty that I am the one in Espada. The strongest existence. Chapter 86. Does the Lord of Hueco Mundo need to practice? All the Espadas under the throne in Zai Palace have dispersed, leaving only Guu, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin and Zale. Zale, speed up the purification of heterogeneous spirit particles, and then send them to me as soon as possible. Guu said. Yes. Zale replied respectfully. Back off. Also, go and call Neliel, the leader of the battle maids. Zale made a submissive gesture and slowly backed away. Hey, why did His Majesty choose no? 5. I really don't understand. Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes, and his voice was innocent and chilling. Aizen also looked at Guu with a light smile, waiting for Guu's explanation. Last time in Hueco Mundo, the battle between the 6th Espada Grimjow Jack and Marine Vice Admiral Garp, you should all have seen it in the monitoring room. Guu said slowly. Yeah, the 6th and 05th lost really badly. Ichimaru Jin said. That's right, even if you released your power after returning to the blade, you were still defeated by Garp's fist. Guu said. You should be able to see some clues about the strength of the people in Pirate World from this battle. Right. Besides, that Marine Vice Admiral called Garp is not demon fruit power. In your Majesty's world, are there many such strong men? Although Garp is a top powerhouse, no one can guarantee how many monsters stronger than him will exist in that boundless sea. Then why did His Majesty send number 5 who is only slightly stronger than no? 6. In Espada, there is an invisible watershed that divides the strength of Espada into 2 levels, and the 5th Espada Neutra is this watershed. Your Majesty, do you mean Arcas and Vasto Lord? Said. That's right, the top 4 Espadas above Neutra are all Arancars transformed from Manos Grande of the Vasto Lord class. I want to see whether Grimjow's failure is due to his bad tactics, or Ajuka's his strength is not a threat to Marine. Because Grimjow himself has not recovered from his last injury, and Neutra is the strongest in Ajuka's, so I decided to send him to the world. However, if His Majesty directly sends the strongest no. 1 Mr. Stark, wouldn't it be more helpful to His Majesty's conquest plan? Ichimaru Jin still couldn't see what Guu was thinking. Aizen, tell me, how did you rank Espada in the first place? The ability to kill. Aizen said these 5 words firmly. But conquerors can't just think about killing. In my country, there is a word called Tianjilian horse. Ichimaru Jin scratched his hair, expressing his incomprehension. Conquest is different from killing. A conqueror needs to be familiar with the abilities of his subordinates and use them flexibly in order to win the final victory in the war. Also, Gu added, I'm going to leave the Void Knight Palace for a while. All matters here are left to you. Remember, until I come back, you are not allowed to act rashly. Let Neutra continue to search for the remaining demon fruit power in the East Blue we conquered. If you encounter Marine, don't confront it head-on. Yes, Your Majesty, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin said at the same time. They also wisely did not ask Gu's whereabouts. Tier. At this time, a black hole was torn open under the main hall, and Neliel-2 Odelschwenk, the head of the Battle Maids group, came out slowly, with dashing green long hair flying behind him. Your Majesty. Nailu knelt on one knee in front of Gu. Okay, Aizen, Ichimaru, you guys step back first. 17. As soon as the voice fell, there was no Zhongzhao, and the figures of Ichimaru Jin and Aizen disappeared in the hall in an instant. Get up, Nailu. Gu looked at Nailu with a light smile and said. Yes. Nailu stood up slowly, looking at Gu with a pair of beautiful eyes full of reverence. As the only 2 women in Espada, Hurley Bell is not Gu's favorite type. For the role of Nelly Lu, Gu can be said to have a soft spot. Whether it's appearance, figure, or character, they are all Gu's favorite characters. Therefore, Gu set up such a group of fighting maids according to his own bad taste. I don't know what Your Majesty ordered me to come here, Ni said. Gu, who was still imagining it, was awakened by Nailu's voice, and after pondering for a while, she slowly opened her mouth. I called you here this time because I have something to ask you. Your Majesty, please do so. The first thing, I hope you speak to me, not like Aizen, Ichimaru Jin and other Espada. Gu said, Your Majesty's meaning, Nailu doesn't understand. Gu scratched his head, showing a rare innocence after becoming the master of Hueco Mundo. How should I put it? I hope that the 2 of us in 970 can be more like friends. After finishing speaking, Gu felt his face was hot. Friend, Nailu asked, looking into Gu's eyes. Well, I know, you are also a Manos Grande at the Vasto Lord level, and your combat ability is not inferior to that of Espada. And the reason why I created the combat maid team for you is too. The relationship between master and servant is not as cold as that between master and servant. Okay, Your Majesty. Nailu didn't quite understand what Gu meant, but for some reason, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. If, as an Arankar, she still had a heart. You can call me by my name, Gu. Gu shyly looked away. Okay, Majesty. Gu. Nailu didn't notice that her face was slightly flushed. Gu looked at the slightly shy Nailu, and liked it even more. By the way, Gu slapped his head in his heart and almost forgot the business. Cough. He resumed his serious expression as the master of Hueco Mundo in the past. By the way, there's one more thing to ask of you. Please ask me about. Nailu asked suspiciously. I want you to help me practice. Gu said with a straight face. Chapter 87. Let's go. The Forest of Manos Grande. Cultivation. Practice. Nailu was even more puzzled. With His Majesty's strength, do you still need to practice? If I told you that with your strength, you can easily kill me, would you do that? Gu stared into Nailu's eyes. No. Nailu's eyes were very firm. Nailu was created by His Majesty, and Nailu will never betray His Majesty. The corner of Gu's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had expected it, hearing this answer with his own ears still made him feel a little strange. To tell you the truth, despite the title of Lord of Hueco Mundo, my strength is not even as good as Manos Grande. Even if I absorbed a foreign spirit before, my spiritual power barely reached the level of the lowest level Manos Grande Killian, but it's still far from enough. Gu told Nailu her worries. Your Majesty. Gu don't have to worry. Nailu also smiled happily. That smile can soothe any restless soul. Master Lan and Espada have already served you throughout Hueco Mundo. You are very happy soon you can get more heterogeneous spirits and become stronger. Heterogeneous spirits can only improve my Ryutsu, but they can't improve my strength. Gu unzipped the zipper on his chest, revealing the hole that symbolized Shu's identity. Although I'm already Shu, but before I have always lived as a human being, as the most ordinary human being. Although Ryutsu is constantly rising, I don't know how to use them. Even a basic Sero can't use its full power. I need you, Nailu, I need you to help me practice, teach me to use spiritual power, teach me to use virtual power. Nailu understands. Nailu smiled. Gu would feel very relieved whenever she saw Nailu smile. Let's just wrap it around Nailu. This is a secret between us. Gu said seriously. This is a secret between us. Nailu also repeated. After speaking, Ni's expression became serious. Well, let's go now. Let's go. Where are we going? Seeing the change in Nailu's expression, Gu froze for a moment. Forest of Manos Grande. Nailu turned her head to look in one direction. A flash of memory flashed in her eyes. At the same time, Calm Belt, a deserted island. Did you hear about the Impel Down? A red-haired man sat on a crooked tree trunk, holding a wine glass in his hand. There are 3 scars on his face, and it is the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Although Marine's letter did not include details of the situation, the tragic battle has spread all over the world. On the other side of the tree trunk, the man with eagle-like eyes and a black crossed sword behind his back is Mahawk, one of the Shichibukai. He also holds a glass of wine in his hand. The red-hair pirate's ship is parked on the shore, and the crew are waiting to get dressed. Mahawk's small wooden boat was also docked nearby. This small island is a place where the 2 often come to meet. The island is not big, covered with vines, and uninhabited. Marine's idiots think they can hide such a large-scale battle. Shanks took a sip of the wine in his hand. Maybe this is the effect they want. Instead of issuing a definite statement, let the legend spread on the sea. Ordinary people will not believe such outrageous things, and naturally they will not cause panic. And the powerful guy they will be convinced and ready to fight. Hawkeye said, "Then do you believe it? Those monsters, what people look like after death, Shu, the master of Hueco Mundo. Above this vast sea, nothing is impossible." Ha ha ha, that's right, Shanks smiled boldly, putting his hands on Mahawk's shoulders. Hawkeye and Redhead are best friends for many years, this is no secret in the sea. Not only did they have a good relationship, they used to fight swords together until Shanks lost his left arm because of that man. It is said that East Blue has been occupied by them. The marine branch there has been wiped out. Not to mention the small towns, the entire kingdom of Goa has been occupied. Shanks said solemnly, "I'm afraid their ambitions are far more than that. In the next step, they may invade other sea areas until they conquer the whole world." "No," Hawkeye said slowly, "their purpose may be more than that." The red-haired man was slightly taken aback. Could it be that they have other applicants? If their goal is to conquer the world, then after occupying East Blue, they should consolidate their power there instead of rushing to stretch their palms elsewhere. And, impel down, Shanks said as if thinking of something, his eyes fixed. That's right, if it's an invasion, they should first occupy the weak areas and then besiege the hard-to-conquer areas. But this time, why did they only gnaw on the impel down, which is a difficult bone? Is there anything they want there? What is their purpose? Although there are many wonders in this vast sea, I have never heard of them before. Judging from the Battle of Impel Down, their number should be impossible to hide so that no one can find out. Mahawk paused. After a pause, he took a sip of wine, assuming that they really came from another world. Then they must come to our world to take something unique to our world. It's unique to our world, and, also in Impel Down. Shanks suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be devil fruit? Shish. Mahawk puts his yes good finger to his lips, making a silent motion. This is just my guess, only you and I know. Don't say anything about it. Pirates and Marines can't say anything. Don't startle the snake and force them to jump over the wall and do something uncontrollable. Shanks seemed anxious. Can you confirm this guess? I said, this is just my guess. Because of this, I drifted in the sea alone in a small boat, in order to collect information to confirm my guess. Mahawk said unhurriedly. Hearing this, the red hair was completely silent, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Eagle Eye glanced at the red hair and said. The redhead raised his head, looked at Hawkeye, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, Hawkeye, although it's a bit sudden to say that, but can you please go to East Blue for me? Chapter 88 Save Luffy. Shanks for the request. To East Blue, Mahawk asked suspiciously. Yes, because I'm about to be invited to meet Whitebeard. Shanks sighed. Whitebeard. Mahawk frowned uncontrollably. Is he even shocked by this Impel Down? I don't think it's alarming. Shanks smiled, scratching the hair on the back of his head. Based on his strength, he's interested at most. Indeed, if he was there, the Battle of Impel Down would have ended in an instant. How is it possible? No matter who the opponent is, Whitebeard can't help Marine, ha ha ha. The redhead laughed loudly, took a sip of wine, and continued, hey, come to think of it, go to East Blue for me, let's go. You see, I really can't get away. What do you want me to do for you at East Blue? Windmill Village in East Blue, I want you to help me save someone. Shanks said this, his expression serious again. Windmill Village, is that Windmill Village in Goa Kingdom? Mahawk confirmed with a little surprise. That's right there, I used to go out to sea and often rest on the shore there. Shanks, you should know, don't say that the entire East Blue is now in the hands of those guys called Shu. Just talk about the Kingdom of Goya, which is one of the countries that were occupied early, and it is very likely to be the base of those Shu. That's why I asked for your help. Shanks interrupted Hawkeye before he could finish, and added, I just knew that there might be heavy enemy troops entrenched there, so I didn't go in person. I was invited to see Whitebeard, it's just one of the reasons, and there's another reason. Shanks pointed to the red force parked on the beach not far away, the pirate flag symbolizing the red-hair pirates fluttering in the sea breeze. Look, our ship is too conspicuous. It is estimated that the enemy will find it a few nautical miles away. It doesn't matter if you are attacked, I'm afraid that it will hurt the person I want to save. And you like to drift on the sea alone in a small boat, and the target is not that big, so I'm asking you. Hawkeye didn't notice immediately, he lowered his head and took a sip of wine. Okay, just do me this favor and treat it like I owe you a favor. Shanks begged impatiently. What exactly is it that worries you so much? In the Windmill Village of Goa Kingdom, there is a boy wearing a straw hat. Straw hat. Speaking of which, you did wear a straw hat before. Could it be the straw hat given to you by One Piece Gordy Luogia? Mahawk asked in shock. Yeah, that's the one, Shanks said, nodding. I thought you put away such an important thing, but I didn't expect to give it to someone. Then this person must be very important to you. Who is he? His name is Luffy, Shanks said proudly. Monkey D. Luffy. He is someone who will surpass you and me in the future. The one who surpassed us, is he a pirate? I don't know if he has gone to sea yet. If he hasn't gone to sea, then he must be in Windmill Village. Hearing this, Mahawk was even more puzzled. A little guy who hasn't made it to sea yet, but is destined to surpass Shichibukai and the Four Emperors. Interesting. Since they haven't gone to sea yet, there shouldn't be any danger, right? The entire East Blue is said to be occupied, but they won't kill all the civilians, right? Didn't you just say that? The purpose of those falsehoods may not only be to conquer the world. AFAE, their purpose may also be to capture devil fruit. Could it be that he? That's right, Luffy is also a devil fruit capable person. It's here, GUU. Neliel stood at the entrance of the cave, pointing into the cave. GUU looked at the black hole in front of him, and couldn't help but gasped. Although he knew that there was such a place as the Forest of Manos Grande in Hueco Mundo, it was only when he was there that he felt the sense of oppression emanating from it. Under the dark cave, there is a piece of darkness. I don't know how big the underground space is, but judging from the echoes, it should be quite a large area. From time to time, there were one or two strange howls in the darkness, and from time to time, a few dots of red light flashed. That's not an illusion, the cry comes from Manos Grande, and the red light is Manos Grande's eyes. Even the boundless darkness is not a real shadow, but formed by the crowded together of the dark figures of Manos Grande. Come on. Saying that, Nailu jumped into the hole. Although GUU felt that the raging Ryutsu here made him a little uncomfortable, but he himself begged Nailu to take him out to practice, so it's hard to say no at this time. Besides, he is also the master of the virtual circle, so it would be too embarrassing to show timidity in front of his subordinates. Thinking of this, GUU also jumped down. GUU and Nailu landed on a peak in the Forest of Manos Grande. This area happened to be illuminated by a beam of moonlight, so it was not dark. Looking from here to the top of the head, there is a wide or narrow beam of moonlight shooting down at every distance. It turns out that there are so many entrances that can enter here. But under the reflection of these moonlights, the crowded Manos Grande below is also in a trance and more terrifying. Not only their numbers, but the miserable howls, the scarlet eyes, and the chaotic waves of Ryutsu made it very uncomfortable. Nailu, GUU frowned. What kind of practice did you bring me here? Do you know how the subordinate Manos Grande Killian evolved into a Jukas? Nailu asked. Devour the same kind. Of course GUU knew this. That's right, you have to devour a very large number of the same kind to evolve. And in this forest of Manos Grande, the number of Killians can be said to be inexhaustible, and many Jukas have also been born here. Nailu pondered for a moment. GUU said it before. My current Ryutsu is about the level of Killian. Yes, I did. Then, you can evolve here. Nailu looked firmly at the forest of Manos Grande in front of her. Chapter 89. The clown buggy appears. Do you want to devour evolution in a virtual way? Indeed, the souls of ordinary people are of no help to me, and this is the best training ground. GUU smiled with a flash of understanding in his eyes. That's right, GUU asked me to help you practice, but I can't help you. If I practice against GUU myself, I'm afraid you will accidentally kill me. GUU said bluntly. Besides, I don't know how to help GUU practice. Because we all evolved step by instinct. Although I was Vasto Lord before I became a Rancor, I was like all the Manos Grande here same, it is an unconscious Killian. So, I think, since there is a hole in GUU's chest that symbolizes the void, then GUU at least also has the identity of the void. Then, let GUU have the same strength as the base. Let's fight Leon, let's become stronger. Nailu explained carefully with a dignified expression. That's what I said, but what exactly? Don't use soul absorption. If you use that method directly, it will be meaningless. Zael Aporo will purify the heterogeneous spirit for you, and you don't have to worry about raising Ryutsu yourself. What you need to accumulate is combat experience, fight like Manos Grande. After you knock down your kind, you can devour their Ryutsu. Killian's fighting style. GUU still didn't understand. Sero. Nailu said these two words firmly. This is the tactic that Killian will use, just use this to fight. GUU heard Nailu's words and tried to gather Ryutsu in her palm. He closes his eyes, feels the flow of Ryutsu, and, a CM. A red light shot out from GUU's palm, a Killian in the concentrated darkness. But that Killian just tilted his body, and then stood up quickly. It's not proficient enough, Nailu said. If you rush to launch without condensing, too much Ryutsu will escape during the shooting process, and the power will be greatly weakened. Aggregate. GUU closed her eyes and frowned. After a while, he suddenly jumped from the peak, and fell into the valley crowded with Killian. Your Majesty. Nailu was taken aback by GUU's unexpected move. Her pretty face changed slightly, even GUU's address changed back. She yelled, and jumped down. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, outside Windmill Village. Have you heard? Monsters are all around the palace, and it has been occupied by monsters. Several farmers walked on the ridge of the field, carrying hoes, chatting without saying a word. There are indeed such rumors, but what do monsters refer to? Asked the fatter farmer. I see, did the pirates do it somewhere? The so-called monsters probably mean that the pirates are as strong as monsters, said a farmer in blue jumpsuit jeans. No, I heard that it is a real monster. It looks strange and eats human souls. The young farmer waved his arms, trying to make others believe his words. Ha ha ha, don't scare yourself, how can there be such a thing in this world? If you don't believe me, go and have a look around the palace. The young man was a little angry, why didn't they believe me? No, I don't want to go. I don't want to go either, as long as I stay in this village, presumably even monsters are not interested in such a remote place. That is, it doesn't matter if he is a human or a monster, as long as he doesn't increase taxes, he can rule the country. People nodded. It seems that in the eyes of the common people, it doesn't matter whether it is humans or monsters who rule this country, all they care about is taxation. Just as they were arguing about the existence of the monster, a crack suddenly appeared in the air in front of the field ridge. The crack gradually spread, gradually expanded, and finally formed a dark hole. What is this thing? The farmer had never seen such a thing. Look, let me tell you. It's a monster. It's the group of monsters that occupy the ugly palace. A man's figure stepped out of the dark cavity. He has short flaxen hair, a white bone forehead protector on his forehead, and a black eye patch over his right eye. Wearing a white robe, Zero, ask for flowers. Human, how do you go in the direction of Windmill Village? The man asked the farmer expressionlessly. That's right over there. The fat farmer pointed to the clearly visible village in front of him with some fear. The boy nodded and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. With the disappearance of the boy, the whole of the black cavity gradually closed and finally disappeared. And, it's not a monster, is it? The farmers seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief. Although their heads were sweating because of nervousness at some point, they still forced a smile. Look, you can ask for directions, and it's not like those guards who beat people at every turn. If the kingdom is ruled by such people, maybe it's a good thing. The farmers all turned their heads to look at the young farmer yelling about the monster, but when they turned their heads, the young farmer had already fallen in a pool of blood, and his body was cut in two. Windmill Village, Pier. A figure is sitting in a small boat, gradually approaching the port. Although it was just a small wooden boat for one person, there was a dark pirate flag on the boat. The people on board were dressed as pirates, with crossbones painted on their faces, and their huge red noses stood out. He is the leader of Buggy Pirates, the Clown Buggy. Damn it, you actually gave my uncle's base too. Buggy thought of a few days ago, when Orange Town was swept by ghosts. Mochi, Kabaji, and my beloved Baikudop. When I make a comeback, Ri will definitely go back and save you. Having said that, 2 lines of exaggerated tears ran across his face. He blew his red nose hard to wipe away the tears, and the cold light of ambition flashed in his eyes again. Before that, I came to conquer this peaceful little village. After turning this place into my base, I will take back my Buggy Pirates. Buggy didn't see that behind his boat, there was another one-man boat. 9. Chapter 90 Luffy Crisis. Arankar vs Shichibukai, Windmill Town. In the village market, a boy wearing a straw hat walked around with a smile on his chubby belly. I'm so satisfied, the meat is really the most delicious in the world. The boy said to himself with a smile. Hey, Luffy, I heard you're going to sea. The owner of the booth next to him said to the boy. Yeah, we're leaving the day after tomorrow. Luffy gave the boss a thumbs up. Don't let village chief Slap know, he hates pirates the most. Another vendor also spoke to Luffy. Of course, I will go to sea secretly, and everyone will help me hide it from the village chief. A gust of wind blows, and Arankar, wearing a blindfold on his right eye and wearing a white robe, suddenly appears behind Luffy. 737, are you Monkey D? Luffy, as he spoke, at some point, he put the Zanpakuto around his waist on Luffy's neck. That's right, the expression on Luffy's face suddenly became very calm, and the shadow of the straw hat covered his eyes. What kind of guy are you? I am the subordinate officer of Lord 5th Espada Neutra, Arankar number 50, Dessler Lindo Cruz. What Neutra, what Dessler, I have never heard of them. Luffy said calmly, you don't need to know. The report says that you are a devil fruit capable user, so as long as you take your life, it will be fine. Dessler squeezed Zanpakuto tightly, aiming at Luffy's neck. Luffy, hey, who are you guys? Several peddlers saw the knife on Luffy's neck by Dessler, they grabbed what could be used as weapons in their hands, and rushed towards Dessler. Clatter, in an instant, the villagers rushing from all directions fell together in a pool of blood. Guys, Luffy opened his eyes wide and yelled angrily with the veins on his forehead, UBD. Luffy suddenly threw his hand back, and using Rubber Fruit's ability, it stretched out a full dozen meters. Rubber pistol, the outstretched arm suddenly retracted, and with the elastic force, he punched Dysile behind him. Puff, Dessler was ejected far away, and his feet drew 2 long marks on the ground. Is this the ability of Devil Fruit? At this time, I saw several street vendors being killed by Dessler in a single blow, bleeding everywhere. Other vendors were already frightened and scattered. Dessler and Luffy remained in the whole market. Rubber. Luffy turned around and faced Dessler, then stretched his hands behind him. This time the distance was farther than the rubber pistol just now. Bazooka. This trick again. Dessler, who suffered a loss once, hastily used the spinner, and retreated a certain distance, and finally ran out of Luffy's attack range. It seems that melee combat is more disadvantageous, Dessler said to himself, then try this trick. False bomb. A red ring was formed on his left hand, and it was ejected within a hundredth of a second. Ryutsu dragged the surrounding air, forming a spiral ballistic trajectory, which hit Luffy's left shoulder. Ah! Luffy screamed, clutching his left shoulder. Bursts of white smoke came out from his shoulder. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. What is this? He didn't cut off the entire shoulder. Dessler was a little surprised. It seems that this kid's body structure is different from that of ordinary people. Is this also caused by devil fruit? At this time, Luffy also stood still and did not act rashly, not knowing what happened just now, not even knowing that the blow just now was sent by Dessler. Although he ate Paramesh's devil fruit, he turned into a flexible rubber man. But he hasn't gone to sea yet, and his combat experience is obviously lacking. Facing Dessler has already made him very strenuous. Virtual Bullet, although the speed is more than 20 times that of Sero, but its power is far less than Sero. Daisyle thought in his heart, I used this move just now, just to hit him for sure, to test the strength of this kid. It seems, although I don't know what use his devil fruit is, but judging from his reaction, it should be possible to use Sero to get rid of him. Dessler stood up and stared straight at Luffy. His left eye began to converge on Ryutsu, and a red light gradually flickered in his pupil. This is, what? Luffy, who had never seen Sero before, stood there stupidly. That's right, it's exactly what I thought, what a fool. Dessler whispered to himself, just stand there and don't move. Sero, A red light flashed, and a huge compressed Ryutsu shot out from Dessler's pupils, heading straight for Luffy. Only then did Luffy realize what was happening in front of him, but when he wanted to escape, it was too late. With a bang, Sero caused a violent explosion on Luffy's body, and thick smoke instantly surrounded Luffy. A devil fruit, the collection is complete, what? Before Dessler could smile, the scene in front of him made him frown again. The smoke dissipated, but the scene he wanted to see, where Luffy died tragically, did not appear there. What caught his eyes was a pitch-black 1.8mm sword shaped like a cross. Luffy hid behind the man in the black top hat trimmed with white feathers, his eyes full of doubts. Go, run as far as you can. Mihawk said to Luffy without looking back. No, I'm not leaving, I can kill this guy. Don't make me repeat, go. Mihawk turned back to look at Luffy with those piercing eyes. Seeing Mihawk's eyes, Luffy couldn't help feeling a palpitation in his heart. Although not reconciled, he still ran towards the direction behind Mihawk. Who are you, and are you also a devil fruit ability user? Dessler asked with narrowed eyes. Dracula Mihawk, just a passing swordsman. Chapter 91 Hawkeye Besieged. Dracula Mihawk. Dessler rolled his only eyeball, a name I've never heard of. You're not on the list of demon fruit power. Mihawk didn't answer, but raised his hand and put the big black sword back behind his back. Behind Mihawk, Luffy's figure ran further and further away. He was not afraid of the Urankar in front of him, even though he didn't even know what Urankar was. Only he saw Mihawk's eyes, the veritable hawk eyes. He had seen similar eyes once, when Luffy was little. When Shanks lost his arm trying to save him from the Sea Kings, Shanks looked at the Sea King's eyes. Although I don't know who this man with the big black sword is, his eyes are much sharper than Shanks's, as if he wants to see through a person's body. But that feeling, the familiar feeling, the coexistence of a sense of oppression and a sense of security, made Luffy clearly realize that running away is the most correct choice. Of course, at this time Luffy didn't know what thunder is. Seeing Luffy run away, Dessler had no time to take care of this man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Get out of here. After speaking, he immediately chased after Luffy. Mihawk ignored him, but unhurriedly took off the cross on his chest. He gently pulled off one end of the cross, revealing a small blade. In his hand, the cross became a small toy sword. Dessler can't control his small movements, he only has Luffy running farther and farther in his eyes. As he passed Mihawk, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw blood gurgling from his chest. Dessler hurriedly turned around, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, jumped back sideways, and slashed towards Mihawk. Boom! Mihawk lightly raised his hand, and easily blocked Urankar's slash with that toy sword. Not only that, but Mihawk didn't even wag a finger. But Dessler was ejected several meters because of the huge impact when the blades intersected. Ahem! Dessler was lying on the ground in disgrace, blood was still gushing from his chest, but it was not as serious as before. What's going on? Can you escape Urankar's probing nerves and make such a move? What's so special about that sword? But the wound is not very deep. Daisyle felt embarrassed in his heart. I believe, is it because his sword is too short? But it's strange, the hidden wound, according to my high-speed regeneration ability, should have been healed, and there is no Ryutsu residual feeling on the wound, after all. Quote, hey, Dessler stood up and called out to Mihawk, what's so weird about your sword? It's just a small toy bought in a souvenir shop. Mihawk said disdainfully, impossible, such a blade, it is impossible to hurt me. It's not the sword that hurts you, but my swordsmanship. Stop looking down on people. BD humans. Dessler was completely enraged, he gripped the Zanpakuto tightly and rushed towards Mihawk. In the process of punching, he pressed the blade tightly to the palm of his hand, the spirit particles quickly gathered on the blade, and the blade also emitted bursts of cold light. Lie down. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and on the land between Dessler and Mihawk, a huge dust was suddenly raised. Almost at the same instant, the two jumped a few steps backwards. Ahem. Dessler coughed in the dust. Who? Mahawk was very shocked, not confused by the smoke in front of him, but looked up to the sky with his sharp eagle eyes. In the air, a tall figure floated there. He has long black straight hair, and wears a white tight-fitting robe with an eye patch blindfolded like Dessler. A black gap is gradually shrinking, closing, and disappearing from behind him. On the ground, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a huge double moon-shaped sickle was deeply inserted into the ground. Lord Neutra. Dessler noticed Neutra in the sky. A-hole, what are you still in a daze for? Go after me, Neutra yelled at Daziel. Yes yes. When Dessler heard Nuper's order, he didn't dare to hesitate for half a second. He immediately stood up and rushed straight behind Mahawk. For Mahawk, the guy who irritated him to the extreme just now, he didn't seem to see it. The guy with the short memory. As he spoke, Mahawk picked up his toy sword again, and was about to cut down on Dessler who was running towards him. Boom. The blade collided with the blade. Fast, Mahawk said in shock. At some point, Neutra had dropped to the ground, picked up his exaggerated double moon scythe, and met Mahawk's toy sword. Your opponent is me, human. Neutra narrowed his eyes full of excitement. Drink. Jalmo's Neutra clenched the huge double moon scythe in one hand, and stretched out the other hand, piercing Mahawk's chest. Boom. There was another sound of swords clashing. When he came to his senses, the black blade was right on Neutra's chest. Humph. Neutra stuck out his tongue and grinned. A golden ball of light quickly condensed on the tip of his tongue. Sero. Hum. The explosion separated the two again. Can you use that trick at such a short distance? Mahawk held up the black knife. The speed and power are different from the guy just now. Who are you? Ha ha ha. Neutra laughed wildly. Fifth Espada, Neutra. Neutra Gilga. Remember, this is the name of the person who is about to kill you. Chapter 92 Swords Meet. Double Moons and Crosses. Dracul Mahawk. Hawkeye announced his family and stared at Neutra. Good eyesight, human. Dessler's figure gradually faded away, but Mahawk couldn't catch up. He understood that the enemy in front of him was not a monster of the same dimension as the one just now. Sorry, Shanks. Luffy's life depends on him alone, Hawkeye murmured. And, Neutra, a name I haven't heard of before. Mahawk secretly searched the memory of his brain. No, indeed I haven't heard of it. Neither the Four Seas nor the Grand Line have ever heard of a sword with this name. How? He held up the crossed black knife, pointed the tip at Neutra, and did not dare to relax at all. Why, don't you use your toy sword anymore? Didn't you proudly use it to kill my subordinates just now? Why don't you continue to use it? Can I understand that my strength, in your opinion, is it to the point where you have to be serious? Neutra laughed wildly. Mahawk was not offended by Neutra's provocation. He was still thinking about what happened just now. According to this man, is that powerful energy wave called Sero. It should not be Devil Fruit's ability, because his subordinates have also used the same trick. Is it a skill that can be learned in 197 practice-like 6 forms? No, it is impossible for humans to emit such energy waves, not even hockey. Espada, number 5, no, never heard of it. Could it be that, as the rumors say, these guys came from another world, called virtual creatures? Let me tell you one more thing, human. Neutra continued provocatively. It doesn't matter whether it's that toy sword or this black cross knife, it's the same, no matter what weapon you use, there is only one dead end in front of me. Quote, I'm very interested in your sword skills. Mahawk finally spoke. Shout. Neutra's face suddenly clouded, and being stared into by Mahawk's eyes is really an angry thing. I don't know what swordsmanship is not. Anyway, I am very angry now. Use my knife handle, you are right to see it as pieces. As he spoke, Neutra grabbed the chain at the other end of the sickle and threw the huge double moon blade at Mahawk. Boom. Mahawk held up the blade of the black knife and easily blocked the impact of the binocular sickle. Neutra pulled the iron chain, and the sickle was pulled back to his aft side, but he didn't reach out to grab the handle, but turned the sickle around behind him, and threw it at Mahawk again by inertia. There was another deafening crash, and Mahawk's palm holding the blade felt numb. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Facing Neutra's offensive, Mahawk was a little confused. This is simply hacking. The sickle struck Mahawk again and again, each time with greater force and faster speed. Clang clang, sound waves spread around the two of them like a group. Sero, buzz. Once again the golden Sero shoots Mahawk out of the blue with unbelievable speed. Humph. Mahawk didn't dodge or block this time, but held up the black knife and slashed straight at the oncoming golden Ryutsu. A green sword chi cut out from the tip of the knife, splitting Sero in two. Not only that, but the power of the sword energy did not decrease at all, and it went straight to Neutra. Ha, slashed my Sero. Neutra was stunned for a moment, but facing the spurting sword energy, he grinned strangely, without any intention of dodging. Boom. The split Sero exploded beside Mahawk, and Neutra actually received Mahawk's sword energy. The violent shock wave ravaged the entire street. Countless street stalls and even surrounding houses were destroyed by the shock wave. Blow away and shatter. Ha ha ha, interesting. It's really interesting. Human, what is this trick? Neutra's wild laughter suddenly sounded in the smoke and shock waves, and the violent Ryutsu enveloped the entire windmill town like a substantial coercion. The smoke was blown away, revealing the intact Neutera. It's just sword pressure. Mahawk replied inadvertently. The tip of the black knife pointed directly at Neutra, but in his sharp eagle-like eyes, there was a flash of shock and solemnity, and the powerful hockey and sword intent all over his body slowly formed a powerful aura. The waves swirled around. You actually took my saber energy with your body. It's also a monster called Shu. Is it so different from that guy just now? I'm in trouble now, Mihawk thought solemnly in his heart. Just sword pressure. Noitera flicked the giant Zanpakuto in his hand, grinned and shot towards Hawkeye. It's a pity, human beings. Neither the sword pressure nor Haki. They are useless against my strongest steel skin. Mihawk's eyes froze. He raised the black knife without saying a word, pointed the tip of the knife at Noitera, and cut one horizontal, one vertical, and two knives in an instant. The cross-shaped sword energy goes straight to Noitera. Noitera laughed wildly, and was about to be hit by the sword energy. With a bang, his figure suddenly disappeared from Hawkeye's sight. This way of moving again. What a terrifying speed. Mihawk's pupils shrank slightly. Although your attack doesn't even tickle me. But human, do you think I, the strongest Espada in the future, will let a mere human hit twice? Noitera laughed wildly and came to Mihawk in an instant. The two-moon sickle cut down from above and went straight to the top of Mihawk's head. Mihawk's expression was shocked, and the powerful Haki was wrapped around the black knife for an instant, and he raised his hand to meet him. Boom. The collision between Haki and Ryutsu caused a terrible shock wave to spread out, and everything around was blown to pieces. It's now. The eyes of Mihawk who blocked Noitera's blow were shocked. The Haki on the black knife suddenly strengthened, and a counter-shock force bounced Noitera's double moon sickle away. What is this? Ryutsu. No. Is it Haki that Aronilo said? Noitera was taken aback, and at the same time, the black knife in Mihawk's hand pierced like a black lightning. I got you, monster. There was a certain murderous look in Mihawk's sharp eyes. Ha, human, who caught whom? Noitera raised his head. His left eye was pierced under the blindfold, but the corner of his mouth curled up in a strange arc. Chapter 93 The reinforcements in the grass are. Meanwhile, on the other side. Got you. Dazzler, who came after him all the way, finally found Luffy. Little devil, where are you going? In an instant, Dazzler had already used the revolving wheel to stand in front of Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy raised his right hand reflexively and clenched his fist. Rubber woo. Before he could swing his arm, Dazzler grabbed his neck and lifted him abruptly. Let go. Cough. UBD. Luffy struggled and wanted to fight back with his fists, but because his neck was pinched, he couldn't exert any strength. I really don't understand, are all human beings as stupid as you? After seeing the gap in strength between us, why should we resist? Dazzler looked displeased. For nothing else, he thought it was a simple task, but there were so many side issues. Not only did he fail to kill Devil Fruit's ability user quickly, he was also wounded on his body by the guy who used the black knife. You, BD, let me go. Luffy raised his fist and hit Dazzler with one punch after another. A weak fist. What can such a half-baked attack do? The humans in your world are so infuriating. Speaking of this, Dazzler remembered being injured by Mihawk's toy sword again. He frowned involuntarily, and anger ignited in his heart. BD, I could kill you with a single sword, but that would be too cheap for you, brat. Fortunately, there is no order from the top not to torture prisoners. Although it's a bit of public revenge, it's not bad. I want you to take care of yourself. Feel the despair, and then die in pain. A distorted smile appeared on Dazzler's face. He pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and raised the knife high. Ryutsu spread from his body and converged on the blade. I didn't use this trick originally, but since you angered me, I have to return the gift to you. The blade glowed green, wrapping Dazzler in it. Breathless from the Ryutsu storm, Luffy reaches out to cover his eyes, blocking the intense glare from Dazzler's Zanpakuto. Lie down, Kibashi. With a long howl, the huge Ryutsu burst all over Dazzler. The surrounding vegetation was shaken by the Ryutsu storm, and Luffy's thin body was almost blown away. However, Dazzler's hand tightly grasped his neck, making it difficult for him to get away. Ryutsu dispersed, and Dazzler's figure suddenly became several times larger. A huge, black shadow stood before Luffy, lifting him even higher. Wow, boar, Luffy yelled. After returning to the blade, Dazzler wore a huge white bone mask, a high-arched nose, and two curved, sharp and glowing fangs. It really looks like Ten-Song Yejian. His figure has also become very tall, his body is covered with thick hair, and his feet are two huge hooves. Just like the legendary monster at the end of the maze, Minotaur Column. Little ghost, the way you speak is really annoying. The figure of Dazzler behind the mask is more like a beast, which makes people shudder. I was captured by the wild boar. Luffy's tone was hopeless and unpredictable, can't breathe. His neck was tightly held by Dazzler, his whole body hung high in the air, struggling with his hands and feet. Chirp. With a strange sound, Luffy's neck suddenly became extremely long. His head was still in Dazzler's hands, but his feet had touched the ground. That's much better, hee. Luffy said with a smile. What kind of monster are you? Dazzler was shocked by the changes in Luffy's body. Hey. Luffy's eyes suddenly became serious. Rubber. He stretched his hands back. Bazooka. Luffy's hands stretched back like rubber suddenly quickly retracted, and his fists hit Dazzler's abdomen heavily with the help of elasticity. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. But Dazzler was not moved by it at all. His eyes were full of disdain. Weak fist. Damn it. Luffy frowned. Rubber. He stretched his fists back again. Machine gun. Luffy kept hitting Dazzler's abdomen with both fists, attacking intensively like a hail of bullets. Every punch hit the target, one punch after another. With the help of the rubber fruit's elasticity, the speed became faster and faster, and the strength is getting bigger and bigger. UBD. Dessler's eyes behind the mask showed a fierce light. It really makes people angry. Boom. He threw Luffy heavily to the ground, and before Luffy could react, a huge hoof stepped heavily on Luffy's back. Ah! Luffy let out a scream, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. I hate you guys like bugs the most. Dessler roared, raised his huge hoof again, and stomped heavily on Luffy's back again. The weak should submit to the strong. Your weak fists irritate me the most. Why don't you submit obediently, and I will let you die like that. You human brat! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Huge noises kept coming, cracks began to appear on the ground, and the dust was rising higher and higher. Luffy was almost unconscious after being stomped by Dessler's huge hoof again and again, and a hoof-shaped dent was stepped on his back. Boom! A burst of explosions was caught in the trampling sound, billowing black smoke billowed from Dessler's mask, and the movement of his feet also stopped. You damn human beings! He turned his head and stared at the grass behind him. Are you only playing tricks? Come out! There was a rustling sound from the grass behind him, and after a while, a figure burst out from the grass. How about it, monster? How does my special buggy bomb taste? Chapter 94 Luffy and Buggy's Joint Offensive. A figure slowly walked out of the grass, with a funny dress and a red round nose. It was none other than the leader of the Buggy Pirates, Buggy the Clown. He held a torch in his hand, and behind him, white smoke was still billowing from the muzzle of a cannon. Do the humans in your world like to play tricks like this? Dessler's tone was clearly filled with anger. He actually took a special buggy bullet on his back, but it only left a scratch on his steel skin. Soon, the wound was also caused by the high-speed regeneration while healed. Oops, oops. Buggy thought something bad was going on. I lurked in the grass for a long time before I finally waited for this wild boar monster to abuse Luffy crazily. Luffy temporarily let down his defenses. He wanted to use a special 167 buggy bullet to finish him off, but he didn't expect this monster to be so resistant. Not a single scar remained. Wow, what a big red nose. Luffy, who was already dying, suddenly pointed at Buggy's nose and laughed, not knowing where the strength came from. UBD kid, thanks to my uncle saving your life, you still laugh at my nose. Be careful that I will kill you with a knife. Buggy shouted furiously, pointing at Luffy. Stupid humans, stop arguing, I will send you two to hell together. Having had enough of Buggy and Luffy, Dessler showed his sharp fangs and rushed straight to Buggy. He rushed towards me. Buggy was terribly flustered at this moment. Buggy, who just landed in Windmill Village, wanted to go to the market to have a big meal first, but he didn't expect to see the scene of Luffy being chased by Dessler and violently violent when he got off the boat. White mask, grotesque appearance, and beast-like roar. Buggy couldn't be more familiar with monsters like Dessler. A few days ago in Orange Town, groups of such monsters fell from the sky, destroyed Orange Town, and sent his buggy pirates fleeing everywhere. Originally, with Buggy's personality, he would never dare to provoke this monster. But after observing in the grass for a while, he found that there seemed to be no similar monsters nearby. In addition, he happened to be carrying a small cannon, so he thought about killing the monster with a shot secretly. Even if he couldn't avenge his brothers, he could still relieve the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, Buggy got one thing wrong. It was only some ordinary ghosts that destroyed Orange Town, and the wild boar monster Dessler in front of him, although his appearance resembled those ordinary ghosts, was the appearance of a Rancor after returning to the blade, and his strength was far from the same dimension. What to do, what to do, what to do? Facing Dessler rushing towards him, Buggy was extremely desperate, with cold sweat on his forehead and back. I won't let you succeed. Luffy desperately stretched out his hands and hugged Dessler tightly. Under the rapid impact of Dessler, his hand was stretched several meters. Uncle Red Nose, run! Luffy yelled loudly. WH, idiot, you don't need to tell me. Of course I will run away. Buggy turned around and wanted to run, but seeing Luffy's desperate appearance, he couldn't help but see the scene of Orange Town in his mind, and the appearance of his crew dragging monsters to cover him when he escaped. But, damn, I am the captain of the Buggy Pirates. How can you escape? Buggy turned around and saw the small cannon in the grass. Let's try the special buggy bullets again. Stinky monster. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shells were fired from the barrel together. Because Luffy hugged Dessler tightly, the shell hit him in the face with precision. With a bang, because of the impact of the shells, Dessler's huge body actually leaned back and fell to the ground. In an instant, the dust was flying, and even the ground trembled. Ah! Luffy withdrew his stretched arm, opened his mouth wide, and was fired by the red-nosed uncle. You are indeed the leader of the pirate group. HMPH. Buggy deliberately put on an appearance that everything was expected, of course, a wild boar monster, in front of my special buggy bullet. Damn humans. Before Buggy finished speaking, Dessler's huge body stood up from the dust again. His white mask was blown black by the artillery, and one of his fangs was actually broken. It makes me so embarrassed, I want to trample all of you into meat. Dessler growled, and Buggy panicked even more. It's over, 3 buggy rounds failed to kill him, and one of his tusks was broken. He's going to freak out and tear me apart. Ha ha ha, the wild boar's tusk is broken. How funny. Luffy laughed inappropriately. Hey, idiot kid, don't provoke him by picking his teeth at this time. Buggy yelled in a panic. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, Daisyle's eyes flashed fiercely, and he rushed towards Buggy again. Hey Hey, it's the kid over there who is laughing at your fangs. It's not me, it's not me. No matter how much Buggy yelled, Dessler had no intention of stopping. His eyes behind the mask were bloodshot, and the murderous aura exuded was breathtaking. Hey, brat, grab him, stop him, can't you stretch your hands? I attacked him to save you, stop him quickly. 5.9. With a bang, before Buggy could finish speaking, Dessler's fangs had pierced his body. Coupled with his huge body and sprinting speed, Buggy was knocked to pieces and turned into several pieces. Uncle Red Nose. Seeing this scene, Luffy couldn't help shouting at Dessler, "UBD, you actually gave Uncle Red Nose to. Little ghost, don't worry, the guy who got in the way will be killed, and you will be next." Dessler turned around and locked his eyes on Luffy in the distance again. Suddenly, a burst of pain came from behind him, and a knife slashed heavily on his ankle. What? Chapter 95 Neutra's Void Hole. What? A burst of pain came from his ankle, and Dessler turned his head, only to see a knife was cutting on his foot, and the one holding the knife was a severed hand. What's going on? Isn't this guy already smashed to pieces? Why is his hand? Ha ha ha. Buggy's laughter came from the grass. Do you think I will be easily killed by you? UBD boar monster, let you see how powerful chop chop fruit is. Whoosh whoosh. 3 flying knives suddenly flew over Decile's head, and the sharp flying knives pointed directly at his heart. I didn't expect the attack to come from the sky, did you? You can't run away now. Buggy smiled triumphantly from the grass. Dazel smiled disdainfully, and the throwing knife fell to the ground in response. I see, you are also a devil fruit ability user. What? The flying knife can't pierce his chest. Buggy was surprised. It's not just a flying knife, but if you look carefully, the knife I cut on the wild boar's foot just now didn't even cut his skin at all. Broken. This guy, he ate so many rounds of my special Buggy rounds back and forth, but he was unharmed. Oh no. It's different. This wild boar monster is completely different from the group of monsters that attacked Orange Town. I'm so lucky. Yet another devil fruit ability user took the initiative to send it to my door. His Majesty will definitely praise me for collecting 2 heterogeneous spirits at once. No, I have to dedicate these 2 heterogeneous spirit sons to Lord Neutra, so that he can be favored by His Majesty and gain stronger power. Dazzler laughed, and at the same time, his broken fang grew out again like a lizard's tail. Is it chop chop fruit? Dessler pushed aside the grass and saw Buggy's head. Then let me see, if your head is trampled into meatloaf, can you still survive? As he spoke, Dessler raised his huge hoof and pointed it at Buggy's head. Rubber rubber, bazooka. 2 long fists struck from behind, hitting the back of Dessler's heart. Dazzler staggered and missed Buggy's foot. Good job, brat. Buggy's head flew away from Dessler's feet. Damn human. Dessler looked back at Luffy. Luffy was standing behind him, holding his shoulders with his hands, and there was still bloodline on the corner of his mouth, and he was panting out of breath. Where are you looking? Boar monster. Buggy's head flew into the sky and shouted. The special Buggy rounds can't kill you, can they? Then let you try the original Buggy cannon. One of Buggy's arms was holding a torch, hovering over the side of the cannon's barrel, and the fuses were already starting to sparkle. This is a Buggy bomb that can destroy a town in one shot. Because I ran away in a hurry, I only brought 1 round, so I'll give you a taste, boar monster. Boom. Who caught whom? Human. Neutra grinned. How is it possible? Mihawk said in shock. I was pierced through the head by a knife, and yet. Kai. The huge sickle was swung down heavily, and the blood spattered, leaving a terrible scar on Mihawk's chest. Mihawk hastily let go of the black knife in his hand, and retreated a full dozen meters. Monster. He looked at Neutra, whose head was pierced by a black knife while enduring the severe pain, and said in shock, if I hadn't retreated a little subconsciously, I'm afraid I would have been cut in 2 by his sickle. Aren't you very confident in your sword skills? Why, you don't even want your sword. And you still want to use your chest sword to fight me? Neutra laughed wildly with a huge binocular sickle shouted. From a distance, the black knife was still stuck in Neutra's head. What is the problem? Neutra slowly pulled out the black knife, and then lifted the blindfold pierced by the black knife. That's what happened. Mihawk's eyes widened, shocked by what he saw. The sharp eagle eyes were no longer sharp, and the pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that under Neutra's blindfold, it was not the eyes, but a terrible big hole. The whole hole runs through his head, and there are 2 rows of horrible white fang teeth at the hole. What kind of monster are you? Hawkeye couldn't help but ask, although it was transformed by Master Aizen using Hogyoku and gained great power. But as a symbol of Shu, this hole has been preserved. It's just that my hole is just in the head, Neutra said casually. Shiny. Neutra threw the black knife straight into the ground in front of Mihawk. Take your knife, human. What does it mean? It's not decided yet. Stand up, pick up your knife, and continue fighting with me. Mihawk looked at the monster in front of him unwillingly. Although the humans in your world are very weak and don't know how to use Ryutsu. But your attack just now is interesting. Is it called hockey? It feels good. Neutra stretched out his long tongue and touched Tien's lips. You are a swordsman, you can't fight without a sword. Pick up your sword and continue to please me. Mihawk pulled out the black knife from the ground, stood up unsteadily, and pointed the tip of the knife at Neutra again. Although it was the same posture, the wound on the chest was too deep. Strands of fresh blood continued to flow out, and his aura was already in disarray. Boom. The sound of an explosion came from a distance. HMPH, Neutra smiled. It seems that Dessler has caught up with that devil fruit kid. The mission is complete, let's enjoy it from now on. Hawkeye heard the explosion, although he was also very worried about Luffy. But right now, he can no longer be distracted by caring about others. He wrapped Haki around the black knife, preparing for the next attack. That's right, that's how it feels. Neutra roared, I don't care if you are a devil fruit capable user or not, the purpose of my coming to this world is to kill Lu. I want to prove to His Majesty that I am the strongest Espada. Chapter 96 Prey, Holy Weeping Mantis. Neutra was full of fighting spirit, roaring wildly, with an excited expression on his face. On the other side, although Mihawk held the knife and condensed Haki on the blade, he was already tired of this battle. Dracula Mihawk, not only is he one of the 3 major forces on the Grand Line, 7 warlords of the sea, he is also known as the man who is the world's #1 swordsman. He has been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child, and it can be said that swordsmanship is more important than anything else. And he finally stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship and was admired by countless swordsmen all over the world. He has experienced countless battles in his life. Although he has a calm personality, there are also times when fierce battles are in full swing, when he forgets himself completely and his blood boils. But this battle made him lose his will to fight. This is the first time in his life. In the past, his opponents were either swordsmen or pirates. 4 emperors, Shichibukai, marine, there are countless powerful people on this sea, but no one has ever given the feeling like Neutra to Hawk. There is neither the desire to win nor the determination to resist failure. Because this Arankar, called Neutra, has surpassed the category of human beings, just like the literal meaning, is an out-and-out monster. It is not a competition of swordsmanship, nor is it a duel of strength. This is fundamentally not a fair fight. No, it should be said that this is simply a confrontation between 2 different species. Mihawk understood this, so suddenly lost the desire to fight. Drink. With a roar, Neutra's binocular side had already slashed towards Seihawk. Mihawk's eyes were fixed, and he came to Neutra's back in an instant. The black blade was as flexible as an extension of his arm, and he slashed Neutra's left rib with the blade wrapped around Haki. Boom. It's useless. It's obviously the weakest weakness of the human body, but after being hit by such a powerful slash, Neutra's skin was not even cut, only the white clothes were cut. Ha, little trick. Quote. Before Neutra turned around, the huge scythe swept towards Mihawk behind him. And Mihawk backed away a step earlier. What's the matter, human? Neutra turned around slowly, with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Why are you timid? Where did the fierce offensive just now go? Whoosh. Mihawk didn't pay attention to Neutra's meaning at all. With a wave of his arm, countless blade-shaped airflows ejected from the black knife, directly approaching Neutra's body. Immediately, the slashes flew towards Neutra like shooting stars. Dang dang dang. It's useless, it's useless, it's useless, it's all useless. These countless slashes can't even leave a small wound. How long are you going to let me down? Neutra's expression became even more gloomy. Don't you even have the courage to come up close? As soon as the words fell, Mihawk suddenly jumped up, and the black knife and his body gradually merged into one, and there was only a black shadow from a distance. The confused black figure moved rapidly at a strange pace, faster and faster, so fast that the naked eye could no longer see his movements clearly, as if a black wall surrounded Neutra in the middle. From time to time, the green light of sword energy flashed in the black shadows, like lightning flickering faintly in the dark clouds. Oh, this trick is interesting. Neutra rolled his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. One cut. A long spike protruded from the black shadow, and the spike was wrapped with jumping green lightning. Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, it stabbed at Neutra's back. 10 chops. 10 times the black thorns stabbed at the central Neutra again from 10 different directions, the spikes collided with each other, and the green lightnings were also intertwined. 100 cuts. 1000 cut. Black knife. 1000 needles shiu. 1000 black slashes struck Neutra all at once from all sides. Thousands of black blades were like a downpour, and the black raindrops hit every corner of Neutra's body densely in an instant. Those green lightning-like saber auras attached to the black thorns were also tightly intertwined, covering his body. The circular area surrounded by black shadows is like the center of a lightning storm, with strong winds, rain and lightning, Haki, all these energies are compressed in this small area. Raging around Neutra, boom. The huge energy fluctuation produced a series of violent explosions. Not only Neutra, but even the buildings around him and the ground under his feet were all turned into finer powder than shards by the flying slashes. The sound of houses collapsing, the sound of the ground breaking, accompanied by thick smoke and dust rushing straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire bazaar was reduced to ruins under Mihawk's slash. Drink, drink. At the end of the attack, Mihawk leaned on the ground with a black knife, and supported the handle of the knife with his whole body, gasping heavily. Continuously moves at high speed, slashes 1000 times in an instant, and keeps attaching Haki to the slashes. This move seems to put a very heavy burden on his body. Ha ha ha, interesting, promised good human beings. What? In the smoke, Neutra walked out unharmed. The clothes on his upper body had been cut to tatters, but there was not even a single scar left on his body. Mihawk couldn't believe his eyes. Not only the ribs, but the 1000 needles Shiu just now had clearly pierced every corner of his body, but it didn't hurt a single place. Unexpectedly, he could not find out Neutra's weakness even though he did not hesitate to overdraw his huge physical strength. Is he really a monster with no dead ends? Even if you try your best, you can't cut the hardest steel skin in my Espada. But, for the sake of trying so hard to please me, I will let you die quickly. A weird smile appeared on the corner of Neutra's mouth. Prey, the Holy Weeping Mantis, Chapter 97 Distorting Space. Liberation of the Espada. As a human being, you're already doing pretty well. Neutra showed a chilling smile, like a beast playing with its prey in applause. However, I will not pity you just because you are a human being. Your world may have your own laws of survival, but, remember, the weak do not deserve sympathy. To me, you are just pleasing my plaything. Although you have tried your best, it is only at this level after all. Let me let go of my muscles and bones and enjoy it, even if it will end in a moment. Neutra immediately withdrew his smile, and the temperature in the whole space seemed to disappear along with his smile. Mahak felt a chill too, and his eagle eyes widened. The sharp eyes that were originally used to hunt prey are now only left with shock and fear. Mahak feels the coldness from the bottom of his heart. Is this the sense of fear? Prey, Holy Weeping Mantis. Neutra raised the double moon scythe, and the huge Ryutsu was released from Neutra's body, spinning around his body like the wind. The whirling Ryutsu storm emitted a faint golden light, finally converging on the center of his scythe. This is, what's going on? Facing Espada's Ryutsu liberation, Mahak had to cover his eyes. It's even more violent than Conqueror's Haki. Boom. When all the Ryutsu of Neutra gathered in the sickle, the highly compressed Ryutsu finally burst out in an instant. Mahak felt a tremor, not from the ground or the air, but the whole space trembling. The sword release of the fifth Espada is enough to distort the entire space. The vaporized part of Ryutsu created a dense fog of Ryutsu that even Mahak's eagle eyes could not see through the permeating Ryutsu. He couldn't help but look around, trying to figure out what happened. The moment he turned around, a huge crescent appeared in front of his eyes. Moon. The moon. The crescent moon stood in front of Mahak. Through the dense fog of spiritual seeds, it shone with a dim light as if it had a pulse. What's the matter, human? Are you afraid? Fear. The word flashed through Mahak's mind. Is what I feel in my body right now fear? As the world's #1 swordsman, he has never tasted the taste of fear. Whether facing a powerful opponent or a newcomer who came to challenge without knowing the details, Mahak has never been afraid. He is a genius. In the past, no matter what kind of adversity he faced, he was able to turn adversity into safety and turn defeat into victory. That's why he became the #1 in the world. But today's feeling is very strange to him. His heart beat faster, his palms were cold, and his back broke out in cold sweat from time to time. The blood in his body seemed to no longer be boiling, but all flowed backward into his heart, and he couldn't breathe. Is this fear? In the dense fog, the shadow of the moon gradually distorted. The crescent gradually emerged from the thick fog, and Neutra stood in front of Mahak. What monster is this? Mahak said in shock. Neutra sneered and stood where he was. A pale bony crescent crossed his head, and there was a terrifying tattoo on his face. A layer of insect-like white exoskeleton grew out of the 4 arms, and each arm held a huge sickle. Like a praying mantis with 4 claws, it opens its arms to its prey. The number of arms has doubled. How could there be such a monster? Neutra looked at Mahak AFCI and suddenly became angry. What kind of eyes are you? Human, he roared. Where did the previous eyes go? Where did the eyes that look like a falcon want to swallow the prey whole? Don't let me down. It's all gone. Quickly take out your eyes, let me enjoy it again. Hearing Neutra's words, Mahak also came to his senses. 7 warlords of the sea, the world's first great swordsman, Eagle Eye, Mahak. I have always been called that by others. There is only one reason why others have given me so many titles, because they are afraid of me. They are afraid of my strength, my sword skills, and my eyes. I can't be afraid any longer, or I'll be the prey. Fear is the mood of the prey being hunted. If you want to be a hunter, if you want to win, you must not be afraid. Mahak stood up straight again, holding the black knife with both hands, and using his usual posture of preparing for battle. The tip of the knife pointed directly at Neutra after returning to the blade. And his eyes also became firm again, like a falcon locked on its prey, full of chilling coldness. Ha 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 ha. Neutra laughed wildly. That's right. That's the look. I can't get used to it. Before he finished speaking, Neutra raised his scythe high and rushed towards Mahak. Boom. Mahak raised the black knife and used the blade to block the 4 scythes coming from the head. The harsh sound of blades rubbing against each other and the low hum of metal reverberated in the air. So fast, Mahak exclaimed in surprise. It seems that the change of this monster just now is not as simple as having 2 extra arms. The speed and the power of swinging the knife have been greatly improved. What is it? Strength. The two looked at each other. Neutra's eyes were full of disdain and madness, while Mahak stared at Neutra with his sharp eagle eyes. Your eyes are very interesting. Neutra said with great interest. It looks like a beast. I like it very much. It's just, compared with your strength, you really don't deserve such a pair of eyes. Mahak didn't answer, and the blade of the black knife trembled under the pressure of the 4 scythes. Fear, human, I will chop you into pieces with a scythe, then gouge out your eyes and soak them in a concentrated spiritual solution for my appreciation. Chapter 98. The Sickle of the Praying Mantis. What kind of monster are you? Mahak and Neutra were in a stalemate, their blades shaking and creaking. Oh, Neutra smiled contemptuously. Do you humans like to call people who are stronger than you monsters? You're not human, Mahak said calmly. You don't have a human soul. That can't escape me. Does it matter what I am? You don't need to know what I am, and you don't need to remember my name. You just need to remember the feel of my blade piercing your body, human. Neutra's sickle blade, which was blocked by Mahawk, suddenly extended, like a living creature, and stabbed straight at his back. In the nick of time, Mahawk dodges the blade and distances himself from Neutra. What the hell is going on with that sickle? Ha, aren't you a swordsman? Is it your usual style to run away blindly? Neutra mocked. A good pace, is it stepping on the ground at a high frequency in an instant to achieve the effect of high-speed movement? Monster. Mahawk sighed. It is said that the speed of shaved is invisible to the human naked eye. People who don't know the 6 styles can see through the footwork of shaved at once. Our Arankar also has its own unique space movement footwork. Neutra sneered. Buzz. With a muffled thought, Neutra's figure disappeared from Mahawk's sight. It's called ringing. When he reappeared, he was within half a meter of Mahawk. Almost at the same moment, 4 sickles cut towards Mahawk from 4 directions respectively. Rub. 2 scythes fell on the black knife, and 2 other blades literally fell on Mahawk's shoulders and stomach. Blood spurted out in an instant and scattered around the feet of the 2. Interesting, Neutra laughed. Is this some kind of special defense technique? It's not cut in half by my scythe, it's only cut so shallow. Neutra withdrew his scythe and looked at Mahawk disdainfully, and Mahawk pulled away again. It's too boring, human. You can't please me at all. Although I don't know how you did the defensive technique just now, but increasing the hardness of the body should prevent you from moving freely after using it. I'm sorry, his prey is not interested. Did you let me escape on purpose? Mahawk covered the wound on his shoulder. Even if you use the iron body you learned from Marine, you still get such a deep wound, damn it. This is your last chance. I'll kill you with the next blow. Either you take my blade with all your might and show me your hidden power, if you have one. Otherwise, prove that you have without the strength to please me, you have no need to live. Neutra said. Mahawk settled down and took a deep breath. Useless fear is useless, although I don't know the details of this monster, but the fact that it uses 4 scythes at the same time. 4 sword-style swordsmen have faced off before. Let him be regarded as a monster who uses 4 scythes. Human beings with swordsmanship, in order to find a breakthrough point. Haki gradually converged on Mahawk's black knife, the air current rubbed against the blade, and the black knife made a woo-woo sound. Drink, accompanied by a roar, a broad green knife ore ejected from the black knife. Neutra propped up his sickle to block, and at the moment when the saber energy collided with the sickle, Mahawk, holding a black knife, had already rushed in front of Neutra. Rub, a slash cut through Neutra's 4 scythes simultaneously. What's the matter? It was only cut once, but why is my sickle shaking, as if I was cut dozens of times at the same time? The saber chi climbed up the sickle along the blade of the black knife, and flowed on the sickle. Found it. Mahawk opened his eyes, raised the black knife with green light, and slashed heavily on the leftmost sickle of Neutra. 0. With the sound of metal breaking, the head of the sickle snapped off, and the blade flew far away and stuck on the ground. Silence. Unexpectedly, give me my sickle. Neutra couldn't believe that his sickle was actually broken by this human being. The so-called swordsman is not only a master of swordsmanship, but also a good knowledge of the sword itself. Mahawk said, just now I mixed haki and sword energy, and wrapped it around my black sword. The 2 forces interact with each other. Collision, violently rubbing the blades in contact, although there is only one cut, but the effect is like cutting dozens of knives in an instant. Interesting little trick, but even if you cut 100 knives, my sickle should not break. As I said, a swordsman must know the sword itself well. As a monster, you don't know it. There will be wounds on any weapon. Those wounds are invisible to the naked eye, but after the strong shock of the first blow just now, my hand has already found the wound of your sickle through the feedback. Then I concentrated my strength on one point and slashed at the wound. HMPH, Neutra smiled disdainfully, a silly trick. He threw it casually, and threw the broken sickle on the ground. Then he stretched that arm straight forward, and a pitch-black iron bang suddenly sprang out from the gap in the arm's exoskeleton, and then a huge sharp blade emerged from the iron bang with a crack. A brand new scythe was in Neutra's hand again. I felt the blade stretched just now, is it because of this? Mahawk said in surprise. That's it, I don't understand swordsman or swordsmanship. My sickle is a part of my body. It's just a tool for me to enjoy hunting. Neutra held up 4 sickles and leapt high. The blade of the scythe reflected a dazzling light, heading straight for Mahawk. End it all, little human. Chapter 99 6 Arms. Desperate Hawkeye. No, there is nothing we can do. Mahawk thought desperately, facing the 4 blades that were cut from the top of his head with a ferocious light. There is no way to find a breakthrough whether it is targeting his body or targeting his weapons. It's naive to think of him as a 4-sword swordsman, he's an out-and-out monster. Bang! Mahawk had no choice but to raise the black knife again to block the 4 sickles that fell from the top of his head. Block this blow first, and then, puff, 2 huge pillars of blood sprayed up high. Mahawk opened his eyes wide and looked down at his chest. 2 deep wounds drew a bloody cross on his chest. Didn't I already? Blocked, 867, his 4 sickles, woo. Ha 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 ha. Neutra laughed maniacally. I said, I will chop you to pieces. Use my 6 sickles. Only then did Mahawk see that on both sides of Neutra's ribs, 2 hands wrapped in white exoskeletons had grown out of nowhere, and each arm also held a huge sickle. Okay, I'm tired of playing. Neutra showed a bored expression. I thought you had some new tricks worth looking forward to, so I went to play with you. I didn't expect that there were some things that disappointed me. It's a little trick. Stop here, human, stay there and stay still, let me chop off your head and take your eyes away. Mahawk held a black knife and knelt on the ground, with a sweet throat, and sprayed it out. Oops, the knife wound on the chest, cut to the lungs. I came to East Blue to pick up the kid named Luffy at the request of the redhead, but it seems that I underestimated these monsters too much. Am I going to die here? I don't know if that kid Luffy was chased by another guy. Neutra walked towards Mahawk step by step, playing with the scythe with 6 arms, circling leisurely in the air. I can't. I don't even have a chance to escape. Now that's the case. Mahawk staggered to his feet again, and he raised the tip of his knife, aiming at Neutra. The posture is the same as before, but the body is already crumbling. Haki spun around his body, and the black knife glowed green again. Stop struggling, human. I have no more expectations for you, just stand there and wait for death. Neutra continued to press forward. Swordsmen don't wait to die. Boom. Huge dust kicked up under Mahawk's feet, and in a blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Neutra's side. Bang! The black knife slashed towards Neutra and hit the handle of the sickle. Although the slash was blocked, there were depressions and cracks on the ground. Neutra slashed at Mahawk sideways with the sickle on his other arm, but when his sickle swung out, Mahawk was already behind him. The black knife drew a green light and hit Neutra's back. Neutra swung his scythe and twirled, creating a storm of scythes. Even if I stand and let you cut, your sword can't cut through my steel. Mahawk's movements did not stop because of Neutra's words. He kept using shave, and kept moving at a high speed, slashing at Neutra from all angles. Blood spilled all over the ground, and the knife wound on Mahawk's chest was torn apart by his footwork of constantly stomping on the ground, but he continued to attack at a high frequency as if he didn't feel pain. There are no gorgeous moves, no complicated routines. There are only haki gushing out of the body, and the knife energy flowing on the blade. Bang bang bang. The black knife kept slashing at Neutra. Some were blocked by the sickle grid, and some had no effect on the steel skin of the machete. Nevertheless, Mick continued to attack. The blade hit Neutra like a storm. At this time, Mahawk's mind was blank. He no longer considered sword skills and tactics, no longer considered whether the attack would work, or even 50. All he did was slash at the enemy with the black knife in his hand, fighting purely like an ordinary swordsman. Perhaps, Mahawk just wanted to die like an ordinary swordsman. Is this the last struggle of human beings in the face of death? Neutra looked unhappy. Although I have a greater awareness than before, it is still in vain. Boom. Neutra kicked Mahawk in the chest, and Mahawk flew out. The moment he landed, 2 sickles pierced his hands and nailed him to the ground. Even if you want to fight to the death, your body has become too slow. Neutra walked up to Mahawk, raised his scythe high, and aimed it at his neck. Stop PG me off with futile defiance, and die, human. Is this the end? Facing the gleaming scythe, Seihawk closed his eyes. Finger pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a door suddenly opened in the air out of thin air. A figure leans out of the door and fires 3 finger pistol rounds. Neutra was thrown into disarray by the sudden situation. Finger pistol hit him on the 4.7 scythe he held high, and he himself jumped back like a conditioned reflex to open the distance. The other 2 finger pistol shots hit the 2 scythes pinning Mahawk's hands. The figure that emerged from the air door quickly picked up Mahawk and dragged him into the door. All this happened in an instant, and when Neutra came to his senses, the door had disappeared in the air. When was it there? It escaped my probing nerves. Is it a space transfer? Neutra was surprised at first, and then disdain was written on his face. People in this world really know how to play tricks. But it's okay, I'm not a devil fruit user anyway, that level of garbage, it doesn't matter to me whether I live or die. Chapter 100 World Government Action. Boom. Amidst the dull explosion, the highly concentrated spiritual particles dispersed in the air. These spirits hovered for a while, and finally gathered at one point, condensing into a double moon-shaped sickle. Shout, it's so boring. Neutra lifted the returning edge state, his squinted eyes were full of disdain and dissatisfaction. Are all human beings in this world that weak? But the skill of escaping is surprisingly good, even my probing nerves as Espada can't track it. Neutra took one and drew a crack in the air, and the gap gradually expanded, forming the entrance of a black cavity. It seems that fighting people in this world cannot prove my strength to His Majesty. I will leave the escaped devil fruit to Daziel. Neutra twisted his neck, stretched his cervical spine, and walked into the black cavity. Mahawk opened his eyes, only to see that he was in a psychedelic scene. There are no ceilings and walls around, all are twisted in weird colors. Standing in front of him was a man in a black 05 suit, with a zigzag beard on his chin, and dead fisheye hair standing up like bull horns. Where? Mahawk asked out of breath. You are in the space created by my door fruit. Menman, fruit, who are you? Mahawk was startled at first, but he carefully looked at the man's whole body, and found no white bone mask, which should not be the accomplice of those monsters. My name is Blueno. That's all you need to know. Blueno's tone was also as lazy as his dead fish eyes. Blueno. Mahawk searched for this name in his head, and found that he didn't know this person, or the name was so common that he couldn't remember it. You know me. Why did you save me? It's an order from above. Boss, are you from Marine? Blueno shook his head, and introduced his background in more detail. The higher-up sent us to lurk in East Blue, which is occupied by those monsters. Is there anyone else? The purpose is to find potential combat power to deal with future battles. Blueno still said to himself, I didn't expect to meet one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Mahawk. And, lost so badly. Blueno deliberately brought out Mahawk's long list of titles to mock his failure. The future battle. Mahawk was a little confused. So, you guys, who sent this? Alas, Blueno sighed, our world has been invaded, so the one who leads us to resist the invasion, of course, is the ruler of the world. The rulers of the world, and not the Marines, you are the ones directly under the world government. Mahawk exclaimed. Blueno flicked his palms away, closed his eyes lightly, with a noncommittal expression. Indeed, almost the entire East Blue has fallen, and such a large-scale war broke out in Impel Down, it is impossible for the world government to ignore it. Mahawk speculated in his mind. It's just that not only the Marine was dispatched, but also the guy directly under the world government. It seems that the enemy this time may be far beyond our imagination. Leaving aside power relations, whether it is world government, Marine, Shichibukai, 4 emperors, or those pirates or powerhouses above the sea, I would like to convey to you a message from my personal standpoint. Fact. Our world has been invaded. If the internal struggle continues under such circumstances, and the inconsistency with the outside world, it may end in the end. None of us will survive, and this world will be the plaything of monsters from another world. Quote, Blueno said righteously, your Shichibukai, just like the meaning contained in the word, Your Majesty, is logically also an organization affiliated with the world government. By handing in a certain amount of income and accepting the compulsory summoning of the world government, you get legal, plundering power. Although you enjoy status and freedom at the same time, do you know it well? Once the world government catches you, you will be eliminated immediately. The so-called subordination and power are just bargaining chips for you to check each other. Yes, Mahawk's Shichibukai in Ishin is also very clear. The reason why the world government established the 7 warlords of the sea system is only because they are afraid of these forces that run rampant over the sea and possess terrifying combat effectiveness. Since the world government cannot get rid of them immediately, it temporarily restrains them with power and freedom. But how can you allow others to snore on the side of the couch? Shichibukai all know that if they are caught in the gap, they will be eradicated by the world government immediately. The tenuous agreement between Shichibukai and the government is only tentatively based on mutual exploitation. As we all know, there are 3 major powers on the 043C, Marine, 4 emperors, and Shichibukai. Marine belongs to the world government, and the 4 emperors are a group of guys who are stronger and more powerful than you but refuse to submit to the government. As for you Shichibukai, although you enjoy rights and freedom at the same time, but Marine wants to get rid of you, and pirates treat you as lackeys of the government, so your life is not easy, right? Blueno laughed ironically. Mahawk closed his eyes. How could he not know all this? These 3 major forces are mutually obedient and hostile to each other, and the subtle relationships among them are more complicated, such as you and the redhead of one of the 4 emperors. Saying that, Blueno looked into Mahawk's eyes. This guy even knows about me and Shanks. He is from the Secret Service Cipher Pole. Which organization is it from CP1 to CP8? The above words, from my standpoint, should not have been said to you. However, please remember, Mr. Dracul, the pattern of this world has changed. We must put aside the past grievances and unite, so that we can a chance to stop an invasion from another world. Chapter 101 Go to Shanks. Mr. Dracul, do you understand what I mean? Blueno said with dead fish eyes. Is this what the world government wants you to convey to me? Mahawk looked at Blueno with his eyes that see through everything. Alas, Blueno sighed, it seems that you still have prejudices against the government. Mr. Dracul, I am here to save you, not on purpose, but because I just saw you in danger. Mahawk agrees with that. He didn't tell anyone about his actions this time. So, it's not that the world government is flattering you Shichibukai. Blueno continued, on the contrary, the world government sent us to infiltrate the East Blue occupied by the enemy to rescue any viable combat forces, regardless of the camp and regardless of previous suspicions. Isn't it enough to explain as the determination of the world government? Mahawk didn't answer, and lowered his head to think about what Blueno said. Although the world government wants to get rid of you, I don't shy away from saying that when this invasion is over, the world government will still try to get rid of you. However, the world government can rule the world, and they are not idiots. How could they not understand? In the face of an invasion, it is in their best interest to cooperate and act as one. So, Mahawk said with his head down, what does the world government want us to do? Don't do anything for the time being, as long as you survive and save a fighting force for the world. When the time is right, the world government will formulate a counterattack plan. No, it should be said that the plan is already in progress. Blueno honestly speaking, Mahawk clutched the wound on his chest, closed his eyes to express his acquiescence. But it's really surprising. That monster with 6 arms just now can push the world's #1 swordsman into such a desperate situation. And, he doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. It's really scary. Mr. Dracul, do you know anything about this enemy? 5th Espada, Neutra Gilga. That's all I know. Number 5. Woo. Sure enough, it's consistent with what Vice Admiral Garp reported. Blueno frowned. What? You know what's going on with him? Mahawk asked. After all, he was the opponent who completely defeated him in terms of both strength and dignity. Even he wanted to know the enemy's intelligence. According to the intelligence brought back by Vice Admiral Garp, the enemy's highest combat power is a group called Espada. As the name suggests, there are 10 people in this group, and they are ranked according to their strength. After fighting each other, Vice Admiral Garp concluded that the conclusion is, even if it is Marine Admiral, the first thing to consider when meeting an Espada numbered 6 or higher is to try every means to escape. If it were an ordinary person, they might even comfort themselves when they heard this information. But Mahawk's self-esteem as a swordsman did not allow him to think that way. Even against an opponent stronger than Marine Admiral, it is undeniable that he lost so badly. Besides, there are at least 4 guys who are stronger than Neutra. Mahawk's heart is even heavier. Stronger than Admiral. Then, how to defeat them? You don't have to worry about this, Mr. Dracul. Bluno looked at the scar on Mahawk's chest. You just concentrate on healing your wounds, and you will have a chance for revenge in the future. We will gather as much combat power as possible to prepare for future battles. That's right. Mahawk heard Bluno's words of gathering strength, and suddenly thought of one thing: I have to save someone. He held the black knife, covered the wound with one hand, stood up with difficulty, and the blood from the wound gushed out again. Save people, aren't you going to gather combat power? That kid's potential is limitless. The billowing smoke dissipated, and the ground had turned into a pitch-black scorched earth. There are still dots of flames burning on the surrounding small bushes. Luffy was lying on the side of the scorched earth, covered in bruises, and had lost the ability to move. On the other side, is the torn body of Buggy the Clown, scattered all around. Damn it, even the Buggy bullet can't kill him. In the very center of the scorched earth, Dessler, who turned into a giant wild boar after returning to the blade, stood there. Hit by a Buggy round capable of destroying an entire town, he not only survived, but his physical injuries are mostly fully recovered. W stupid, do you think something like artillery can defeat Urankar? As a result, only you are injured by the blast. Dessler walked to Luffy's side and said to Luffy, who couldn't move. Humans, you heard the sound in the distance. The swordsman who came to save you has been killed by Lord Neutra. With that said, Dessler raised his huge hoof and pointed it at Luffy's head. I'm going to kill you right away and reunite you. Luffy looked at the huge hoof hanging from his head and wanted to escape, but his body was completely out of control. Only the eyelids could move, so he had no choice but to close them to welcome his last moment. Boom. Thinking about it, the ground raised dust. Luffy slowly opened his eyes, only to see that Dessler's huge body, Lee's, had fallen to the ground. His wild boar's body was cut in two from the left shoulder to the right belly, and the blood flowed all over the ground like a spring emerging from the ground. Behind Dessler's body, Mahawk was seen holding a black knife with a faint green light in one hand, panting heavily. Not long after Decile's body fell, he also knelt on the ground with one knee, a stream of blood gushing from his chest. After suffering such a serious injury and barely using haki, the wound opened even wider. Bluno, who was standing next to Mahawk, said leisurely. Mahawk struggled to his feet again, stumbling over to Luffy's side step by step. Uncle with a sword. Luffy managed to utter these few words. Come with me, brat. Where are you going? To, where? Go see Shanks. Chapter 102. Enter Ijukas. Watching the figures of Luffy, Mahawk and Bluno fade away, Buggy reassembled his scattered body in the grass. My god, is that guy with the black giant sword Mahawk from 7 Warlords of the Sea, Eagle Eye? Why did such a dangerous guy appear here? I didn't expect that rubber man kid to be involved with Shichibukai. Quote, obviously, he hid it out of fear of Mahawk. But, Buggy rubbed his chin and rolled his eyes, looking at Hawkeye's serious injury. If I take the opportunity to kill him, then I can replace him on the throne of Shichibukai. Buggy was whimsical to himself, and slowly walked to Dessler's body. It was cut into two, just one knife, and gave such a strong guy. Fortunately, I didn't sneak attack him just now, it seems that it was right to hide. As he spoke, he kicked his feet hard towards Decile's body. It's you, I almost lost my life. I kick 050 to death. Buggy kicked Dessler one by one, and 2 people came from a distance at some unknown time. One of these 2 people was younger, and looked less than 20 years old, and the other was older, with white sideburns. They were carrying hoes and dressed as peasants. They should be farmers passing by Fenglian village. Wow, what kind of monster is this? Said the young farmer, hiding behind the older one. Could it be? I heard that the palace was occupied by some alien monsters. Is it this kind of monster? The older farmer was also a little scared, and he stuttered. Look, there is a strangely dressed man over there. He can't be an accomplice of the monster, right? Go and have a look. The 2 approached Buggy tremblingly. Venting his anger, Buggy didn't pay attention to the footsteps coming behind him. When he noticed 2 people walking behind him, he was startled instead. Who are you? Buggy yelled at the farmer. AFBF you. The farmer looked at the wild boar monster that was cut in 2 on the ground. Yes, you killed. Is this monster dead? Buggy rolled his eyes and thought, these 2 country people think I killed this monster. No, that's right. Buggy immediately pretended to be a winner. I was the one who killed this monster that harmed the people. It really took me a lot of effort. Wow, amazing. The young farmer stood up from behind. You must be very powerful to defeat such a monster. Of course, Mr. Buggy, I'm a famous monster hunter. Buggy almost revealed that he was a pirate. In such a small place, it's better not to reveal his identity as a pirate for the time being, he thought. Great, I heard that the palace has been occupied by such monsters, and now these monsters have appeared in Windmill Village. We need a hero like you to protect us. That, of course. Buggy closed his eyes, lying without blushing. Please come back to the village with us, the great hero. We want to thank you very much, said the old farmer. Yes, Hero Buggy, please come back with us. The young farmer echoed. Well, Buggy put on a perplexed expression. Well, it's my Lord Buggy's ambition to eradicate monsters anyway, so I'll go back with you and stay in your village for a while. Help you drive away those monsters. The two farmers happily took Buggy to the center of the Windmill Village. Buggy thought, how can there be such a stupid person? But it's okay, I'll go to Windmill Village to be the big hero, and use the pretense of hunting monsters to recruit soldiers, reassemble the crew in this small place, and reorganize the Buggy pirates. My Uncle Buggy will make a comeback someday. No 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 no. A scream came from the underground of the Hueco Mundo wilderness. It was the cry of Manos Grande, and it was extremely miserable. Let the waters churn. Nejabana. The sharp trident split the huge Killian's mask in two, and with a scream, Manos Grande turned into tiny powdery spirit particles, which gathered in Guu's body. Behind, Neliel yelled from the cliff. The three Killians twisted their bodies behind Guu, and Guu turned around abruptly. There was no panic in his eyes, but full of murderous intent. He raised his trident aloft, and the red Ryutsu began to converge on the tip of the halberd. Sero, hum. A red flash shot out instantly, shooting through three Manos Grande at the same time. Their bodies staggered and fell down. They also turned into spirit particles and entered Guu's body. Already, I can't feel the strength increasing. Guu said coldly. Nailu jumped from the cliff and jumped to Guu's side. This proves that you have surpassed Killian, Nailu said. Guu clenched his fists, feeling the spiritual power in his body carefully. Indeed, compared to when I first came here, it's already a different feeling. That's right, through fighting Killian, you not only perfected your Sero, but also learned a lot of fighting skills in non-stop actual combat. In the already crowded Manos Grande forest, as far as the eye could see, there were only scattered Killians left. Guu, your growth is very similar to the evolution of Manos Grande. After fighting Killian, you can't feel any improvement in strength after absorbing them with soul absorption, which means, you have stepped into the realm of Ajuka's domain. Nailu said. Guu didn't say much. Frowning, he carefully felt the flow of spiritual power in his body. So, shall we start the next step of training immediately? Nailu asked. No. Guu clenched her fist and raised her head. I want to go back. And, I suddenly thought of a good place to test my strength. Chapter 103 The Lord of Hueco Mundo's Plan. Oh, Dessler has been killed. Ichimaru Jin looked at the light curtain, squinting his eyes like a cunning snake. It's really careless, Neutra. It's hard to be favored by His Majesty and become the first Espada to go to that world, but he is so careless in doing things. Lost such a foreign spirit that should have been lost in vain. Oh no, yes too. Don't worry, Yin, His Majesty has his own plan. Aizen said calmly from the side. Have you ever thought about why His Majesty sent Neutra to occupy this precious seat and go to that world first? Ichimaru Jin parted his lips slightly, and the usual, chilling smile on his face turned into a question. In terms of killing ability, he is not the strongest. If the purpose is to collect heterogeneous spirits, then the ability of the third Espada Baragan Lusenbairn is the most suitable. Just put his ability into densely populated places and carry out indiscriminate killing. Once the Devil Fruit's ability user dies, the heterogeneous spirit will be captured by us. Aizen is right. Guu's voice suddenly reached the ears of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. Then, with a buzzing sound, a rift suddenly opened in the air in front of the two of them, and Guu walked out of it with steady steps, followed by the leader of the battle-made group, Lialu. His Majesty, His Majesty. His Majesty's expression changed. Aizen secretly said in his heart. That's right, Aizen is right, the purpose of my sending Neutra is not to collect devil fruit. Guu said in a moderate tone. Then, Ichimaru Jin wanted to ask the reason, but suddenly remembered what Aizen said just now, and stopped the question halfway. Devil Fruit's ability users are not all strong. And even if they don't have Devil Fruit's ability, there are quite a few people whose strength is at the top of that world. And, don't forget, we collect heterogeneous. What is the purpose of the Spirit Sun? Oh, in order to make the Spirit Ion isolation device, send the open blade. Ichimaru seems to have suddenly thought of something. That's right, sending Espada to that world is just a small step in our plan. And our ultimate goal is to conquer that world. Conquest is not indiscriminate killing, it is much more difficult than killing. My goal is let all submit to my feet willingly, instead of letting them all die. Besides, if all the conquered are killed, then the conquest will be meaningless. I ask you, the best way to conquer is what? Aizen and Ichimaru Jin remained silent. Ichimaru kept looking puzzled, while Aizen kept smiling like an insider. Is it killing? No, the best way to conquer is to implant fear into the hearts of the conquered. Although Neutra is not the strongest Espada, his warlike instinct is unmatched by other Espada. Think about it, Silver, if I send the first Espada Coyote Stark, what will happen? His strength is the strongest in Espada, but he will probably sleep somewhere. That's right, that guy Stark is notoriously lazy. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. So, I sent Neutra. Although he missed 2 heterogeneous spirit particles this time, I am very satisfied with his performance. With hands behind his back, Gyuyu walked towards his throne step by step. Dracul Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye. A man with so many titles, his strength, in that world, is affirmed by all forces on the sea. And our 5th Espada Neutra Gilga, who had just arrived in that world, beat him in one fell swoop, almost without injury. I understand that the strong people in that world will be more or less shocked when they hear this news. Even if they don't realize it, fear has already been planted in their hearts. As for the other weak people, let alone. Ichimaru Jin said suddenly. Zero, ask for flowers. That's right, and, the most wonderful thing is the appearance of that guy called Bluno. Gyuyu raised the corners of his mouth and showed a satisfied smile. The one who saved Mihawk with his weird devil fruit ability. Ichimaru Jin said. That's right, I originally thought that Neutra would kill Hawkeye without anyone watching. Unexpectedly, Bluno appeared to save him outside of my plan. As I said just now, the best way to conquer is spreading fear. It is in our best interest to keep Hawkeye alive rather than dead. It won't be long before news of his defeat spreads across the Grand Line. Zero, Your Majesty has really considered something we haven't considered. Once the failure of this eagle eye is spread, the whole world will be shocked, which is equivalent to weakening the strength of that world as a whole. Compared with our attacking cities bit by bit, this trick it is indeed simpler and more effective, added Ichimaru Jin. Yes, so, let Neutra stay in that world and continue to act according to his own will. This uncontrollable beast can sometimes play unexpected roles. Gyuyu sat on the throne, supported her chin with one hand, and slowly closed her eyes. So, Your Majesty, Ichimaru Jin asked again, what about us? Just wait for the situation to develop in the Kaguya Palace. Don't worry, I have already sent people to the 3 sea areas except the Grand Line in East Blue. The land is being assigned to us inch by inch, and the devil fruit is believed to be captured by us one by one. As for the next step, quote, Gyuyu pondered for a while. Aizen and Ichimaru Jin looked at him at the same time. It seemed that even Aizen didn't know his next plan. I'm going somewhere, to measure my own strength. Your Majesty, where are you going? Gyuyu gently opened her eyes, with a slight smile on her lips. Alabasta Dry, Chapter 104. The battlefield is on the Grand Line. Join forces of all parties. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Garp pushed open the door of Sengoku's office and walked straight in. I said Garp, you just walked in without knocking again. Sengoku sat at the desk with a very bad face. I'm afraid I'll knock the door down with a punch when I get anxious, ha ha ha. Let's not worry about it, old brothers. Garp also noticed Sengoku's expression. After he said this joke, Sengoku's expression was still solemn, and Garp understood in his heart what happened in 10 walks. I said, Sengoku, did something happen again? Garp sat opposite Sengoku, also put away his smile, and became serious. Alas, Sengoku sighed and closed his eyes. Dracul is defeated. Shen, 223, silent. In just a few seconds, the entire office was so quiet that even the sound of a heartbeat disappeared. Joe Dracul, Mihawk, was defeated. When did that happen? Garp was also surprised. Just 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the world government didn't issue an order to dispatch Shichibukai. Why was he defeated? Although the East Blue was occupied by the enemy and the other 3 seas were constantly being attacked by Shu, our marine also I've been resisting. As Shichibukai, shouldn't he be active on the Grand Line? After the Impel Down incident, the Grand Line shouldn't have been hit by Hollow's second attack, right? No, not on the Grand Line, but at Windmill Village. Sengoku said these 3 words tremblingly. What? When Garp heard Windmill Village, he immediately stood up, and slapped his hands on Sengoku's desk, leaving 2 deep palm prints on it. Have you falsely attacked Windmill Village? Didn't the intelligence say that those monsters just occupied the big kingdom cities and didn't get involved in the small towns in the countryside? Why did they appear in Windmill Village, Luffy? Garp, Sengoku roared, calm me down. Can. Garp suppressed his anxiety and anger, closed his eyes, folded his arms, and sat down again. I just received a call from the world government. Shichibukai Dracul fought against Espada in Windmill Village, and was eventually defeated. Cypherpool's people rescued him at a critical moment, and at the same time saved your grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku knew that Garp loved Sun very much, so he told Garp first about Luffy's safety. When Garp heard that Luffy was safe and sound, he immediately relaxed, and his expression seemed much calmer. Then Luffy he now, according to people from Cypherpool, he went to the Redhead Shanks with Joe Raker. 4 emperors. I originally wanted to bring him to my side, but it's good to stay with Shanks. The red hair should be able to protect him, and he can get some training. Speaking of this, Garp thinks what's wrong. No, if Hawkeye and Luffy were rescued by Cypherpool, a secret agency directly under the world government, why did they go to the 4 emperors? Could it be that the world government and the 4 emperors have joined forces? No, Garp, the vicious big pirate of the 4 emperors, is impossible to reconcile with the world government. And the world government cannot abandon its identity and compromise with the evil pirate under the watchful eyes of the people of the world. Then why? Garp was even more puzzled. That's why I called you here. On the phone, the world government gave so much information. But just as you think, the government may have really sent the 4 emperors or the people above the sea. All the forces in the country threw out olive branches. When they were attacked by another enemy, the government's decision-making was really clever. Part of the enemy and all of us unite all the forces to resist foreign enemies together. This is indeed a wise decision. Moreover, you can't announce to the outside world to shake hands with the pirates. That will inevitably be resisted by the people and marine personnel. Some unreasonable pirates will also take the opportunity to make demands. In this way, secretly helping pirates and winning people's hearts, those guys from the world government are really not vegetarians. Garp said with a scheming smile. That's right. Because of this, we should understand the seriousness of the situation. Even the world government has to abandon the justice it has always insisted on. It can be seen that even for the rulers at the top of the government, the virtual invasion is very serious, Sengoku continued. In this way, it should be a good thing that the whole sea is united to resist the invasion. Why is your face still so ugly? Garp thought of Sengoku's heavy expression when he first entered the door. Because, the phone also revealed a piece of information. The guy who defeated Dracula hardly suffered any injuries. What? Defeating Hawkeye without even taking any injuries, could it be? Espada. Sengoku said those two words firmly. Espada. Has Espada come to our world? It seems that Shinigami's information is no longer accurate. Then that Espada is. It's called Neutra Gilga. The number is 5. No. 5. How is it possible? Garp had an unbelievable expression on his face, or it was difficult to accept this fact. Oops, if Espada can already come to our world, then our world may. So we must hurry up to 3.4 to gather combat power and hold all the lines of defense and strongholds. Everyone has to be prepared to face Espada directly. It's true to say that, but we don't even know where the enemy will attack next time, so how can we defend? According to the latest information, the battle in the 3 seas outside the Grand Line is intensifying, but there is no report from Espada. I believe that the master of Hueco Mundo has some understanding of our world and wants to devote the strongest combat power to the Grand Line. Come on line. Even so, on the vast Grand Line, we can't predict their invasion. As for this, we just received information that we have studied the communication machine you brought back from the Soul Society and contacted Shinigami. Chapter 105 Sengoku's Decision. Fully ready to fight. That's right, we already have the ability to actively contact the Shinigami of the Soul Society. Sengoku continued, however, due to the order of their Soul Society's highest judiciary, the Central 4th and 6th Office, they cannot stay in our world permanently. That's right, after all, although it would be beneficial for them to help us fight Shinigami together, this is not their world after all. They have to protect their Soul Society, and it is impossible to harm their own interests in order to help us. There is nothing wrong with this. However, they also agreed that once they receive our request for help, they will definitely rush over to help us as soon as possible. Having said that, we are entrusting the safety of our world to our friends in another world. As a Marine, my self-esteem doesn't allow me to think like that. Sengoku looked serious. That's right, we haven't witnessed the power of the Shinigami with our own eyes, so it's not reasonable to pin our hopes on them. Not only the Shinigami, but also illegal pirates such as the 4 emperors that the world government intends to win over, or the legal pirates such as the 7 warlords of the sea. We O5 cannot rely too much on them. As Marines, our justice must be determined by we're on hold. So I called you here, Garp. How's your injury? It's been alright for a long time. Garp said with a smile, took his arm and swung it around twice. I'm not just kidding, Garp. I know the tragedy of Impel Down. Our numbers are far less than shoes. The reason why Impel Down did not fall, except for Magellan, who defended it with all his might, is all because of you, Kuzan and Pelusalino. Facing hundreds of thousands of ghosts, even if you didn't suffer fatal injuries, you didn't recover so quickly, did you? Hearing what Sengoku said, Garp put away his smile and his complexion became serious. I really can't hide it from you. Admiral-level combat strength, although if it is a one-on-one battle, it is not a problem to fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Because one-on-one, fighting is not brute force, but tactics and resourcefulness. But Impel Down in the First World War, the 3 of us, facing those brainless monsters like beehives, can be said to be full of firepower and output our strength to the virtual group. I am an old man, because I rely on physical skills, so my physical strength relatively better. But Kizaru and Aokiji, the 2 little devils, they had too much physical exhaustion due to excessive use of Devil Fruit's ability, and they slept for 2 days and 2 nights after returning from Impel Down. Now although it seems that they have recovered, but they both know that they have not fully recovered. If we immediately put ourselves into actual combat again, the strength of the 3 of us will be greatly reduced. So, you ask me why my face is so ugly, it is because of this. Marine 3 Admiral, and you Garp the Fist, can be said to represent the highest combat power of Marine. Now, your vitality has not recovered, and Espada happens to be here. We have come to our world at a critical moment. If the enemy attacks aggressively at this time, then it's up to Kid Akainu to resist for a while, Garp said. Sakazuki suffered a disastrous defeat at Hueco Mundo with you last time. I'm afraid he might not be able to do it alone. You don't have to worry about this. Akainu's strength as Admiral is obvious to all. Last time in Hueco Mundo, he was defeated so badly because he was suddenly attacked by the enemy. Relatively. Because of that, he wasn't actually seriously injured, and he was the best of the 4 of us. Quote, with your words, I feel relieved. Sengoku said, but we still have to be ready to meet the enemy's arrival at any time. Garp, Please inform me that all Marines' combat power is ready for battle. Take Sakazuki for the 1st Combat Force, Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, Major, and even ordinary soldiers, all gave me the determination to sacrifice and stick to the Grand Line. Garp smiled and stood up from his seat. Of course, I haven't gone yet. The news of Dracul's defeat is estimated to spread soon, and the morale of the army will inevitably be slackened. Therefore, I have one more sentence for you to help me convey. When necessary, the Marine Headquarters Marshal, Buddha Sengoku, will go into battle himself. Hueco Mundo, Void Knight Palace. Alabasta, a place I haven't heard of. Ichimaru Jin said. Aizen didn't speak, even he didn't know the place. Alabasta, located on the Grand Line Sawning Island, is a desert country. Guu introduced. Why did your majesty go to this place to test strength? Ichimaru Jin then asked. Because there is a guy that I care about 607 very much, just suitable for me to test my strength. At the same time, I also have a lot of questions to ask him, presumably there will be a lot of common topics between us. Guu laughed. Grand Line. Aizen smiled slightly, as if he had seen through something. It's fair to say that Aizen immediately saw another reason for me to go to Alabasta. Ichimaru Jin looked doubtful, but it seemed that he deliberately put on such an expression, making it hard to see through. Sooner or later, the world is in our pocket, and the Grand Line is the beginning of the journey. Impel down our goal is Devil Fruit, but Alabasta is a real country. I will go this time, and I will personally start our conquest of Grand Line's plan. Your Majesty, you must be careful, Neliel said with concern. This time, how many troops does your Majesty need to bring to the world over there, to Alabasta? Just pick any 3 Arankars for me to go with. Only take 3 people. Ah, I don't want to be disturbed while I'm fighting that man. Just take 3 Arankars and help me guard the goal. Chapter 106 The Conqueror Meets. Alabasta's Secret. Alabasta, the rainy land. In the casino, countless shouts of excitement and pain interweave a lively scene. But behind the scenes of the casino, in a spacious room, it was extremely quiet. The spacious room is decorated very elegantly, and the tables and chairs are also gorgeous enough, full of Western flavor. This is obviously a meeting room, but now there is only one person here. A figure sat on the armchair. A horrible scar lay across the man's face. He had a thick cigar in his mouth, was wearing a coat, and had a golden hook on his left hand. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. In the originally quiet room, with a muffled sound, a tunnel opened in the air. The way it came out was really amazing. Crocodile said calmly without turning his back. But you don't seem to be frightened. Guu also said calmly. He walked out of the black cavity, and the black cavity closed and disappeared into the air. Did I hit the jackpot? You can't just happen to be the master of Hueco Mundo mentioned in the marine information, right? That's right. Hearing Guu's confirmation, Crocodile turned the chair and faced Guu. And Guu was not polite, and sat on a chair opposite the Crocodile conference table without authorization. How could the majestic master of the Hueco Mundo, who created such massive chaos in East Blue and Impel Down, condescend to come to my little casino? Crocodile took a deep puff on his cigar with a sarcastic expression on his face. Because I think there may be some common topics between us. Guu said straight to the point. Stop joking. I am a pirate, and you are the master of Hueco Mundo. We may not be the same creature at all. How can there be a common topic? No, we are the same creature. We are both conquerors. Guu stared into Crocodile's eyes and said. Silence suddenly fell over the room. What do you mean? I don't understand. Although I have been offered a reward, I have accepted the conditions of the world government and obtained a legal status. What kind of conqueror has nothing to do with me? His voice became significantly lower, and his eyes became more serious. Is it legal for pirates to steal the country? Alabasta, it will fall into your hands soon. Guu said with a smile. You, what are you from? Master of Hueco Mundo. Shout, why do you know my plan? Crocodile's expression turned extremely ugly. I'm a person from another world. There are many things that you don't understand, and you don't need to know. HMPH, are you underestimating me? Crocodile clenched his cigar. What is your purpose for coming to my meeting room quietly instead of rushing in like an Impel Down? I said, we are all conquerors. Although your strength is not considered the strongest in the world, you are the first one who dares to attack a country. Hum. Crocodile didn't answer, but sneered. He stretched out his right hand. With the palm facing upwards, a small tornado of sand particles spun in his hand, and the airflow in the room was also driven up. Sandstorm. The tornado flew straight towards Guu's face. Guu waved her hand lightly, and with a snap, the oncoming tornado was easily dispersed. Grains of sand fell to the ground, and the airflow in the room quickly returned to calm. Are you testing my strength? Guu said, I haven't finished speaking yet, and I don't want to do it yet. When I want to fight, I will naturally have a good fight with you. Crocodile looked very solemn. He knew in his heart that although the blow of the sandstorm just now was a miniature version, its power should not be underestimated. Unexpectedly, the master of Hueco Mundo was smashed with one hand, without leaving a scar on his hand. The guy in front of him was indeed an out-and-out monster just like what was written in the information. How about it, Crocodile? Are you interested? Join me. Help me complete my great cause, and I promise you will enjoy the fun of conquest. Crocodile stood up and walked slowly to the window. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor echoed in the room. He opened the curtains, and the glare of the sun instantly illuminated the dark room. Look, what this country looks like. Crocodile said. Alabasta, a civilization that has flourished for thousands of years, is now under the rule of the Neferu-Tali royal family, and it is gradually dying. The world-famous perfume here alone is the key to salvation. Can't do it. This country needs a new ruler, with a new method of governance, to restore it again. Stop talking so high-soundingly, Crocodile. Guu also stood up. I said, we are the same kind. You can't hide your thoughts from me. You just want to satisfy your desire to conquer. Shout. Crocodile spit out the cigar in his mouth on the floor and stomped it out with his leather shoes. Master of Hueco Mundo, Li Hao, haven't you already conquered the entire East Blue? I heard that you have an endless army of monsters, and why are you interested in me? Why did you come to Alabasta alone? HMPH. Guu sneered, do you still need to ask me this question? Of course my purpose is the same as yours. In an instant, a large shadow crawled across Crocodile's face. Could it be that he even knew that secret? The ambition of a conqueror is endless. Crocodile, I believe you will not stop conquering after you got this country. This is why I want you to join me. You have a vision. In this country, Tibet, there are keys that can help you conquer more countries. A sly smile bloomed at the corner of Guu's mouth. Ancient weapon. Pluto. Chapter 107 Guu's Crocodile. Alabasta, this civilization above the Grand Line, although it is full of yellow sand, it has flourished for thousands of years under the rule of the royal family Neferu-Tali, and the local perfume is famous all over the world. King Nafi of this generation Rudely Cobra can also be said to be a generation of Mingjun who was deeply loved by the people. Guu looked at the desert outside the window, the dust sweeping across the sky, and the looming buildings in the distance. It's such a country, why did it become like this? The oasis is dry, the wilderness is full of bones, and even a rebel organization has emerged among the people who love the king. I think people here probably never dreamed that it would cause such a situation. The instigator of the tragic situation and the president of the Baroque work club that plunged the country into chaos is none other than Crocodile, the big hero, who saved them from danger many times. UBD. Crocodile's face was extremely ugly. It never occurred to him that the identity of the president of the Baroque Works 310, which even his subordinates do not know, and the plan that has been planned for many years, would be well known by the owner of the unknown Hueco Mundo in front of him. You don't need to put on that expression, Crocodile, I'm just praising you. Guu showed an incomprehensible smile. 20 years ago, Sir Crocodile's fame spread all over the world, and the bounty was even greater. As high as 81 million Baileys. The 81 million Baileys in that era are full of gold. You were very smart. You accepted the conditions of the world government during the golden age of rapidly developing your power, joined Shichibukai, and became a legal sea thief. This is also your fear, because from then on, you are no longer satisfied with roaming freely in the sea, but you have expanded your ambition to a wider place. Little devil. Crocodile's voice was clearly gnashing his teeth. You look like you are only in your early 20s, how could you know so clearly what happened more than 20 years ago? Ha ha ha. Guu laughed horribly. I said, there are so many things in my world that you can't imagine. Things that I can't imagine. Is it? The expression on Crocodile's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a faint murderous look. Then let me see if I can't even imagine the way to kill you. Crocodile suddenly raised his right hand and attacked Guu's back unexpectedly. There was a muffled sound of compressed air, and Guu had already moved to the other corner of the room in the blink of an eye. Not long after, he walked out of the shadows in the corner unhurriedly, and walked back step by step to the eyes coming in from the window, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Ringswan, is it very similar to your sixth style, shaving? This is Shu's unique moving footwork, which is not comparable to human moving skills. In other words, you can't even touch me. HMPH, ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed suddenly, can't touch you. Do you think I didn't touch you because I didn't feel hit? Guu suddenly frowned, feeling something strange in her body. Crocodile stretched out his arm, the knuckles of his right hand creaked, and then gradually turned into yellow sand, flowing to the ground bit by bit. After the entire right hand disappeared, the yellow sand on the ground gathered on his AFAF right arm again as if alive, forming the shape of the right hand. That's the thing, Crocodile said with a sinister smile. I'm a sandman who ate sand fruit, and my body can turn into sand as I please. Oh, I'm assuming you don't even know about this. I know. Your intelligence star really surprised me, but as long as I kill you, no matter how much information you know, it will be useless. Guu's eyes widened, her breathing became more and more rapid, cracks gradually began to appear on her lips, and her skin became wrinkled. Do you feel it, Master of Hueco Mundo? Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water? No, there is no water in this room. Even drinking water is useless. Not only did you get hit by me just now, but your body the moisture is also taken away by me. Soon, you will become a mummy, sleeping with those skeletons in the desert outside. HMPH, is that so? Guu raised her head, and her complexion had completely recovered. This, how could? I have already taken away the moisture from your body. Your assumption is correct, Crocodile. I do know that you are a sand fruit capable user, and I also know your ability to deprive water. It's just that I didn't expect to be attacked by your trick like this. Say, to be honest, this is the first time I have tasted it. However, it is useless, your trick is useless to me. Useless. Impossibly useless. Crocodile said angrily, it doesn't matter if you are a human or not, no matter what kind of monster you are in, as long as you are a living thing, it is impossible for you to have no water in your body. How many times do you want me to say it? My world is beyond your imagination. Our bodies are made of spirit particles, and the root of everything is spirit particles. Water is no exception. If you take it away, I will just use spiritual seeds to make water supplements, that's all. Although Guu had a proud expression on his face that everything was in his plan, but his heart was very complicated. As expected of Crocodile, the attack speed exceeded my expectations. I paid too much attention to his fruit ability and neglected his physical skills. Although spiritual seeds can be used to replenish water, it is too passive. If I keep being deprived of water by him, and I keep using my spiritual power to replenish water, sooner or later I will be exhausted by him. HMPH, Crocodile laughed again, I see, is the amount of water I plundered just now not enough? Then let me squeeze out all the water in your body, not a single drop is left, I think you can't stand here and talk big. Chapter 108, The Steel of the Historical Text. Crocodile stretched out his right hand, and the sand flowed over his arm, gradually converging into the shape of a blade. Desert Sword. As soon as the words fell, the sand blade flew out of his hand and went straight to Guu. Boom. Guu turned her footsteps lightly, dodging this wave of attacks. The desert sword that flew out was like tearing a piece of paper, cutting a huge gap on the wall of the room, and even drawing a deep ditch in the desert outside the room. I have improved my reaction nerves and adapted to his attack speed, so I can still dodge it. Guu thought secretly in his heart, sure enough, in actual combat, you can learn a lot of things that you can't learn in Manos Grande Forest. Shout, boy, dodge. The sand and dust gradually fell, and the crocodile regathered the sand particles, and the sand particles flowed slowly like liquid tea in his hand, and it was unknown what shape it would change into again. Then try to see if you can escape this time. As if the grains of sand had heard Crocodile's order, the flow speed suddenly accelerated, and the shape was constantly changing, and the murderous aura became more and more intense, which made people full of ominous premonition. Desert Vajra Sword. The quicksand finally fixed its shape, and 4 sharp blades condensed on Crocodile's hands. Whether it is speed or sharpness, it far surpasses the Desert Sword. The powerful blade quickly flew towards Guu, forming a huge offensive net. Seeing that the situation was not good, Guu no longer wanted to avoid it, but pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, intending to receive the attack head-on. Boom! Huge dust rose in the room, 4 huge cracks appeared on the wall, and the whole room was almost crumbling. The gravel blade rushing towards Guu collided with his Zanpakuto and turned into a sandstorm, enveloping Guu. HMPH, this is a desert diamond sword that can cut even rocks. What can your small knife do in front of him? Even if it is not torn to pieces, the quicksand will bury you deep in the ground and suffocate you, and die. Boom. As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, the pile of sand on the ground flew away in all directions as if it had been blasted from the inside. Guu walked out from the sand, only a few holes in his clothes, and he was almost unscathed. It's useless. Crocodile said sternly. Crocodile, since you insist on hitting, then be serious. Such a harmless attack can't even hurt my steel skin. Guu said calmly. Steel skin? Do you mean the skin of monsters like yours? It sounds like it has a good defensive function. But, Crocodile sneered, since it can't hurt your skin, why did you pull out the knife to resist? Or in your judgment, my attack cannot be blocked only by the defense of the skin. As expected of a wily crocodile, Guu thought to himself, indeed, my steel skin is far inferior to Neutra, not even stronger than any Arankar in Espada. The reason why I didn't get hurt is thanks to the Zanpakuto I chose before this departure. Let's see if you can catch it unscathed this time. Sandstorm. Crocodile didn't give Guu much chance to breathe. With a wave of his right hand, the sandstorm flew out of his hand. This time the sandstorm is no longer the scale of the small troubles before. The tornado grows wildly and becomes bigger, rolling up all the light and heavy objects in the house, including the gorgeous furniture, desks and chairs, and sweeps towards Guu. In just a few seconds, everything in sight was swallowed by the sandstorm. The dilapidated walls were all knocked down, and the roof was lifted up. The entire room was completely turned into ruins under the tornado of the desert tornado. Come out, Master of Hueco Mundo. You shouldn't be killed so easily, right? Crocodile stepped on the ruins and shouted towards the ruins, I have prepared more surprises for you, now you will be killed. It would be boring to kill, Lord of Hueco Mundo. Surprise. I'm looking forward to it. 0. Asking for flowers. Guu appeared in Crocodile's line of sight again, but this time, he had a few more scars on his body. Yelling, really stood up for me. Crocodile thought secretly, being hit by my sandstorm, he only suffered such a small injury, this guy. So, it looks like this from the outside. Guu looked around, and not far in front of him was a building that looked very prosperous. And this ruin, which is the office where Crocodile used to be, is located on the edge of that building, where it meets the desert. Build the office near the desert, the terrain that is good for you. Even with that in mind, Crocodile is a guy who gets things right. 0. Rainland, known as the City of Dreams in Alabasta. Even though there has been no rainfall in the whole country for 3 years, this place is still thriving, thanks to the owner of the biggest casino here, that is, you, Crocodile. You say, you are flattering me, Lord of Hueco Mundo. It's not flattery, Crocodile, you are very farsighted. Using dancing powder to make the country not rain for 3 years, and then blaming the royal family, causing internal strife in the country. It can be said that it was destroyed without a single soldier. One country. I appreciate this chain-link strategy. Crocodile is no stranger to GUU's astonishing amount of information. As for yourself, you have always played the role of the hero of this country. Whether it is ordinary people, rebels, or even King Naferudali Cobra, they all regard you as the savior of the country. As early as more than 20 years ago before, when you first joined Shichibukai, you were maintaining law and order near Alabasta. Since then, you have your eye on this country, right? No, maybe it is because you have your eye on this country that you are willing to condescend to join 7 warlords of the sea. As for why you are so focused on this desert country, your real purpose is what this country hides, the man of the historical text stele. Chapter 109 Negotiations break down. The man who conquered the world. The main text of history records the 100-year history of the disappearance of this world. Not only that, but also records the locations of 3 ancient weapons that could destroy the world, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Crocodile was dumbfounded by GUU's random words. What is the background of this guy? He actually knows all the information I have been looking for so many years. As for Alabasta, the historical text stele here records one of the 3 ancient weapons, the location of Pluton, Pluto. Crocodile, the plan you have spent 20 years planning, the ultimate goal is to get the Pluton, come dominate the Grand Line, am I right? 193, Crocodile sneered, your intelligence once again impresses me, master of the virtual circle. That's right, my purpose is indeed to get Pluto. It is said that it was built by the shipbuilder of the capital of 7 waters. It is the worst warship in the world. It can level an island with a single shot. Even after hundreds of years, it is still sleeping in a corner of the world, waiting for someone who has the ability to rule the world to find it. That is me, Crocodile. But you are wrong about one thing, master of the void circle. My purpose is not to dominate the Grand Line. What I want to conquer is this world. More than it's the Grand Line, the 4 seas in the southeast, northwest, and even the Red Line, will be conquered by me in the end. Pirates, Marine, Shichibukai, 4 emperors, and world government will all be replaced by my Crocodile. As long as there is Pluton, I am this king of the world. Crocodile stood in the ruins to do business, and the more he talked, the more excited he became, and the whole person entered a state of madness. And GUU was at the other end of the ruins, watching him quietly, clapping his hands. Great ambition, Crocodile. That's why I want you to join me. I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to say the words of conquering the world. I reckon, it's time to collect the results soon, but you underestimated, Crocodile, even if I don't show up. Your plan will eventually fail as well. Quote, what? Crocodile suddenly stopped laughing, his face was ashen, and his eyes showed a fierce look. You said that the plan I have planned for 20 years will fail. That's right, to bear the burden of humiliation and hide your identity for 20 years is really remarkable. But you ignore the country itself, you ignore Alabasta itself, GUU said. What does that mean? Crocodile narrowed his eyes. 800 years ago, 20 ambitious kings co-founded the world government. Today, the world government has more than 170 member countries. The members of the royal family of the 20 kings immigrated together after they founded the world government. The current location of the world government, Holy Land Mariajoy. Their descendants are also called celestial dragons now. The Alabasta you covet is actually one of the 20 countries that founded the world government 800 years ago. It's just this country the royal family gave up the qualification to live in Mariajoy because of the ancestors' instruction that they could not leave this desert. So, do you understand? As Alabasta, one of the 20 countries that can be said to have created the world, do you feel that you alone can iron Shaw? It's nonsense. What can the nobles of 800 years ago represent in this era of great pirates? This world will always be won by those who are capable. My plan is coming to an end. When my Utopia project is successfully implemented, this country and its historical texts, and Pluto, are mine. Alas, GUU sighed, I'm very disappointed in your understanding, Crocodile. Let me tell you this, you can treat me as someone who came back from the future. I've seen your end, your plan will not succeed, someone will successfully stop you and send you to the submarine prison Impel Down. So, I will ask you one last time, are you willing to join me and help me conquer this world? An extra question, colleagues covet the conqueror of this entire world. If it were you, the master of the virtual circle, would you be willing to condescend to others? So the negotiation broke down. GUU raised an eyebrow. Negotiations never started. Crocodile suddenly smiled sinisterly, and your life is the real end desert sunflower. GUU's feet suddenly trembled, and he instantly felt that the sand dunes under his feet became soft, and his feet gradually began to sink into the sand grains. When he struggled to lift his feet, his legs sank even deeper. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding sand dunes have sunk into a circular area, and the sand in this area has turned into quicksand, pulling everything in the circle underground. Crocodile walked to the edge of the circle, and said to GUU who was sinking, do you think I will stand there dumbfounded and listen to your nonsense for so long? As I said, you have too much information, the best way to deal with it just kill you directly. When you are talking, I have controlled the flow of sand grains in the ground at 2.4, turning the area under your feet into quicksand, and you will sleep soundly at the bottom of this desert, turning into a skeleton. Watch me rule Alabasta, Lord of Hueco Mundo. In just a few minutes, Guu was completely dragged under the gravel. Calm was restored on the ground again. Crocodile stared at the dunes, turned and walked away from there. He turned around, took out another cigar from his pocket, took out a lighter and lit it. The moment he turned around, there was a sudden bang in the sand behind him and a violent explosion occurred. A red light shot out from the desert ground and went straight into the sky. The sand particles were flying all over the sky, almost forming a sandstorm. Sero, Chapter 110. God found himself in creation. What? Crocodile's eyes widened. A dazzling red light shot out from under the gravel behind with a boom, and the red light shot straight into the sky. From a distance, even the layers of clouds under the sky were shot through huge holes. Followed by a feeling of oppression like being strangled, more suffocating than Conqueror's hockey. If it was an ordinary person, he might have already lost consciousness, fainted to the ground, or even died on the spot. Even a strong man like Crocodile turned around with great difficulty. He tremblingly raised his hand to block the glare of the red light, and managed to concentrate his strength to barely maintain his figure, otherwise, his body might turn into sand grains and fly away under the sweeping Ryutsu storm. Go. Crocodile. Guu's voice came from the red light. The tone was completely different from before, full of majesty and anger. He is like a king, not one who wins power through intrigue and trickery, but a real king who makes people bend their knees and kneel to the ground in front of him. Thank you for pulling me into the ground. Do you know what I saw in the dark? This guy, what are you talking about? Crocodile couldn't even see Guu's figure. The Sero emanating from the ground is like a spring that has just been dug, and the logs are gushing out from the ground. I see the truth. Void Night Palace. At this moment, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Nelly were watching Guu's situation from the light curtain. What's that, Sero? Ichimaru Jin asked puzzled, but why did it last for so long? Besides, His Majesty has already come out from the ground, why is that Sero still going on? Could it be that Sero is not the knight sent by His Majesty? Nailu stood aside, also staring at the light curtain with doubts. Although, in the forest of Manos Grande, I suggested that Your Majesty practice the use of Sero. But this form of Sero, what is it? This is the Sero that belongs to His Majesty, the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Aizen smiled and closed his eyes. It is the proof of the ruler of the worlds. Master Aizen, have you seen this kind of Sero? Nailu asked. No, not at all. Aizen replied word by word, but don't forget, Your Majesty is the Lord of the Void Circle. You must understand the meaning of these 4 words. Because of these 4 words, His Majesty, it's no surprise that anything happened. You haven't seen it, Yin whispered with embarrassment. Silver, Nailu, why do you think His Majesty became the master of Hueco Mundo? Nailu, Your Majesty even went to you to train him. Why do you think that a person with such strength is qualified to rule Hueco Mundo and conquer all worlds? Ichimaru Jin and Nailu stood there without saying a word. Their expressions became very serious, and there was a bit of fear in the seriousness. As if hearing the most evil words in the world, even the slightest talk of loyalty to the Lord of Hueco Mundo will terrify them from the bottom of their hearts. No, don't misunderstand. Loyalty to His Majesty is the true meaning engraved in the soul of each of us. Aizen also showed a rare trace of fear on his face. I mean, do you think that His Majesty's strength is it just what you usually see? This, Yin and Nailu couldn't answer for a moment. HMPH, Aizen resumed his usual calm and scheming expression. Whether it is wisdom or strength, His Majesty is unrivaled. Only the strongest person in countless worlds is worthy of being called the Lord of the Void Circle. Then, the reason why His Majesty asked me to train him is. Nailu frowned slightly. That's right, Your Majesty hasn't noticed the power in his body yet. That power is beyond everyone's imagination, and even I can't understand the true face of that power. Ah, Your Majesty possesses such power, and I'm really ashamed to give you special training for His Majesty. Nailu lowered her head as she spoke. No, Nailu, Aizen continued, whether it's your training, or Your Majesty going to that place called Alabasta to fight Crocodile this time, it's all essential. Indispensable, Ichimaru Jin asked. I don't understand, why didn't you tell His Majesty about it? Aizen showed an incomprehensible smile again, turned around and continued to look at the light curtain. Yin and Nailu were full of doubts, standing behind him and looking at him. It is useless to tell His Majesty. Quote, fluorescence from the light curtain shone on Aizen's face. God finds himself in creation. Crocodile, you still don't know who you are facing. Standing in front of you is the Lord of the Void Circle, the conqueror of the worlds. Guu's tone was very tough, as if he had changed into a different person. Crocodile barely stood under the impact of this aura, even he didn't notice that his back was soaked in cold sweat. It was probably the first time in his life that he felt the fear from the bottom of his heart. This guy, what's going on? Why does it feel like a different person? Rub. Before Crocodile realized what was going on, Wang Qianhao, he saw that his right hand had already flown far away. Yellow sand slowly flowed from the broken arm, just like gurgling blood. What? When? Crocodile opened his eyes wide. Impossible. Not to mention I didn't see his shadow, I didn't even feel his breath, and even the air didn't fluctuate abnormally. Why would my right hand? Just now, was that hand disrespecting me? Sero gradually disappeared, and Guu finally appeared in front of Crocodile. His face was expressionless, and the clothes on his upper body were completely destroyed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but his skin became a little pale, closer to Shu. The sunlight pierced through the hollow in his chest, making it look even deeper and more terrifying. I was underground and saw the truth. The appearance of that truth is me. Chapter 111. One person is one world. There was only darkness in front of Guu's eyes, and the gravel squeezed his body from all around, making him almost suffocate. Ah, did I lose consciousness for a moment? Did I get hit by Crocodile's desert sunflower, and was pulled under the quicksand? In the dark, Guu tried to struggle, but the huge pressure made him unable to move even a finger. Damn, I thought that if I knew all the characters and plots in the original book, I would be invincible in this world. It seems that my judgment was wrong. Crocodile, it is really strong. In order to test my strength, I deliberately didn't bring the water Zanpakuto, Nejabana, that can restrain his sand fruit ability, but only brought a handful of ordinary Zanpakuto. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Guu felt fear. Since coming to this world, he has not experienced this feeling for a long time. No way, a thought flashed in Guu's mind. Could it be that I will die here? If so, this plot is too ridiculous. Although Guu felt that this kind of bad plot couldn't happen to him, the increasingly pressing pressure squeezed every ounce of air in 07's chest. Is it really a joke? My majestic lord of Hueco Mundo. Just when Guu's consciousness was about to disappear, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Crocodile, accept your destiny. This is the destiny that the truth of the world bestows upon you. There was a deep cold light in Guu's eyes, and he walked towards Crocodile step by step with his upper body bare. Facing the monster with a big hole in his chest and walking towards him non-stop, Crocodile took a few steps back unconsciously. How can I back up? Why is my body doing? Crocodile stared at his right hand, which was cut off by an unknown force and was dripping gravel. Why, the sand doesn't return to my hand. Why can't my hand recover? Because every grain of sand in this desert is attached to my Ryutsu. They are now under my control. AFED. Guu handed down the death sentence against Crocodile. Every grain of sand. Crocodile looked in disbelief. Even if I, a sand fruit capable person, dare not say that I can control every grain of sand in such a large area. Stop joking. Okay, joke. Guu straightly raised his right hand, aiming at the rainy land of the City of Dreams, in the west, and Ryutsu gathered in his palm. Just use your own eyes to confirm for yourself, am I joking? A Sero blasted out, covering the entire rain field. Sero rushed to every building in the rain like a tsunami, and in an instant, everything in this town was submerged in the monstrous torrent of spiritual particles. The bustling casino, the bustling streets, the bustling pedestrians, the people in front of them, before they figured out what happened, the Setsuna room was swallowed by Sero and turned into the wreckage of Lingzi. And Sero, launched from Guu's hands, didn't stop at the rain. On the contrary, the rainy land is only the launching point of Sero. After devouring the rainy land, Sero advances more violently, and everything that passes along the way is destroyed without a trace. The red light is as powerful as a bamboo, and its power becomes stronger as the distance increases. I don't know how far it shot, and after sweeping everything on the passing land, it actually rushed into the sea, setting off monstrous huge waves on the sea surface. All this earth-shattering happened in an instant. The dazzling red light dyed the sky and the desert red, and it took a long time before it dissipated. When everything calmed down, a long scorched black path suddenly appeared on the desert from the rainy land to the sea, which became the longest and deepest scar in Alabasta's thousands of years of civilization history. Puff! The freshly lit cigar fell to the desert and was extinguished by the sand grains. Strange monster. Crocodile opened his mouth wide, as if his body was bound by some unknown force, and he couldn't move a single finger. With your power, why do you still need to come to Alabasta to look for Pluton? You yourself are more terrifying than Pluton. Crocodile said tremblingly. When did I say I came to Alabasta to find Pluton? Guu walked towards Crocodile step by step, as if he didn't see the huge scar extending from him. Originally, I came here just to test my strength, and find the location of Pluton, by the way, so as to eliminate this ancient weapon that might threaten my conquest plan. But, Guu suddenly laughed jokingly, it seems that I have found something more interesting, and it is indeed right to come here. Crocodile, I should really thank you for driving me to the point of death. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would have taken me to discover the potential in my body. UBD, what are you talking about? What do you think it means to be the master of the Hueco Mundo? To be the master of a place called Hueco Mundo. To be able to bring the monster there called Hueco Mundo into this world and conquer it. That's right, until a few minutes I thought so myself before. Crocodile listened to Guu's speech, every word was extremely heavy. Because right now, he is like a lamb tied to a pillar, and what is walking towards him is a majestic lion. You were wrong, and I was wrong too. At the same time, in every town in Alabasta, several huge, pitch-black black holes appeared in the sky at the same time. The people raised their heads one after another, looking up at the deep black hole that suddenly appeared above their heads, wondering if something would come out of it. I am Hueco Mundo. Chapter 112 Awakening. The true master of Hueco Mundo. What is that? Covering the body with a robe to avoid sunburn from the eyes is common attire for the people of Alabasta. Looking at the big black hole that opened in the sky, these civilians have never seen such a sight. They gathered together one after another, pointing to the hole in the sky and talking. What's going on? Why is there a hole in the sky? Could it be that the sky is broken? Idiot, how could the sky be broken? Yes, there is a hole in the sky, and something must fall. What fell? What could it be? Things that fall from the sky are of course either rain or snow. Hail is fine too. It hasn't rained in 3 years, God must have appeared to send us rain. Here it comes. Indeed, as these civilians said, there is indeed something falling from the sky. But they guessed wrong. What fell from the sky was neither rain nor snow, but an overwhelming army of emptiness. Then, what is that? Monster, monster, monsters are falling from the sky. The expressions on the faces of the hopeful civilians who had gathered together just now to discuss and even expect the rain to fall all turned into panic in an instant. Like a colony of ants scalded by hot water pouring from their heads, they cried out, panicked, and fled in all directions. Roar. Accompanied by the roar that shocked the world, countless monsters flew out of the black hole in the sky. They have different shapes and sizes, some have wings on their backs, and some are shaped like beasts, but they all come out of black holes by stepping on the air. Each monster's face was inlaid with a terrifying white bone mask. They opened their mouths together, let out a roar, and rushed towards the crowd violently. Destroy everything they can see, kill all living things they can feel. Hueco Mundo. What's going on? Why is the black cavity opened? Ichimaru Jin was a little panicked, who was controlling that group of virtuals. The number of virtual groups, there are hundreds of thousands, impossible over 1 million. I'll go check outside the Void Knight Palace right away. Neliel held Zanpakuto tightly and was about to go out to investigate. There's no need to panic, folks. Seeing this scene, only Aizen remained calm. Both Yin and Nailu looked at Aizen, wondering what he meant. Another small light curtain was opened next to the light curtain, and the image of Zael Aporo came from it. What's going on, Master Aizen? An abnormal movement was detected in Hueco Mundo's virtual group. Dozens of black chambers were opened at the same time. Who on earth could do such a thing? I can't contact your majesty, Master Aizen. What should I do? Zael Aporo also looked panicked. Zael Aporo, don't worry, his majesty is manipulating it himself. Aizen said unhurriedly, your majesty is here. Yin, Nailu, and Zael Aporo said in surprise almost at the same time. Aizen showed a calculating smile on his face, looking at Guu in the light curtain. You have all seen that Sero shot by his majesty just now. It traversed the entire desert, and even rushed into the bottom of the sea, almost causing a tsunami. What? That's Sero. Nailu's eyes widened. How could Sero have such great power? Even Yushu's flash. Sero is Shu's instinct, and Sero's power depends on Shu's power. With that level of Sero, his majesty's current strength can also be seen as Madara. But, why suddenly? His majesty was in danger just now, and we were going to rescue him. Why did his majesty come out from the ground, as if he was a different person? Ichimaru Jin asked. Your majesty, he found himself. Aizen laughed. The other three looked suspicious, not knowing what Aizen was talking about. Your majesty is the master of the virtual circle. You should understand the meaning of these 4 words by now, right? Aizen continued, it's not as simple as being the master of Hueco Mundo. Everything about this Hueco Mundo is subject to his majesty. Not only you and I, every Urankar, every Manos Grande, every Shu, and even every spirit particle, are all at his majesty's command. 0. Ask for flowers. Then, Heikyong and Void Kyun are also your majesty, said Zael Aporo in the small light curtain. That's right, his majesty did it all by himself. Under the desert, his majesty finally found himself and realized how powerful he is. Crocodile stared at the monster flying out of the sky in the distance, as if black ink was sprinkled from the sky, which made him dumbfounded. That's what it is, Crocodile. Guu has already walked in front of Crocodile, and Crocodile has maintained that posture, motionless. No, he couldn't move at all. I always thought that Hueco Mundo was another world from this world, and I was just able to open my black cavity and shuttle back and forth between the two. But I was wrong. Hey, Hueco Mundo is not in another world, and right here. Guu stretched out his hand to the hole in his chest. It's right inside my body. Hueco Mundo, you mean, those monsters actually came out of your body? That's right, Crocodile, Hueco Mundo is in my body. All the voids and all the spirit particles in the virtual circle are all in my body, at my disposal. I can draw spiritual power from there at any time, endless spiritual energy. Sand Crocodile, how can you fight against the whole world with your own strength? As he said, Guu raised his hand and aimed at the head of the immobile Crocodile. Crocodile tried to dodge, but his body didn't listen to him at all. It's useless, don't resist, resistance is futile. Even if you sand your body, I will capture every grain of sand that makes up your body in an instant, and grind you into powder. All you can do is welcome you destiny, meet me, Lord of Hueco Mundo, grant your destiny. A red light flashed, and in the direction that Guu's palm pointed, everything turned into dust smaller than grains of sand. Chapter 113 Landing on the Beach. Alabasta, fragile humans. Dust floated in the air in front of Guu. He looked at the desert in front of him blankly, showing no emotion, as if there was nothing in this world that could affect his mood. Even a false bullet can't bear it. Guu put down his hands and looked at the cities in the distance that were swept by the virtual crowd. I admire your ambition, Crocodile, but in the final analysis, you are just a weakling. No matter how great your ambitions are and how sophisticated your plans are, the weak are not worthy of conquering the world. All means are useless in the face of absolute power. The grains of sand at Guu's feet flowed slowly, looking weak and weak as if being blown by the wind. In the sound of rustling, the fine sand barely gathered into the shape of a human head. The human head kept gathering and collapsing, repeated many times, and finally formed the shape of Crocodile's head, without color, song is the color of yellow sand. Back to the light. What last wish do you have, Crocodile? Master of Hueco Mundo. The voice from Crocodile's rough head was also indistinct. You are strong, but you remember me. Even if you defeat me, on this sea, there are countless strong. They will definitely tear you into pieces. You and your monsters give. Puff. Guu stepped on Crocodile's lingering head, and the maracas scattered in all directions without making any movement. I thought you were going to say something about your last words. I never thought that you would say such nonsense and powerless threats when you were dying. You were really a weak person. Guu spat on the desert floor as if to spit on Crocodile's grave. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Beep 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 beep. The phone bug on Sengoku's desk suddenly yelled frantically. Is it coming so soon? As if anticipating what was going to happen, Sengoku grabbed the phone bug. Report to the Marshal. This is Captain Jack of the 38th Marine Fleet patrolling the waters south of Alabasta. We have a special situation here. Report immediately, Sengoku said solemnly. Just 10 minutes ago, we were patrolling off the coast of Alabasta when we were suddenly hit by huge waves. BD. How can a majestic marine be upset by a wave or two? Sengoku yelled. No, Marshal, the size of the waves is really. Moreover, the weather in this area is very clear and sunny, and there has been no storm or wave for almost a whole day. Just at 10 a few minutes ago, that wave suddenly hit our ship, and the direction of the wave came from the land of Alabasta. The moment the wave hit, the whole sky turned red. We have never seen such a scene. Red light, from the land of Alabasta. Sengoku opened his eyes wide. Could it be that Garp said? Marshal, what shall we do now? Anxious voices kept coming from the phone bug. Are we going to land on Alabasta now? Or return to the headquarters? Please give orders to the Marshal. Sign into Alabasta now. Yes, everyone cheers me up and is ready to fight at any time. If you encounter an enemy situation, you must support it. Naval Headquarters support will arrive soon. Yes, Marshal, land on Alabasta immediately. Snapped. Sengoku slammed the phone bug on the table, his teeth itching with anger. The master of the BD Hueco Mundo, you really chose to launch an invasion when our combat power was weakest. Alabasta, just like Garp said, he still extended his claws to the Grand Line. This time, absolutely will let you succeed. Marine will swear to the death to uphold justice on the Grand Line. His Majesty, a sturdy, dark-skinned woman with curly black hair, Orankar, stepped on a spinning wheel and suddenly appeared behind Guu. Subordinates come down one step later. It's okay, you came just in time. Guu said without looking back. There was a muffled sound of air being crushed, and two more female Orankars appeared behind Guu. Your Majesty, Orankar, a woman with a bony horn on her forehead and short hair, knelt on one knee. I'm very sorry, we were ordered to guard around and look for members of the Baroque Work Society, but unfortunately we didn't find any valuables. Clues. Because you're so stupid, Apache. The dark-skinned woman Orankar mocked. What did you say? Mira Rhodes. Apache stood up directly and grabbed Apache by the collar. The two quickly wrestled together. I said, you two idiots should be a little more moderate in front of His Majesty. The third woman, Orankar, spoke up. He has long straight black hair, wears white clothes with unusually long sleeves, and covers his mouth with the sleeve of his right hand. Who did you call stupid, grandson? Mira Rhodes and Apache yelled at Sun angrily. Cough cough. Guu coughed twice. An unprecedented sense of oppression hit the heads of the three people in an instant. They fell to their knees with a plop. At the same time, with their heads lowered and their eyes wide open, cold sweat kept pouring out of their foreheads. It's not Ryutsu, just Majesty, it just takes my breath away. The three of them thought at the same time. You three are doing well, get up. Guu said, fortunately, you didn't come here earlier, so I can get that power smoothly. Yes, the three stood up at the same time. Although he didn't know what Guu was referring to, he didn't dare to ask more. Okay, the task here is over. Crocodile is dead, and the members of the Baroque Work Club can't do anything, so don't worry about it. You three, go to a place with me now. To a place, the capital of Alabasta, Albana. Chapter 114 Give me this country. Alabasta, Albana Palace. On the throne, King Naferudali Cobra is sitting in danger. A guard rushed into the hall and knelt down in front of the king. King, not good. Don't panic, stand up, catch your breath and speak slowly. Cobra's voice was full of affinity. Your Majesty, just now, we have received reports from dozens of cities at the same time, saying that a hole appeared in the sky, and countless terrifying monsters appeared inside. The entire Alabasta they are all invaded by monsters, Your Majesty. Monster. Cobra didn't panic, but thought while touching the goatee on his chin, could it be that group of rebels discovered some new weapons? I don't know yet. The guard stood up slowly, but, those monsters are madly slaughtering civilians. Your Majesty, please send troops to various places to support immediately. What? Massacre civilians? Hearing the news, Cobra felt really nervous. Are those rebels crazy? Hurry up, send. Your Majesty, no. Before O5 could speak, a voice came from behind King Cobra. A burly man with a strange big circle of hair came up from the side of the throne. What's wrong, Ikaram? Didn't you hear? My people are being slaughtered. Cobra said to Ikaram, captain of the Alabasta Guard. Your Majesty, don't act rashly. The origin of the group of monsters is unknown, and it is not certain that they are rebels. Moreover, even if the rebels did it, all parts of Alabasta have been attacked by monsters. Why is the king's capital Albana not attacked? This, because Albana is guarded by heavy troops. They attack other towns just to let your Majesty disperse your troops. When the guards of the royal capital are weak, they will attack the palace, and your Majesty's safety will be at stake. Ikaram persuaded Cobra earnestly. Ikaram, what you said is very reasonable. Cobra frowned suddenly, but, even if what you said is correct, their goal is the royal city. How can I watch my people being killed, and just sit back and watch? As the king of Alabasta, I can't do such a cruel thing. If there is no people, what's the point of the king? You remember, Ikaram, the country, refers to the people. Well said, Cobra. Suddenly, there was an ethereal voice from the main hall of the palace. With a buzzing sound, 4 figures suddenly stood in the center of the hall. Needless to say, the leader is the master of the virtual circle, Guu. The 3 figures behind him are Apache, Mira Rhodes, and Sun Sun. Who? The guards in the main hall instantly surrounded Guu and the others, raised their weapons high, and aimed at them. As if Guu didn't see them, she kept looking at King Cobra on the throne, with a contemptuous smile on her lips. As expected of King Naferudali Cobra, who is loved by the people. You are famous for loving the people like a son. I have learned a lesson today. Guu said. Who are you? Cobra was not disturbed by the incomprehensible appearance of Guu and his party. He remained calm and unmoved, without losing his kingly demeanor. Rebels. HMPH, Guu smiled contemptuously. For you, it's the same whether it's the rebels or me, they're all here to take your throne. BD. Compared to Cobra's calmness, Ikaram looked very angry. Dare to barge into this palace hall alone, what do you think this is? Guards, take them down for you. Yes, more than a dozen guards surrounding Guu pressed forward step by step. Guu's expression didn't change at all, she kept staring at Cobra. The 3 Apaches had disdain and sneers on their faces. Pooh. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. More than a dozen guards fell into a pool of blood one after another. Their bodies were torn apart, heads, hands and legs were piled up in a mess, and it was impossible to tell which head belonged to which person, which hand belonged to which body. What? Seeing this cruel scene, even Cobra couldn't calm down. You devil, Ikaram yelled, and he stood before the king with his hands up, shielding Cobra with his body. Not only the humans in the hall, but even the 3 Apaches behind Guu were covered in cold sweat. Your Majesty's movements, Arankar's probing nerves didn't even see an afterimage. And Ryutsu didn't fluctuate too much. Could it be that His Majesty smashed these human beings to pieces just because of his murderous aura? No, it's impossible. The air just now there is a slight trembling. Could it be that His Majesty used the blade composed of Ultimate's fine spirit particles to give 010 these humans? This fine control technique of spirit particles. Your Majesty, what is it? What happened in the battle with Crocodile? This change is like 2 dimensions. The 3 thought in their hearts at the same time. Don't get me wrong, Cobra, I appeared before you in person to give you a chance. Regardless of the mutilated corpses and pools of blood around him, Guu walked towards the throne step by step, each step leaving a bloody footprint on the ground of the palace. I know the benevolent government of King Cobra, so I give you this opportunity. Come, give me your crown, and give me the country of Alabasta voluntarily, so that, in order to save your people from being killed. Quote. With that said, Guu stretched out a hand, facing King Cobra. You are a good ruler, but to rule a country, it is useless to rely on kindness alone. Only strength is the best way to solve everything. Did you say power? Cobra closed his eyes suddenly, the shock disappeared from his face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 2 figures appeared behind Guu at some unknown time. I'll let you see for yourself the power of Alabasta. Chapter 115. It's just a whim. This. What kind of monster is this Mark? The 38th Marine Fleet that had just landed saw the land scorched by Guu's Cerro, and everyone's expressions froze instantly. What kind of weapon has such power? According to the traces, it seems that some kind of powerful weapon was launched from that direction, scorched the land along the way, and entered the sea. The big storm we encountered may be caused by that weapon of. Is there really such a powerful weapon in this world? Whether there is or not, as long as you follow this trace, everything will become clear. Just as the Marines were discussing the incomprehensible traces in front of them, a man in a robe and standard Alabasta clothes ran over from a distance. Are you, Marine? The man was sweating profusely, he was out of breath and said while grabbing the leg of Marine's trousers in front of him. The captured Marine is really Jack, the captain of the fleet. That's right, Jack said, are you a resident here? I just have something to ask you, this trace. Save my family. Before Jack could finish speaking, the man suddenly called out, with tears and snot all over his face. Our town has been invaded by monsters. Aren't you Marines? Go and save the people in our town. Weird, monster. Hearing these two words, all Marines couldn't help swallowing. The monster, does it refer to Shu? The order from above was issued a few days ago to strengthen patrols and defenses, and be ready to fight the monster called Shu at all times. They were obviously just patrolling the waters near Alabasta, but they were the first to encounter Shu's invasion. All Marines sighed inwardly, including Captain Jack. Everyone is, all fine, backquote. Jack shouted to the Marines behind him with a trembling voice, take up your weapon and prepare to fight against Shu. Hearing this, the man wiped away his tears, his eyes full of hope. You guys, are you really willing to follow me to save my family? Captain, here. A Marine next to him pulled Jack's sleeve and whispered, Captain, we are just a patrol fleet, I'm afraid we're going to fight against Shu directly. It's better to wait for the reinforcements to arrive at J. Bastards. Jack roared, we are the Marines who uphold justice. How can we be greedy for life and fear death? Marshal Sengoku has issued an order to land on Alabasta immediately and be ready to fight at any time. No one can back down. Everyone follow this man, go to his city and wipe out all the ghosts there. Yes, the Marines replied one after another. Jackal and G, the two gods who are said to guard Alabasta. Am I right? Guu turned his head, and the two suddenly appeared figures stood in front of him. One of them was wearing a loose robe, with a knife pinned to his waist, and had black medium-length straight hair. The other was wearing a tight robe, even her hair was covered with a cloth, and two long purple tear stains on her face extended to her chin. Yaka of the Jackal, Lieutenant of the Alabasta Guard. Adjutant of the Alabasta Guard, Bell the Falcon. The two declared themselves home. HMPH, Guu sneered for a while, instead of looking at them again, he turned around and continued to look directly at King Cobra. Apache, Sun, Mira Rhodes, the two of them will be handed over to you. Yes, throw him away, Bilu Fighting Girl. Hang him, White Snake. Bite him apart, Golden Lion will. Together with the huge Ryutsu explosion, the three liberate the Zanpakuto into returning blade status. At the same time, Jaka and Bell also activated their Devil Fruit abilities, turning into jackals and falcons. 5 people fought together. The sound of collisions and shouts echoed in the hall. Countless strands of Ryutsu collided fiercely in the air, and the dust and gunpowder smoke also turned this place into a cruel battlefield. But Guu let all this happen behind her. Her expression didn't change at all, and she continued to walk towards King Cobra step by step. These two are the strongest people in Alabasta, right? Guu said to Cobra, but these 3 followers of mine are just unknown under my command. If you have confidence in your strength, this a little bit, can it destroy your self-confidence? Cobra gritted his teeth, his heart was in a mess, suppressing the emotions in his heart. I'll say it again, King Cobra. It's for your kindness that I talk to you face to face calmly. You have also seen the fate of the dozen guards. Do you think your body is any different compared to theirs? I can turn you into a corpse and sit on your throne without lifting a finger. You rude fellow. Ikalem, who was standing aside, finally broke out. He pulled out the knife from his waist, and pointed it at Guu Wang Mojiao. You have no place to speak here. PFF'd. A stream of blood spurted out, and a hole as black as a void was opened in Ikaram's chest, and then he fell to the ground with a plop. Ikaram. Cobra finally yelled at Ikaram's corpse. Hand over the country to me, this is not a request, but an order. Every second you think about it, countless lives of your people will die in the hands of my empty group. I like to conquer, not slaughter sued by the conqueror. How long have you been plotting Alabasta? Cobra asked bitterly, his eyes full of despair. A plot. Guu pretended to be thinking, no, there was no plot. I just occupied this country on a whim. Quote, Chapter 116 Alabasta. Surrender. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Your Majesty, why bother? Ichimaru Jin said, since your Majesty has realized his true strength, isn't it easier to conquer this country than to conquer the Goa Kingdom in East Blue? Moreover, the Void Army has been directly your Majesty controls every city in Alabasta, so why do you need to ask for the consent of King Cobra? Silver, this is the way of the conqueror, the way of the master of the virtual circle. Slaughtering weak civilians can only prove one's own weakness. Aizen said calmly, if you don't want to slaughter civilians, is your Majesty still kind? No. With his Majesty's current strength, a mere Alabasta can destroy people and buildings in an instant as long as you raise your hand. Your Majesty is just not interested in unnecessary killing. Not interested. That's right. A conqueror not only enjoys the process of conquest, but also enjoys the feeling that others are willing to bow down at his feet. Fierce fights erupted one after another above the palace hall, smoke was everywhere, and Ryutsu scattered. Apache, Sun, Mira Rhodes, Garka, and Bell fought together, and the huge hall was also there for him. They became tattered in battle. They took the 180 road from the main hall to the garden square outside the palace, and all the cars broke down. King Cobra looked at Guu, with endless helplessness and anger on his face. His own guard captain had already fallen in a pool of blood, and the 2 strongest fighters in the kingdom were also at a disadvantage in the battle with their opponents. Let me remind you one last time, King Cobra. For every second of your hesitation, countless civilians will die because of your hesitation. Guu said, before this king who loves his people like his son, there is only one way to go. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, and took a deep breath. I promise you, give this country to you. A smile appeared on the corner of Guu's mouth, and his eyes were full of ambition and satisfaction. However, you have to promise me one condition. Cobra raised his head suddenly, staring at Guu with wide eyes. I can hand over Alabasta to you, but you have to promise me that you will impose severe punishment on the people of this country. Leniency can no longer. Boom. Before Cobra could finish speaking, two black spherical objects suddenly flew in from outside the hall and smashed at his feet. Blood splattered all over him from nowhere and splattered on his face. He lowered his head and took a closer look. The two spherical objects were the head of a jackal and the head of a falcon. Gaka, Bell, Cobra yelled in horror. At this time, the three of Apache walked in from outside the hall without haste. Although there were a few scratches on their bodies, they all had expressions of excitement and satisfaction on their faces. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me, Cobra. Guu said with narrowed eyes. I promise you. Cobra stared at the two heads and the corpse of Ikaram, tremblingly said, from now on. You are the king of Alabasta. Ha 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 ha. Guu's laughter spread throughout the palace and beyond. Fire. Full fire. Captain Gia of the 38th Marine Fleet commanded the battle hoarsely. Bang bang bang. Cannonballs and bullets kept flying into the air, hitting the monsters falling from the sky densely like a torrential rain. Explosions sounded one after another, countless Shu were shot down by shells, and the ground was full of corpses of Shu, Marine, and Alabasta civilians, but the number of Shu did not seem to decrease at all. AFDB. Captain, no way, the number of enemies is still increasing. Two Marines ran to Jack to report the battle. Yes, Captain, no matter how many monsters we shoot down, they will continue to emerge from those black holes in the sky. But our ammunition has been depleted, and only half of it is left. Jack looked at this scene and didn't know what to do for a while. He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the sky. Hold on, soldiers, the reinforcements from the headquarters are coming soon. Don't back down, shoot out all the ammunition. When the ammunition runs out, the reinforcements will arrive. Jack growled. Sure enough, following his order, shells were fired into the sky more intensively. When the soldiers heard the news that the reinforcements were about to arrive, they cheered up one after another and became more courageous as they fought. Ship, Captain, the adjutant at the side saw the strangeness of the matter. If this goes on, we won't be able to last long. Calculated according to the distance from the headquarters to here, I'm afraid the two of them still have to. Shut up. Jack grabbed the adjutant's collar. Otherwise what else can I do? Could it be that the brothers gradually gave up resistance and were eaten by those monsters? Do you think I don't know how far the headquarters is from here? We have only one choice now, which is to continue to attack with full firepower, and this is the only hope. Yes, the battle is still fermenting, and the entire town has become a battlefield. On the one hand, there are civilians fleeing in all directions, on the one hand, the stubborn Marines, and on the other hand, the endless army of Void. The result of this battle is already clearly revealed. Damn it, I should have stayed at the port if I knew it earlier, and waited for the reinforcements to arrive. Jack regretted it. Just when the battle was in full swing, Shu's movements suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, the same scene is playing out in all the towns of Alabasta. All of the alien monsters suddenly looked like statues, almost motionless. Before Marine and civilians could react, a voice appeared in their minds. People all over the country are all too familiar with this voice. Citizens of Alabasta, I am your king, Naferudali Cobra. Please listen carefully to my next words. I declare that the right to rule Alabasta, now officially, belongs to the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Quote, Chapter 117 Don't get close to Alabasta. Citizens of Alabasta, I, Naferudali Cobra, now officially renounce my throne. From this moment on, I am no longer your king. The one who takes over my throne is the Lord of the Void Circle. He will also rule this country in the future. Citizens, please remember my words, as long as you obey, the monsters in front of you will never harm you. The safety of the people is the most important thing. The so-called country, the so-called Alabasta, refers to in fact, it is you the people themselves. Is that all right? Cobra, who had just finished his speech, lowered his head, sweat and tears mixed together and ran across his face. Very well, your words have indeed reached the ears of everyone in this country just now, Guu laughed. Everyone's, well, if it was you, it wouldn't be surprising to do that kind of thing. Cobra shook his head. So, what should you do next? Don't I need to say more? Cobra closed his eyes and pondered for a while. He straightened up, slowly stretched his hand to the top of his head, and took off his crown. Then, with his hands on his knees, he stood up tremblingly, and stepped off the throne step by step. On the other hand, Guu, on the other hand, walked up to the throne with a happy face and walked confidently, and sat on the throne. People of Alabasta, I am your new ruler, the Lord of Hueco Mundo is your last king, Cobra said. I am very sorry that the sudden appearance has surprised you all. But don't worry, as long as if you obey me, they will change from murderous monsters to more reliable patron saints than jackals and falcons, protecting the safety of this country and its people. Then, those who intend to obey me, the Lord of Hueco Mundo, please immediately face in the direction of the Albana Palace, offer your devout worship. Immediately afterwards, Guu's voice also appeared in the minds of everyone in Alabasta. This is, in my head, is the voice of King Cobra. Did you hear that too? Abdicate, Lord of the Void Circle. Who is that, really? As long as you obey obediently, these monsters won't attack us. What a joke, it's all a lie. Hey, these monsters are not moving. Let's take this opportunity to get rid of them. Although they all heard Guu's voice, there were still a small number of people who didn't believe it and tried to launch a resistance attack against the Shu who stopped the movement. This scene is happening in every city, but the result of every city is the same. YF2F. Those who tried to resist were torn apart by the suddenly reactivated hollow, and the body parts were thrown into the crowd, and thrown into their families. All the people who saw this scene trembled. I immediately knelt down in the direction of the palace. Thank you again to the people who tried to resist me. They gave their lives to prove one thing to everyone: resistance is futile. There is only one way before you, and that is obedience. This is for all the people of Alabasta. Issued commands. Guu's voice came again. This time, there was almost no rebellion. Alabasta, on this day, a spectacular scene happened. Almost at the same time, tens of millions of people knelt down and worshipped in the direction of the capital Albana. Guu sat on the throne, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. He showed a satisfied smile, enjoying the feeling of being worshipped by thousands of people and the satisfaction after conquering. After a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. Apache, grandson, Mira Rhodes. Yes, the three of them knelt in front of Guu. This country is temporarily handed over to you. Later, Hueco Mundo will send people to fully take over this country. Your Majesty, are you going back first? Apache asked, slightly raising his head. Guu raised his hand, and a black crack appeared in the air immediately. Before that, though, I'm going to drop by and take care of a few bedbugs. 0. Asking for flowers. Ship, Captain, are we going to stay still like this? The deputy captain said carefully in Jack's ear. Although I don't know what's going on, you should have heard the voice in your head just now, right? Captain Jack said. Several Marines around nodded their heads. Look, everyone in Alabasta is kneeling, which means that the voice did reach everyone's head. It may be because we are not from Alabasta, so we didn't kneel and were not attacked. But, please don't if we act rashly. Once an attack is launched, those monsters will resume their actions and counterattack us immediately. Let's keep silent for now, wait for the arrival of reinforcements from the headquarters, and then kill them in one go. The subordinates nodded in acquiescence. But before he finished speaking, the air in front of him suddenly buzzed, as if it had been torn apart abruptly, and a crack appeared. Out of the gap came a man in a white robe, with a huge black hole in his chest like the monster nearby. This guy is. I am the master of Hueco Mundo. Guu said casually. All the Marines present were shocked when they heard these 4 words. Although I didn't pay attention to when you landed, Guu gradually raised a hand, aiming at the 38th Marine Fleet in front of him, but that's it. A red light flashed, dyeing the sky and the earth bright red. Wherever the red light went, everything was reduced to ashes. Beep 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 beep. The phone bug cried out eagerly. Hi, I'm Marine Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku of Buddha. Sengoku picked up the phone bug and said, You on, Marshal, tell the reinforcements, hurry up and return the same way. Don't get close to Alabasta Mountain. Chapter 118 The Ancient Lord of Hueco Mundo. What did you say? Sengoku yelled at the phone bug. I am, Captain Jack of the 38th Fleet. Please inform me. Don't approach Alabasta. Jack's voice was intermittent, as if was badly wounded. Captain Jack, what the hell is going on? The whole of Alabasta has been taken by the Lord of Hueco Mundo. He doesn't know what he did to King Cobra. The king has announced his abdication. Now, every city is heavily guarded by monsters. The Lord of the Void Circle is also here. What? The Master of the Virtual Circle is in Alabasta. The panic on Sengoku's face became more serious. Yes, the Master of the Virtual Circle. Too outrageous. The entire 30th, September 13th, 8th Fleet. He just raised his hand, and in an instant, the whole army was wiped out. On the other side of the phone, where the 38th Fleet was originally standing, there was only a piece of scorched earth left on the ground, and there was no living person, not even a corpse, and no humanoid thing. Fleet Captain Jack, the entire left body and legs are gone. From a distance, there is only a head, and a right hand holding a phone bug, and only half of the upper body is left, with the ribs and beating lungs exposed, and it looks like he is dying. He was spending the last few minutes of his life reporting to Naval Headquarters. Please let the fleet that is coming to support, the original way, to return, with the current strength of our marine, no matter how many fleets come, will be destroyed in an instant. The phone bug stopped making a sound, and Captain Jack, who had finished speaking the last information, also took his last breath. Sengoku stood in front of his desk, without making a sound for a long time. A trace of bloodline flowed from the corners of his mouth because of his tightly clenched teeth. BD, the Master of the Virtual Circle. After a long time, Sengoku finally closed his eyes and sat down. He dialed the phone bug again. All fleets headed for Alabasta, turn around immediately and return to Naval Headquarters. Imaginary Circle. Guu stepped out of the black cavity and returned to his throne in the Zai Palace. Under the throne, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Nelialu never left. Nailu. Guu softly called out Nailu's name. Yes, your majesty. Nailu changed her words again, although Gu said to let her know his name, but Nailu understood that the majesty sitting in front of her is already another person, and the current majesty has become the real king, the real king. The bandits of the virtual circle. Gu also heard that Nailu changed her name back, so he didn't say anything. Thank you for giving me special training. This is the job of the subordinates. Gu pondered for a while. Aizen. Yes, your majesty. Aizen replied respectfully. Did you already know this secret about me? Yes, your majesty, I did know in advance. There was a sound of air being compressed, and the concentration of Ryutsu in the entire space suddenly soared sharply, and the heavy pressure was all on Aizen, forcing him to bend his knees and fall to the ground on one knee. Seeing Aizen's hard-working expression and the sweat dripping from his head, both Ichimaru Jin and Nailu showed expressions of disbelief. Jin knew in his heart that before the betrayal, Aizen Sosuke, he was the once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the Soul Society. And his talent is reflected in the Emperor of Ryutsu. Even the captain of Gote 13, Yamamoto Genryu Sai, dare not say that his spiritual power is higher than that of Aizen. But in front of him, Aizen was crushed to the ground by Gyu's Ryutsu and had difficulty breathing, which really surprised Ichimaru Jin. Your majesty, please listen to my explanation. Aizen said these words with difficulty. Gyu narrowed her eyes and retracted Ryutsu. Stand up and say. Aizen panted heavily and stood up tremblingly. Your majesty, I do know the secret about you, but I didn't tell you, it's for your own good. How do I say this? The secret about the master of Hueco Mundo. No, this is not a secret anymore. In Hueco Mundo, the master of the virtual circle is like a legend that has been handed down since ancient times. It happened in ancient times. The thing is a secret passed down from generation to generation by the elders of Hueco Mundo. No one can prove its authenticity, and no one can prove that it does not exist. The legend of the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Before the Soul Society was founded, Hueco Mundo was the most powerful world among the worlds. According to legend, the Lord of Hueco Mundo had a personal guard, and there were 10 people in this guard, all of whom were headed by Vasto Lord Manos Grande. I used Hogyoku to make the Espada, which was formed according to this legend. It's just that there are not so many Vasto Lords in the current Hueco Mundo. Ancient Espada. The instinct of the Vasto is to devour and evolve. In theory, every Vasto can eventually evolve into a Vasto Lord by absorbing the praise spirit in constant battles. Therefore, the ruler of Hueco Mundo, led by the Lord of the Hueco Mundo and his Vasto Lord 10-person guard, the Hueco Mundo conquered other worlds one after another. All the Hueco Mundo are constantly evolving in constant battles, and the overall strength of Hueco Mundo has also been constantly improving. Zhuang 5.1 Big. But, until one day, the master of the virtual circle suddenly disappeared. No one knows where the master of Hueco Mundo went. Some people say that the master of Hueco Mundo got tired of killing and went into seclusion. Some people it is said that the master of Hueco Mundo went to another world alone, and will return one day. In any case, Hueco Mundo, who lost the master of the virtual circle, fell into chaos. 10 personal guards competed with each other for leadership, and eventually both sides suffered. And because of the loss of the leader, Zuchun did not dare to step out of Hueco Mundo. Even if they went out, they would be hunted down by people from other worlds because of lax discipline. The Soul Society took advantage of this opportunity to rise rapidly. Therefore, Hueco Mundo has gradually become what it is today. Only the endless desert is left, and the virtual group can only evolve by devouring and killing each other. Chapter 119 Soul Society, A False Paradise. Gyu opened her eyes wide and listened carefully to every word of Aizen. His mind was full of doubts. Because neither in the comics nor in the game, there is no part of the legend about the master of Hueco Mundo that Aizen said. But he quickly accepted the fact. In the comics, there is no such character as the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Maybe what Aizen is going to say next will be able to reveal the mystery of his travel to this world, and the mission he needs to fulfill in the future. Your Majesty, do you know where human beings go after death? Soul Society. Of course Gyu knew it. If it is an evil spirit, it will come to Hueco Mundo. That's right, Your Majesty. But have you ever thought about why those human souls go to the Soul Society instead of Hueco Mundo after death? Why do only those who become evil spirits come to Hueco Mundo to become void? Because that's how it is said in the comics. Of course Gyu can't say that. I remember that Zanpakuto in 05 Shinigami has the effect of purifying the soul. Soul Burial. I remember that ceremony is called Soul Burial. Gyu recalled the plot in the comics. That's right, Your Majesty. With that, Aizen pulled out his own Kyoka Suigetsu and pointed to the bottom of the hilt. This is the place. Just use it to lightly cover the ghost's forehead. They will be directed to the Soul Society. Quote, that's right, but what's the problem? Good people go to Soul Society after death, and evil people go to Soul Society after death. Hueco Mundo, it's like heaven and hell. Gyu said according to his understanding. Your Majesty thinks, is Soul Society really a paradise? Aizen said word by word, speaking of Soul Society, people often only think of Seraite with a beautiful environment. Think of Gote 13, and think of the Four Nobles. However, Seraite is just Soul Society, it is only a small part of it. With Seraite as the center and extending around, it is the vast majority of the land of the Soul Society, Rukongai. Aizen paused. Rukongai is divided into 4 districts, southeast, northwest, and each district has 80 districts, a total of 320 districts. The farther the area is from the center of Jinglingting, the worse the living conditions and the worse the public security. There is no food to eat, even straw sandals can't even be worn, and no one cares after killing each other. You know, people become souls after death, and if the soul also dies, it will only become spirit particles, the most basic particles that make up the soul society. That magnificent Seraide can be said to be constructed from the corpses of Rukongai refugees who died innocently. Your Majesty, is this really what heaven should be like? Indeed, after Aizen's analysis, Guu also began to doubt whether the soul society has a secret that no one knows. Not only that, the Shinigami also built a huge wall around Seraide. There are special guards guarding the 4 gates in the southeast, northwest, and all Rukongai are forbidden to enter. The material of the wall is even the murderous stone that can block the spirit. This wall not only isolates the spirits from all around, but also forms an invisible shield over the entire Seraide, which protects the whole Seraide from the danger of being attacked. In fact, the essence of the soul is the spirits. On the surface it is said to avoid being attacked, but in the final analysis, it is to prohibit the souls outside the Seraide from entering the paradise of those Shinigami. That's right, Guu also had some clues. The so-called Seraide is actually just a paradise for a small number of people like the 4 great nobles and other minor nobles to live in. Those who protect the Soul Society Shinigami is only dedicated to protecting the interests of these nobles. That's right, Your Majesty. When Yamamoto Genryusai first founded Gote 13, they were just a group of shadowy assassins who used the name of the court to kill. Such a world, such a soul society, actually claims to be heaven, no shame. How does the Hueco Mundo environment compare to? There was a blue light in Aizen's eyes, and he smiled slightly. Now, in front of His Majesty's eyes, apart from the endless desert and quartz branches, and the never-moving moon in the sky, all that is left is endless cannibalism. However, even in such a cruel world, is also much more real than the hypocritical soul society. What's more, the ancient Hueco Mundo is not what it is now. It can even be said that the Hueco Mundo has become what it is now, and it is also caused by the soul society. Ancient, virtual circle, Guu asked in astonishment. That's right, Your Majesty mentioned soul burial just now. Soul burial is a method to completely transfer the soul to the soul society. Speaking of soul transfer, Shu also has this ability. Shu can also, soul burial. No, it's not a soul burial. Your Majesty, whether it's a ghost or an evil spirit, whether it's a whole body or a void, it's just a spirit child after all. The Shinigami use soul burials to guide the soul to the soul society completely. And Shu has used the method of devouring to absorb the soul, combine with your own soul, and then bring it to the virtual 050 circle. From the level of Spirit Sun, soul burial and devouring. It's all a way of guiding spirits. Quote, indeed, so to speak, devouring can be said to be Shu's unique method of soul burial. Guu thought about Aizen's words, and there was indeed a reason for him. In ancient times, Shu used this method to bring souls to Hueco Mundo. At that time, Hueco Mundo was not so barren. Thus evolved by devouring souls, so this evolutionary method of devouring each other has not yet developed. Hueco Mundo is an orderly site, led by the Hueco Mundo Lord. Then why is Hueco Mundo the way it is? Because, at some time, some souls appeared. They called themselves Shinigami. This group of souls insisted on their own ideas, and defined Shu's guiding method of devouring souls as heinous. In fact, they were afraid of Shu from the bottom of their hearts. They are afraid of being swallowed, so they resist. One of them created Zanpakuto. They even used Zanpakuto to create what they think is the correct way to guide the soul, soul burial. Ermewu Wangyu. Guu said the person's name firmly. Chapter 120 The Decline of Hueco Mundo and the Rise of Soul Society. That's right, Namaya Wangyu, the man who made all the Zanpakuto. Aizen said with a strange look in his eyes, he made all the Zanpakuto by himself. And give the Zanpakuto to the Shinigami, so that the Shinigami incorporate their souls into the Zanpakuto to create a Zanpakuto unique to each Shinigami. Saying that, Aizen touched Kyoko Suigetsu's waist. While Ichimaru Jin was listening, he couldn't help but look at Shinso. And the ability common to all Zanpakuto is soul burial. The empty soul is buried through the killing of the blade, and the whole soul is buried through the handle of the knife. Therefore, Shinigami has another name. Adjuster of the Soul. Quote, the Adjuster of the Soul. Guu also suddenly remembered the name of Shinigami. I've heard of this title. Guu said, Shinigami balance the number of souls in each world by guiding souls. So they are called adjusters. If they say that, they don't seem to have done anything wrong. However, the ancient lord of Hueco Mundo didn't see it that way. Hearing what Aizen said, Guu couldn't refute. After all, he couldn't deny his point of view. Your Majesty, in fact, balance is not a good thing. If both sides of the balance are in balance, then just a slight shake will make both sides crumbling. The so-called balance is the most dangerous state. This is one of the virtual circles. The idea that the Lord believed in ancient times. The balance is the most stable only when it is one-sided. Therefore, in ancient times, what the Lord of Hueco Mundo pursued was not balance, but the unity of all souls in countless worlds. The great unity of all souls. Guu listened with wide eyes. That's right, the master of Hueco Mundo led all the voids and conquered one world after another. Void devoured the souls of countless worlds, making them a part of himself, becoming a part of Hueco Mundo, and evolving in the process of devouring souls, become a more powerful Manos Grande. At that time, it was the most glorious era of Hueco Mundo. The Void group united as one, fought together, devoured other souls, and evolved together. At that time, the 10 strongest Vasto Lord Manos Grande formed in addition to the 10-man personal guard of the Lord of the Void Circle. There are also a large number of Vasto Lord Manos Grande. GUU thinks of the current Espada, only the former number 4 and Neliel are Vasto Lord, and Zael Aporo before self-split in order to practice conception notification. Only these 6 Vasto Lord Manos are left in the entire Hueco Mundo Grande. If it was in that glorious era, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be eligible to join the guards. However, that era is over. When the master of the virtual circle disappeared suddenly when he conquered a certain world. Some people said that the master of Hueco Mundo was killed, some said that the master of Hueco Mundo was tired of killing, and some said that Hueco Mundo the master of Mundo has entered a deep sleep for thousands of years, and one day he will return again. But no matter what the possibility is, it doesn't matter. During the absence of the master of Hueco Mundo, this Hueco Mundo entered the period when no one ruled. Because the power of the Lord of Hueco Mundo was so strong in the past, once he disappeared, the whole Hueco Mundo could not find such a powerful person to rule all the void. 10 personal guards killed each other in order to fight for the right to rule. In the end, both sides suffered losses. Vasto Lord, who barely survived, was submerged by the endless sea of void just as he announced the beginning of his rule. Aizen sighed and pondered for a long time. No one dares to declare rule, and no one has that kind of strength. Once the rule is declared, it will become the target of public criticism and be defeated by all forces. Therefore, Hueco Mundo has entered the era of warlords. Manos Grande, who has a little strength, will separate one side, develop their own forces, and compete with surrounding forces for land and resources. Because the troops are too scattered, they have lost the number advantage in conquering other worlds, and have never conquered any world. And those scattered forces are also long-term. It also gradually disappeared in the internal war. My God, I didn't expect the history of Hueco Mundo to be so similar to the history of human beings. GUU thought, separatist regimes, warlords fighting, no matter which world they are in, if there is no absolute powerhouse, this situation will continue forever. Soul Society also took advantage of the period of Hueco Mundo's infighting, using the characteristics of Zanpakuto to purify the soul and rose rapidly. Gradually, they developed from a small organization that hated Shu and feared Shu at the same time, to a huge world that specializes in hunting Shu and surpassing Hueco Mundo in strength. It's really sad. Quote, unexpectedly, the Soul Society was able to prosper today through the decline of Hueco Mundo. This also explains why they hate Hueco so much, not only because Hueco will devour them, but also because their ancestors actually lived in Hueco Mundo under the shadow of horror. They still have their ancestors' sense of fear of Shu in their bodies, right? GUU said, that's right, Shinigami and Shu are natural enemies of each other. But Hueco Mundo is gradually declining. Because Shu dare not step out of Hueco Mundo to conquer and devour the souls of other worlds, but he can't restrain the instinct of devouring and evolving, and finally develops. Li Jiaohao came up with a pathological evolution method of devouring the same kind. That is, because of the evolution by devouring the same kind, Hueco Mundo can evolve into Vasto Lord with fewer and fewer Manos Grande, and there are more and more voids. Mentally retarded or even thoughtless, pathetic beings, they are Killians. Is it like the union of close relatives of human beings? The next generation will have a great chance of being born with diseases and defects. GUU thought, cities turned into ruins, civilizations turned into deserts. Hollows became pitiful existences that would only devour each other. In such a miserable world, Hueco Mundo still has very few virtuals that rely on word of mouth and firmly believe in a fact. The Lord of the Void Circle will definitely return again, led Hueco Mundo to conquer other worlds, and regain the former glory of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 121 Conquer All the Worlds. 300 years ago, Soul Society, East Rukongai District 78, Kaulu. Shinigami, you are very strong. With your strength, you should be at least above the level of vice captain. Why are you dressed like an ordinary soldier? A whole body was covered with a white exoskeleton, with 3 sharp horns growing on its head. It fell to the ground. His stature was slightly larger than a human's, his left arm was cut off, and his white body was covered with dots of bloodline. You're the one, right? No, I should call you the Manos Grande. An Ejuka's class Manos Grande that's rarer and more powerful than the textbook Killian, right? Shinigami, wearing a black death suit and a pair of elegant glasses, slowly put Zanpakuto into the scabbard. He is none other than the Shinigami, Aizen Sosuke, who has yet to make his mark in Gote 13. HMPH, cough, Manos Grande coughed out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, in this era of Shinigami, there are guys who know Ejuka's alive. The Shinigami of this era. Aizen asked suspiciously, Ejuka's, you are not those brainless low-level Hollow and Killian, why did you come to the Soul Society alone? How did you get in? You should know, here there are natural enemies of yours, Shinigami. What is your purpose? Natural enemies. Stop being arrogant, Shinigami. We are the natural enemies of your Shinigami. Manos Grande suddenly became manic. I'm different from those cowards who only hide in Hueco Mundo and kill each other. I am a great for the people of the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Entering and exiting the Soul Society is as easy as entering and exiting your own back garden, and it is only natural to devour your Shinigami to evolve. Master of Hueco Mundo, Aizen, who heard the name for the first time, still didn't know the meaning of these 4 words. What is that? Tell me what you know. Before the other Shinigami come, I can release you, have a way out, let you go back to Hueco Mundo obediently. Humph, haha, haha. Manos Grande laughed. Very good, Shinigami, you are a curious guy, and AFCC, your strength is very strong, and your intelligence is far beyond ordinary people, which is rare in 1,000 years genius. Just as an ordinary soldier, you can defeat me, and Ajuka's level Manos Grande, and your growth is limitless. It's a pity, that such a person should be kept in the dark, and spend his whole life doing it for himself. The Soul Society, who doesn't know anything, is working hard, hee, sad, sad. What do you mean? Aizen frowned, pulled out Zanpakuto again, and pointed it at Manos Grande's heart. Say it quickly, or I will execute you immediately. Execution? Who gave you Shinigami the right to execute? Humph, ha ha ha, Shinigami, do you want to know the truth of this world? With your wisdom and strength, you should figure it out. Unfortunately, you can't learn the truth in Soul Society, because the truth has been erased by your ancestors. If you want to know, go to Hueco Mundo, Shinigami, ha ha ha. Go to Hueco Mundo and find your Shinigami history of humiliation. Ha ha ha, PFF'd. Manos Grande suddenly thrust his chest forward, and Kyoka Suigetsu pierced him straight through the heart. He crashed to the ground, falling into a pool of blood all over the ground. Aizen stood aside with a complicated expression on his face. From this moment on, a huge plan was planted in his heart. Since the night 300 years ago, when I first heard the words Lord of Hueco Mundo, I have been privately working to find the truth about the Soul Society in Hueco Mundo, said Aizen. It turned out that Aizen's plan to betray the Soul Society began at this time. Gu thought secretly. As that Ajuka said, there is no relevant record in Soul Society at all, and that part seems to have been erased out of thin air. This aroused my curiosity even more, so I finally researched the method to open the Black Cavity approach, came Hueco Mundo. One person has developed a method to open the Black Cavity. According to legend, Aizen's intelligence is comparable to that of Urahara Kazuki. It seems that the rumors are true. During many visits, I have found some old lies and a small part of the sincerity passed down by word of mouth. After spending hundreds of years, I finally pieced together these information and came to what I said above content, and learned the truth about these 2 worlds. Aizen turned around and closed his eyes. As if reciting the Bible, his face was full of piety. The Lord of Hueco Mundo will return again, restore memory in the battle, and recognize himself in the conquest. The Lord of the Void Circle will once again lead Hueco Mundo to conquer the worlds, so that Hueco Mundo can regain the glory of ancient times. Having said this, Aizen turned around suddenly and knelt down in front of Gu on one knee. Forgive my Majesty, forgive my disrespect. Forgive you. Gu was confused by Aizen's sudden movement. Before His Majesty appeared, everything I did, such as building the Empty Night Palace, making a Rancor, and gathering Espada, was all imitating the legendary Lord of Hueco Mundo. I arrogantly thought that I was the master of the Empty Circle. Stand up, Aizen. You did it for Hueco Mundo, through no fault of your own. Aizen stood up slowly, pondering for a long time. It wasn't until His Majesty appeared that I realized that the real master of the virtual circle was actually His Majesty. That feeling was like something in my body was awakened. Standing in front of His Majesty. There are only 2 words that come to mind, obedience. Therefore, I believe that His Majesty will be able to lead Hueco Mundo to conquer all the worlds, to remove the hypocritical appearance of Soul Society, and to reveal the true truth to the public. Quote, restore memory in battle, and know yourself in conquest. Gu repeated the content of the legend. He stood up from the throne, looked at the moon in the sky, and the desolate and endless Hueco Mundo. Aizen's words echoed in his mind, and he refused to calm down for a long time. Suddenly, his voice appeared in the brains of the 2 commanders and all the other marines. Everyone of Hueco Mundo, we will conquer all worlds. There is no opponent in front of us.